She was originally just an ordinary office worker. After staying up all night to finish a report, she woke up to find herself transmigrated into the world of a novel titled The Big Shots. In the cultivation world, all love me. At the beginning of the story, the female lead, Shir, covered in wounds, finally returned to the moon cleansing sect after retrieving a floating spirit grass from the bottom of the demon abyss cliff. Surprisingly, she wasn't met with concern from her master or fellow disciples. Instead, they all wanted to give the floating spirit grass she brought back to their junior sister. Honestly, she risked her life to bring it back. Shuazwa, a direct disciple of the moon cleansing sect, asked, "Everyone in the three realms knows that the floating spirit grass only grows at the bottom of the demon abyss cliff, the place where the demon clan is sealed." But he just chuckled, as if it were no big deal. "I thought you weren't coming back." Now junior sister's injuries can be healed. Her master, Elder Shir of the moon cleansing sect, added, "Give the floating spirit grass to the pharmacist. After it's refined into medicine, send it to the floating flower courtyard. The floating spirit grass only grows at the bottom of the demon abyss cliff. This is known throughout the three realms. That's the place where the demon clan is sealed." She risked her life and limb to get it. Her hands and feet were injured like that. Not a single word of comfort, and yet she was forced to hand it over to her junior sister. Naturally, she was unwilling. When did I say I was going to give the floating spirit grass to junior sister? I picked it for my own foundation establishment. Then a self-righteous senior brother jumped out to accuse her for your own use. But junior sister needs this spirit grass more than you do. These people were really too much. They knew this spirit grass was good for junior sister, but they didn't go on the adventure themselves. Instead, they let someone else risk their life, and now they acted so self-entitled. Are you kidding me? I'm a girl. Why are you picking on me? She was a girl too, yet she was treated like this for no reason. Her master even said, "That's right, Shir is frail. You're healthier than her, so let her use it first. In a few days, the sect's secret realm will open, and I'll have your eldest senior brother bring you another one." Easier said than done. Yiao knew clearly that the floating spirit grass was extremely rare. The sect had numerous experts in secret realms who could guarantee they would be able to get another floating spirit grass. She thought for a moment, lifting her injured hand to look at it. She complained silently in her heart. "Everyone dotes on junior sister. I don't even have the right to refuse." She gritted her teeth, full of resentment, but still managed to force a wry smile. She's frail, so everything she does is right. I'm healthy, so I should just die. As soon as she finished speaking, her master flew into a rage, scolded her, and sent her flying with a single palm strike. It hurt so much. This old man not only openly robbed her of the floating spirit grass, but also scolded her for being ungrateful. He also ordered her to return to her cave and reflect on her actions. After her master left, she stood there, filled with grievance and unwillingness. The demon abyss cliff was so dangerous, yet it hadn't harmed her at all. But she returned to the sect only to be beaten like this. This damned cultivation world. The senior brother who had been watching her get beaten, whether his conscience had been pricked or for some other reason, came over and took her hand. "I am sorry. I'll compensate you later. But you were too stubborn just now. How could you refuse to give it to junior sister? Junior sister is different from you. She's frail." The female lead was already furious. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw a punch at the senior brother. Fortunately, he dodged it. She shouted angrily, "Senior brother, just because she wants it, you can snatch it from me. I can't believe the moon cleansing sect resorts to robbery." This senior brother spoke as if the floating spirit grass was a vegetable from market. "It's just a stalk of grass. Is it worth fighting over?" Yiao didn't bother arguing with him anymore. Her heart was already dead to this place. "That's right. I'm being unreasonable now. Get lost. Go back to your gentle and kind junior sister. From now on, I have nothing to do with your sect." Her words left the senior brother stunned. She walked away without looking back, thinking, "This damn cannon fodder female supporting role, whoever wants it can have it. I'm done." Actually, she was originally Yiao, an ordinary office worker. A month ago, after staying up all night to finish a report, she took a short nap and woke up in this novel. The big shots in the cultivation world all love me. The female lead, Shir, was a frail, crybaby, loved to death by all the big shots. And this kind of protagonist usually has a pitiful stepping stone, and that person was her. She was basically a punching bag. If junior sister was attacked, she would take the blow for her. If Junior's sister's spiritual roots were damaged, she would give hers up. She was so good to others, giving her heart and soul. But in the end, she was stabbed through the heart. Thinking about it was truly tragic. That's why she didn't want to be a punching bag anymore. She felt her days as a tool were about to begin, so she quickly tried to get away from these idiots. Thus, she went to the petition hall to apply to leave the sect. A while later, she emerged excitedly. She hadn't expected to receive compensation for leaving 100 mid-grade spirit stones. She happily carried the spirit stones out of the petition hall, but then that disdainful junior brother called her trash. When she turned around, her face was frighteningly cold, making him tremble. Unexpectedly, she turned back and smiled, her eyes narrowed. "You're right," she said. "I am trash. How dare trash like me enter the inner sect?" With that, she tossed the token back to him and left cheerfully. The junior brother was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Had Yiao gone mad? The female lead, Shir, was heading towards Cloud City, a bustling place where everyone was buying and selling goods. The aroma of steamed buns wafted into her nose. She was starving. How could she resist that smell? Her mouth watered. She walked to the stall and asked, "How much is one bun?" The stall owner smiled and replied, 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing that one bun cost 3 spirit stones, she broke out in a cold sweat. She ran to a corner to count her spirit stones. She hadn't realized the cost of living in Cloud City was so high. All her possessions amounted to only 100 mid-grade spirit stones, not nearly enough. Now she finally understood why the original owner, despite her miserable life, was still unwilling to leave the mountain. So, she decided to find a way to earn money. She analyzed which professions were the most profitable. In the cultivation world, the most sought after were either talisman makers or alchemists. Although the original owner was a sword cultivator, she had a photographic memory, so she decided to try drawing some moon cleansing sect talismans. In the end, she concentrated on drawing the moon cleansing sect talismans from memory. She picked up a talisman and praised herself. "I didn't expect drawing talismans to be so easy." Suddenly, her nose started bleeding, startling her. Only then did she realize that drawing talismans wasn't something ordinary people could do. But to escape poverty, she gritted her teeth and persisted, continuing to draw more talismans to see what would happen. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, she lay on the table, exhausted. Although she had only drawn the lowest level Gale talismans and Confusion talismans, it was enough for her to earn some money. Before selling them, she decided to test if the talismans worked. She thought that if she stuck a Gale talisman on herself, she should be able to move as fast as the wind. She tried it, but nothing happened. She felt a bit discouraged and could only redraw it. She consoled herself that even the direct disciples of the Moon Cleansing Sect might not succeed on their first try. She was about to redraw it when suddenly the talisman activated, throwing her onto the mattress. Although a hurt, it proved that the Gale talisman really worked. The thought of earning money by selling talismans made her eyes shine. At the night market, she hawked her wares, talismans, cheap and effective talismans, Gale talismans, Confusion talismans, 10 mid-grade spirit stones each. Before any buyers appeared, trouble came knocking. Shir, a direct disciple of the ever-bright sect, landed directly on her stall, stepping on her talismans. He declared, "No private duels are allowed within the 5 great sects." Seeing that he was from the ever-bright sect, everyone steered clear. "Oh no, it's someone from the ever-bright sect." Yiao stared at the talismans under his feet, fuming. Seriously, this world just wouldn't let her live. Although she was angry, she held back and pointed at his foot. "Fellow Taoist, could you please lift your foot? You're stepping on my stall." She felt like the heavens were determined to cut off her livelihood. She had just set up her stall, and someone was already causing trouble. She looked at him impatiently and pointed at his foot. "Fellow Taoist, could you please lift your foot? You're stepping on my stall." He looked down and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, did I step on you?" She clutched her chest, feigning injury. "No, but your actions have wounded my heart." He scratched his head sheepishly, looking apologetic. "Then let me compensate you with spirit stones. How about 1 high-grade spirit stone?" Seeing the spirit stone in his hand, her eyes lit up again. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, right? 1 high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. How could she not forgive him? She immediately replied, I forgive you." He was a little surprised to see her forgive him so quickly. The boy picked up Shir's talismans and casually asked, "Are you a talisman master?" She just nodded, wanted to brush him off. Passers-by, seeing the boy's clothes, began to whisper, judging by his clothes, that young man is most likely a direct disciple of the Everbright sect. He can fly with a sword, so his cultivation must be at the foundation establishment stage or higher. Who else could he be but a direct disciple? Everyone then looked at Shir and speculated. This young lady beside him must also be a disciple of the Everbright sect, right? Then the talismans she's selling must be of good quality. The crowd immediately surrounded Shir, scrambling to buy her talismans. Selling talismans meant getting spirit stones, and Shir was overjoyed. She knew in her heart that it was all thanks to the reputation of the direct disciple that her talismans had sold out. It's so nice to have the protection of a sect, she thought to herself, then added, "I must find a good sect to join in the future." She strode away, intending to return to the inn to rest. The boy grabbed her hand and asked, "You're just leaving like this, Yiao?" At that moment, watching him stand there dumbfounded, she didn't understand why he hadn't left yet. The boy asked, "Don't you still want me to compensate you?" Shir was confused. "Haven't you already compensated me with a spirit stone?" The boy said with a serious face, "But your heart is hurt." Shir's face darkened. Where did this naive boy come from? Are all the direct disciples of the Everbright sect this slow? She casually said, "You're actually taking this seriously." Yiao asked, "What's your brother's name?" According to novel tropes, a handsome boy like you must have an extraordinary background. The boy replied, "Mu Zhongshi." Yiao was a little surprised. Didn't the novel say that Mu Zhongshi would destroy his cultivation because of Shir? She looked at him with a trace of pity in her eyes. The boy was bewildered by her gaze. Realizing her expression was wrong, Yiao quickly changed the subject. "You're a direct disciple of the Everbright sect, so do you know what the treatment is like for your sect's outer disciples?" The boy didn't mention his own sect, but simply said, "Actually, our sect is quite poor." He honestly recounted his experience of joining the sect. "When I first entered the sect at the age of 10, I was forced to eat steamed buns every day. After all, I was a young master at home, with no worries about food or clothing. When I arrived at the sect, I felt cheated. Later, I made a pact with second senior brother and third senior brother to escape from the Everbright sect together. But the sect leader caught us halfway. He chased us so relentlessly that I lost a shoe and still couldn't escape." Yiao was speechless after hearing this and continued to ask, "Then what are your second senior brother and third senior brother's names?" He said, "One is called Shu Ozwa and the other is called Meng Xuan." Yiao sikit inyardli. This was truly unbelievable. The destined to be a spare tire male supporting character and the clingy male supporting character from the novel were both here. Yiao asked again, "What about the number one sect in the world, the Asking Sword sect? Do they eat well? Do they sleep well? What about the Clear Breeze sect and the Azure Water sect?" She asked because the prices in Cloud City were too high and she wanted to casually join a sect as an outer disciple just to eat and drink for free. The boy introduced her to the characteristics of each sect. When he mentioned the Asking Sword sect, he became a little nervous. You still want to go to the Asking Sword sect to sleep in the number one sect in the world. If you don't cultivate diligently, you'll be eliminated quickly. You'll have to get up before dawn to meditate and practice swordsmanship. As for the Clear Breeze sect is full of demons and ghosts, always up to useless tricks all day long. They're also extremely strict about appearance. After speaking, he brought his face close to hers and scrutinized her. "You don't look bad, but they only accept male disciples." Yiao thought to herself, this cultivation world even differentiates between men and women. The boy explained, it's just that their cultivation methods are very special and not suitable for female disciples. He then spoke about the Azure Water sect. Most of the Azure Water sect's disciples are alchemists. They don't eat ordinary food, only chi gathering pills. Yiao's eyes teared up on the spot, lamenting inwardly, this cultivation world is truly crazy. As he spoke, he started praising his own Everbright sect, and it turned out that the Everbright sect had the best food, with 5 steamed buns per meal. Hearing this, Yiao had already made up her mind. I want to join the Everbright sect. She also silently found reasons to comfort herself. It's not because of the 5 steam buns. It's just that I like lively sections. Yiao asked again, when does your sect start recruiting new disciples? The boy thought for a moment and said, it seems like tonight is the deadline. Yi Qiao's jaw dropped in surprise. She thought Mu Zhongshi was a bit suspicious. After all, the Everbright sect was one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world. Something as important as recruiting disciples should be common knowledge. Mu Zhongshi calculated that there was only half an hour left before the registration deadline. He drew his sword and stood on it. Good heavens, the sword now resembled a witch's broomstick. Standing on it, he extended his hand towards her and said, "If you dawdle any longer, you'll miss the deadline. Come on up, I'll give you a ride." Yi Qiao reached out and grabbed his hand. "Thank you, you're so reliable." The next second, she was screaming. She was afraid of heights. Clutching Mu Zhongshi's hair, she yelled, "Do you even have a license? We're going so fast, I'm going to be sick." Mu Zhongshi, his hair being pulled, also cried out, "Don't pull my hair. Let go." The two were creating quite a commotion even before arriving at the Everbright sect. In the square, a sea of people were registering as outer disciples. Shuaiyu, a direct disciple of the Everbright sect, was standing with Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, an elder of the Everbright sect, was watching the disciples register. Shuaiyu complained, "Elder Zhao, there's only half an hour left for outer disciple registration. Where am I supposed to find the genius you're looking for? All the talented ones this year have been snatched up by other sections." He thought to himself, the Everbright sect had been at the bottom of the sect competition for years, and their resources were scarce. Elder Zhao still held out a sliver of hope. "We have to try. What if we stumble upon a good seedling?" He suddenly remembered his disciple and asked, "By the way, has that boy Mu Zhongshi returned yet?" Shuaiyu shook his head helplessly. Who knows where he's gallivanting off to again? Thinking of his direct disciples, Elder Zhao was about to explode with anger. He had a better chance of a talented disciple falling from the sky than his disciples placing in the competition next year. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures did indeed fall from the sky, Mu Zhongshi and Yi Qiao. They crashed directly into the ground, creating a large crater, leaving everyone stunned. The two, however, seemed unfazed, relishing the feeling of their landing. Mu Zhongshi even said excitedly, "That was exhilarating. Did you see my landing? A perfect one-leg stance." Yi Qiao also felt invigorated, giving him a thumbs up. 1,000 thumbs up. That was amazing. In contrast, Elder Zhao roared in anger. "Who gave you permission to cause trouble in the square? Do you know how expensive these paving stones are?" Yi Qiao was initially frightened by the elder's roar, but then scratched her face sheepishly. I can compensate." Mu Zhongshi, however, appeared unconcerned, casually draping an arm over her shoulder and laughing. "Don't worry, it's just a hole. Elder Zhao isn't that stingy." Elder Zhao nearly fainted from anger, cursing inwardly. Mu Zhongshi is a menace. "I'll be the death of me yet." Glaring at Yi Qiao, he demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I'm Yi Qiao, and I want to join the Everbright sect." Elder Zhao bellowed in disbelief, "Are you here to mock me?" The surrounding outer disciples were amazed. Wow, the Everbright sect just accepted over 1,000 new disciples, and she's already caught Elder Zhao's attention on the first day. Meanwhile, Shuaiyu looked at Yi Qiao with interest. Where did this little one come from? Interesting. After Yi Qiao was accepted into the sect, Shuaiyu handed her a nameplate. "This is your nameplate. Keep it safe. There will be a spirit root test in a month." He then introduced himself. "I'm Shuaiyu, a direct disciple of the Everbright sect." Upon hearing Shuaiyu's name, Yi Qiao immediately recalled the character from the novel. He was the second male lead, the spare tire. At first glance, he seemed quite pleasant. Shuaiyu winked at Mu Zhongshi, but Mu Zhongshi didn't understand, so Shuaiyu asked directly, "Where did you pick up this child?" Mu Zhongshi answered honestly, "I met her at the night market. She said she wanted to join our Everbright sect, so I brought her here." Shuaiyu asked because he was afraid Mu Zhongshi had been tricked. "You're wearing the robes of a direct disciple. It's too eye-catching." Mu Zhongshi retorted nonchalantly, "Are you so traumatized that you have to drag others down with you?" Shuaiyu was rendered speechless by his junior brother. As for the penniless Yi Qiao, she didn't want to spend any money on Mu Zhongshi, so she quickly made an excuse. "Mu Zhongshi, thanks for giving me a ride and bringing me to the Everbright sect. I can only offer my verbal gratitude for your kindness." Yi Qiao was about to slip away, but Mu Zhongshi grabbed her hand and asked, "Wait, didn't you make some money at the night market? Seeing how poor you are, I'll take 30%, you take 70%. For someone who values spirit stones more than life." Yi Qiao, though reluctant, agreed. "You take 20%, I take 80%. Mu Zhongshi's face darkened. She wouldn't even budge on such a small amount of spirit stones. How greedy. Exasperated, he waved his hand and left. "Forget it. Keep the spirit stones for yourself." Yiao was instantly overjoyed and said without hesitation, "Then I won't share with you." She added, "Talisman paper is actually quite expensive." They were both speechless, as this was the first time they had met. Someone like her, any other cultivator would have been mortified, but she didn't seem to feel any shame. Shuayu finally dared to confirm. "It seems I completely misunderstood her before." In the outer disciple area of the Everbright sect, Yiao could hear all sorts of discussions. "Isn't that the new disciple who made a huge crater in the square? She's amazing. Even the inner sect elders remember her." Someone chimed in, "I feel like she's just showing off." Yiao was indifferent to these discussions, practically acknowledging them. "Haha, Yiao is using the 'I'm not embarrassed' your attitude." The gossipers' faces were darker than the bottom of a pot. One of them mustered the courage to poke Yiao's shoulder and ask, "Do you know Mu Zhongshi?" Yiao shook her head. "No, I just happened to run into him." The person introduced himself. "My name is Duan. I'm a sword cultivator." "What about you?" Yiao said, "I'm an orphan." Good heavens, this girl really knows how to kill a conversation. To ease the awkwardness, Duan asked again, "There's a class tomorrow morning. Want to go together?" Yiao was still unfamiliar with this place, and having someone to guide her wouldn't be bad, so she happily agreed. In the Everbright sect square, the old sect leader was explaining sword techniques. The disciples below were listening attentively, but Yiao was dozing off because she had stayed up late drawing talismans last night. Everyone was practicing the sword techniques they had just learned, but Yiao was surprised because she only needed to look at the book once. And the sword moves were etched in her mind, as if she already knew them, even though she had never practiced them before. Looking at the other disciples' movements, she could even see the flaws in each person's swordsmanship. Seeing her standing there motionless, Duan ran over and asked, "Have you learned it? Why are you spacing out?" Duan comforted her. "It's only been an afternoon. It's impossible to master the gentle breeze sword technique so quickly. Besides, I heard there are many relatives of major sects in the outer sect. It's better for us to keep a low profile." She had originally planned to try out the sword technique she had just learned, but after hearing her senior brother's words, she gave up. She felt that being too outstanding would easily attract jealousy. Being ordinary was also quite good. She just wanted to live a peaceful life in the outer sect. Hearing the sect leader announce the end of class, Yiao hurried to the dining hall. Suddenly, someone called her name from afar. She looked back and saw that it was Mu Zhongshi inviting her for a walk. Yiao happily followed him, glancing at Mu Zhongshi's sword as they walked, and asked, "Is that your natal sword?" The sword materials in the cultivation world were very special, and she wanted to touch it. Mu Zhongshi excitedly introduced, "This is called the Zhaoji sword. It's number 3 on the spiritual weapon ranking, a meeting gift from my master." Hearing this, Yiao became even more curious and wanted to touch it. To Mu Zhongshi, his sword was as important as a wife, and he didn't want anyone to touch it, but Yiao kept pestering him, so he had to agree. The scene changed, and the two of them were eating at a restaurant down mountain. Yiao devoured her food like a starving ghost, stuffing her mouth full of steamed buns, startling Mu Zhongshi. It was the first time he had seen someone with such exaggerated table manners. After chatting for a while, Mu Zhongshi asked with confusion, "You're a sword cultivator. How can you also draw talismans? Are you a dual cultivator?" Yiao casually replied, "No, it's just doodling. I can only draw the most basic talismans now." In reality, she had never seen a real talisman book, relying entirely on the original owner's memories to draw blindly, so she couldn't be considered a talisman cultivator yet. Mu Zhongshi suggested, "If you really want to learn how to draw talismans, you can ask senior brother Ming Shua for guidance. But he's from one of the 8 great families, this year's only direct disciple talisman cultivator, quite aloof. He usually only hangs out with 3rd senior brother." Hearing the name Ming Shua, the plot of the novel immediately flashed through Yiao's mind. Ming Shua was the infamous second villain, who later became a minor demon lord after failing to overcome his inner demons and succumbing to them. After turning evil, he became madly infatuated with the female lead, Shir, and competed with a group of male leads for her affections. She couldn't help but think about the reason for Ming Shua's fall into the demonic path. Mu Zhongshi actually gave up cultivating to become an ordinary person. Really, why do these promising geniuses never get a good ending? Time flew by quickly, and Yiao had been at Changming's sect for 2 months without realizing it. Duan knocked on Yiao's door. "Yiao, are you sleeping again?" Get up, senior brother is coming to our outer sect to select inner disciples. Elder Zhao told us to gather in the square. Although Yiao was at Changming's sect, she could sneak off to sleep almost every day after practicing her swordsmanship, and no one would care. Lazy people naturally have their own lazy cultivation methods. In order not to be kicked out as useless, she had set up a spirit gathering formation in her room using talismans, so that even when she was sleeping, spiritual energy could automatically flow into her body. Now she had successfully advanced from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 5th level, feeling proud and carefree. 2 senior brothers were presiding over the inner disciple selection, and the surrounding area was crowded with people. Duan pointed to someone for Yiao to see. Yiao, look, that's senior brother Ming Shuo on the right, a direct disciple of Changming's sect. Isn't he handsome? Half of the female cultivators in Changming's sect wanted to marry him. Yixian was Sikit. I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. His state of mind is unstable. He might become a demonic cultivator one day if he loses control. Although they were speaking very softly, Ming Shuo had sharp ears and still overheard them. He looked over with some suspicion. Shuai leaned close to Ming Shuo's ear and whispered, "She's the outer sect disciple I mentioned to you before. Isn't she interesting?" Ming Shuo glanced at her and said, "You mean the potato?" Shuai softly reminded him, "Second senior brother, you can't talk about girls like that." Ming Shuo was a little dissatisfied. She cursed me, saying I'll lose control and become a demonic cultivator in the future, and I can't even call her short. This girl originally just wanted to be lazy and make money, but she ended up attracting the attention of the 2 senior brothers. When the sect leader was selecting a new direct disciple, she was actually recommended by both of them. In the residence of the Changming sect leader, Ming Shuo and Shuai reported to their master that they had chosen Qin Fanfan as the new inner disciple. The sect leader paced back and forth in the room, sighing deeply. I heard that Yuching's sect recently accepted a top-tier water spiritual root direct disciple. He turned to his 2 direct disciples. Yuching's sect has been gaining momentum recently. When will you 2 make me proud? The 2 disciples were already used to their master's nagging. It went in one ear and out the other. Thinking of his direct disciples, he sighed again. Although Changming's sect didn't lack geniuses, they always lost to other sects in the annual competitions. Mu Zhongshi and Ming Shuo were always bickering and arguing endlessly. Eldest senior brother Chu Yingdi had the highest cultivation level, but he always looked half dead, as if he were about to leave the world at any moment. Shuai was the only relatively normal one. Just then, Mu Zhongshi walked in with a grin. "Master, what did you call us for?" The sect leader was already a little annoyed, and this troublemaker made him even more impatient. He scolded, "Can you calm down, you brat? You're always going down the mountain with that outer sect, disciple Yiao. Do you have relatives down there?" Mu Zhongshi said with a wronged expression, "Besides Yiao, no one wants to play with me." He pointed at his 2 senior brothers. These 2 are always showing off their affection. Senior brother Chu is always elusive. Both the outer and inner sects are afraid of me because I'm a direct disciple. Only Yiao is willing to go down the mountain with me. The sect leader didn't scold him anymore and just said, "I called you here today mainly to ask you, do you want a junior sister or a junior aunt? I plan to take on another direct disciple." Mu Zhongshi didn't hesitate. Of course, a junior sister. Every sect has junior sisters. Only our sect is full of stinky men. Shuai also echoed, "I like girls." The sect leader stroked his beard and thought for a moment, then agreed. "I've already taken on 4 male disciples. It's time to take on a female disciple." The sect leader then asked, "Who do you think is suitable?" As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, Shuai and Mu Zhongshi said in unison, "Yiao." Shuai said, "Master, I think she's quite good." A meaningful smile appeared on the sect leader's lips. He thought to himself, "I don't know why, but I always feel that this little junior sister will liven up the sect. I just happen to like things lively." Then he turned to ask Ming Shuo, and Ming Shuo had no objections either. Regardless of everyone's thoughts, Mu Zhongshi interjected, "Anyway, our sect is always at the bottom. We probably won't find any geniuses this year. Yiao is quite good, smart, and interesting." The sect leader stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "I heard that girl has no talent and lacks the discipline of a cultivator. She just lazes around and sleeps all day, and often encourages Mu Zhongshi to go down the mountain. Although Mu Zhongshi's reasoning was somewhat strange, upon closer inspection, it made a lot of sense. After all, for the past 100 years, Changming Sect had always been last. Who the fifth direct disciple was didn't seem that important. In Yiao's room, she was happily preparing for bed when suddenly someone knocked on the door and shouted, "Yiao, the sect leader wants you to go to the main hall immediately." Hearing that the sect leader wanted to see her, Yiao had a bad feeling. Visiting the sect leader required climbing over 900 steps. As she climbed, she complained, "Can't they be considerate of the fact that I can't fly with a sword? I have to climb the mountain step by step." When she arrived, she greeted the sect leader and the 3 senior brothers with a sleepy face. Seeing this, the sect leader became even more convinced of his previous thoughts. Indeed, the rumors were true. This child really had no motivation. Nighttime had the most abundant spiritual energy, yet she was sleeping during such precious time. The sect leader kindly asked, Yiao, are you willing to become a direct disciple?" Yiao was instantly petrified. "What have I done to deserve becoming a direct disciple?" The sect leader said, "These 3 are your senior brothers. You should have met them all, right?" Seeing her silence, the sect leader chuckled. "This child is just too shy to speak." Yiao looked at Mu Zhongshi, her face full of difficulty, thinking, "Of course, I've met them. We even went down the mountain together a few days ago, and now he's my senior brother." Seeing her like this, Mu Zhongshi thought Yiao was too happy to speak. The sect leader said to her, "Pack your things and move here tomorrow." Yiao almost cried, forcing out the words, "This disciple obeys." The sect leader looked at Yiao and thought, "Not bad, she's almost moved to tears. Although this child has average talent, she is at least grateful." Lying in bed, Yiao's mind was a mess. How did things turn out like this? Direct disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples. Direct disciples had the heaviest responsibilities. In addition to participating in various competitions, they also had to attend classes. Mu Zhongshi had said that the inner sect elders would personally train their reaction speed, and he was beaten every day in class. She had even pretended to comfort him. She never thought it would be her turn now. The next day, everyone in the sect knew she had become a direct disciple, and there was much discussion. Most people were not optimistic. In Yiao's room, Duan was helping her pack her luggage. "Little one, you're amazing. You've become a direct disciple." Seeing her unhappy, he pinched her cheeks with both hands. "Smile. Why the long face?" Yiao forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Before leaving, she handed Duan a stack of talismans, saying they were spirit-gathering talismans, and told him to stick them to his headboard at night so he could cultivate while lying down. Duan looked at the talismans suspiciously. "Really? Just lie down and cultivate? Is there such a good thing?" Yiao didn't say much. "You'll know if you try. I'm leaving." As soon as she opened the door, a sword was pointed at her face. The sword wielder was Ningting, an inner disciple of Changming Sect. "How can you be a direct disciple? Are you close to one of the senior brothers? Otherwise, how could a waste with mediocre spiritual roots like you live in the main peak and cultivate with Shuang Shiqiang?" Yiao calmly pushed the sword away. "Senior sister, let's talk things out. Drawing swords is forbidden in the sect." She sighed. "You don't know how much I envy you." Ningting asked doubtfully, "You envy me? Envy what?" Yiao looked as if she was about to cry. "I envy those of you who don't have to work so hard." Seeing her like this, Ningting even thought she had a problem with her head. Just then, Chu Yingdi, the eldest disciple of Changming Sect, appeared and said to Yiao, "Let's go." Seeing Chu Yingdi, Yiao thought, in the novel, this eldest disciple is a melancholic, handsome man, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. In the end, he was saved by the gentle, kind, and universally loved female protagonist. Now, Chu Yingdi had dutifully become a member of the female protagonist harem. Chu Yingdi noticed Yiao's hair sticking up and reached out to smooth it down, but sprang back up. He pressed it down several times, becoming more and more frustrated. Seeing this, Yiao thought, "Does eldest senior brother have OCD?" Not long after, Chu Yingdi took Yiao on his sword and flew towards the main peak. "This is your junior sister." After saying this, Chu Yingdi handed Yiao over to Shuaiyu and hurriedly left. The reason he did this was because he really wanted to draw his sword and fix the few stray hairs on Yiao's head. After calming down, Yiao asked Shuaiyu, third senior brother, "Doesn't Changming's sect have a formal discipleship ceremony?" Shuaiyu replied, "No, none of us four had one." Yiao asked again, "Then why do other sects have them?" Shuaiyu cleared his throat, "Probably because we're poor." Then he continued to explain, "We only need to attend 2 classes, mind cultivation and cultivation practice, and the elders will teach them. If you have any questions, you can ask the elders or any of us senior brothers." After hearing this, Yiao almost wanted to cry. "Isn't this just high school? What did I do wrong? I finally escaped the cage of high school a few years ago, and now I have to go back to school after transmigrating." Yiao's vision suddenly turned white from a surge of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was astonishingly rich. She finally understood why there was such a huge difference in cultivation between direct disciples and ordinary people. The spiritual energy here was practically inexhaustible. Seeing Yiao's discomfort, Shuaiyu took out a spiritual pill from his sleeve and handed it to her. "This is a spirit-stabilizing pill. Take one and you'll feel better." Yiao was surprised because the effects of the spirit-stabilizing pill were mentioned in the original novel. It could stabilize spiritual power. If someone with an unstable foundation forcibly increased their cultivation using heavenly treasures, taking this pill would solidify their foundation. Even for a genius like Shuaiyu, Changming's sect only refined 3 portions in 3 years, and all of them were given to the female lead, Shir. Receiving such a precious gift, Yiao smiled happily. "Third senior brother, you're so nice." Shuaiyu also felt very pleased. Junior sister is so cute and polite, unlike Mu Zhongshi, who wants everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Zhongshi appeared. Mu Zhongshi descended from the sky and landed in front of the two. On her first day as a direct disciple, Yiao witnessed a brawl between 2 senior brothers. Mu Zhongshi landed beside Yiao, and Shuaiyu stood up and pointed angrily at Mingshuo. "Mingshuo, do you want to fight?" Mingshuo appeared indifferent and calmly replied, "Would I be afraid of you?" Yiao curiously asked Shuaiyu, "Are they always like this?" Shuaiyu was already used to it and casually replied, "Yeah, it'll be fine once they're done fighting. Don't worry." It was Yiao's first time watching a fight, and she was thrilled, watching the 2 senior brothers fight with anticipation and silently cheering them on in her heart. Fight, 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 fight. Unexpectedly, her expression was seen through by Shuaiyu. Why does it seem like junior sister is so excited? Yiao realized her expression was too obvious and quickly put on a distressed look. Shuaiyu was speechless. "Do you think I can't tell you're excited just because you changed your expression?" To stop the 2 from fighting, Elder Zhao stepped forward to intervene. All right, stop arguing. All of you get to the training grounds. Elder Duan will be here soon." Everyone was already sweating profusely on the training grounds. Elder Duan was an elder of Changming's sect. It was Yiao's first time meeting Elder Duan. Standing in front of him, she felt like a tiny ant, incredibly nervous. Elder Duan placed his hands on her shoulders, and with a thud, Yiao fell face first onto the ground. It hurt. Mu Zhongshi felt a little sorry for her and said, "Elder, she hasn't been beaten like this for years. It's her first day. Please go easy on her." Elder Duan directly stuffed a manual into Yiao's hands and said, "Practice the windwalk technique first. This is a speed-enhancing manual. Everyone has one." Then he squinted at Yiao. "I'll check your progress in 3 days. If you're too slow, watch out for a kick in the butt." Understood. Yiao was still wondering what kind of kick he meant when Elder Duan glared fiercely at Mu Zhongshi and then kicked him in the butt with a crisp sound. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and train." Seeing this scene, Yiao was immediately terrified. Although she was lazy, she didn't want to be kicked in the butt. It was time to study seriously. 3 days later, on the training grounds, Yiao ran desperately as Elder Duan shouted behind her, "Faster, faster." A moment later, Elder Duan kicked Yiao in the rear. "Too slow. Speed up." Yiao finally understood why they had to learn windwalk technique first. Its greatest benefit was dodging kicks. She was completely out of breath. Just then, Mu Zhongshi grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Run with me. Don't slack off. It's not over yet. If you don't want to be kicked, stick with me." Elder Duan chased after them with gusto. "Good. Keep running. Run like your lives depend on it." On the training grounds, the junior disciples ran for their lives, while Mu Zhongshi leisurely sipped tea, not forgetting to taunt, "Hey, small potato, Why are you so short? Does your family not feed you? So infuriating, so frustrating. But she could only force herself to calm down. Calm down, calm down. Don't get angry when others try to provoke you. Getting sick is your own loss. He was a direct disciple, very powerful, never got kicked, and was just watching the show from the sidelines. How annoying. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a flash. In Talisman's class, Elder Yiao droned on at the podium, and Yiao had already started dozing off. Elder Yiao had long noticed her slacking off. When it came time for questions, he called on her directly. Yiao, answer my previous question. If you can't, go copy scriptures in the Scripture Pavilion. Yiao screamed internally. Why is Elder Yiao always picking on me? What did I do to him? Just then, her eyes darted around and landed on Ming Shua, who was yawning. An idea sparked in her mind, and with a mischievous grin, she pointed at him. Elder, senior brother Ming Shua, says he knows the answer. Poor Ming Shua, who had been sitting quietly, was suddenly called upon. The culprit was his junior sister. The elder asked Ming Shua to come up and demonstrate. Ming Shua looked bewildered. He had been daydreaming and had no idea what they were learning. Yiao looked at Ming Shua, feeling extremely smug. If you don't go to hell, who will? Second senior brother, you are the hope of the Changming Sect's talisman lineage. Capable people have to do more work, and senior brothers are meant to take the blame. It's not because he called me Thunder Potato that I did this. Hee, giggling day after day, she hid her sleepy eyes behind her book. Then someone whispered in her ear, little junior sister, class is over, let's go. She jumped up in excitement, nearly knocking over the table. Just as she was about to rush to the dining hall, Ming Shua, covering his face, suppressed a laugh and grabbed her, stopping her in her tracks. Yiao rolled her eyes, sensing something was wrong. Didn't you say class was over? Why was everyone still sitting? Her other two senior brothers just stared at her, as if she were crazy. Elder Zhao roared furiously, Yiao, what are you doing standing up? Are you dissatisfied with my class? Were you kicking the table to make the class more interesting? Ming Shua gloated, covering his mouth with his fan and whispering to her, Heaven has eyes, evil will be punished, little junior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Zhao's anger turned towards him. And you, Ming Shua, you can't even answer such a simple question. Both of you, go copy scriptures in the Scripture Pavilion after class. Understood. The smug smile on Ming Shua's face slowly disappeared. Now, it was Yiao's turn to smile. Let's go. Mutual destruction, the cycle of karma. Which side is karma on now, senior brother? After class, the two went to the Scripture Pavilion together. The senior brother guarding the Scripture Pavilion saw Yiao and asked Yiao here to clean again. That again made Yiao uncomfortable. Since she started attending Elder Zhao's mind cultivation class, she had been there more than 10 times. The two were punished with cleaning the Scripture Pavilion again. Yiao was focused on finishing quickly so she could eat and rest, while Ming Shua leisurely read a book. Annoyed, Yiao swept her broom at his feet and shouted, Move. Ming Shua glared at her and reluctantly shifted. Seeing the way she looked at him, he felt a little uncomfortable and said, I am the only direct disciple of the Changming Sect's talisman lineage, and also your senior brother. Don't you know you should respect your senior brother? Yiao clapped her hands and said, Wow, so impressive. When we're punished, we're all the same. So the two glared at each other, neither willing to give in. Seeing this, the senior brother guarding the pavilion said, You can't eat until you're finished. Yiao didn't care. She threw down her broom and lay down to rest, ignoring him. I won't do it if I don't want to. An hour later, the two were still glaring at each other. Ming Shua then clutched his stomach and complained, I am hungry. Yiao sat up weakly. Me too. Finding common ground, they stopped arguing and worked together to clean the Scripture Pavilion. Dust flew everywhere, making the Jade custodian cough. He looked up and saw the two youngsters drop their brooms and run. We've finished cleaning the first 2 floors. He yelled after them, Come back after lunch. He hopped with rage, cursing the 2 idiots under his breath. Then he yelled at the sky, and this is the promising talent you spoke of. She's more like a reincarnation of a starving ghost, if you ask me. The Jade custodian thought this because the Grand Elder had praised Yiao's exceptional memory, claiming she had a photographic recall. Even Mu Zhongshi, a natural-born sword cultivator, had taken over 10 days to learn the clear wind steps, yet Yiao had mastered it in just 3. That's why he had suggested Elder Zhao assign her to clean the Scripture Pavilion, so she could read more books and not waste her talent. But this little girl was truly outrageous, running off after cleaning without even glancing at a single book. Yiao, having eaten her fill, was now full of energy. Ming Shuo, however, was utterly terrified by her, a fact she was completely oblivious to. In his mind, the female disciples in the sect ate only 2 steamed buns to feel full, and they ate with grace. Yiao, on the other hand, devoured 5 steamed buns in one go, without a care in the world. The two then prepared to clean the 3rd floor. This floor was filled with talisman books, piquing Yiao's interest. Where did all these books come from? She asked Ming Shuo. He explained that they were passed down from the founding ancestor, and every book in the Scripture Pavilion was a unique, irreplaceable copy. He added that only direct disciples were allowed to enter other sects' Scripture Pavilions. Outer and inner disciples weren't even allowed to clean them. Yiao flipped through a few books, her curiosity growing. Holding up an open book, she asked Ming Shuo, "What's this controlling fire talisman used for? It looks quite valuable." Ming Shuo looked at her suspiciously. "You're a sword cultivator. Why are you asking about this?" She often stayed up late drawing talismans to sell. How could she not be interested? Yiao supiresit had exitement. Although I'm a sword cultivator, I've always admired those born with talent for talismans, especially after hearing about geniuses like second senior brother. It makes me yearn for such abilities. Hearing his junior sister praise him, Ming Shuo feigned indifference, but inwardly he was preening. Wanting to impress his junior sister with his skills, he picked up a piece of talisman paper. "Watch closely. I'll only show you once." Yiao, with her photographic memory, watched Ming Shuo's brushstrokes intently. He drew the talisman, and upon completion, the paper burst into flames. This was the controlling fire talisman. Who knew how others cleaned the Scripture Pavilion? But these 2 disciples nearly set the books on fire. Yiao was thrilled to see Ming Shuo draw the talisman. So amazing. So cool. It was the first time she'd seen a proper talisman cultivator at work. Seeing his junior sister's excitement, Ming Shuo puffed up with pride. "If you want to learn, I can teach you." With her photographic memory, Yiao didn't need any teaching. "Thank you, senior brother, but there's no need." She picked up a brush and started drawing. Ming Shuo gaped as Yiao successfully drew the talisman on her first try. Seeing the burning talisman flying around haphazardly, Ming Shuo quickly dodged, but the bookshelf wasn't so lucky. He hastily used a water-based spell to extinguish the flames, but he couldn't prevent a corner of the Scripture Pavilion from being scorched. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a furious roar erupted behind them. Yiao. Ming Shuo. The Jade Custodian grabbed the 2 troublemakers by the back of their collars, bellowing, "You 2 dare to play with fire in the Scripture Pavilion. Are you insane? Or are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Knowing they were in trouble, they could only mumble. Ming Shuo said it wasn't me. Yiao also whispered, "I didn't dare." The Jade Custodian pointed at the burnt corner. "Didn't dare. And yet you burned the Scripture Pavilion like this. Look, at least a dozen unique talisman copies are completely ruined." The Jade Custodian picked up a few books, wailing dramatically. Filled with guilt and wanting to make amends, Yiao asked the Jade Custodian, "Do you have shadow stones? Since they're unique copies, you must have made backups with shadow stones, right? Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, wouldn't you be heartbroken?" Wiping his tears, the Jade Custodian handed her a shadow stone. "So what if we do? Shadow stones can only be viewed once. They self-destruct after use. Do you think you can memorize everything after just one viewing?" Yiao said confidently, "Tell you what, if you trust me, give me all the shadow stones for these dozen or so talisman books. I'll copy them all down for you." The Jade Custodian was skeptical of Yiao's words. Hearing from Elder Duan about Yiao's exceptional memory, the Jade Custodian handed her the shadow stones and instructed her to copy them in the Forbidden Grounds. She wasn't to leave until she finished. Seeing this, Ming Shuo was about to slip away when he was called out. "You, go with her. You can't leave until she's finished copying." By this time, the news of Yiao burning the Scripture Pavilion was spreading like wildfire throughout the sect. Elder Duan, having tea with Yuching, mentioned Yiao with some agitation. "Your little junior sister has caused trouble again. She burned the Scripture Pavilion, and with Ming Shuo, no less." This Yiao, when she first joined the sect, she made a huge hole in the plaza. She only just became a direct disciple, and now she's burned the Scripture Pavilion. Chu Ingdi listened with an impassive face, but his heart was full of doubt. Did I take on a junior sister or pick up a walking disaster? Yiao and Ming Shua arrived at the Forbidden Grounds and saw a familiar figure standing alone, looking dejected. Yiao called out, "Third senior brother, Shuayu." Shuayu turned around and saw them, his face lighting up. "You're here too. What did you do wrong?" The Forbidden Grounds are where direct disciples reflect on their mistakes. "You normally can't get in here," Yiao said gloomily. "I burned the Scripture Pavilion." Shuayu pointed at Ming Shua and asked, "What about him?" "Oh, he burned it with me," Yiao replied. Shuayu looked shocked. "Do you two have a grudge against the custodian?" Yiao sighed and explained, "No, we were just playing with fire. It got a little out of hand, and we accidentally burned a few books." Wanting to leave the Forbidden Grounds as soon as possible, the two senior brothers urged their junior sister to copy furiously until she had a nosebleed. Ming Shua asked Shuayu, "Why are you here?" Shuayu proudly boasted to his fellow disciples, "I refined some pills for a few senior brothers next door, but there was a slight problem with the recipe and I poisoned them all." Yiao was speechless. Are these guys some kind of evil, crooked direct disciples? Yiao began copying. She picked up a shadow stone and entered her spiritual space, writing furiously. Seeing this, Shuayu quietly asked Ming Shua, "What's little junior sister doing?" Ming Shua replied, "She burned more than 10 talisman books on the 3rd floor. To appease the custodian's anger, she promised to recopy them all." Shuayu was astonished. She really has that kind of memory. Then little junior sister's talent is truly heaven-defying. A day later, to speed things up, Yiao's writing had become like chicken scratch. She was dizzy, lightheaded, and exhausted. Seeing this, the two senior brothers desperately cheered her on. "Little junior sister, keep going. We believe in you." They even stepped forward to massage her hands. In reality, they were doing this because they couldn't leave until she finished. Encouraged by her two senior brothers, Yiao gritted her teeth and continued to grip her brush. But half an hour later, she was completely drained. Seeing her pitiful state, the two senior brothers still refused to let her off. "Your spiritual energy is depleted, but whether we can leave depends entirely on you, little junior sister. You have to hold on." With that, Shuayu handed her a spiritual pill. "I have some spirit replenishing pills here. Take a few and keep writing." Ming Shua also held her hand and encouraged her. "I believe that as long as you work hard, we can live the life we want." But in his heart, he thought, "Little junior sister, can you write a little faster? I really want to get out of here." Yiao swallowed the spirit replenishing pill and continued copying. After a while, Shuayu noticed a change in her expression and asked, "Did you break through?" Yiao sensed the change in her spiritual consciousness and replied, "It seems like it." She had now reached the peak of qi refining, only one step away from foundation establishment. Ming Shua was shocked. Is leveling up this easy now? Going from great completion of qi refining to the peak is a huge leap. Very few people can do it so smoothly. Shuayu thought, could it be that little junior sister's comprehension of the talismans led to her breakthrough? But alchemists level up through alchemy, and talisman makers level up through drawing talismans. But isn't she a sword cultivator? Do sword cultivators also level up through drawing talismans? The two senior brothers curiously discussed, "Have you heard of dual cultivation? Isn't that something only people with extremely high comprehension can achieve?" To interrupt her senior brother's curiosity, Yiao interjected, "Don't think too much about it. Maybe the spiritual energy here is just too dense." 2 days later, Yiao and her two senior brothers went to hand in the books. The Jade Custodian glanced at one of the pages, his expression full of satisfaction. Then he let Yiao and Ming Shua leave. The two senior brothers didn't say a word, happily running off. Yiao inwardly complained, "These two are truly heartless, not even waiting for me." "Yiao, come here for a moment." Hearing the Jade Custodian call her, she felt a little uneasy. Inside the Scripture Pavilion, the Jade Custodian led Yiao to the 3rd floor, where he picked up an ancient scroll and said to Yiao in a gentle tone, "Little girl, do me a favor." Seeing the Jade Custodian like this, Yiao felt a bit scared, always feeling this wouldn't be anything good. "I don't want to cause trouble. I just want to go back to sleep." The Jade Custodian reverently lifted the ancient scroll and said, "These scrolls were left left by the founding ancestor of our Changming sect for future generations to study. They contain many ancient alchemy formulas. If you can remember the contents of the Shadow Stones, these ancient scrolls shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Yiao put on a pitiful look. Jade Custodian, I'm a person, not a god. What are you trying to say? Yiao's money-loving nature was revealed again. I can help you copy the books, but you have to pay me. After all, my sleep is precious. Yiao haggled with the Jade Custodian, almost crying. Doesn't this child know how poor our Changming sect is? We can barely afford food, and she still wants money. He seriously held up a finger and said, I'll give you a bottle of spirit pills. Yiao looked disgusted and unconcerned. No, I'd rather be lazy and sleep. She originally hated reading the most. If there was money, it would be a different story. Seeing this, the Jade Custodian quickly stopped her. Wait, 2 bottles. This is my bottom line. Yiao didn't care at all. Sigh, reading is worse than sleeping. Afraid that Yiao would really leave, the Jade Custodian grabbed her braid and said through gritted teeth, with tears in his eyes, as long as you copy all these ancient texts without missing a single word, you can choose any spirit pills you want from the Medicine Pavilion. Hee, that's more like it. Deal. Yiao got her way and smiled happily. Seeing her smile, the Jade Custodian suddenly felt like he had fallen into a trap. Yiao entered her spiritual consciousness space. She saw the founding ancestor of the Changming sect putting medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace and heard him sigh. The sect's dogs are almost starving to death, and I'm still thinking about alchemy. This old man should just go home and raise pigs if he has money. Yiao memorized everything and started copying. The Jade Custodian watched, dumbfounded. He didn't expect this stubborn girl to have such an ability. As soon as she finished writing, her nose started bleeding. The Jade Custodian concernedly handed her the key. Go back and rest early. Yiao slowly walked out the door, popped the kidney-replenishing pill Shuayu gave her in her mouth, and no longer wanted to sleep. I'm going to raid the Medicine Pavilion. 2 disciples entered the alchemy room and took 1/10 of the precious spirit pills from the Medicine Pavilion. The alchemist could only cry on the side. Yiao, with a nosebleed, went to find her 3rd senior brother, Shuayu. Junior sister, what are you doing dressed like a female ghost in the middle of the night? Yiao shook the key. 3rd senior brother, let's go to the alchemy room. The Jade Custodian gave me the key to the Medicine Pavilion. He said it was to thank me for helping him copy the books, and I can take any spirit pills I want. But I don't understand medicine, so come with me. Shuayu said. That miser suddenly became generous. How strange. All right, I'm very interested, no problem. Senior brother will take you to pick some out, and we'll really fleece him. A moment later, the 2 came out of the Medicine Pavilion, each carrying a large bag, their faces full of joy. In stark contrast to the 2, the Peak Master of Changming Sect's Dan Peak was crying helplessly. These 2 little ancestors not only took 1/10 of the precious spirit pills from the Medicine Pavilion, but they also took the spirit herbs from my medicine field. In Yiao's room, Shuayu discovered that the spiritual energy in her room was richer than elsewhere, almost comparable to the Forbidden Grounds. He advised, the Sect competition is still more than half a year away. In such a good place, you should cultivate properly. Yiao nodded after listening. You're right, but the next second, she burrowed in her bed to sleep. As a philosopher said, one should go to bed at 10 o'clock at night, otherwise it's not good for the body. Good night, 3rd senior brother. Don't bother. She was already sound asleep. Actually, the reason was that she had pasted spirit-gathering talismans in her room. Shuayu didn't know this, so he looked at her suspiciously, having wasted his breath persuading her for a long time, yet she could still fall asleep. The next day in the dining hall, Yiao overheard 2 fellow disciples discussing it just refined 2 pills. Should I sneak down the mountain and sell them today? Sure, these 2 should fetch 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Then I won't have to eat steamed buns anymore. She suddenly popped up behind them and asked, are alchemists really that profitable? It feels like only we sword cultivators are the poorest. A bottle of mid-grade spirit restoration pills can sell for 300 high-grade spirit stones. The phrase sword cultivators are poor made Yiao's heart clench. She thought, luckily, I grabbed some medicinal herbs last night. Now I have quite a few high-grade pills, but these precious pills can't be sold casually. Maybe I can try refining some new pills to sell. Yiao even considered trying to refine pills using the ancient methods she copied yesterday. She asked, how much is a decent alchemy furnace? The senior brother said, a good alchemy furnace costs about 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. She was dumbfounded and immediately turned to run. How could a girl who loved money as much as her life make such a huge investment? She decided to just find a big iron pot in the dining hall to refine pills. Aren't pots and alchemy furnaces the same? Acting on her decision, she immediately started refining. With the spiritual herbs she swiped from Dan Peak last night and the ancestral pill recipe she found in the ancient texts, Yiao strictly followed the pill refining steps. But when it came to the seasoning step, she chose her favorite, snail rice noodles. As she prepared to open the pot, she was full of anticipation. But when she opened the lid and saw the spirit pills she had refined, she suddenly doubted her life, thinking, strange, third senior brother's pills are all round like pearls, white, bright, and plump. Why do mine look overnourished? She comforted herself. I can't compare myself to others. At least these are still edible, right? She was an assassin in her past life, and also a kitchen assassin. It was already pretty good that her first attempt at pill refining turned out like this. She took the spirit pills and ran to find someone to test them. Her first target was third senior brother Shuaiyu. Shuaiyu was lecturing the inner disciples, saying that one should be free from distractions during cultivation, because there are always malicious interferences during competitions, and one must learn to ignore them. After saying that, he even gave a demonstration, and everyone looked at him with admiration. Unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face the next second. Yiao ran over and shouted, "Third senior brother, I brought you something good." Yiao handed the snail rice noodle-flavored spirit pill to Shuaiyu. He immediately pinched his nose, looking like he was about to vomit, and waved his hands frantically. He said to Yiao, "Take that pill away." A few seconds later, the alchemy furnace suddenly exploded. Shuaiyu sighed, "Junior sister, you're too ruthless. I've been refining pills for so many years, and this is the first time I've been fumigated like this and had a furnace explode." It exploded. Yiao interjected, "Senior brother Shuaiyu, want to try it? I think it should taste good." Shuaiyu stared at the spirit pill, his face shadowed. "I'm not going to eat it." "You eat it, junior sister." At this moment, Elder Zhao angrily kicked the door open and pointed at Yiao, yelling, "Yiao, how dare you cook dung in the lecture hall?" Yiao hugged the spirit pill, looking wronged. "Elder, you don't have to eat it if you don't like it, but don't insult it. This is the first pill I've ever refined. How can you describe it with such vulgar words?" Elder Zhao was still furious and told her to get out. As she was leaving, she broke the spirit pill in half and stuffed one half into Shuaiyu's hand. "Third senior brother, I'll go first. Remember to eat it and tell me how it tastes." Shuaiyu clutched the half pill, his heart pounding. At this time, senior brother Ming Shua passed by, and Shuaiyu quickly called out, "Junior brother, come here. Junior sister refined a pill and is sharing half with you." "Really? Junior sister can refine pills too." Ming Shua happily poked his head in through the window and asked. Shuaiyu seized the opportunity to stuff the half of the delicious spirit pill Yiao refined into Ming Shua's mouth. As soon as Ming Shua swallowed the half pill, he immediately vomited everything he had eaten. Shuaiyu narrowly escaped disaster. Good brothers share good fortune and push misfortune onto others. In Ming Shua's room, Shuaiyu said, "Second senior brother, I came to bring you something good." Looking at the half pill, Ming Shua's face was full of resistance. "What the hell is this? Shuaiyu, do you hate me? Are you trying to poison me with this biochemical weapon?" Yiao said tearfully, "I refined it." Ming Shua quickly smoothed things over. "Oh, I see. I knew that good-for-nothing Shuaiyu definitely couldn't refine such a big pill." Yiao seized the opportunity and said, "Then try it." Although Ming Shua was reluctant, he forced himself to swallow it, and the result was the same as with senior brother Ming Shua. At the Intersect Elder Council, Sect Master Zhang Mingzong said, "That girl named Ying Chao is stuck at the peak of qi refining. I originally planned to let a few direct disciples go to the secret realm for training in a few days." Elder Zhao outwardly stroked his beard leisurely, but inwardly he was shouting, "Quickly get that little rabbit Yiao out of Chaming's sect. If she doesn't leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist stabbing her with my sword." Sect Master Zhang Mingzong stroked his beard and made a decision. "If everyone has no objections, then let these children go." Elder Zhao was hoping to hear these words. Overjoyed, finally, these little brats are being sent away. If it weren't against the sect rules to light fires, I'd set off a couple of strings of firecrackers to celebrate. Shuaiyu was heading to Yiao's room, preparing to tell her the news. "Junior sister, a small secret realm at the foot of Qingyun Peak is about to open. Hurry up and pack your bags." Tomorrow, your 3 senior brothers will take you for training. He also said that every year, the secret realm at the foot of Qingyun Peak is occupied by the Asking Sword Sect and the Jade Qian Sect, but the direct disciples of the Jade Qian Sect are too arrogant and probably look down on such a small secret realm. Hearing that it was the small secret realm of Qingyun Peak, Yiao remembered that the original story also mentioned this place. It held many treasures. The female lead, Shir, obtained many ancient plants in this secret realm. But in the original story, only the Jade Qing sect entered this small secret realm. This time, Changming's sect is going too. Could it be because of the butterfly effect I caused? The next day, the 3 senior brothers were all wearing extremely eye-catching direct disciple robes. Ming Shuo waved to her, "Junior sister, over here." Then he handed her a direct disciple robe. This is the protective robe of Changming sect's direct disciples, made of 1,000-year ice silkworm silk, impervious to water and fire. Looking at her 3 senior brothers, she thought, these direct disciple protective robes are too conspicuous. Senior brothers quickly change into ordinary clothes. The more low-key, the better. Ming Shuo asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Aren't the direct disciple robes very nice?" She only said, "No, actually." She had a plan in mind. Mainly, if you wear direct disciple robes to set traps, aren't you announcing your sect to the world? After a while, seeing that the 3 senior brothers had changed their clothes, she nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Ming Shuo urged her, all right, stop dawdling. Get on the crane, we should set off." In Qingyun town, some people were selling various talismans. Ming Shuo told her that he had recently heard that a type of talisman called the Spirit Gathering Talisman was quite popular. It seemed that one could cultivate just by lying down. Should they buy one to try? Yiao quickly stopped him. "Don't buy it, it's a scam." "How do you know? Let's buy one and try. It's not expensive anyway." Not expensive anyway. Yiao felt like an arrow had pierced her heart. She felt like she was the only poor person in the world. She quickly grabbed Ming Shuo's hand. "Let's find it in first. The other sects will be here soon, and there won't be any rooms left then." Her main purpose was to prevent second senior brother from being scammed or even losing his life. Those spirit gathering talismans were drawn by her. Initially, she just wanted to earn some pocket money, but she didn't expect other Taoists to discover their miraculous effects, and the situation got out of hand. The 5 major sects strictly forbade disciples from privately selling talismans and pills. If she were discovered, she was afraid she would be locked up in the sect's prison and permanently expelled from the talisman world. The worst part was that the surrounding merchants, sensing a business opportunity, started making counterfeit goods, and the selling price was more than 10 times higher than what she originally sold them for. Ming Shuo could only sigh and comply with her. All right, let's find it in first. Inwardly, he thought there would be other opportunities to buy them later. Back at the inn, everyone was excitedly discussing. Just by looking at their clothes, you could tell they were disciples of the Jade Qing sect. Is that the Jade Qing sect's new junior sister? Most of the praise was directed at Shir. Yiao turned and asked Ming Shuo, "Did you see that girl?" "Yes, why?" She asked because, in the original story, among all the male supporting characters, Ming Shuo was the easiest to fall for. This fool had no defenses and was ultimately played by the female lead. Yiao pointed at Shir and said, "For senior brother, have you heard this saying? Without a woman in your heart, your sword is divine." The first page of the sword manual says, "Before becoming a god, first slay the love in your heart." In Ming Shuo's eyes, Yiao was simply crazy. He urged her, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If we don't book a room, the guest rooms will all be taken. Qingyun loves to raise prices, and it will be even more expensive if we go late." Hearing this, she grabbed Ming Shuo's hand and ran. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Arriving at the inn, she wasn't sure what room to rent, so she consulted with Ming Shuo, "Fourth senior brother, there are 4 of us. Which room is the cheapest?" Shir saw Yiao's figure deep in thought and wasn't sure if it was really senior sister Yiao. The Yiao of before was quiet and gentle, completely unremarkable, entirely different from this lively girl. Shir walked forward and asked, "May I ask which sect this fellow Taoist is from?" Yiao replied casually, "A small, insignificant sect. There's no point in mentioning it now." At this moment, someone interrupted Shir's questioning, calling out, "Junior sister, let's go." It was Song Han Qing, the eldest senior brother of the Jade Qing sect. Watching Shir walk over, Ming Shuo said, "That girl is a new disciple of the Jade-Qing sect. I heard she's a top-tier water spiritual root genius." Shuai Yu asked, "Yes, but who is the person next to her? He's even more pretentious than me." Ming Shuo retorted discontentedly, "That's the eldest senior brother of the Jade-Qing sect, on the same level as our eldest senior brother. Of course, he'll be a bit arrogant." Hearing this, Yi Qiao's heart sank. The eldest senior brother of the Jade-Qing sect was also here. Now, without their eldest senior brother's help when competing for the spiritual herbs, they wouldn't stand a chance. The Jade-Qing sect disciples were sizing up the four of them. Among these four, there are 2 golden core cultivators, 1 half-step golden core, and the young girl is at the chi refining stage. Right. At this moment, the innkeeper announced loudly, "Fellow Taoists, all the other rooms are full. Only the superior rooms are left, 100 high-grade spirit stones each." Hearing the price, both Shuai Yu and Yi Qiao's faces changed. Shuai Yu shouted loudly, "What? 100 high-grade spirit stones? Did you crawl out of some impoverished backwater black market inn?" Shuai Yu and Ming Shuo wished they could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. It was so embarrassing. How could direct disciples be so shameful? The people from before laughed smugly. "All right, stop dreaming. How could they be direct disciples of a major sect? Poor like this, they're probably rogue cultivators who've cultivated for hundreds of years to barely reach golden core." Shir was secretly pleased. How could direct disciples be so embarrassing? As long as they weren't direct disciples of a major sect, it was fine. Outside the small Qingyan secret realm, everyone was talking, saying that it was full of fog and inhaling it would cause dizziness. Shuai Yu also said that to prevent accidents, many people would buy artifacts to resist the fog. Do we have any artifacts? No, the Chaming sect doesn't have any artifact refiners. No one can refine artifacts. If we want to buy them, we can only go to the Chengfeng sect. They have plenty of artifact refiners. Yi Qiao was a little worried. Are we just going in like this, without any preparations? She remembered that in the original story, every time the female lead entered a secret realm, she had a bunch of artifacts and pills on her. She wondered why she was so pathetic this time. Ming Shuo even teased her. "If you can hold your breath, hold your breath. If you can't, stuff something up your nose, but it'll be a hindrance in a fight." Yi Qiao thought about her modern life and figured that if it was just fog, it was probably similar to the morning mist in the modern world. A moment later, she made a few things resembling modern masks. She happily ran to her senior brothers with the masks. "Put these on. These are masks. They might be able to block the toxicity in the secret realm's fog. Wear them like this." The 3 senior brothers looked at her with question marks in their eyes. Although they thought these things looked strange, their junior sister was looking at them with anticipation, so they put them on. The 4 of them, wearing masks, attracted the attention of many people around them. Before entering the secret realm, she ran into Shir and Sua Zhao, her junior brother from her former sect. She guessed that only he and Song Hanqing were accompanying Shir into the secret realm this time. What a lovesick fool, losing from beginning to end. In the original story, Sua Zhao was at most a loyal dog, a spare tire, not even considered a male supporting character. Sua Zhao saw Yi Qiao looking at him and his junior sister, but since Yi Qiao was wearing a mask, he didn't recognize her. Sua Zhao thought to himself that his junior sister was beautiful and charming, and many female cultivators were jealous of her. It seemed that this was another female cultivator jealous of his junior sister. Someone saw Yi Qiao wearing a mask and boldly walked over to ask, "Fellow Taoist, what is it you're wearing on your face? Is it a new artifact refined by the Chengfeng sect? But why is there no spiritual power fluctuation?" Yi Qiao held up the masks in her hand and introduced, "These are masks I designed myself. Although they can't compare to artifacts, they might be able to resist the dangers brought by the secret realm's fog." Sensing a business opportunity, she immediately ran over, stood on a large rock, and held up the masks, shouting, "Big sale. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones. No losses, no deception. Anyone want to buy one and try?" Buyers swarmed around her like ants. Seeing this, Ming Shuo's eyes widened in admiration. Little junior sister is amazing, he thought. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have the nerve to sell things in front of so many people. Shuai Yu rolled his eyes. As long as it involves spirit stones, our little junior sister is full of energy. Seeing everyone scrambling to buy the masks, Sua Zhao scoffed. So greedy. How embarrassing. He didn't expect that he would soon be eating his words. The novel's female lead put on a concerned expression. It must be some poor, small sect. That girl is so pitiful. She's about my age, yet she has to lower herself for a few spirit stones. A moment later, the secret realm opened, and everyone filed in. Ming Shuo discovered that the mask Yiao gave him was indeed effective. He walked over to her and, pointing at the mask he was wearing, asked, "Little junior sister, your mask really can block this fog. Where did you get these strange things?" Yiao humit. Thanks to the wisdom of our predecessors, and also thanks to the advancement of technology, Shuayu had already prepared antidote pills, just in case little junior sister's masks didn't work, planning to distribute them to everyone. Now it seemed they wouldn't be needed. The Yiching sect disciples were using artifacts for protection, consuming their spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Suo Zhao said, "Senior brother, I noticed that those people who put on those masks don't seem to be showing any signs of poisoning. Should we buy a few too?" By the time he went to ask, his face was burning with shame. "Fellow Taoist, do you have any more masks for sale?" Yiao hadn't expected the Yiching sect disciples to actually buy her things. Of course, but the price has changed. It's not the same as before. The Yiching sect disciples assumed the masks were still 5 low-grade spirit stones, practically a steal. They were quickly proven wrong. One of them impatiently asked, "What do you mean? Do people from small sects always like to take advantage of others?" Yixiao naruit herius. 1 mask, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Suo Zhao's face darkened. "That's 50 times more expensive than before. You're deliberately targeting us, raising the price." Yixiao sighit dramatized. "Oh, there's nothing I can do. Our small sect is poor, you know." Inwardly, she remembered how Suo Zhao had told Shir about the floating life grass the original Yiao had painstakingly obtained. The spiritual herb was stolen, and she was even provoked. She said pointedly, a direct disciple of the Yiching sect shouldn't be short of this much, right? She knew that these direct disciples of large sects were extremely concerned about their face, so she didn't blame herself for taking advantage of the opportunity to rip them off. She didn't need to be polite. Suo Zhao gritted his teeth, too angry to speak. "Our Yiching sect has money, but we're not crazy. 100 high-grade spirit stones could buy a whole bottle of pills. Why should we buy this piece of junk?" However, there were still quite a few rogue cultivators watching. If they didn't buy, the Yiching sect would lose too much face. Under immense pressure, his senior brother forced down his anger and had Su Zhao give her the spirit stones. The transaction complete, so Zhao had a nagging feeling, though he wasn't sure if it was his imagination, that everyone around them was laughing at them. Shuai reminded everyone to watch their step. There were many mobile spirit herbs in the secret realm, some of which were even aggressive. Also, they shouldn't touch anything in the secret realm casually, and they shouldn't run around randomly, or they would easily get lost. Someone pointed at the Yiching sect disciples looking around. "What are those greedy Yiching sect guys doing?" Shuai replied, "They're probably looking for stronger rogue cultivators to follow so they can reap the benefits." The Yiching sect people love to take advantage of chaos. Once, when eldest senior brother and I entered a small secret realm for training, we ran into Song Hanqing. We finally found some azure grass, but as soon as senior brother defeated the guardian beast, Song Hanqing and his group snatched it away. Ming Shuo frowned. "Then what should we do? Should we stay away from them? I don't want to work hard to defeat a monster only to have them reap the rewards." Finally, Ming Shuo tugged on Yi Qiao's sleeve. "Let's go quickly. Let's not let them target us." But Yi Qiao grabbed her senior brother's sleeve in return. "Why should we be afraid of them? Don't you want revenge?" Hearing little junior sister mention revenge, the senior brothers quickly advised her to give up the idea. "Are we demon cultivators?" Little junior sister, we are righteous cultivators. We must be honorable and upright. We can't just take revenge." Ming Shuo added, "We're not demon cultivators, okay?" Yi Qiao thought for a moment, then changed her approach. "Then don't you want to get back at them?" She put on her most adorable expression. "Third senior brother, do you have any pills that can temporarily conceal one's cultivation level?" She knew cultivators like to show off their strength, but Shuayu liked to research strange things. Maybe he really did have some. Her real purpose was to have Shuayu conceal their cultivation levels. That was the most important thing. This way, they could set a trap for those Yiching sect disciples. "What are you planning now?" As a direct disciple for many years, Shuaiyu had seen it all, but Yiao's arrival constantly challenged his worldview. He had a bad feeling. Yiao continued to feign innocence. Nothing, I just want to make some friends and chat. Who would believe that? Meanwhile, the Yiching sect was looking for some rogue cultivators to follow them and pick up any overlooked treasures. Seeing the Yiching sect people approaching, Shuaiyu and Yiao began their performance. A leaf from the Enlightenment tree actually appeared here. Junior sister, you're the most capable among us. You must get that leaf. Don't worry, I'll protect it. Song Hanqing knew that the Enlightenment tree leaf could grant cultivators sudden enlightenment. Yun Shir tugged at Suo Zhao's sleeve and whispered, "Little senior brother, is this really all right?" He held her hand and explained, "The cultivation world is a jungle. Without strength, you can't protect your treasures. We're just teaching them a lesson." He smiled sinisterly to himself, letting them know what it meant to not flaunt your wealth. The Yiching sect originally intended to rob others, but they fell into a trap instead. Suo Zhao demanded, "Hand over the enlightenment leaf." The siblings began to act. "What do you want?" Yiao knew Suo Zhao wanted to protect his junior sister. She also loved her senior brothers, so she couldn't let them become the female lead's stepping stones. Song Hanqing raised the talisman in his hand. "Little junior sister, hand over the enlightenment leaf, or do you want me to cripple your senior brothers?" He aimed the talisman at Shuaiyu. I am dying. I am dying." Shuaiyu's mask was covered in goo, and he collapsed on the ground. "Little junior sister, don't worry about us." Song Hanqing took out another talisman and threatened, "If you don't want your senior brothers to suffer anymore, hand over the enlightenment leaf." He didn't expect the talisman to be so powerful. Just a little bit made someone vomit blood. Perhaps these people were just too weak. Yiao threw the box over. Yiao said, "There's a seal on the box. Let us go, and I'll tell you how to break it." Song Hanqing didn't believe her and tried to force it open with spiritual power, but he couldn't even break through with that. All right, I promise to let you go. So, how do we break the seal?" Yiao thought for a moment and said, "Listen carefully." Then she recited a string of incantations in one breath. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9. 4 times 4 is 16. 5 times 5 is 25. 6 times 6 is 36. 7 times 7 is 49. 8 times 8 is 64. 9 times 9 is 81. This formation has been passed down in our sect. You have to wait 7 to 49 days, and when the time comes, recite the incantation I just said, and you can open the box. Song Hanqing pointed at her and threatened, "If you dare to lie to us, you'll die." Yiao put on a pitiful look. "How would we dare? We're just rogue cultivators. How could we possibly deceive the direct disciples of a great sect?" As soon as the Yiching sect people left, Shuaiyu stood up and straightened his clothes. "Phew, they're finally gone." Ming Shuo and another appeared. "Incredible! When did our third senior brother secretly learn to do this?" Vomiting blood on cue, his acting is superb. Completely shocked by third senior brother's acting, Ming Shuo and another appeared. "Incredible! When did our third senior brother secretly learn to do this?" Vomiting blood on cue, his acting is superb. The fruit he had brought along randomly actually came in handy. The other gave a thumbs up and praised. "Amazing. Little junior sister, what's in the box?" "Actually, it's just the box I usually use to store things. It'll open by itself eventually. No incantation needed." Yiao, search your memory. There's a half-eaten bun inside. Ming Shuo was curious. "How did you bring a bun into the secret realm?" "You didn't bring any magical tools, but you brought a bun." She clutched her stomach and said, "I haven't reached Foundation establishment yet. I get hungry. Of course, I have to bring delicious buns." Ming Xian wondered, "Why did you bring a bun into the secret realm? You brought no magical artifacts, just a bun." She clutched her stomach, ready to eat. "Clearly, I haven't reached Foundation establishment yet, so I'll get hungry. Delicious buns are a must." She squinted, smiling. "But the storage boxes in our Changming sect have excellent preservation. This bun wouldn't go bad even after a month, huh?" Hee hee. She laughed even more heartily. "I wonder which lucky person in the Netherworld sect will get the bun I took a bite out of." Seeing his junior sister smile so happily, Shuaiyu felt a bit apprehensive. Junior sister's thoughts run deep, very deep. Ming Shuo, on the other hand, became curious. And that chant you just recited, I've never heard it before. It's much easier to remember and understand than those complicated cultivation methods. That's something even children in my hometown know. She hadn't expected it to be so fitting in the cultivation world. In the Cloud City secret realm, the denser the spiritual energy, the more treasures there are. Yiao's group found the clear heartgrass. Shuai remembered that he had picked some before, but it was later snatched by someone from the Yuching Sect. He hadn't expected to find so much more here. Yiao's eyes lit up. If we refine pills with these herbs, we could definitely sell them for a lot of money. Shuai urged, hurry up and pick them, otherwise there won't be any left when others arrive. Yiao focused on picking the herbs, try to dig them up with the roots intact, hoping to bring them back to Pill Peak to plant. Suddenly, she sensed something. A talisman was flying towards her. She sensed the talisman approaching, but she couldn't dodge at that moment. Ming Shuo suddenly appeared, blocking it with a Vajra talisman. Unexpectedly, it was an explosive talisman. If I hadn't reacted quickly and prevented that thing from hitting our little junior sister, who's only at the peak of chi refining, she would have been blown to smithereens. At the very least, she would have been seriously injured. Ming Shu shielded Yiao. Don't be afraid, I'm right behind you. Seeing this, the surrounding people gathered around, wanting to see what had happened. Song Hanqing tried to snatch the spirit herbs, but Ming Shuo blocked him with a protective talisman. Yiao praised, your ability to protect your food is really impressive. Ming Shuo added, of course, look at his face, just like Yun Shir's dog. Hearing her senior brother being compared to a dog, Yun Shir angrily said, how can you say that? Ming Shuo retorted, do we speak to you? Why are you butting in? Yiao continued to praise her second senior brother. Second senior brother is so sharp-tongued. It's so satisfying to hear him curse. Yun Shir was so choked up she couldn't speak, tears almost falling. Ming Shuo said, can you believe this? She's crying over something like this. Back then, I called Yang Xiao a potato landmine, and she just silently punched me. No crying involved. Suozwa comforted the female junior sister. Don't listen to his nonsense. After speaking, he glared at Ming Shuo. We are direct disciples of the Yuching Sect, and this is our junior sister. The onlookers started whispering, the Yuching Sect, no wonder they're so arrogant. Don't they know Yun Shir is the Yuching Sect's precious darling? How dare they provoke her? She's such a delicate flower. That rogue cultivator's mouth is too venomous. Shuai secretly rejoiced. They only care about Yun Shir. No one said anything about Song Hanqing attacking our junior sister earlier. He turned to greet the group from the Yuching Sect. So it's fellow Taoists from the Yuching Sect. But isn't it a bit much to attack our junior sister as soon as you arrive? A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. If it weren't for second senior brother's quick reaction, our junior sister would have been injured. Song Hanqing replied nonchalantly, so what if she's injured? Forget about whether I succeed or not. Even if I did, do you think I would apologize? She's just a disciple from a small sect. What's the big deal about hitting her? The onlookers echoed. A disciple from small sect dares to speak like this. The Yuching Sect can't even be bothered with you, and you're still being ungrateful. Yiao's heart sank. Oh no, these rogue cultivators all want to curry favor with the Yuching Sect. Song Hanqing ordered, this clear heart grass field belongs to the Yuching Sect. If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly and don't interfere with our herb gathering. Mu Zhangshi was already getting impatient. Yiao asked softly, fourth senior brother, can you beat Song Hanqing? Mu Zhangshi said confidently, I can take on 3 Song Hankings. He's just a rogue cultivator, useless in close combat. Do you want me to send him flying? Mu Zhangshi hesitated. That wouldn't be very good. The Changming sect has always been known for helping those in need. Driving people away and taking advantage of the situation ourselves doesn't align with the principles of righteous cultivators. Yiao was exasperated. What's wrong with that? I studied all those years so that I could reason calmly with idiots. Now that I've learned the sword, it's so that idiots can calmly reason with me. Haven't you heard? Sword in hand, all the dogs in the world who talk reason must be cut down. Sword cultivators don't learn the sword to reason with people. Yiao successfully birenwashit Mu Zhangshi. Something feels wrong, but what you said makes so much sense. We sword cultivators are already powerful, so why should we bother reasoning? Yiao said excitedly, fourth senior brother, I'm counting on you. You can definitely do it, right? Mu Zhangshi drew his sword, and Yiao exclaimed, so cool. Fourth senior brother, is usually so unreliable, but he's truly amazing at critical moments. Take this. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Zhangshi shattered Song Hanqing's golden body talisman. Suo Zhao stared in disbelief. That talisman took eldest senior brother ages to refine. I heard it could withstand a full power blow from a golden core cultivator. How was it broken by a single strand of sword chi? Song Hanqing only realized the danger he'd been in after the fact. If not for the golden body talisman, that strand of sword chi would have sent him flying or severely injured him. He looked at Mu Zhangshi, inwardly cursing these rogue cultivators and wondering where they'd sprung from. Yiao cheered happily for her fourth senior brother. Fourth senior brother is amazing. She waved her hand and called out, second senior brother, third senior brother, hurry up and gather the Qingxin grass. Why should we leave it for others? Why should we give it to them? Shamelessness is invincibility. As long as we're shameless enough, no one can defeat us. Yiao finally understood why the Changming sect lost every year. They were simply too naive and saintly. The Jade-Qing sect can be shameless. So can the Changming sect. Yiao seemed to have voiced what her two senior brothers had been wanting to say. That's right. Why should we be considerate of others? Being considerate only leads to being bullied. The four happily gathered the Qingxin grass, completely ignoring everyone else. Standing outside, Suo Zhao was full of indignation. How can you be so shameless? Shuai said with a straight face, we earned this with our skills. What right do you have to say anything? All you can do is call us shameless. Inwardly, however, he was thrilled. Although this behavior was a bit disgraceful, it was incredibly satisfying. Previously bound by all sorts of rules, every time they went down the mountain for training, they lived like dogs. Now, following junior sister and going with the flow, it was truly liberating. Everyone was happily gathering Qingxin grass when Mu Zhangshi suddenly looked towards the source of a distant sound. They're coming. Yiao looked around, but saw nothing. What's coming? She asked. Mu Zhangshi stood in front of Yiao. Demonic beasts. Many of them, at least 100 by my estimate. Upon seeing the demonic beasts, Yunshi screamed in fright and quickly ran behind Mu Zhangshi, pushing Yiao to the back in the process. Mu Zhangshi casually killed one of the beasts. Yunshi, still with tears of fear in her eyes, quickly thanked him. Thank you. Mu Zhangshi said indifferently, you're welcome. I wasn't planning on saving you anyway. You're quite strong. You even pushed my junior sister to the back. Yiao, pampered since childhood, unexpectedly burst into tears at Mu Zhangshi's coldness towards her. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Mu Zhangshi was stunned to see her crying. She's crying. Are all female cultivators so terrifying these days? A beautiful girl hides behind you seeking protection. What would you do? But this senior brother actually took 2 steps back in fright. Good job, fourth senior brother. Not falling for the female lead like in those novels, that's a good thing. Yiao leaned closer and asked softly, fourth senior brother, how did you feel seeing Yunshi cry? The original story mentioned countless times that all the male supporting characters found the female lead charming when she cried and couldn't help but want to bully her. Yiao froze upon hearing the answer. I understand now. She's trying to swindle me out of my money. I haven't even said anything, and she's already crying like this. Besides trying to con me, I can't think of any other reason. In the original story, Mu Zhangshi would get into huge fights with the female lead suitors out of jealousy, and the scenes were extremely brutal. But now, not only do they have no feelings for each other, Mu Zhangshi even thinks the female lead is trying to swindle him. It was truly a relief. Yiao patted his shoulder. Fourth senior brother, please keep thinking this way. As long as you don't lose your mind, you won't be dragged into the female lead's crazy love-hate drama. Just then, a large group of demonic beasts surrounded the four. Mu Zhangshi was about to draw his sword and start a massacre, but Shuai stopped him. Wait, fourth senior brother, do you remember why the sect leader sent us down the mountain? This training is for junior sister to see more of the world and build her courage. Although Mu Zhangshi was a bit reluctant, he thought that since it was junior sister's first time out for training, it would be good for her to slay a few demonic beasts and experience some danger. But the number in front of them was at least 100. Junior sister, are you scared? Yiao hesitated for a moment. It's alright, just a bit disgusting, but I'm willing to try. Mu Zhangshi drew his sword. Alright, then I'll demonstrate a move for you. Because the original story repeatedly mentions that all the male supporting characters find her very alluring and feel the urge to bully her when they see the female lead crying. Yiao was stunned upon hearing the answer. I get it. She wants to scam me out of my money. I haven't even said anything, and she's already crying buckets. Other than scamming me out of my money, I can't think of any other reason for the moment. In the original story, Shir would fight with the female lead's pursuers out of jealousy, creating a cruel scene. But now, not only have the two not developed any feelings, but Shir even thinks the female lead is trying to scam him out of his money. Talk about a relief. She patted him on the shoulder like, "Fourth bro, please, for the love of everything, keep thinking the way you are. As long as your brain stays off the rails, you'll steer clear of that crazy harem battle royale the female lead's got going on." Next thing you know, a whole mob of demons are closing in on our four heroes. Mood young, she's about to go all hack and slash when Juyu puts a stop to it. Hold your horses, fourth bro. Remember why the sect leader sent us down the mountain? This whole field trip situation that the sect leader cooked up is for our little junior sis to get some real-world experience, toughen up her courage, and all that jazz. Shir's reluctant, but hey, it's little sis's first time out in the boonies. Whacking a demon or two, getting a little taste of danger, that's cool. But seriously, there's like 100 of these things. Lil junior sis, you scared? She hesitated a bit. I'm good. They're kind of gross, but I'm willing to give a shot. Ji whipped out his sword. All right, let me show you a move. Look closely, he's actually telling the truth. He thinks there are too many demonic beasts and plans to clear some out for her, like a good buddy. This is the first move of the Qing Feng sword technique, Severing Wind Slash. Her eyes sparkled, fixated on Shir. That's so cool. I have to remember that. It'll be useful for showing off later. The Jqing sect disciples were all stunned by Shir's swordsmanship. The speed was unbelievable, and the sword intent was incredibly powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this sword intent seems a bit like the Chongqing sects. Suo Zhao didn't believe it all. Impossible. You must be mistaken, senior brother Song. The Chongqing sect is one of 5 great sections. How could these unknown cultivators be from the Chongqing sect? They had previously assumed these people were just nobodies from some small sect, casually mocking them. Now they've all been proven wrong. Didn't they say they were from some insignificant small sect? How could they be disciples of the Chongqing sect? But I really hope I'm wrong. Yet that's clearly the Chongqing sect's sword intent. Sword chi like the wind, sword speed too fast to follow. These people are definitely direct disciples of the Chongqing sect. On the other side, Yiao had already charged into the horde of demonic beasts and started fighting. After a few punches and kicks, she stood still, preparing to execute the first move of the Qing Feng sword technique, Severing Wind Slash. Shuai watched from the side and quickly understood. Including her time in the outer sect, junior sister hasn't even been initiated for half a year. In just a few short months, she's become so proficient with the Qing Feng sword technique. Her talent is on par with fourth senior brother. But if she can really use the first move of the Qing Feng sword technique so well, why have her outer sect results always been so average? The thing is, she hasn't even learned the first move of the Qing Feng sword technique yet. Uncle Duan only taught her footwork and basic fist techniques these past 2 months. He hasn't even gotten to Severing Wind Slash. Song Hanqing also realized that this girl's talent was extraordinary. If they really are direct disciples of the Chongqing sect, then we'll have to take them seriously in future competitions. They will be formidable opponents. He stepped forward and asked, Chongqing sect, where did you find this female disciple? She's a sword cultivator, right? Ming Shuo rolled his eyes. This guy's got some nerve. Just now he wanted to sneak attack our junior sister, and now he's acting familiar. Shuai calmly and modestly replied, she's nowhere near as skilled as your junior sister. Yiao is just a junior sister we picked up from the outer sect. How can she compare to someone with a top-tier water spiritual root like yours? At most, she just has a good memory and can remember things after seeing them once. Hearing the name Yiao, Suo Zhao, and Shir both thought of their second senior sister. Shir was very bu-fu cheat. What second senior sister? How is she better than me? How could she become a direct disciple? This senior sister Yiao is also a direct disciple of the Changming sect, Ming Shuo said bluntly. Otherwise, did you think we were just calling her junior sister for fun? Do you really think being a direct disciple is that big of a deal? She lowered her voice. Senior brother Ming Shuo, why so fierce? I was just asking casually. Ming Shuo snorted. Those unknown cultivators outside are still gossiping, saying how could direct disciples of the Changming Sect come to steal the medicine field? Have all these great sects gone mad? Doesn't the Changming Sect always emphasize benevolence and elegance? How could they steal someone else's medicine field? If junior sister Yinshir were here, she'd be just as impressive. Song Hanqing, hearing this, chimed in, somewhat regretting his earlier words. Junior sister, this is a good opportunity. Hurry and deal with those demonic beasts. They're very weak, not dangerous. It's a good chance to practice. The crybaby said, Senior brother Song, I won't go. I'm scared. Sua Zhao backed her up. Senior brother Song. Junior sister is still young. Song Hanqing was about to explode with anger. If you don't show off your skills now, the Changming Sect is going to steal the spotlight. Yiao, having finished dealing with the demonic beasts, sat down to rest, feeling some changes in her body. She felt something nourishing her from within, warm and comfortable, almost making her fall asleep. For senior brother, didn't you say junior sister hadn't learned the first move of the Qing Feng sword technique yet? Could she have secretly practiced with Uncle Duan? Could she be imitating your sword technique? Have you noticed junior sister was very clumsy when she first started wielding the sword, like a novice? Then she gradually adjusted, practicing repeatedly, and slowly learned how to grip the sword and how to better utilize the contents of the sword manual. This scene is just like back then in the Scripture Pavilion. I only demonstrated how to draw the fire control talisman once, and she was able to draw it exactly the same. It took me 2 months to learn it. Elder Tuomian even praised my talent back then. Little junior sister learned it just by looking at it once. Ming Shuo comforted him. Little junior sister has an excellent memory. It's normal that you can't remember it. At this moment, Shuai suddenly interjected, pointing at Yiao. Look, little junior sister seems to have broken through to Foundation Establishment. So this is the feeling of Foundation Establishment. My Qi feels like it's endlessly expanding. Yinshir approached Yiao, but Shuai stopped her, afraid she would hurt Yiao. Get lost. What do you want to do to our little junior sister? The words get lost startled both girls. Yunshir shamelessly continued, second senior sister, can you give me a stalk of greenheart grass? You know, I have insufficient spiritual roots by nature, and I'm still missing one spiritual herb for refining medicine. Crocodile tears streamed down her face again. Sua Zhao also casually added, yeah, second senior sister, you have so many. What's wrong with giving one to my little junior sister? Hearing these two call Yiao second senior sister, the 3 senior brothers were a bit curious. Ming Shuo spoke up to defend her. Who's your second senior sister? This is our little junior sister. Why should she give you anything? Just because your little junior sister is shameless. Ming Shuo moved closer and closer, scaring the two back. Just looking at you two makes me angry. You're so ugly, why don't you get lost? Don't be an eyesore here. Ming Shuo really had sharp tongue. Shuai handed Yiao a spirit pill, congratulating her on breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Let's go home. He turned to look at the Jade-Qing Sect disciples, thinking that it was best to avoid these abnormal direct disciples of the Jade-Qing Sect in the future, especially that Yinshir. She was too strange. Let's go home. Song Hanqing felt ashamed and indignant. He roared, don't get too cocky. During the competition, I will definitely return today's humiliation tenfold. But Yinshir felt uneasy, always feeling that something of hers had been taken away. Seeing Zhuiyu and the others protecting Yiao, she comforted herself. The Su family's direct line, one of the 8 great families. I heard that senior brother, Shuai, even refined pills to help someone quickly break through. Are you saying second senior sister's cultivation improvement relies on pills? That's right. After all, second senior sister was stuck at the 3rd level of Qi refining for so long. How could she possibly reach Foundation Establishment in just a few months? Second senior sister is so slow-witted and has no presence. Not only did she reach Foundation Establishment before me, but she also became a direct disciple with a status no lower than mine. It's really frustrating. On the way back, Shuaiyu asked, little junior sister, you know the direct disciples of the Jade-Qing Sect, right? Yiao mumbled, yeah, I know. I'm such a fool. When I was young, the Yiching Sect master picked me up and took me in as a disciple. I stayed there for a few years. Later, my talent was too poor, even dogs disliked me. I was useless. The medicinal herbs I painstakingly gathered were snatched away by my master and given to his newly accepted junior sister. In a fit of anger, I left the mountain. Shuayu looked at her with pity and stroked her head. Little junior sister wasn't even respected in the Yiching sect, and the herbs she worked so hard to collect were stolen. From now on, I'll definitely refine more pills and let little junior sister have more. The Yiching sect can't afford you. Ming Shaw comforted her. If they dare to bully you again, just tell them my name. No, tell them eldest senior brother's name. He's really powerful. Mu Zhangshi danced around beside them. That's right, that's right. The dogs of the Yiching sect aren't worthy of being direct disciples of our Changming sect. During the competition, we'll blind them. Yiao felt a warmth in her heart. Her 3 senior brothers were so adorable. The Changming sect was both surprised and delighted to learn of Yiao's breakthrough to foundation establishment. The sect master patted her shoulder and laughed heartily. I knew it. This girl would definitely succeed. Elder Zhao asked, "You broke through to foundation establishment. How many days?" Shuayu held up a finger, leading him to believe it was 10 days. Shuayu corrected him. To be precise, 1 day. Little junior sister broke through in less than a day. The 2 elders looked at each other in disbelief. Foundation establishment in 1 day. Our Changming sect actually has a disciple who reached foundation establishment in 1 day. Is that even possible? Elder Zhao's expression turned serious. You all go out first. The sect master and I have something to discuss. The 2 elders looked extremely grave, finding it hard to believe the 1-day breakthrough. Old Zhao, these kids aren't playing trick on me, are they? Although Yiao only has mid-grade spiritual roots, her speed of absorbing spiritual energy isn't slow, sometimes even faster than her senior brothers. How is this possible? Her senior brothers all have high-grade single spiritual roots. The 2 elders racked their brains, but couldn't understand, so they found it very strange. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem with the spirit stones. Forget it. When we go to the Asking Sword sect for the competition, we'll have Yiao check the spirit stones in their dueling arena. We absolutely can't have another mistake. A few days later, in the back mountains of the Changming sect, Yang Chao was concentrating on alchemy when Mu Zhangshi came running to report. Little junior sister, an elder from the Changfeng sect, has come to our sect. Master told us to be well-behaved today and not cause him any trouble. Don't worry, I'll be super well-behaved. So, this senior brother was reminding his little junior sister not to cause trouble, especially since there was an important guest today. But guess who ended up causing trouble? This guy, Changfeng sect. Is that the demonic sect you mentioned? What's their elder doing here? Isn't the competition still half a year away? Aren't sects prohibited from scouting the strength of core disciples in advance? Everyone wants to get a good ranking, and knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to winning. Mu Zhangshi asked her curiously, what are you doing? Why is there a strange smell? Yiao pushed away Mu Zhangshi's nosy face. I'm making bombs. Bombs. The latest type of magical artifact. I have a feeling this isn't something a normal person would make. Seriously, when will you be finished? Master will be taking the Changfeng sect elder on a tour of the sect soon. It'll be troublesome if something goes wrong. Yiao reassured him. Don't worry, it's just a little toy. But he was still worried. Are you sure nothing will go wrong? I don't know why, but every time I'm with little junior sister, I have a bad feeling. Half an hour later, Yiao had already made a pile of super powerful, explosive candies. She demonstrated to Mu Zhangshi, 4th senior brother. Watch this. She casually threw out a bomb. Boom! The loud explosion stunned him. The bomb is too powerful. How does little junior sister always have so many strange things? The power of this little bomb is completely comparable to a golden core cultivator. Little junior sister, let me try. This guy grabbed a bomb and threw it far away, so far that they couldn't see where it landed. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, the sect master was giving the Changfeng sect elder a tour. The Changfeng sect elder said with a smile, I heard that the disciples your sect recruited this year have good aptitude. In truth, the Changfeng sect elder had come specifically to investigate because he'd heard that the Changming sect's core disciples were very strong this year. The Changming sect always came in last in the competition, so the sect master just smiled. You flatter us. The Changming sect is just here to participate this year. The Changfeng sect elder was polite on the surface, but secretly smug inside. Does the Changming sect have anyone who can fight this year? We must show off properly. It seems the sect master's suspicions were unnecessary. However, the Bamu Zhangshi threw happened to land at their feet. Both of them were stunned, unsure what it was. The Changming sect always came in last in the competition, and the sect master was always looked down upon. But today, with another sect coming to scout their strength, the sect master finally had a chance to hold his head high. The bomb landed at their feet. Before they could figure out what it was, it exploded with a boom. Fortunately, both elders had high cultivation levels and escaped unharmed. The sect master's eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. The two troublemakers knew they had caused a huge disaster. They exchanged glances, said nothing, and tacitly sprinted over. The Changfeng sect elder stared at the large crater left by the explosion. What kind of magical artifact is this? The sect master boasted proudly. Oh, it's just a little toy made by our sect's useless core disciples. It's nothing much. Inwardly, he was incredibly pleased. Seeing Sua Zhao's pale face was truly satisfying. The Changming sect was usually mocked, but this time they finally had a chance to show off. Sua Zhao screamed internally. Useless little toy. What kind of little toy has such power? The Changming sect is terrifying this year. The two troublemakers ran all the way. Having run so far, the sect master probably wouldn't chase them anymore. Fourth senior brother, since we're almost at the mountain gate, why don't we go down the mountain together? Actually, she had just finished drawing the design for a handgun yesterday, specifically so she could go down the mountain today to find someone to help her make it. Mu Zhangshi hesitated, but we still have class later. The tree-hugging maniac, Yiao, was as bold as ever. Let's skip class. This straightforward senior brother gave Yiao a big thumbs up, 1,000 likes. He didn't want to go to class anyway. Before, when he skipped class, he was the only one punished, standing alone in the forbidden area, bored to death. Now, with junior sister accompanying him, it wouldn't be so boring. Changming sect disciples are truly troublemakers. The shopkeeper looked curiously at the design. It resembled neither a sword nor any other weapon. I've never heard of this in all these years. Is this a handgun? Can you draw out the basic design and structure? It would be even better if you could add some other things. The shopkeeper said confidently, no problem, but the price is 300 high-grade spirit stones. She valued spirit stones more than her life and bargained desperately, putting on an extremely pitiful look. So expensive. Shopkeeper, I see you're quite interested in this handgun. Can you give me a discount? After some haggling, the shopkeeper agreed to sell it to her for 100 high-grade spirit stones. Mu Zhangshi was stunned watching junior sister bargain. I used to just pay whatever price they asked, so you could actually bargain. From the moment Yiao successfully lowered the price, he was completely dumbfounded, losing all interest in buying anything. It's not that I don't have enough spirit stones. It's just that thinking about all the spirit stones I've spent before makes my heart ache. Let's go back to the sect. It's just the right time. I've drawn a few talismans and need someone to test them. Last time, I blew a hole in the dormitory. This time, I definitely won't blow myself up. I have to blow up someone else. The naive fellow was easily tricked by her. Just how many talismans did you draw? Not many, just a few. How could he refuse such a cute junior sister? 3 days later, Yang Chao enthusiastically helped test the talismans, exhausting Mu Zhangshi. You liar. You said only a few. You blasted me right out of the sect gates. I've been testing them for 3 whole days. She pinched Mu Zhangshi's face, forcing a smile. Don't worry, this time it definitely won't make you suffer. This is called a haha talisman. It'll just make you laugh a little. He doted on his junior sister, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it, unable to resist at all. Junior sister's talismans are actually quite interesting. It's just a pity that I'm always the one testing them. She slapped the talisman onto Mu Zhangshi, full of anticipation for the effect. A second later, hearing Mu Zhangshi's laughter, even she was startled by the effect. The inner and outer sect disciples, seeing Mu Zhangshi laughing like that, all thought he had gone mad. The effect of the talisman frightened him. I thought I was really going crazy. Is cultivation this joyful for all of you? Junior sister is always bullying senior brother. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I'm a serious sword cultivator. Talisman drawing is just a side job. Honestly, I'd rather be an assassin than a spellcaster. He gave a dry laugh. You're so skilled at your side job of talisman drawing that I almost lost half my life here. Seeing Yiao seriously drawing talismans, Mu Zhangshi came over and asked, Hey, Shuaiyu, haven't you finished drawing those talismans yet? Junior sister's talisman drawing skills weren't very good, so Mu Zhangshi suggested, why don't we go find senior brother Ming Shuo for help? Let me try one more time. If it still doesn't work, I'll go find second senior brother. Did you learn talisman drawing at the Yiching Sect? Yeah, sort of. I actually learned it based on the original owner's memories and scenes of Yiching Sect talisman cultivators drawing talismans. Seeing that junior sister couldn't draw, well, no matter what, Mu Zhangshi handed her a brush. By the way, I remember second senior brother saying that to improve the quality of talisman drawing, it's best to use a good wolf hair brush. I happen to have an unused one. Here, it's for you. She took the brush, her eyes widening in surprise. Thank you, fourth senior brother. She started drawing talismans with the brush, and it felt completely different. As expected, you get what you pay for. This brush made drawing talismans particularly smooth, not sticking at all. She happily admired the newly drawn talisman. This time, she had finally succeeded. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the talisman paper lit up, illuminating a large area of the sky. It was the blessing of the heavenly Tao. The sect elders looked towards the source of the light, knowing it was within their own sect. He was ecstatic. Did Ming Shuo receive the heavenly Tao's blessing? Shuyu, the nearby Yiching sect, seeing the light of the heavenly Tao's blessing shining towards the Changming sect, were curious about who had received the blessing. Yiao didn't know what the light was, so she asked Mu Zhangshi. He replied with a look of disbelief. The heavenly Tao's blessing. Junior sister, I didn't expect you could actually cultivate both swordsmanship and talisman drawing. I never thought I'd meet someone who could cultivate two paths simultaneously, and it's my junior sister. Fourth senior brother, what is the heavenly Tao's blessing? Does it have any special effects? He excitedly explained, waving his hands, the special effect being blessed by the heavenly Tao means you've gained its approval. From now on, the price of your talismans should at least quintuple. 5 times. Could such a good thing really exist in this world? As far as I know, even those self-proclaimed orthodox talisman cultivators from the Yuching sect haven't received the heavenly Tao's blessing. Once the news gets out that someone from our sect has received the heavenly Tao's blessing, I can't wait to see their expressions. By the way, Yiao, what kind of talisman did you just draw? A formation talisman, a defensive talisman, or an offensive one? It's a humanoid talisman, but it looks like an animal lying on the ground. As expected of little junior sister, even with the heavenly Tao's blessing, you don't take the usual path. Seeing familiar figures, she greeted them happily. Second senior brother, third senior brother, long time no see. Shuaiyu walked over and put his arm around Mu Zhangshi's neck. Little junior sister, long time no see. I'm here to see my dear junior brother. Mu Zhangshi's face darkened. He had a bad feeling. Du Chun held a spiritual pill, smiling meaningfully. I just refined some pills, and I'm looking for someone to test them. Mu Zhangshi seemed to have foreseen something and quickly pleaded, no way. Last time, third senior brother poisoned the entire sect and got punished to the Forbidden Grounds. I still remember it clearly. On Changming's sect's main peak, the sect leader and the eldest senior brother were drinking tea. Who's making such a racket? A heavenly Tao blessing has appeared. I wonder who it is, the new junior brother or junior sister. Who knows? We'll call those little ones back later and ask. Speaking of which, haven't they been skipping class for several days now? The old sect leader fumed. Not only skipping class, but Yiao is leading the charge. I'll go take a look. The eldest senior brother sighed. If I don't keep an eye on them, these junior brothers and sisters will fly right off the handle. In the back mountains of the sect, the 3 chased after Mu Zhangshi, wanting him to help test their new inventions. Mu Zhangshi cried and begged for mercy, but the 3 were unwavering. Chu Xingji stood at the foot of the mountain, watching the chase above, and sighed. Ever since little junior sister came to Changming's sect, this sect hasn't had a moment's peace. He channeled his spiritual energy and shouted, All of you, get down here. Shuai landed safely, but Mu Zhangshi wasn't so lucky, rolling down the mountain. He almost fell to his death, but luckily Shuai caught him in time, even carrying him in a princess hold. The other two were blinded by the sight. They covered their eyes. Eldest senior brother Chu Xingji sternly reprimanded his junior siblings. I heard you haven't been to class these past few days. Is that true? Ming Shuo instinctively defended himself. No way. Who said that? Someone must be slandering us innocent, kind-hearted people. Mu Zhangshi also chimed in. Exactly. Chu Xingji didn't speak. He just gave a cold, mocking laugh, his eyes icy, making the four troublemakers tremble. Is this eldest senior brother's aura? Just one sneer, and I'm already terrified. Yiao knew that if she didn't speak up, the four of them would definitely be locked up in the Forbidden Grounds. She raised her hand and said loudly, Eldest senior brother, I have something to say. Eldest senior brother, who do you think will be the #1 sect in the cultivation world this year? Chu Xingji scratched his head. For thousands of years, the Chengfeng sect and the Wenjian sect have been taking turns at the top spot. In terms of strength, the two sects are evenly matched. It's hard to say who will be #1 this year. Yiao started to sweet-talk her eldest senior brother, her face full of anticipation. Then if eldest senior brother works a little harder, could our Changming sect become the #1 sect in the cultivation world? No way, she continued, pointing at him accusingly. Eldest senior brother, you've disappointed us so much. The other junior siblings joined in the clamor. Yeah, eldest senior brother. You can't even lead our Changming sect to become the #1 sect in the cultivation world. You've disappointed us so much. Yeah, you've disappointed us so much. Eldest senior brother fell into an existential crisis. Is the problem with me? Is it all my fault? Just like that, he fell into deep thought. Seeing their opportunity, the four troublemakers quietly held hands and slipped away. Eldest senior brother frowned. Watching the four escaping figures, they run pretty fast, and their faces are thick. They've all been spoiled by our little junior sister. You think you can escape the Forbidden Grounds? No way. Just wait for your punishment. The four escapees were eventually confined to the Forbidden Grounds. Ugh, this is so unlucky. I want to get out. The elders can't be watching us all the time, right? Can we sneak out? Maybe, but to get past the elders, we'll need teleportation talismans. I just happen to have one. Second senior brother is truly amazing. The man said modestly, after all, our Ming family is the #1 talisman-making family in the cultivation world. I only have 2 of these talismans, so you'll have to use them wisely. Shuai instructed them, Ming Shuo, and I will stay here to cultivate. Don't cause any trouble when you go out. If things get dicey, tear the talisman and run. Despite Shuai's earnest advice, Yiao only nodded absent-mindedly, not wanting to listen anymore. She patted Shuai's shoulder and reassured him, Third senior brother, don't worry. We're good people. We definitely won't cause any trouble going down the mountain. By the way, the spiritual energy in the Forbidden Grounds is very dense. This spiritual pill can help you absorb it faster. Yiao proudly held up the spiritual pill. This is a special spiritual pill I made. It can help accelerate the expulsion of impurities from the body while absorbing spiritual energy. Just one is very effective. The 2 senior brothers looked at the spiritual pill with complicated expressions. Even after so long, the strange smell of the medicine was still unforgettable. With mixed feelings, they accepted the spiritual pill. Thank you for your kindness, little junior sister. Yiao waved goodbye. See you later, senior brothers. After saying that, she tore the talisman and left with Mu Zhangshi. Shuai sniffed the spiritual pill and exclaimed in surprise, the spiritual energy in this pill is so abundant. Could little junior sister actually know how to refine pills? I thought she was joking before, and the smell was so awful. I threw up as soon as I swallowed it, so I didn't notice the spiritual energy inside. But this spiritual energy is really pure. Ming Shuo shivered as he looked at the spiritual pill in Shuai's hand. Shuai is practically obsessed with the pills little junior sister refines, as if she's making bioweapons. If these 2 join forces to refine pills, how will Mu Zhangshi and I survive? Maybe these pills were bought from the Bikui sect. Really? Ming Shuo nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. There are only a few people in our cultivation world who can cultivate both martial arts and spiritual power. Little junior sister is still just a child. Shuai said with some regret, I was hoping to study pill refinement with little junior sister in the future. It's too boring to do it alone. After tearing the talisman, the 2 were teleported to Cloud City. Mu Zhangshi breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that these teleportation talismans are random. Luckily, we weren't sent to some strange place. He imagined being teleported into a demonic beast's stomach or someone's tomb, which would be truly disastrous. Just then, he suddenly noticed Yiao's sword. Little junior sister, you should go to the sword grotto and choose a sword you like. During the competition, as long as you enter the top 10 of the sword cultivator rankings, you'll be qualified to enter the Asking Sword Sect's sword grotto. There are even ancient spirit swords there. Yiao waved her hands repeatedly. No need, my frost sword is pretty good. In reality, she was thinking that she would just replace it if it broke. She mainly didn't want to work too hard just to get into the top 10 of the overall rankings. He sighed. Little junior sister must have heard about needing to be in the top 10 and got discouraged. Looks like I can't count on her own efforts. Feeling hungry, the two found a small restaurant to eat something. When it was time to pay, Yiao nudged her senior brother and hinted, "Fourth senior brother, you pay." As they were eating, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind Yiao. Isn't that someone from the Ming Sect? A group of arrogant people walked towards the Ming Sect disciples' table. Songjiang, why is it you? Mu Zhangshi sized up the group. If I'm not mistaken, these people are probably from the Asking Sword Sect. Yang Chao Whisperet Le Aning Closer. The Asking Sword Sect, the one that's rumored to become the #1 sect this year. Yes, the people from the Asking Sword Sect are bullying the Ming Sect disciples. Songjiang, don't go too far. This is Cloud City, no sword allowed. The leader of the Asking Sword Sect put his foot on a chair and patted the Ming Sect disciple's face. What's the rush? I haven't done anything. You Ming Sect people are just a bunch of trash in my territory. It's best you walk around us in the future. Got it. Seeing his fellow disciples being bullied, Mu Zhangshi clenched his sword in anger, forcing himself to restrain from taking action. There's a ban in Cloud City against fighting and drawing swords. Fourth senior brother, are the people from the Asking Sword Sect always this arrogant? Yeah, their sect is the #1 sect in the cultivation world now, and they've looked down on us for a long time. Plus, our sect has a feud with them, so there's always trouble when we meet. After finishing her meal, Yiao asked, "Fourth senior brother, are you full?" "I'm full, what's up?" Little junior sister, Yiao didn't say anything, but simply picked up the bowl of noodles, still full of broth, and walked towards the troublemaking Asking Sword Sect group, completely ignoring Mu Zhangshi's confused expression. "You're Songjiang." Before Songjiang could finish speaking, Yiao dumped the entire bowl of noodles on his head. "You unfilial child. Is this how you speak to your father?" Before the man could react, Yiao grabbed Mu Zhangshi's hand, and the two of them rushed out of the restaurant like a gust of wind. After running a good distance, they burst into laughter. "Junior sister, you're amazing. I've wanted to do that for ages. I've been itching to throw noodles at him since he walked in. That felt so good. I've never liked the Asking Sword Sect, but I had to endure them because of the Elder's orders. Junior sister, you were so decisive and straightforward. It was truly satisfying." He suddenly pulled Yiao a little closer. "By the way, I heard there's been some strange activity in the demonic beast forest lately, all caused by demonic beasts. In situations like this, 9 times out of 10, it means a treasure is about to appear. Want to go check it out?" "Of course, since we're already here. Then let's go to the demonic beast forest and join the fun." The two joined forces to slay demonic beasts. Yiao's wind-severing slash made the demonic beast forest practically harmless. Occasionally encountering low-level demonic beasts, she treated them as practice. Since her first experience, monster hunting had become smooth sailing. Mu Zhangshi, however, found it a bit boring. The demonic beast forest was simply too easy for him. "This is so boring." Just as the two were about to move on, they suddenly heard a scream from behind them. They saw a young man sprinting towards them. It was Duan Hongdao, the direct disciple of the Changfeng sect. He yelled as he ran, "Run. This thing can tear people apart." Suddenly, the demonic beast noticed them and immediately turned to pounce. Mu Zhangshi quickly drew his demon-slaying dagger. However, as soon as he struck, his arm went numb from the impact. It turned out that the demonic beast was at the mid-stage gold core realm. Although Mu Zhangshi was also at the gold core realm, he was only at the initial stage and completely outmatched. The difference in strength in the cultivation world was like a chasm. A mid-stage gold core cultivator could easily crush 2 initial stage ones. Seeing this, the demonic beast turned back to chase Duan Hongdao, who screamed, "Help." Yiao hesitated for a moment. The easiest way way out was to tear a teleportation talisman and escape, but if she didn't save him, he would definitely be pecked to death. So she picked up a rock and threw it at the demonic beast. As expected, the demonic beast was attracted and immediately turned to pounce on her. Mu Zhangshi reacted quickly, using wind-severing slash towards the demonic bird's head, trying to distract it. Duan Hongdao looked bewildered. Why are you cutting its feathers? Unable to defeat it, Mu Zhangshi could only repeatedly use wind-severing slash to shave the bird's head, desperately trying to keep its attention. As a result, the demonic beast was being played around by the two. Duan Hongdao stood there, dumbfounded and in disbelief. Suddenly, he threw out a demon binding rope. Catch! Yiao caught it. Wow, is this the legendary demon binding rope? This is a treasure. She casually flung the rope towards the demonic beast, but unexpectedly, the bird bit it. This bird was too stupid. Yiao immediately used her spiritual energy to control the demon binding rope, tightly wrapping it around its beak. This type of demonic bird was basically useless once its beak was sealed. Yiao glanced at Duan Hongdao, who was still trembling. She said, "Stand up straight before you speak." Duan Hongdao let out a slightly embarrassed humph. "I'm an artifact refiner. This kind of fighting and killing is the job of sword cultivators. In the sect, I'm always protected, and even when I go out, someone escorts me." Yiao and Mu Zhangshi ignored him and turned to study the demonic beast. "I heard that Qiyu feathers can be used to make defensive artifacts. Senior sister, check the records. Should we sell the Qiyu? The ashes of a Changfeng sect disciple should be worth a lot, right?" Yiao shook her head. "Don't rush. Let's pluck all its feathers first, and then pluck them again when they grow back. That's what sustainable development is all about. We can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. We need to have a long-term vision." Mu Zhangshi's eyes lit up, and he gave her 1,000 thumbs up. Brilliant. As expected of junior sister, so insightful. Duan Hongdao also looked thoughtful. Sustainable development. Why didn't I think of that? I used to just take whatever I caught and never thought about raising it for a slow harvest. All right, let's tie it up first. Mu Zhangshi suddenly remembered something. But how do we bring this Qiyu back to the sect? The demon binding rope isn't ours either. Duan Hongdao walked over and said, "I'll give you the demon binding rope. I have plenty of artifacts. I'm an artifact refiner, and I came to the demonic beast forest to look for materials. Who knew I'd run into something like this?" He scratched his head and said in a casual tone, "These red-feathered birds are usually only found deep in the forest. It's strange that one appeared here today. Did you two also hear about the treasure in the demonic beast forest and decide to check it out?" Seeing them nod, he suggested they team up. "No, im duanungdo. Hey, I'm Yiao, and this is Mu Zhangshi." And so, the three-person team was formed. A thought flashed through Mu Zhangshi's mind. We should have a team name, since this is my first time teaming up with others. How about the Three Musketeers? Yiao gave him a disgusted look. That's a terrible name. Duan Hongdao, however, seemed quite interested. It's pretty cool. Brother Mu is truly cultured. Yiao no longer cared. Fine, the Three Musketeers it is. This temporary team of ours will probably disband soon anyway. The three of them walked for a long time and noticed the demonic beasts around them becoming scarce. Mu Zhangshi speculated, perhaps there are many cultivators guarding the area. After all, everyone wants to see what the treasure is. Not long after, the three of them saw people fighting ahead. Yiao looked closely and recognized Song Hanqing. She hadn't expected to run into someone she knew here. Song Hanqing turned around and saw the familiar figures. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "You've come just in time to die. I need you fools to pave the way for me." He gloated over his plan. As expected, the changes in the demonic beast forest are due to the appearance of spiritual energy, but it's definitely guarded by golden core level demonic beasts or higher. I'll set up a formation, trap those rogue cultivators and the powerful demonic beasts together, use them as bait to hold off the beasts, and then have my fellow disciples seize the spiritual energy first. The Changming sect people are arriving just in time. I'll trap them in there too. Duan Hongdao whispered in Yiao's ear. They're direct disciples of the Yuching sect. Yiao was stunned. How do you know? The person hiding behind, Yiao replied. I tricked him once before. Just then, a huge demonic beast charged towards them, making Mu Zhangshi break out in a cold sweat. Late Golden Core stage. You're kidding. A late Golden Core stage demonic beast. And we haven't even reached the center of the forest yet. At this moment, Song Hanqing took the opportunity to direct the demonic beast towards Yiao and the others. He stuck a demonification talisman on the demonic beast and sneered triumphantly, Yiao, enjoy the wrath of the demonic beast. This spiritual energy will definitely be mine. The ferocious demonic beast charged towards Yiao and the others, a terrifying sight. A demonification talisman. Song Hanqing was truly insidious. Generally speaking, the higher a demonic beast cultivation, the greater its intelligence. But the demonification talisman could make even a highly intelligent demonic beast lose its mind and attack the nearest person. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, Yiao was swept to the ground by the demonic beast's tail. She struggled to get up, and Shir rushed forward to help her. Seeing his junior sister like this, he hadn't expected they would soon become the demonic beast's meal, a blessing in disguise. They were swallowed by the demonic beast. Fortunately, it didn't chew thoroughly, so they weren't injured. The smell inside the beast's belly was foul, and Shir compared it to the foul-smelling pills he refined with his junior sister. Actually, it's not that bad. The next second, Duan Hongdao screamed as he fell from the demonic beast's mouth. Yiao stared at him blankly and then sighed. The three musketeers are reunited. Shir asked curiously, who do you think will fall in next? He muttered to himself, who will be the next one to vacation in the demonic beast's belly? Yiao clasped her hands together and prayed devoutly. Please let it be Song Hanqing. Shir imitated his junior sister, clasping his hands and muttering earnestly, I hope something happens to him. Duan Hongdao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking these two were ruthless. But honestly, he also hoped it would be Song Hanqing. Just then, a scream echoed, and another person fell from the demonic beast's mouth. Sure enough, it was Song Hanqing. Yiao and Shir celebrated a little. Song Hanqing's face was wrinkled from the stench, yet he still dared to yell Yiao's name. Yiao put her hands on her hips and pointed at him. Who are you trying to scare? You couldn't even beat my senior brother outside, and now you're trapped in a demonic beast's belly. Still trying to act tough. Can't you see the situation? 3 against 1. You better behave yourself. Although Song Hanqing was fuming, he could only shut his mouth. Shir suddenly realized something. My spiritual energy seems to be sealed. I can't use it at all. Everyone checked, and indeed, none of them could mobilize their spiritual energy. Duan Hongdao asked what's going on. Song Hanqing replied, there must be something in this demonic beast's belly that's sealing our spiritual energy. Yiao suggested, let's split up and look around. We have to find that thing quickly. Half an hour later, Song Hanqing kicked the demonic beast's belly in frustration. He'd searched for half an hour and found nothing. This beast digests too quickly. If we delay any longer, we're finished. He puffed out his chest and pointed at Yiao and Shir. If you want to become demonic beast stew, go ahead. I won't suffer the same fate. I'm the Song family heir, a direct disciple of the Yuching Sect. You're just ordinary disciples picked for having some talent. The two above looked down at him. Duan Hongdao's tone was calm, with a hint of mockery. Whether or not you're a noble heir isn't important now, and neither is whether or not you want to become demonic beast stew. If we don't find a way out, none of us will make it out alive. Song Hanqing trembled with anger, but didn't dare retort. Yiao spoke with sarcasm. Song Hanqing, you're right. The thought of becoming demonic beast stew with a noble like you doesn't scare me one bit now. Yiao and Shir continued searching above. Whenever they saw something, they jumped down without hesitation. As for Yiao, she didn't know whether Song Hanqing would become demonic beast stew or not, but she had already prepared a method of escape. However, she felt something drawing her in, compelling her to move closer. Inside the demonic beast's belly, Yiao could clearly feel the pull. She followed her intuition and soon saw a stick embedded in the beast's stomach wall. She pulled it out, thinking to herself, no wonder that rhinoceros demon went berserk. With a black stick stabbed into its flesh, anyone would go crazy. This stick is most likely the source of the chaos in the demonic beast forest. Shir walked up behind her, patted her shoulder, and called out, Yiao. Duan Hongdao pointed at the stick. Yiao, what are you holding? Yiao proudly brandished it. This is the magical tool I just found. Duan Hongdao asked, you just picked it up like that. He wondered himself, could a stick even be considered a magical tool? Shir asked seriously, a magical tool? What are you going to name it? Yiao replied, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others are fond of, so let's call it whatever I want. Duan Hongdao maintained a calm facade while internally screaming, what does that name have to do with a gentleman not taking what others are fond of? But he kept a straight face inwardly shocked. How could she come up with that? Mu Zhangshi feigned composure and suggested, "That name isn't very good, junior sister." He was speechless. Others called themselves things like Dawn Sword Master, Moonlight Sword Master, but she wanted to be Random Stick Sword Master. No, it wasn't even a sword, just a stick. Seeing the three of them chatting like they were on vacation, Song Hanqing yelled angrily, "Are you crazy? Aren't you worried about getting out of here? Do you really plan on becoming a puddle of goo tomorrow?" Mu Zhangshi just shrugged. "But our spiritual energy is useless here. How are we supposed to escape from this demonic beast's stomach?" Duan Hongdao raised his sword. "Then we'll just have to hack our way out bit by bit." Song Hanqing rolled his eyes. "At that rate, it'll take you several days." Song Hanqing gritted his teeth as he watched Yiao and Mu Zhangshi casually whistling and stamping their feet, completely unconcerned. He finally couldn't stand it and rushed up to Yiao. "Do you know something?" Yiao said, "Take a guess." She continued whistling, further enraging Song Hanqing. He pointed at her. "What do you want? Spirit stones? Or something else? You can forget about getting our Yuching Sect talismans." Mu Zhangshi snorted. "Who need your talismans?" He thought to himself, "My junior sister is blessed by destiny. She has plenty of talismans." Yiao pointed at Song Hanqing. "I don't want talismans. I want 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with your Yuching Sect cultivation techniques and talisman manuals." Knowing Song Hanqing was desperate to escape, Yiao laid out her terms. "I want 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and your Yuching Sect cultivation techniques and talisman manuals." Hearing her demands, Song Hanqing sneered. "You want our talisman manuals so you can give them to Ming Shua, right? Don't you know you can only learn the talisman techniques of one sect in your lifetime? Learning from another will only lead to chi deviation." He handed the items over to Yiao without hesitation. "Here you go. Now get me out of here." Yiao took the spirit stones and slowly counted them, confirming the amount. Seeing this, Song Hanqing could only grit his teeth and wait, cursing inwardly. Is this girl possessed? She's still slowly counting spirit stones at a time like this. Just wait until I get out. I'll deal with her. After counting, Yiao clapped her hands and said with a smile, "The count is correct. Thank you." Then she told everyone to step back and pulled 3 bombs from her pocket. She threw the bombs into a corner of the demonic beast's stomach. The enormous explosion caused the beast to tremble violently. A large hole was blasted open, and the 4 quickly ran out. Shir waited anxiously outside, and upon seeing Song Hanqing, she rushed forward, asking tearfully, "Senior brother, are you all right? The elders sent me to rescue you as soon as they learned you had fallen into the rhinoceros beast's stomach." Song Hanqing frowned, looking at the young man who came with his junior sister, and asked, "Who is this?" Shir hurriedly introduced, "This is Senior Brother Yi from the Wenjian Sect. He saw I was alone and kindly accompanied me. Senior Brother Yi is very strong, and I was able to arrive smoothly thanks to his help." A disciple of Qingshao Peak, Wenjian Sect, sword cultivator Yuching. Although somewhat displeased, Song Hanqing still politely said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Yi, for taking care of my junior sister." He then took Shir's hand. "Shir, come with me." Shir hesitated for a moment, but then turned and stood beside Yuching. She thought to herself, "It's dangerous everywhere here. It's too risky to hang around with a group of talisman cultivators. It's safer to be with the powerful Senior Brother Yi." Watching his junior sister's actions, Song Hanqing gritted his teeth, his face darkening, a stomach full of words he couldn't utter. What a direct disciple, so timid, actually running to another sect's team for protection. She doesn't care about her reputation, but the Yuching Sect still has face. Yiao curiously sized up the young man, while Mu Zhangshi glanced at Song Hanqing and whispered, "I didn't expect it to be Yiching." Yiao looked at the young man in surprise and blurted out, "He's Yiching." Mu Zhangshi added, "In the original story, this is the male protagonist, Yiching, who follows the path of a cultivation world's version of Long Out Yin. It is said that he was born with a sword bone, a swordsmanship genius, 1 in 10,000, formed his core at 15, and reached the late golden core stage at 18. Mu Zhangshi added, "Of course, our senior brother isn't bad either. He was also a unique and prominent figure back then. Yiao's jaw almost dropped, as if she had discovered something interesting. So, senior brother actually fought alongside the male protagonist before. The original story never mentioned this. As the two were chatting, a gaze fell upon them from afar. Song Jiang had already recognized Yiao as the person who had dumped a bowl of noodles on his head. He immediately pointed at the two and shouted, "It's them. Senior brother, these are the two who threw noodles in my face." Everyone's eyes fell on Yiao, Mu Zhangshi, and Yichao. The girl, Yin Shuo, seeing Yiao, shouted, "Second senior sister." Hearing Yin Shuo call her that, Yichao's expression turned unpleasant. "I've been away from the sect for so long, and you still call me second senior sister. Are you trying to cause me trouble, or remind me of the gap between us?" Song Jiang gave an order, telling his junior brothers to surround them. Don't let them escape. Remembering how Yiao had robbed him of his spirit stones, Song Hanqing also instructed his junior brothers, "Go and help." Seeing the huge disparity in strength between the two sides, Duan Hongdao immediately turned around. He pointed at Yiao and Mu Zhangshi and hurriedly distanced himself. "Wait, I'm not with them. If you're going to fight them first." Yiao and Mu Zhangshi were both stunned. "Hey, you're too heartless. We shared life and death together in the belly of that demonic beast." The disciples of the two sects quickly surrounded them, trying to encircle them. Mu Zhangshi wanted to draw his sword and fight, but Yiao stopped him. She thought, "If we really fight, we're outnumbered. Not to mention Yuching hasn't made a move yet. If he does, it will be difficult for us to escape unscathed." She grabbed Mu Zhangshi's hand and used the clear step wind technique. Only then did Mu Zhangshi understand, thinking to himself, "Did the elders teach us the clear step wind technique just to prevent us from being beaten outside? I didn't want to learn it before, but ever since junior sister arrived, we've either been running for our lives or on the way to running for our lives." Duan Hongdao caught up and asked, "You weren't rogue cultivators to begin with, were you? I thought you were rogue cultivators out on a training journey." Seeing the group behind them catching up, Yiao took out a few talismans and stuck them on their pursuers. Seeing the strange behavior of those who had been tagged with talismans, Duan Hongdao yelled, "What's going on? I've been in the cultivation world for so long. How come I've never seen anyone turn into this after being tagged with a talisman?" The Wenjian sect disciples who had been tagged with talismans were actually crawling on the ground like insects. Seeing this scene, everyone else was terrified and didn't dare to chase them anymore. The three of them ran wildly, and after shaking off the crowd, Yiao stopped and tugged on Mu Zhangshi's clothes, complaining, "See, I told you not to wear the sect uniform, flaunting it around all day." She felt that using their real identities was too troublesome. Duan Hongdao turned around, interrupting their conversation. "There are demonic beasts coming this way, and quite a few, at least 20. The two young men looked back, drenched in cold sweat, to see a large group of demonic beasts chasing them. The three took flight again on their swords, desperately trying to escape the pursuing horde. Duan Hongdao, holding on to Mu Zhangshi, yelled, "Are these demonic beasts crazy? Do we smell like dog meat or something? Why won't they leave us alone?" Yiao thought to herself, the reason for this demonic beast riot is still unknown. But finding Duo's son inside the Rhino beast's stomach was strange enough. Yiao turned and raised the Duo's son's staff, waving it at the demonic beasts. Seeing their intense reaction to the staff, she finally understood. So these demonic beasts aren't chasing us. They're chasing this staff. Duan Hongdao stared at the Duo's son in Yiao's hand, his head spinning with confusion. Heavens, what is that thing? It's so bizarre. I'm afraid even the 10 great spiritual artifacts haven't seen anything like it. Yiao looked at the Duo's son's staff, her face alight with excitement. This thing must be worth a fortune. Otherwise, so many demonic beasts wouldn't be chasing me. Duan Hongdao was speechless. You've been chased for so long, and all you're thinking about is whether it's valuable. Half an hour later, Yiao and the others finally shook off the demonic beasts. Fortunately, those demonic beasts weren't too powerful, so it wasn't too difficult to escape. Feeling slightly apologetic, Duan Hongdao thanked them. Thanks for the help. I have to go back now. My senior brothers should have returned to Cloud City already. I need to hurry and find them. Mu Zhangshi asked, are you also here for the Grand Secret Realm that opens in a few months? He knew that Cloud City's Grand Secret Realm only opened once a century, and it contained countless spiritual herbs and treasures. Every time it opened, bloodshed was inevitable. Before parting, Duan Hongdao introduced himself. I'm a direct disciple of the Chengfeng Sect. Which sect are you from? Mu Zhangshi replied, Changming Sect. This is my junior sister. We're here for training. Duan Hongdao was taken aback. Isn't the Changming Sect always known for being gentle? I've certainly seen something new today. As Duan Hongdao prepared to leave, Yiao said with a smile, see you at the martial arts tournament. He responded with a smile as well, silently praying he wouldn't encounter Yiao at the tournament. He had a feeling this year's tournament was destined to be extraordinary, all because of her. Duan Hongdao had only taken a few steps when he felt like something was pulling him back. He turned around and asked, don't you guys feel like something's off? After extending their divine senses, the three realized they had stumbled into the entrance of the Grand Secret Realm. Once the Grand Secret Realm appeared, it became like a sealed space. They could only leave after it disappeared on its own a few months later. Mu Zhangshi was worried. Isn't the Grand Secret Realm supposed to open in a few months? Why is it open early? He was afraid because Golden Core cultivators could still move freely in a small secret realm. But the Grand Secret Realm required the protection of elders. Now, with 2 Golden Core and 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator, whether they could get out alive was uncertain. Both Duan Hongdao and Mu Zhangshi were worried, but Yiao patted their shoulders reassuringly. Look on the bright side. We have people from Yuching Sect and Wenjian Sect here with us. We're not the only unlucky ones. Seeing someone approaching in the distance, Yiao climbed a tree and beckoned the other 2 to join her. Hurry up, I have a feeling we're about to hear some juicy gossip. Duan Hongdao thought to himself, is it really appropriate for 3 direct disciples to be climbing trees and eavesdropping like this? But his body was more honest than his mind. Since no one was around, it wasn't long before the people from the Yuching Sect and Wenjian Sect appeared. Below the tree, Song Hanqing protectively stood in front of Shir and said to Yiching Han, wandering around the Grand Secret Realm with this sword maniac, you'll get yourself killed sooner or later. Provoked, Yiching Han drew his sword and angrily shouted, Song Hanqing, are you looking for a fight? Song Hanqing, not backing down, revealed a talisman. Come on then. Does your Wenjian Sect think you're so great? Inwardly, he knew that joining forces was the best course of action in the Grand Secret Realm. But the Wenjian Sect was so arrogant that he couldn't swallow his pride. At this moment, Shir tugged on Song Hanqing's sleeve. Senior brother, he didn't mean it that way. He just wants to protect me. Song Hanqing was so angry he nearly spat blood. We're practically being trampled on, and you're still speaking up for the Wenjian Sect. Up in the tree, Yiao was enjoying the eavesdropping, thinking that Shir's flirting skills were simply divine. She was a natural charmer, born with countless admirers. In the novel, Song Hanqing was initially attracted to her innocent and unpretentious nature. But right now, Song Hanqing hadn't fallen for Shir yet, so her favoritism only infuriated him. Hearing Shir's words, Song Hanqing's face darkened. He asked, what do you mean by that, junior sister? Shir unhesitatingly shook off Song Hanqing's hand and ran towards the Wenjian Sect group. I'm going with senior brother Yi. Brother, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. She thought to herself, the Grand Secret Realm is so dangerous. Of course, I need to follow Yiching Han to feel safe. A bunch of talisman masters, in the end, still need sword cultivators to back them up. The Yuching Sect disciples, seeing Shir's actions, all facepalmed. Their junior sister actually ran straight to another sect. She said she wasn't bothered by the small matter, but in reality, she's just naive and a traitor. So the 2 groups parted ways. Seeing that no one was around, the 3 of us jumped down. Yiao called out, let's go. Duan Hongdao asked with a puzzled look, go where? Where are we going to look for the demonic beast treasure? Let's try our luck. Yiao thought to herself. The novel did mention the demonic beast treasure, but it belonged to the female lead's spiritual pet. No one else could get it. Even if the demonic beast treasure doesn't belong to us, there's still many spiritual beasts in the Grand Secret Realm. Duan Hongdao hesitated slightly. With our cultivation level, is it too risky to enter the Grand Secret Realm? Yang Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Don't think too much, since we're already in. Just treat it as an adventure. Yi Qiao's words lightened the mood. Although I was covered in cold sweat, I was also a little excited. Who would consider a hellhole like the grand secret realm a vacation spot? But being invited along was still pretty cool. It's dangerous to be alone anyway, so might as well gamble. Night fell, and the three found a place to rest. The two boys fell fast asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Yi Qiao, on the other hand, held the Yuching Sect's talisman book and couldn't put it down, becoming more and more excited as she read. She glanced at the two snoring guys beside her, completely unaware of any danger. A thought suddenly struck her. I can practice drawing talismans while keeping watch. How did it become a girl watching over boys sleeping in the forest? It's completely reversed. The next morning, she yawned but still grinned. She hadn't realized she had drawn so many talismans. Come and see. She ran to wake the two boys up. Wake up, sleepy heads. Someone's coming. Duan Hongdao mumbled sleepily. Who? I don't know. Actually, I sent someone nearby before dawn, but I didn't pay much attention since they were far away. Duan Hongdao looked disbelieving. You could send someone from that far away. He wondered, isn't the range of divine sense related to cultivation level? I'm at Golden Core, and she's only at Foundation Establishment. How is her divine sense greater than mine? And shouldn't talisman masters, alchemists, and chi cultivators have the strongest divine sense? They rely on it for refining, alchemy, and drawing talismans. Yi Qiao is clearly a sword cultivator. At this moment, Yi Qiao was desperately trying to wake Mu Zhangshi. Mu Zhangshi was still dreaming, so Yi Qiao directly took out a talisman and waved it. Want to play stick talismans on bad guys? I have plenty. I'll stick one on anyone who comes. Mu Zhangshi instantly woke up, his eyes shining. Okay. Mu Zhangshi secretly rejoiced. Every time junior sister finishes drawing talismans, she looks for someone to test them on. Thankfully, it's finally someone else's turn this time, and he doesn't have to suffer anymore. He took the stack of talismans Yi Qiao handed him. Duan Hongdao looked on enviously. So many talismans, Ming Chuan must have spent a long time drawing them, right? He really spoils you. A typical talisman master can only draw 5 or 6 talismans a day. Any more, and their divine sense can't handle it. The Changming Sect only has one talisman master, Ming Chuan, so these talismans must have been drawn by him. He's really willing to give them to junior sister. Duan Hongdao asked again, what are these talismans for? Yi Qiao was a little embarrassed and scratched her head, thinking that Duan Hongdao had misunderstood. But it was fine to let him continue misunderstanding. After all, they would have to compete later, so it was better to keep her talisman drawing ability a secret for now. She replied, they're mainly array talismans and some attack talismans. Feel free to use them. I have plenty more. Duan Hongdao's eyes almost popped out as he looked at the talismans in Yi Qiao's hands. He wished he also had a senior brother who could draw talismans, so that if he couldn't beat someone in a fight, he could just throw talismans at them. The three were chatting happily when suddenly a voice came from behind them. Which sect disciples are you? Yi Qiao turned around and replied politely, may I ask which sect this fellow Taoist is from? The other person, with an arrogant attitude, was from a Frost Cloud sect. Duan Hongdao whispered to Yi Qiao, their sect isn't small. Although it can't compare to our 5 great sects, it's still quite well known in the cultivation world. On the surface, they seem righteous, but I bet they'll be involved with demonic cultivators sooner or later. Seeing the two whispering, the person raised their voice and shouted, what are you muttering about? Hand over your treasures, or don't blame me for killing a few of you to feed my sword. Duan Hongdao was about to announce his sect's name to intimidate them, but Yi Qiao stopped him. She signaled with her eyes. How can you reveal our sect's name at a time like this? If we're going to make enemies, let others make enemies with other sections. By this time, Mu Zhangshi had already quickly slapped the talisman onto the person's forehead, too lazy to waste words with them, opting to use talismans directly. He was usually the one being used to test talismans, so he was overjoyed to finally be able to use one on someone else. Every time he tested a talisman, it would cost him half his life. This time, with his junior sister giving him a talisman to use on someone else, he was beyond excited. Mu Zhangshi applied one talisman, and the person immediately collapsed. Then, the three enthusiastically stuck all sorts of talismans onto the Changfeng sect disciples. They had many kinds of talismans, such as laughter talismans, confusion talismans, and stink talismans. Although Duan Hongdao was having fun applying the talismans, he was secretly sweating. How could the Changming sect have so many different kinds of talismans and use such unorthodox methods? It was truly frightening. Wasn't Ming Shuang a proper talisman cultivator? How did she end up on this crooked path? The Changfeng Sect disciples who were stuck with talismans wondered, with so many talisman cultivators, could they be from the Yuching sect? Most of the talisman cultivators from the major sects are in the Yuching sect, right? And the Yuching sect is notoriously shameless. The Changming sect also has talisman cultivators. Hasn't the Changming sect always been known for being kind, upright, and a bit foolish? How could it be them? It must be those shameless disciples from the Yuching sect. Just then, Song Hanqing's group also arrived to watch the commotion. As soon as Song Hanqing arrived, he called out Yiao's name. A flash of inspiration struck Yiao, and she immediately turned around and waved to Song Hanqing, shouting, "Senior Brother Song, help us. These unorthodox sects dare to provoke us, the Yuching sect. They're courting death." As soon as Yiao shouted this, 10,000 question marks popped up in Song Hanqing's mind. What do you mean? We're from the Yuching sect. Who are you with? Before he could react, the Changfeng sect disciples were furious. They pointed at Song Hanqing and cursed, "You scum of the Yuching sect. We'll fight you to the death today." With that, they drew their swords and charged at Song Hanqing. Song Hanqing quickly dodged, shouting, "Don't listen to her nonsense. They're clearly disciples of the Changming sect and Changfeng sect. I don't even know her." He was inwardly bitter, this annoying Yiao, causing trouble and trying to shift the blame onto us. Don't know her. Who are you trying to fool? Didn't you just call her name? A junior brother from the Changfeng sect said, "Senior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's attack together." Yiao continued to fan the flames, shouting at Song Hanqing, "That's right, Senior Brother Song. How can you do this? We're inner disciples of the Yuching sect. This is so hurtful." Song Hanqing glared fiercely at Yiao, wishing he could devour her, and angrily said, "Shut up. Are you all blind? They're 2 sword cultivators and 1 chi cultivator. Where did the Yuching sect get a chi cultivator? There's only 1 sword cultivator among the inner disciples." Yiao continued to shout, "How dare you say they're blind? Even if you're the senior brother of the Yuching sect, you can't say that." The Changfeng sect disciples were furious, and their senior brother ordered, "Don't let the Yuching sect people escape. I want to see what makes these talisman cultivators so arrogant." The 2 sects began to fight, and Yiao didn't forget to continue adding fuel to the fire, making the 2 sects fight even more fiercely, misunderstanding each other. Seeing the chaos, Yiao happily slipped away. The other 2 looked at her with admiration. "We've learned something." "Amazing. Junior sister is truly amazing." The 3 walked to a spot and saw several small holes. Yang Xiao asked in confusion, "What is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, a rat crawled out a hole. Upon seeing the rat, Yang Xiao trembled all over. "Ugh, so disgusting. I'm terrified of rats." Duan Hongdao immediately warned, "Be careful, those are white-haired fire rats. Their teeth are poisonous. Although their cultivation isn't high, they're extremely numerous and difficult to deal with." Waves of rats lunged at Yiao and the others, nearly exhausting them. "Can we please stop this? Seriously, will these things ever stop coming? Just hacking at them isn't working." Yiao observed that only 1 white-haired fire rat could emerge from each hole at a time, and their appearances followed a pattern. She turned to Duan Hongdao. "Do you have a hammer?" "Yeah, I'm a chi cultivator. I have all kinds of weapons. But what do you need a hammer for?" "To whack the rats. Follow my instructions, and I'll teach you too how to quickly deal with these furry fire rat pests." "For senior brother, you watch those 3 holes over there. Duan Hongdao, you take the other side. I've memorized the order these little fire rats come out in. I guarantee every hit will land." Duan Hongdao was a little worried, thinking, what if Yiao remembers the order wrong? What if she gets bitten? "Don't worry, our little junior sister has a photographic memory. This small matter is a piece of cake for her." "All right, let's begin." Half an hour later, the 3 had cleared out all the white-haired fire rats. Duan Hongdao pointed at the rats. "These can be used for refining tools. They can be sold for quite a bit of money." Hearing this, Yiao stood up and collected the rats into a bag, thinking, although I hate rats, making money is more important. In the cultivation world, money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Duan Hongdao looked at her excitedly. "Yiao, I think you and your memory are tailor-made for chi cultivation. It's a shame you're not a tool refiner." Mu Zhangshi immediately stepped in front of Yiao. Hey, She's our Sect's little junior sister, who wants to be a tool refiner. Haha. He was afraid his precious little junior sister would be snatched away. Duan Hongdao looked unconvinced. What did you say? Do you know how much the artifacts we refine are worth? Watch your words. As the two were arguing, Yiao made a silencing gesture. Shir, do you hear that? She locked onto the source of the sound with her divine sense. It's a fire chicken. She suddenly became excited. A fire chicken. We'll have meat to eat. Follow me, everyone. The three stealthily approached where the fire chicken was standing. The fire chicken sensed danger and tried to dodge, but it couldn't escape Yiao's grasp. Seeing that the chicken was a bit small, Yiao was already drooling. Although it's small, it should still be good roasted. The fire chicken squawked nervously, cheep, cheep, cheep. It was probably not an ordinary chicken, but some kind of demonic beast. Yang Xiao looked at it with disgust. A demonic beast. What kind of ugly demonic beast is this? Look, it's just a chicken. Yang Xiao poked the fire chicken, provoking it. The chicken bit him, drawing blood. Unbeknownst to him, the contract was already complete. The fire chicken stared wide-eyed at Yang Xiao, screaming internally. I came here to find a master, but I ended up getting entangled with this person. The master I wanted was that girl in the pink dress over there. She has excellent spiritual roots, extraordinary talent, and amazing luck. But I was careless and got caught by this cunning fellow, and even signed a contract with him. How embarrassing. The fire chicken pecked at Yang Xiao's leg incessantly, infuriating him. He kicked it away. Ouch. Get away, you little thing. Duan Hongdao picked up the demonic beast. The two of you have already signed a contract. Unless one of you dies, it can't be broken. He thought. Every cultivator chooses their contracted beast very carefully. How can it be so boisterous? Yang Xiao sighed and asked it, can you fly? Probably not, huh? He glared fiercely at the fire chicken. So fat. Should we stew it and eat it? Do you think chicken wings are better or clay-baked chicken? Hearing this, Duan Hongdao gulped. Stew it. I like salty food. It's not a real chicken anyway. Besides, it's still a chick. There's not much meat. At least wait until it grows a bit bigger. He quickly shook his head, trying to calm himself down and not be swayed by Yang Xiao. Eating and drinking together, your fates are linked. If it dies, you'll suffer too. Yang Xiao looked at the fire chicken with disdain. Forget it, I'll keep it and see. He thought, everyone's fate is different. I remember Yin Shir's mount was a Qingwan, so ethereal, and I can only ride a flightless chicken. Mu Zhangshi had taken a liking to the little bird. Young beasts grow slowly and need spiritual nourishment. As the saying goes, a girl changes 18 times before she becomes a woman. Who knows if it will become beautiful when it grows up? Upon hearing that raising the fire chicken would cost money, Yang Xiao became even more disgusted. We have to spend money to raise it. Forget it. I was thinking about how to catch it and stew it later. These are the fire attribute spirit crystals I've saved up. I was originally saving them for refining tools, but they can also be used to feed spirit beasts. Shall we try feeding it this? Duan Hongdao handed the fire attribute spirit crystal to the fire chicken and said, this kind of spirit crystal is usually only found in extremely hot places. This reminded Yang Xiao of the original story, where Yin Shir formed a contract with a spirit beast in the secret realm and, with its guidance, found fire attribute, or which she shared with the people for Wenjian's sect. Yi Tinghan schemed in secret, and in the end, she got most of it. After leading everyone to find the fire attribute spirit crystals, Yang Xiao named the fire chicken. I'll call you Fire Chicken. How about that? The fire chicken strongly protested upon hearing the name. Seeing this, Yang Xiao had a sudden inspiration. Since you're already a chicken, why don't I just call you KFC? Girl, not everyone is worthy of this name. Only the most powerful are. You know, ordinary people aren't qualified to be called KFC. KFC is the most powerful. The fire chicken immediately became overjoyed upon hearing this. Perfectly content. Afterwards, the three flew on their swords towards the fire attribute spirit stone mine. It started to rain on the way, and Duan Hongdao said, the rain in this secret realm is corrosive. I have defensive equipment, but it consumes some spiritual energy to maintain. Do you want to use it? Hearing that it would consume spiritual energy, everyone hesitated. What if their spiritual energy was depleted and they encountered enemies? Yiao suddenly remembered something. Right? I have a hot pot that I usually use for alchemy. You too can wear it to block the rain. The fire attribute mineral vein is just a bit further ahead. Using a hot pot for alchemy. Duan Hongdao muttered to himself. Chaming Sect only had one alchemist, Master Shui. Ever since Ming Xuan went crazy, Master Shui had also become eccentric, actually using a hot pot for alchemy. I hope you'll go easy on us during the competition. Shengfeng's sect is usually not taken seriously, but this new junior sister has caught us off guard. At the volcanic beast forest, before entering the fire attribute spirit stone area, Yiao saw the other two standing blankly. She guessed, right, there are often mind-disturbing illusions in the secret realm. Those with weak wills easily get lost. They've probably fallen under an illusion. As expected, her guess was correct. In their eyes, a large snake was blocking their path. Yiao gave them a clear heart pill to wake them up. Duan Hongdao asked, "How do you have so many pills?" Senior brother Mu gave them to me. He gave me a whole bunch. I don't have many other pills now, just a lot of clear heart pills. Entering the fire attribute spirit stone cave, KFC's eyes lit up like searchlights, frantically lunging at the spirit stones. Its mouth was dripping with oil. Yiao rolled up her sleeves. Quick, quick, pick up all these spirit stones. Don't miss a single one. The three of them busied themselves picking up spirit stones, KFC the happiest, munching on its favorite snacks. Suddenly, a black panther stealthily approached from behind, preparing to swallow it whole. The ferocious black panther was about to bare its fangs and pounce. But KFC simply glanced back at it, and the ferocious black panther instantly turned into a docile kitten. After a while, they finally finished collecting the spirit stones, but KFC had already eaten a third of the fire tribute spirit stones. The three left the cave. Yang Xiao asked, "Strange, shouldn't these spirit stones be guarded by a demonic beast? Why haven't we seen anything?" They didn't know that the demonic beast guarding the spirit stones was squatting in a corner crying because KFC had scared it away with just a glance. Where to next? I don't know. Anywhere. Suddenly, a group of people stopped them. One person pointed at Yiao and shouted, "It's them. They stole my spirit stones." "Your spirit stones. Did you write your name on them?" "We clearly found them before you. How can you have the nerve to say that?" The person cursed inwardly. The demonic beast guarding the spirit stones had at least golden core cultivation. He hadn't dared to make a move the first time he saw it, and had to go back to call for help. Who knew that when he returned, it would be gone? He threw a punch at Yiao, but she dodged it effortlessly with a flash, retaliating with a strike of her own. Her speed was so fast that the person didn't even have time to blink. Yiao thought to herself, "Everyone here is at the foundation establishment stage. If I can't even beat this guy, wouldn't Uncle Duan's usual devilish training have been for nothing? He's pinned under me, grimacing in pain, his face all scrunched up. Honestly, being held down by a useless talisman cultivator who can't even take care of herself, isn't that just embarrassing? Aren't talisman cultivators supposed to be the worst at close combat?" Yiao kicked him and said, "I'm a direct disciple of the Yuching sect. If you have the guts, go complain to my senior brother. Go on if you dare." At this moment, another person in the group pointed at Yiao and yelled, "You're that Shir, the one Yuching sect just took in, right? I knew it. Yuching sect is full of shameless liars. How dare you insult our sect?" Meanwhile, Duan Hongdao and Mu Shir, who were watching the fight from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire her sharp tongue. She had originally intended to frame Song Hanqing, but it seemed everyone assumed the only direct disciple of Yuching sect was junior sister Shir. Oh well, might as well go with the flow. In the next second, she pulled out an immortal binding talisman and with a slap bound all of them. Those people jumped in fury, shouting with even more conviction, "See, I told you they must be Yuching sect disciples. Who else would use such underhanded tactics? I saw it with my own eyes. That's definitely a Yuching sect talisman." Duan Hongdao was utterly impressed by Yiao. Pushing the blame onto the enemy in the midst of chaos. Truly impressive. Seeing her performance, everything made sense. The news of Yuching sect obtaining the fire attribute spirit stones spread faster than gossip in a tea house. Naturally, people from other sects wanted to borrow Yuching sect's spirit stones. Meanwhile, the Yuching sect team was exhausted, panting like they had just finished a marathon. Those mad dog from the Xinyan sect are really persistent. It took us ages to shake them off. If senior brother hadn't used some tricks, we would still be entangled with them. And that Yiao, she's crazy. We didn't even provoke her. Song Hanqing's face was as dark as a stormy night, his heart filled with indignation. Another ungrateful wretch. Next time he saw her, he wouldn't let her off lightly. He thought to himself, there's a lot of talk in the sect about Yiao leaving Yuching's sect, but I bet Changming's sect promised her a direct disciple position. That's why she abandoned her sect, betrayed us. At that moment, the rogue cultivators coveting the spirit stones finally found the Yuching sect team. Sensing someone approaching, Song Hanqing called out, "Who's there?" One of them pointed at Song Hanqing and asked, "Are you from Yuching's sect?" "So what if we are?" Song Hanqing sneered inwardly. Xinyan's sect had some reputation in the cultivation world, but these miscellaneous rogue cultivators dared to cause trouble. Another person drew their sword, ready to attack. Song Hanqing said coldly, "Perfect. We're looking for Yuching's sect disciples." Song Hanqing was confused, but quickly used talismans to set up a formation. Those outside, unable to break the barrier, yelled, "Hand over the spirit stones." Shir, if you dare take the spirit stones, you dare open the barrier. Hearing this, Song Hanqing muttered to himself, what exactly did Shir take from them? It's common to have treasures stolen in the secret realm, but she's being way too high profile, making it known to everyone. Elsewhere, Shir sneezed repeatedly. "Shir, are you all right?" "I'm fine." She wondered why she'd been sneezing ever since entering. Suddenly, a treasure-hunting spirit beast ran over and pounced on her. "So cute. I want to form a contract with you." Before Yiching Han could stop her, she had already successfully formed the contract. He thought to himself, Shir, if this spirit beast is ordinary, this contract is like keeping a mascot. He also realized that he liked Shir's gentle and innocent nature, but sometimes her naivety was a headache. "It's okay, senior brother. I signed a master-servant contract. I can break it any time if I don't need it." Hearing this, the spirit beast's eyes welled up with tears. As expected, all humans are the same. The spirit beast immediately used its talent, jumping down and leading Shir to search for treasures. Soon, she was overjoyed to have found many rare treasures. The little spirit beast led us to so many rare spirit fruits and herbs. Then, the spirit beast gestured towards Yiching Han, seemingly saying it knew where there were fire attribute ores and could lead them there. "What are we waiting for?" Shir, "Have your spirit beast lead the way." Before, they looked down on her, and senior brother didn't even want to bring this burden along. Who knew her spirit beast could find so many good things? Hearing this, Shir secretly rejoiced. Finally, someone from Wanjian's sect acknowledged me. Half an hour later, the spirit beast indeed led them to a place with fire attribute ore. But where was the ore? There was nothing here. It was completely empty. Shir angrily questioned the spirit beast. "Where's the ore?" The spirit beast, frightened by Shir, bit her and desperately struggled to escape. Unexpectedly, it burrowed into Yiao's blanket to hide. Awakened by the commotion, Yiao lifted the blanket and saw the creature trembling with fear, whimpering incessantly. "Stop whimpering. This little guy is actually quite cute." The other two were also awakened by the noise. Duan Hongdao looked at the spirit beast and said, "This must be a treasure-hunting spirit beast. It seems someone has already signed a contract with it." Hearing this, Yiao thought to herself, "It must be Shir who signed a contract with it." After all, in the original story, this treasure-hunting spirit beast was meant for Shir. Are you lost? But did you run away on your own? At this moment, the spirit beast was staring intently at Yiao's duoshan sword. Unfazed, Yiao released the spirit beast. "Go on. I have no interest in keeping spirit beasts." But the spirit beast refused to leave, clinging tightly to Yiao. "I don't want to go anywhere. The master I just signed with is crazy. She's terrifying." Is the treasure-hunting spirit beast having a tantrum with Shir? It seems like it doesn't want to go anywhere now, so we'll wait until we find its real master. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Muzhang Shir, this is a treasure-hunting spirit beast. Wouldn't it be great to follow it and pick up treasures along the way? Saying this, I scooped up the spirit beast. "Fire Chicken, why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and find some treasures." Yiao was a little surprised by Mu Zhangshir's actions. She remembered how serious her fourth senior brother used to be, even hesitating over whether to leave spirit herbs for others. Now, he had finally let go of the pressure. That's right, children are easy to teach. Dawn broke, and the three were overjoyed at having found so many treasures. Yiao thought to herself, no wonder the author gave Shir a treasure-hunting spirit beast. It's practically a cheat code. Good job. Here's a snack as a reward. On the other side, Shir and her team were flying on their swords, searching for the spirit beast. Where did my treasure-hunting spirit beast run off to? Logically, I should be able to find it by following its scent, but why is it running around randomly in the secret realm? Not long after, she saw the spirit beast perched on Yiao's shoulder. Second senior sister, please return my treasure-hunting spirit beast. She thought to herself that Yiao must have taken a liking to the treasure-hunting spirit beast's abilities and wanted to keep it for herself. Pikachu, let go of me. Seeing this, Fire Chicken jumped up and down in anger, wanting the spirit beast to release its master. But the spirit beast clung tightly to the Duoshun's sword, refusing to return to Shir. Seeing this, Shir became angry. Treasure-hunting spirit beast, come back. Yiao sighed and spoke in her earpiece. Everyone, it's not that I'm not returning it. It's that it refuses to leave. All right, here's the bill. Please pay up. My senior brother just fed it 5-star stones. Based on the market price, I'll just charge 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. That's not too much, is it? Upon hearing the price, Shir was dumbfounded. That's highway robbery. If you don't give it back to me, I'll keep your treasure-hunting spirit beast. At this moment, Shir remembered that the fire attribute spirit mine the spirit beast had led her to had already been emptied, so she asked, did you take those star stones? Yes, we took them all. Shir looked pitifully at Yiching. Senior brother Yi, what should we do now? Yiching casually tossed 5 top-grade spirit stones to Yiao. Yiching junior brothers were furious. That spirit beast ate Shir's things, so why did their senior brother have to compensate? Moreover, 5 top-grade spirit stones were no small sum. Song Hanqing angrily pointed at Yiao and cursed. Has your Chaming Sect gone mad with poverty? Even scheming over these few spirit stones. How could you? I'm truly so poor that I can't sleep at night. Great talents of the Wanjian Sect. Why don't you give me a few more spirit stones? The Chaming Sect disciples looked helpless. All right, stop messing around. I still need to thank the Wanjian Sect for their generosity. Right, here's your spirit beast and treasures. Seeing his junior sister causing trouble, Shir quickly stepped in to smooth things over. We truly need to thank the Wanjian Sect for their generosity. Duan Hongdao thought to himself, normally, I wouldn't dare provoke sword cultivators, but Yiao is a friend. He chimed in, indeed, many thanks to the Wanjian Sect for their generosity. The Wanjian Sect's team immediately became wary. If it were only Yiao alone, they would definitely teach her a lesson. But now, not only was the exceptionally talented sword cultivator Shir present, but even someone from the Changfeng sect was involved. Song Jiang glared at them, his face dark. Don't tell me this is because I mocked the Chaming sect before. Then try and get first place this year. Just you wait and see. Yiao retorted, and the Wanjian sect disciples burst into laughter. What makes you so confident? A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to speak such big words. How laughable. Seeing his junior sister being bullied, Shir's face turned icy as he drew his sword. You ask what makes us confident. We were born with sore bones. What do you think makes us confident? Everyone was furious, but Shir's golden core strength at the age of 16 couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, he had only slightly unsheathed his sword, and everyone else's swords were already trembling. A wave of exhilaration washed over Shir. Spending so much time with junior sister has made me more confident too, he thought. I used to always give way to disciples from other sects, but now even Yiching, the #1 swordsman, is slightly inferior to me. Seeing this, Yiching said, then I'll see you on the competition grounds. I look forward to your performance. Yiao walked up to Yiching and Shir, smiling. See you at the competition. Shir looked up and saw Yiching staring at Yiao. Finding it strange, she tugged at his sleeve and said coquettishly, Senior brother, second senior sister, and I miss you so much. When will you come back to the sect with us? Someone beside them chimed in. Shir is from the Yuching sect. Do the top disciples of these two sects know each other? Then they asked, second senior sister, do you know each other? Shir put on an air of familiarity. Senior sister was picked up by my master. We grew up together. Later, for some reason, senior sister threw a tantrum and left the sect. The Wanjian sect disciples immediately looked at Yiao with strange expressions. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Yiao betrayed the master who raised her and joined another sect. Isn't this ungrateful? Without a word, Shir drew his sword and attacked Shir. Fortunately, Yuching blocked the attack in time, and Shir stumbled, falling to the ground. Shir said with an impassive face, Shir, my junior sister didn't hit you today because she's well-mannered, but I'm hitting you because I'm not. Have the guts to get someone from your Yuching sect to come find me. He was fuming inside. Shir is trying to force junior sister to return to the Yuching sect right now. What a joke. He's still a siscon after all. What a problem. Yiao was startled by Shir's actions, her eyes full of admiration. Fourth senior brother is so handsome when he's not nagging. Seeing Shir frozen in place, Yuching helped her up. Shir, are you alright? Seeing that Song Hanqing hadn't done anything, Shir burst into tears. I was bullied. Why didn't you help me teach them a lesson, senior brother? That night, Yiao and her group were chatting when Duan Hongdao said, I'm guessing that spirit beast that was looking for Shir's treasures before came because it smelled this stick. I'll draw a sealing talisman on it for you. If it attracts some big monster, it'll be a disaster. After a while, Yiao suddenly remembered something and asked, how long can the secret realm last at most? Even if it's huge, is it only 5 days? Doesn't that mean it'll end tomorrow? Her face fell. I'm still having so much fun. Duan Hongdao looked at her, breaking out in a cold sweat. She really is having a lot of fun, while the Yuching sect keeps getting beaten and injured. It's pretty good following Yiao around. I just have to lie back and win. He sighed. Why doesn't our sect have a junior sister like this? After drawing the talisman, he handed the stick to Yiao. It's a bit tight. This is a temporary sealing talisman. If you want to undo it, just wipe it off with spiritual power. By the way, how did you get down the mountain? Yixiao Sikit. The forbidden area was too boring, so we pestered second senior brother for a teleportation talisman to come down and play. The next morning, everyone in the secret realm panicked. The secret realm is about to close. Let's all find the exit together. Seeing Song Hanqing and his group looking disheveled, Yiao laughed inwardly. They must have been chased by those rogue cultivators to end up like this. Song Hanqing stood in front of Shir. Junior sister, did you get the fire attribute spirit stone? No, she muttered to herself. Didn't Yiao take it? Why are you asking me? He wants to keep it all to himself. Yiao interjected, junior sister Shir. The secret realm exit has already opened. Shir seemed unconcerned by the conversation, much to Song Hanqing's frustration. With a smug look, Shir replied, I have a map of the secret realm, so naturally I know which path is safest. Seeing many rogue cultivators following Shir, Yiao thought to herself, the exit of the secret realm doesn't appear in a fixed location. Cultivators have to find it themselves. Shir has a map, but I'm the one who knows the plot best. Theoretically, the path Shir indicated was indeed correct, but the casualties would be extremely high. Many teams encountered nascent soul stage giant beasts, and many rogue cultivators died in their bellies. After joining forces with others to slay a nascent soul stage giant beast, Shir obtained quite a few spirit fruits, but this also affected the surrounding barrier, trapping everyone inside with no escape. Seeing this, Yiao, unwilling to let so many rogue cultivators die in vain, spoke up, is anyone willing to come with us? The group looked at Yiao with disdain. You're just a foundation establishment cultivator. What use is there in following you? Senior sister, don't cause trouble. I have a map. Yiao thought, following the same path as the male and female leads. They won't die, but those unimportant passersby will definitely be implicated. Clenching her fists, she said, I advise everyone not to follow them, but if you insist on choosing Shir, just pretend I didn't say anything. Everyone believed Shir had a map and that following the Wanjian sect disciples was safer. She thought to herself, as expected, no one believed her. Suddenly, 3 people from behind spoke up. Why don't we go with you? All right, let's go. Half an hour later, look, the exit is just ahead. After thanking her, the 3 bid farewell. Duan Hongdao patted Yiao's shoulder and said, Yiao, can you tell fortunes or something? The path you took was so smooth, we didn't even encounter a single demonic beast. Of course not. I was just lucky. Duan Hongdao quickened his pace as he walked and said, the secret realm will close in less than 2 hours. Let's hurry out. Yiao stopped and said, I'll go out later. I still want to catch a few more demonic beasts. Duan Hongdao asked if she was serious. He thought to himself, the demonic beasts in the secret realm are all huge, the lowest being mid-foundation establishment stage. Wouldn't an early foundation establishment cultivator like her be caught by them? Very serious. Hearing her affirmative reply, he panicked slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, forget it. I'll stay with you. We've been together for so many days. How can I leave you alone? Mu Zhangshi had a headache because of his mischievous junior sister. So where are we going to catch demonic beasts? He thought to himself, this junior sister really likes to find dangerous places. What a headache. But she's my junior sister. What can I do? I can only spoil her. Yiao similet mysteriously. Don't worry. Let's go to Yinshir's side and listen to some gossip first. Everyone was trapped by the barrier, and the rogue cultivators glared resentfully at Yinshir. Why did Yinshir lead us astray? She not only led us into encountering giant beasts, resulting in heavy casualties, but now she's accidentally triggered the barrier. No one can escape. Suddenly, a transmission talisman landed in Song Hanqing's hand. The message read, look outside. Song Hanqing looked up and saw Yiao and her group waving at him from outside. His jaw dropped. How is it them? Song Hanqing glared furiously and cursed at Yiao. Yiao quickly cut off the transmission talisman to avoid hearing Song Hanqing's foul language. After a while, Song Hanqing was panting, and Yiao thought, he's probably tired from cursing. Time to talk to them. Yiao used a transmission talisman to say, Song Hanqing, do you want to get out? How about this? Your Yuching Sect and the Wanjian Sect can bid against each other. Whoever gives me more spirit stones, I'll find a way to get you out. Everyone inside glared at Yiao. Duan Hongdao whispered worriedly to Yiao, aren't you afraid the two sects will join forces against you after this? I've already offended them. Might as well go all the way. Yuching Han was unwilling to give up. I don't believe we can't get out. He drew his sword and slashed at the barrier, only to be repelled back, coughing up blood and collapsing. Yinshir quickly ran over to support him. Senior brother Yi, are you all right? Seeing this scene between the male and female leads, Yiao sighed inwardly, as expected of the evergreen tree of the cultivation world. Even coughing up blood, they don't forget to maintain their image. She recalled the original story, where Yuching Han exhausted his spiritual power, suffering backlash and coughing up blood before barely managing to lead Yinshir and the others out of the secret realm. This is the key to strengthening the relationship between two people. While Yiao was still lost in thought, Song Hanqing yelled at her, Yiao, I know you have a way. If we die here, you will bear the guilt of failing to save us. Is this how the elders of the Changming sect taught you? Yiao sat down casually and retorted, then go ahead and die. After you're dead, who will care whether I failed to save you or not? Song Hanqing roared in anger, but quickly forced himself to calm down and compromised. How many spirit stones do you want? How much do you think the lives of these Wanjian sect disciples are worth? 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. TSK. So the direct disciples of the Wanjian sect are only worth a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Song Hanqing trembled all over, desperately suppressing his anger, cursing inwardly. How could there be such a person in this world? Unlike Song Hanqing, Yiao cheerfully asked, does the Yuching sect want to raise the bid? Are the direct disciples of the Yuching sect not even worth 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Hearing this, Song Hanqing roared, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. That's all I have. He cursed inwardly. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely stay far away from Yinshir. If it weren't for her insistence on taking this path, how could we have encountered that nascent soul demonic beast? If it weren't for her greed for those spirit fruits, how could we have run into this barrier? Yiao took out a pre-written paper and handed it to the two. Then please write a guarantee and stamp it with your handprints. After several arguments, the leaders of the two sects, though furious, could only grit their teeth and do as Yiao said. Yiao turned around and said, let's go then. Duan Hongdao muttered to himself, isn't she deliberately scamming us, playing us for fools? Going to catch demonic beasts. Isn't that what I said in the beginning? Catch demonic beasts and save people incidentally. A moment later, Yiao peeked towards the front of the cave entrance, where many demonic beasts were resting. She gently picked up a stone and threw it at one of the beasts. The demonic beast glared around, trying to see who did it. Yiao provoked, "Come on, come and fight me." "Nah, nah, nah." Yiao teased the demonic beast while her face paled, turning around and running for her life. Duan Hongdao and Shir were waiting outside. Seeing Yiao running towards them in a panic, they were completely bewildered. Yiao shouted as she ran, "Run? Why are we running? There are 2 Golden Core demonic beasts, 6 Peak Foundation Establishment demonic beasts, and 8 Mid-Foundation Establishment demonic beasts chasing me." Hearing Yiao's words, Duan Hongdao felt his head buzzing, wanting nothing more than to beat her up. Led by Yiao, the 3 rushed into the barrier that trapped Song Hanqing and the others. The barrier only allowed living people to enter, but not demonic beasts. Song Hanqing stepped forward and asked, "Did you lure all those demonic beasts here? What could I possibly do to them? We'll make our move when they've almost exhausted the barrier." Yiching whispered, "She's planning to use the demonic beasts to break the barrier. This is troublesome. If she plays any more of these tiresome tricks, I won't believe in the saying a loss is a blessing. You can suffer the loss yourselves. We're not doing it." Yiao turned to Duan Hongdao and asked, "Do you have a demonic beast net? How's your aim?" "My aim is top-notch." He proudly displayed his demonic beast net, basking in Yiao's appreciative gaze, thinking, a qualified cultivator must always be ready to unleash their magical tool for battle, and aim is, of course, paramount. Yiao nodded, "Then I'm relieved. Do as I say later, and we'll catch these demonic beasts." A moment later, the demonic beasts broke through the barrier, causing it to collapse, and everyone scattered and fled. Yiao seized the opportunity and commanded Duan Hongdao, "Cast a net, catch the demonic beasts." Now Duan Hongdao finally understood. It was Yiao who had enraged the demonic beasts. As long as he stayed away from her, he would be absolutely safe. Moreover, these demonic beasts had already exhausted most of their spiritual power to break the barrier, making them easy to capture now. Intentionally provoking the demonic beasts to break the barrier, not only did she swindle a large sum of spirit stones from the 2 sects, but she also conveniently harvested the exhausted demonic beasts. It was all part of her plan. Soon after, the 3 of them finally escaped before the secret realm disappeared, panting heavily. At this time, Duan Hongdao handed a storage bag to Yiao. "The demonic beasts are all in this mustard seed bag. You can use the demonic beast souls for refining tools, and the inner cores belong to you." He thought to himself, "This great hall is truly spacious. Just the refining materials alone. These spirit stones will last me a long time." Just then, Yiao suddenly remembered her Kentucky chicken and asked, "By the way, where's my chicken? Aren't demonic beasts unable to leave the barrier? Then where did Kentucky go when I entered the barrier?" Muzhangshi replied, "It's on your head. Looks like it wants to build a nest there." Seeing Kentucky, Yiao remembered the red-feathered bird. So she asked, "For senior brother, is that red-feathered bird we tied to the tree with the demon binding rope still there?" She exclaimed excitedly, "Let's try riding it. We can bring it back to the sect too." After bidding farewell to Duan Hongdao and his sister, Yiao rode the red-feathered bird back to the sect. The red-feathered bird was extremely reluctant, swaying from side to side as it flew. As they neared the sect, Yiao wanted to regain control of the red-feathered bird, using the demon binding rope again, but this only made the bird struggle even more fiercely. As a result, all 3 of them lost their balance and fell from the sky. At the same time, visitors from the Azure Water Sect arrived at the Changming Sect. Elder Zhao and Yiao's senior brothers were welcoming the guests. Yiao happened to fall right into the welcoming area. A loud crash echoed from the sky, and everyone looked over in astonishment. Elder Zhao glared at Yang Shao and Mu Zhangshi. Remembering the guests were present, he forced himself to suppress his anger. "You little rascals are causing trouble again." One of the young women turned her head and whispered, "Senior sister, I don't think the direct disciples of this sect are quite right in the head." This young woman was Miao Miao, a direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect. Another Azure Water Sect direct disciple, Si Miaoyan, thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen such strange direct disciples. They're sword cultivators, yet they don't fly on their swords, instead choosing to ride some random bird all over the sky. Elder Zhao, barely suppressing his anger, introduced them. It's good that you're back. These two are direct disciples from the Azure Water Sect. Why don't you show them around our Chaming Sect? You two behave yourselves. Yes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that direct disciples from another sect were present. Otherwise, Elder Zhao would definitely be roaring like a lion. After Elder Zhao left, Miaoyan looked at Yiao, thinking, I heard the Chaming Sect recently accepted a new direct disciple. Direct disciples of the 5 great sects are all elites, but this girl seems very ordinary. At that moment, Ming Shuo said, you two are finally back. If you hadn't returned soon, Master would have personally come down the mountain to drag you back. Shuyi looked at the two and asked, it's only been 5 days. Why do you look like you've been wandering outside for years? Yi Xiao nudged the little red-feathered bird with her foot and joked, take a look, maybe we picked up some scraps along the way. Suddenly, Meow Meow poked Shuye's shoulder and asked, handsome senior brother, let me ask you, is this kind of pill from the Qingyun sect popular lately? Shuyi looked at the pill with disgust, thinking, how could such an ugly pill be popular in the Qingyun sect? But Ming Shuo glanced at the pill and said, I think I've seen it somewhere before. All right, my junior sister used to make similar things just for fun. Hearing this, Yi Qiao suddenly remembered that before she left for her training, she had taken those hideously ugly pills she refined to the Qingyun sect and asked the pharmacy to help sell them. At the time, she was surprised because the pills were so ugly that no one bought them. How did they suddenly become popular? Meow Meow stared at Yi Qiao in disbelief. She was clearly a sword cultivator, yet she dreamed of becoming an alchemist. Yi Qiao was about to leave, waving her hand. Third senior brother, you two continue chatting with the girls from the Azure Water Sect. I'm going to the Scripture Pavilion. Ming Shuo didn't want to chat with them much either, so he took the opportunity to leave with Yi Qiao. Seeing this, Meow Meow looked at their backs with envy, thinking that Yi Qiao had a good relationship with her senior brother. She knew that not all direct disciples from every sect got along harmoniously. Most of them looked down on each other and engaged in secret rivalries. Mu Zhangshi thought to himself, ever since junior sister arrived, we've started gathering together frequently. Before, we were almost always busy with our own affairs. Now everyone is united, and it's all thanks to junior sister's communication skills. Arriving at the Scripture Pavilion and seeing Elder Yu, Yi Qiao was immediately assigned to copy scriptures. Yi Qiao wanted to cry as she copied. I just got back, and I'm already being exploited. Actually, she came here to carefully study the cultivation techniques and spell book Song Hanqing gave her. She also wanted to compare them with the Changming sect spells to see if she could improve them. Suddenly remembering something, she asked Elder Yu, Elder, when you first started drawing talismans, did your nose bleed? Yes, most people do. Only a few don't. With that, Elder Yu pointed at Ming Shuo, who was sitting there, and said, look at your second senior brother. He could draw talismans at the age of 7. He was sent to our sect at 10 years old. Something like spiritual exhaustion has never happened to him. You could say this is the privilege of a genius. Yi Qiao muttered under her breath, I hate geniuses the most in this life, and I hate even more that I'm not one. Seeing Yi Qiao like this, Elder Zhao secretly laughed in his heart. This little rascal didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't say it out loud, but she did. At this time, Ming Shuo glanced at her and teased her deliberately. Hurry up and copy the scriptures. We still have to go to the dining hall later. The two elders are chatting. Your newly accepted junior brother, Mu Zhangshi, has returned. Did you ask him who instigated them to go down the mountain? Hearing this, Elder Zhao slammed his teacup down and said angrily, do we even need to ask? Besides that rabbit Yi Qiao, who else could it be? Before Yi Qiao came, no matter how stubborn Mu Zhangshi was, he wouldn't do this. Now look, they snuck down the mountain behind our backs. After discussing, the two elders called Yi Qiao to the main hall. Yi Qiao was sleeping and was a little reluctant to be woken up. Master, why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Seeing the Kentucky Fried Chicken on Yi Qiao's head, the elder asked, Qiao Qiao, what's that on your head? Ah, this is my contracted beast. Master, do you know what kind of demonic beast this is? The elder didn't recognize it, so he took out the record of exotic beasts and searched. Father. Elder Song said, There are no similar demonic beasts in the book, and there are no records of beast cubs like this. Elder Zhao said, Yiao, you didn't contract a turkey, did you? The elder asked seriously, Xiao, I'm asking you, are you confident in ranking among the top few in the sword cultivator ranking this year? Hearing this during the competition, Yiao directly flopped on the ground and said, no confidence. Just let me die. Seeing her like this, the sect master could only hold his forehead and sigh. By the way, Master, is this competition only for the direct disciples of the 5 major sections? She thought to herself. Everyone was talking about the sect grand competition, but she didn't even know the rules. That's right. At that time, you will all be placed in the same secret realm. Everyone will have a spirit stone on them. The elders and cultivators outside will be able to see every move you make inside, just like a modern live broadcast. All your actions will be seen by the cultivators below. Xiao, don't cause me any trouble then. The next day, on the martial arts field, Elder Duan Hongdao was supervising Yi Xiao and Mu Zhongshir's practice. The competition is coming soon. We can't be careless. I'll teach you a few practical moves. Watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Duan Hongdao struck, sending Mu Zhongshir flying. Yi Xiao, standing at the side, was a little apprehensive. No wonder he was an elder. She hadn't even seen how he'd made his move before 4th senior brother was sent flying. Elder Duan Hongdao continued to look at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, it's your turn. Yi Xiao immediately used the windwalk technique to try and slip away. You little rascal, come back here. It was the first time he had seen someone run away because they couldn't win. No matter how Yi Xiao tried to escape, she couldn't escape from Elder Duan Hongdao's grasp. After being beaten up by Elder Duan Hongdao for a while, Yi Xiao knew she couldn't win at all, so she just lay down and said, Elder, just hit me. I can't run away anyway, and I'll get beaten up even worse if I fight back. At this moment, Mu Zhongshir ran over and shouted, time to eat. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's mouth almost watered. Elder Duan Hongdao saw through her thoughts and said, if you want to eat, defeat us first. In order to eat, Yi Xiao desperately attacked Elder Duan Hongdao, but she still couldn't touch him. So she summoned her Duojun sword and used the first move of the clear wind formula, Wind Severing Slash. Elder Duan Hongdao was a little surprised to see her use this move and asked, I didn't teach you this move. Where did you learn it? Yi Xiao calmly replied, I just saw 4th senior brother use it once, and then I knew it. She successfully passed the test and quickly ran to the dining hall. Elder Duan Hongdao said to the sect master, Yi Xiao's imitation ability is very strong. She can learn almost any sword intent after seeing it once. It's a pity that the competition is coming soon and the time is too short. The sect master calmly took a sip of water and replied, we've always been at the bottom anyway. As long as we can ensure everyone's safety, that's enough. Elder you, why are you grinning like a Cheshire cat? Looks like I'll have to drill these youngsters hard these next few days, lest they get beaten too badly during the competition. A few days later, Yi Xiao noticed that Ming Shua hadn't come to tease her during practice. She asked Shu Yi and learned that Ming Shua had been holed up in the Talisman drawing room for several days, practically living there. Figuring he had to eat eventually, she knocked on Ming Shua's door. When he opened it, his dark circles were frightening. Yi Xiao entered Ming Shua's room and saw talismans scattered all over the floor. She wondered just how long he'd been drawing. Ming Shua turned and asked, what's up? Are you here to persuade me to rest too? No, I respect everyone's diligent cultivation. But 2nd senior brother, the competition is still more than a month away. Isn't it a bit too early to be pushing yourself this hard? Are you trying to reach Golden Core? Yi Xiao's eyes widened. You're in such a hurry to break through. Ming Shua chuckled and ruffled her hair. Something like that. Do you understand the pressure of a genius? 8 generations of my family have been talisman drawers. It's true that having talent is enviable, but the pressure is also real. Besides, before you came, I was the fastest cultivator among the direct disciples of Changming's sect. I reached peak foundation establishment at 15, but I haven't broken through since. My family always says I'm not working hard enough. Even my dad keeps sending letters nagging me, not to mention the sneers for the other sections. Yiao patted his arm sympathetically. I understand. She finally understood why Ming Shua suddenly went berserk in the original story. He was driven to it. If that was the case, she had an idea. Yiao looked at Ming Shua seriously. Second senior brother, do you want to try not caring about anything with me? She thought to herself, the great Tao is simple. Indifference reveals ambition. Recognizing mistakes allows for change. If it can't be changed, let it go. If you truly don't care, who dares to judge? Ming Shua stared at her blankly. How can I not care about anything? You'll know on the day of the competition. Yiao grinned, reverting to her foodie nature. Second senior brother, you definitely haven't been eating properly these past few days, right? Food is the foundation of life. How about we go grab something to eat? Seeing her like this, Ming Shua relented, thinking, I've been stuck at Foundation Establishment for so long, it's not like I can break through overnight anyway. A month later, on the training grounds, Shir and Yiao were sprawled on the ground, panting, beaten down by Elder Duan Hongdao. I can't do it anymore. I'll die if I train any longer. Yiao wailed inwardly. Being tortured by Elder Duan Hongdao for over a month has been brutal. Elder Duan Hongdao, however, was enjoying himself. You two have worked very hard this month. Tomorrow, you'll be going to the Asking Sword Sect for the competition. You can rest tonight. Hearing this, the three happily ran off. The three elders were chatting. Elder Zhao said, I heard that the newly accepted disciple of the Solitary Crane Sect has already broken through to Golden Core. Yes, that girl formed her core at 16, much more powerful than other direct disciples. I wonder how Yun managed to pick up such a talented disciple in the mortal realm. That evening, Shir and Yiao were walking together when he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Junior sister, is that gun you commissioned at the Cloud City Artifact shop ready? It's done. I went down the mountain to pick it up last night. This thing can store talismans. It's kind of like a hidden weapon, but it's loaded with talismans. As she spoke, she demonstrated it to Shir, thinking proudly, there's always a slight delay when cultivators use talismans, making it easy for opponents to dodge. But this gun can fire continuously. Anyone with slow reflexes won't be able to dodge it at all. Shir was stunned by the gun's power. It's such a waste that you're a sword cultivator. If you were an artifact refiner with your intelligence, imagine what you could accomplish. Just then, Yiao heard her senior brothers heatedly discussing something in the distance and curiously walked over to ask, what are you guys doing? Shuyi held up a jade slip, excitedly saying, you came just in time. We're gossiping. Yiao took the jade slip and was also surprised. She hadn't expected jade slips to be able to access forums in addition to transmitting messages. It was amazing, almost like a modern cell phone. Several posts appeared on the Jade Slip forum. Post number 1, place your bets, who will win this year's grand competition. Post number 2, whoa, I have Yuching Han of the 10,000 Sword Sect's underwear for sale. Anyone want to buy? Price, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Post number 3, I heard that the Changming Sect and the neighboring Pure Moon Sect are going to have a head-on confrontation. Yiao's jaw dropped. Yuching Han's underwear is actually worth that much. She flashed a mischievous smile. Should we buy it? Shuyi asked curiously, what would we do with his underwear? You don't understand, senior brother. During the competition, we'll take out Yuching Han's underwear and disrupt his and his opponent's mental state. After hearing her words, her senior brother, who was drinking water, sprayed it out. I finally understand why fourth senior brother insisted on taking Yiao, a person with such mediocre talent, as a direct disciple, despite everyone's objections. Only someone with this kind of personality can get along with all the junior brothers and sisters. The next morning, Yiao woke up. Last night, the senior brothers chatted so excitedly that she fell asleep at the table. Ming Shua handed her clothes. Junior sister, hurry up and change into the sect uniform. If you're any later, we won't make it in time to leave. During the grand competition, the entire cultivation world will be watching us. We must wear the sect uniform to show our style. Yiao looked disgusted. Is that why you all dressed up like a bunch of crayfish? She looked at her eldest senior brother and asked, does eldest senior brother have to wear it too? Ming Shua broke out in a cold sweat, thinking who would dare make eldest senior brother wear the same clothes as us. Eldest senior brother is usually gloomy and aloof. Everyone avoids him. Even Shuyi, who is so easygoing, doesn't dare to approach him. Yiao went over and tugged on Zhu Xingji's sleeve with an expectant look. Change. Eldest senior brother, wear it with us. Eldest senior brother originally wanted to refuse, but the junior brothers and sisters all had pitiful, expectant expressions, so he had to compromise. After a stick of incense, everyone changed into their sect uniforms and appeared full of energy, bright and beautiful, flashy and ostentatious. Eldest senior brother, Zhu Xingji, looked at the sect uniform with disdain. So ugly. Mu Zhangshi reacted quickly. It's okay. No matter how ugly the sect uniform is, it can't hide eldest senior brother's handsomeness. The other three echoed, making Zhu Xingji blush. Everyone set off, and the sect disciples came to see them off and cheer them on. Duchun saw Yiao and waved her over. Yiao, long time no see. How does it feel to be a direct disciple? It's all right. To be honest, being an outer disciple is more comfortable. She cried in her heart. At least no one in the outer sect stares at me, cultivating 24 hours a day. Now, I'm either being beaten or on my way to being beaten. She didn't know that everyone thought she was humbly bragging. Standing on the flying boat, she thought, it feels like riding an airplane. A sect elder came over and gave everyone an identity token, instructing this token represents your identity. Show this when the 10,000 Swords sect steward arranges your accommodation. There's an unwritten rule in the grand competition of the cultivation world. The 5 great sects must first gather at the leading sect. And the leading sect 100 years ago was the 10,000 Swords sect. After arriving at the 10,000 Swords sect, Mu Zhangshi complained as he walked. I heard that the Pure Clear sect was assigned to the courtyard next to ours. I don't know what the steward was thinking. It feels like they're deliberately looking for trouble. Why arrange them so close? Suddenly, 3 people from the 10,000 Swords sect walked over provocatively. Isn't that Ming Shuo from the Changming sect? He still hasn't broken through to Golden Core after all these years. The leader was Su Xingji, the second disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect. He stepped forward and kept taunting Ming Shuo. I really don't understand how a waste who hasn't even broken through to Golden Core is qualified to participate in a grand competition. It's a disgrace for the Changming sect to have a direct disciple like you. Yiao finally understood why Ming Shuo had gone insane from worry about the grand competition in the original story. Mu Zhangshi was so angry he wanted to draw his sword, but Ming Shuo stopped him. Fighting is prohibited before the competition. Seeing this, those few people looked disappointed. Sai, it didn't work. We thought Mu Zhangshi would make a move and get points deducted for violating the rules. Seeing this, Yiao walked in front of Zhu Xingji and waved. Before Zhu Xingji could react, Mu Zhangshi was already terrified. Oh no, junior sister is going to cause trouble again. Zhu Xingji looked at Yiao mockingly. So you're the Changming sect's newly recruited Qi Refinement junior sister. A waste of space at early stage Qi Refinement and another at peak Qi Refinement. You 2 pieces of trash actually think you can participate in the grand competition. Instead of getting angry, Yiao smiled and nodded. Yes, you're absolutely right. This clearly wasn't the reaction Zhu Xingji expected. He looked at her awkwardly. Then, annoyed, he asked, "Are you mocking me?" Yiao continued to smile serenely. "No, I'm agreeing with you. You're quite right. Is there a problem with that?" Zhu Xingji stared at Yiao, feeling like he'd punched cotton. He redirected his attack towards Ming Shuo. Ming Shuo, it's been 3 years, and you still haven't broken through to the Golden Core stage. The perpetual last place, you actually have the nerve to show up at the grand competition. I'm embarrassed for you. Ming Shuo was silent for a moment, then put on an indifferent expression. Yes, I'm the trash of the Changming sect. We're a whole bunch of trash. What are you going to do about it? Then come and fight us. He thought to himself, little junior sister is right. Why should I let others dictate my path? Ming Shuo approached Zhu Xingji. We know we're at the bottom. We're happy with it. So what if we admit it? Is there a problem with that? Yiao silently applauded him in her heart. Good job, second senior brother. It's good to learn from your mistakes. And if you can't, then so be it. If others want to laugh at us, let them. We don't care. Seeing Ming Shuo's attitude, Zhu Xingji was momentarily speechless, stammering and unable to form a coherent sentence. Ming Shuo reveled in his reaction, thinking, ignoring him is so much fun. Zhu Xingji, realizing things weren't going as planned, was so provoked he almost drew his sword. But before he could, someone yelled help. The 10,000 Swords sect is attacking. Zhu Xingji hadn't expected this kind of coordinated response from the Changming Sect. Mu Zhangshi pretended to wipe away tears. The 10,000 Swords Sect just looks down on small sects like us. It's alright, we're used to it after all these years. Shui chimed in, it's fine, it's normal for the 10,000 Swords Sect to bully weaklings like us. Zhu Xingji roared, Mu Zhangshi, if you have the guts, fight me. He was completely taken aback by the Changming Sect's tactics. Who's looking down on whom? Wasn't Mu Zhangshi always the hot-headed one? Is he still putting on an act? Why is he acting so scary? Zhu Xingji was about to draw his sword, but two of his junior brothers stopped him. Third senior brother, calm down, calm down. No fighting before the grand competition. It's against the rules. You'll be confined and lose points. Don't be angry. Why bother with these losers? We can deal with them after we enter the secret realm. Just you wait. I won't let you off. All right, you're right. You're very reasonable. Then we'll go back to our rooms and sleep. Zhu Xingji, intending to provoke others, could only swallow his anger. That evening, rumors spread that Zhu Xingji of the 10,000 Swords Sect looked down on the other four sects and had angered everyone. Elder Wang of the 10,000 Swords Sect was reprimanding Zhu Xingji. You dare to look down on other disciples before the competition even begins. Who taught you that? Zhu Xingji stood before Elder Wang like a little rabbit. Isn't that just normal pre-competition trash talk? Besides, I never said anything like that. Who's spreading these rumors? Even so, you can't step on the other four sects to climb higher. The competition hasn't even started and you're already stirring up animosity. Where's your brain? Elder Wang finished his scolding and turned to leave. You better stay put before the competition. Don't go out and embarrass our sect. Elsewhere, in the participating sect's lodging area, Jun Huai, the eldest senior brother of the Clear Wind sect, was chatting with Tuan Hongdao. I've looked into it, and it seems that all of this was instigated by Yiao, the junior sister of the Changming Sect. It's already this lively before the competition even starts. Imagine how exciting it will be once it begins. Yiao, do you know her? Tuan Hongdao nodded. Of course I know her. And to be honest, I'm quite looking forward to seeing her. Jun Huai flicked Tuan Hongdao's forehead, his expression full of disdain. A little girl with mediocre talent, barely at Shir Refinement. Did your brain get fried on your last training trip? You'd be better off pinning your hopes on Shir, the young lady from the Moon Clear sect. No matter how much Tuan Hongdao insisted on Yiao's prowess and the need to be wary of her in the secret realm, his senior brother could only sigh inwardly, thinking, my little fool's brain must be broken. The next morning, the atmosphere in the city, being the 10,000 Swords Sect's territory, was bustling with activity. Yiao and her brother went out for a stroll, looking for some amusement. Yiao was looking at items at a stall when Suozhua approached from behind with a displeased expression and called her name. Yiao took a wary step back. She said, the competition hasn't even started and you're already trying to suck up to me. Suozhua was furious, thinking, who wants to suck up to you? Zai Chun, a direct disciple of the Yoha sect, said in a low voice, junior sister Yiao. Seeing him, Yiao remembered that this was the senior brother who grew up with the original owner of her body. He had also been fond of the original Yiao, but he had also participated in stealing the floating life fruit. Just then, Ming Shuo stepped in front of her, glaring coldly at the group from the Moon Clear sect. Don't you have your own junior sisters? Why are you looking at our junior sister with those disgusting eyes? Ming Shuo, don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're from the Ming family. Ming Shuo didn't bother arguing, and simply took his junior sister's hand and led her away. We'll talk later. Now, please stay away from my junior sister. Yiao looked up at her senior brother with adoration in her eyes. Seeing this, Suozhua's face darkened and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I hope you won't regret this. I won't hold back once we're in the secret realm. She turned and left with a disdainful expression. If he truly cared about the original Yiao, even just a little, he wouldn't have taken the medicinal herbs she painstakingly gathered to curry favor with Yunche. She smiled innocently and suddenly flipped Saw with a bird. Everyone was curious about what this gesture meant. They assumed it was some kind of special spell-casting gesture. Mu Zhangshi looked at his junior sister indulgently and said to Shu Yi, we can't lose face in public. Even I, her senior brother, have to respect our little junior sister. And so, all four of them simultaneously flipped the bird at the group from the 10,000 Swords Sect. Although these ancient people didn't understand the meaning of the gesture, they felt insulted. What do you mean by this? Are you insulting us? Yiao asked with an innocent smile. What do we mean? This is a new spellcasting gesture developed by our Chaming Sect. Shir, who had been observing from the side, noticed how protective the other direct disciples of the Chaming Sect were towards their second senior sister. She wondered, how did that spoiled and annoying second senior sister in my memory become so favored? If Master knew, would she regret returning the floating life grass to me? Thankfully, those annoying people finally left. Remembering something amusing, Mu Zhangshi took Yiao's hand. Cultivators have been betting on which sect will win. Let's go have some fun too. Everyone was excitedly discussing which sect to bet on. Yiao unhesitatingly took out her spirit stones and placed her bet. The owner, listening in astonishment as she declared, put all these spirit stones on the Chaming Sect. Hearing the owner announce 50,000 spirit stones, her senior brothers were stunned. Shuyi came over and asked, "Did you strike it rich recently?" "No, Song Hanqin gave them to me." Hearing this, Shuyi broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Little junior sister, just how many people have you swindled that I don't know about?" Before they could recover from their shock, Ming Shuo and Shu Yi were startled again by Mu Zhangshi's actions. "I have 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, and I'm putting them all on the Chaming Sect." Seeing this, the remaining two also took out all their savings to bet. "If we win, we'll happily return to the sect to celebrate the new year after the sect competition. If we lose, we'll meet at the summit." Close to 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones was no small amount. If they lost the sect competition, they would have no choice but to jump from the sect's highest peak together. Yiao and her senior brothers were determined to win this competition. The four returned to their lodging at the 10,000 Swords sect and saw their eldest senior brother waiting at the entrance. "You're finally back. Tomorrow, we'll be going to the location where the secret realm opens. The first trial will be in the Void Realm. Whoever hunts the most demonic beasts wins." Hearing this location, Yiao recalled that in the original story, the first one to be eliminated was third senior brother. She found it hard to believe. She secretly resolved to find a way to help him last until the end of the secret realm trial. The next day, the spectators gathered early, their cheers and shouts of support shaking the heavens. In the spectator stands, the Changming sect elders were searching for their disciples. Where had those rascals gone? Yiao hadn't arrived yet either. Could she really have overslept? Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, the Changming sect is here." They finally made it at the last minute. Who would have thought we'd oversleep on such an important day? "Oh my God, I thought Elder Zhao was joking, but it's actually true. Yiao and her brother are causing trouble again, aren't they?" Their sect uniforms were particularly eye-catching. As Yiao's group landed, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Why is everyone staring at us?" Mu Zhongxi said narcissistically. "Maybe they think we're too good-looking." Zhu Xinji immediately threw cold water on him. "You're in the wrong place. This is the Moon Clear Sect spectator area." Oh my God, the elders' expressions were varied. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. At least the main characters didn't care about the sect competition. "Anyway, we don't care. It's others who are embarrassed." The audience outside laughed heartily and kept talking, especially that Cho Shengjai, who was already prepared to mock them. Who knew that Yiao's group didn't care at all and walked straight over. Cho Shengjai thought he could laugh at them. As a result, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He gritted his teeth inwardly. "Just you wait. Once we're in the secret realm, I'll make you pay." When Yiao and her group reached their seats, they happened to run into the Clear Wind sect. Tuan Hongdo greeted Yiao enthusiastically. Jun Huai angrily knocked him on the head, sighing inwardly. "My junior brother just went out for some training. How did he get so familiar with the Changming sect? She's just a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet Hongdao is as enthusiastic as a dog seeing its owner." The referee then announced the start of the competition. He explained that the image stone would project the situation within the secret realm to everyone in real time. The referee introduced that the participating direct disciples had been randomly teleported into the Void Realm. It was currently evening in the secret realm, and the temperature was a bit low. The humidity was also very high. Inside the secret realm, Yiao sneezed several times. Shuyi asked worriedly, "Little junior sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I didn't expect this secret realm to be so cold, but it's good luck that we were teleported together." By the way, I just checked with my divine sense, and there doesn't seem to be any danger nearby, but we should hurry up and find the other senior brothers. It would be better if we all gathered together. Then I'll lead the way. Third senior brother, you use your divine sense to find the others. On the way, she asked Shuyi, "This is my first time participating in the Sect competition, and I'm not very clear about the rules. Can third senior brother tell me about them?" It's mainly about hunting demonic beasts. Whoever hunts the most wins. The identity token represents an individual. If it's accidentally broken, you'll be eliminated. The jade slip in your hand will record the individual rankings of each sect. He patiently explained, "Right now, Yuching Han is first, Zun Huai is second, and Song Han Qing is third. There's still 5 days left. Let them hunt first," Yiao said leisurely. "Sure you didn't mind, then we'll wait and see." Outside the secret realm, the audience watched the images of Yiao and her brother, laughing heartily. The 10,000 Sword Sect is all about life and death battles. How come the Changming Sect scene is like two old people taking a stroll? The most miserable were the Changming Sect elders, who wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Although Elder Tuan Yin wanted to disappear underground, he was still better off than Elder Zhao. It's good to wait and see. Yiao is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and she can't protect Shuyi either. Alchemists are weaker than talisman cultivators. They have no self-preservation ability at all. They can only provide pills to their teammates, and they are completely useless in a fight. Xu Jingyi's image appeared on the screen at this time. Someone pointed at the screen and predicted, Xu Jingyi is heading towards the Changming Sect. He's going to settle the score with them. How come the Changming Sect only has Shu Yi and a foundation establishment, little junior sister? It looks like they'll be eliminated on the first day. It's a pity that our little girl is so boisterous. She won't be eliminated so easily. Inside the secret realm, Yiao started causing trouble again. She asked Shu Yi, "Do you have an alchemy furnace? Lend it to me." "Yes." Shu Yi handed the alchemy furnace to his little junior sister without hesitation. Seeing the alchemy furnace, she exclaimed, "This thing must be very heavy, right? After it's enlarged, it must weigh at least 50 pounds. I think I can give it a try." Shu Yi was full of questions. Try what? Third senior brother, just follow my instructions. Later, she secretly resolved, I must help third senior brother last until the end of the secret realm. I absolutely can't let him be the first one eliminated like in the original story. Shu Xingji flew on his sword towards where Yiao and her brother were standing. He thought smugly, with the water jade leaf in my hands, you're all doomed. He then swung his sword, attacking Yiao and her brother. Fortunately, the siblings reacted in time and dodged Chu Xingji. He asked provocatively, Chu Xinyun and Mu Zhongxi aren't here, are they? Yiao replied, what nonsense are you talking about? If they were here, would you even have the chance to be so smug? She found him ridiculous and said, you're about to be eliminated and you're still talking big. But don't worry too much. You have your senior brother to keep you company, so you won't be lonely. He attacked Zhuiyu relentlessly, and Zhuiyu was about to collapse. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, Yang Chao shouted from the side, third senior brother, where's your alchemy furnace? Smash him. Hearing this, Shu Yi immediately threw his alchemy furnace at Chu Xingji. Caught off guard, Chu Xingji was knocked to the ground. He had been so smug before, but now he was in a sorry state. He deserved it. No matter how furious he was at this moment, he could only lie there unable to get up. Yi Qiao walked over and pointed at his forehead. Who did you say would be eliminated first? Say out loud for us. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhuiyu stuffed a wind spirit pill into it. He lay on the ground, furiously shouting, Zhuiyu, you're good. You actually dared to make me eat a wind spirit pill. Inwardly, he cursed that senior brother Shu was too insidious. Alchemy furnaces can change size, he thought, suddenly enlarging and smashing someone who could withstand that. Yi Qiao and her brother gave him mischievous grins. Not only are we making you eat a wind spirit pill, but we're also going to use you to collect trash. Outside the secret realm, Elder Wang said to Elder Zhao with murderous intent in his eyes, are all the alchemists in your Changming sect this crazy? Elder Zhao knew his disciples' actions were unscrupulous and felt a bit guilty, but he was also secretly pleased that his disciple hadn't been eliminated. In the spectator stands, discussions buzzed. Although the starting point wasn't very moral, theoretically, there's nothing wrong with it. This idea is so novel, so amazing. That girl is so clever, she actually turned an enemy into a teammate to eliminate others. Yiao dragged Chu Xingji a long distance. Chu Xingji shouted angrily, "Yiao, why don't you just crush my jade token? Why humiliate me like this? And I won't stoop to your level. Don't even think about using me." Yiao held Chu Xingji's jade token and said with a smile, "Let's go find Song Hanqing and play." Just looking at her smile, one could tell she was up to no good. You just need to stall him for a bit. In your dreams. I won't listen to you. He thought, you're just a foundation establishment cultivator. What makes you think I'll listen to your commands? But in the next second, he slapped himself. Yiao revealed a cunning smile. All right then, if you get eliminated, the top disciple of the 5 great sects will have been eliminated in the first round. Although you're not the number 1 in swordsmanship, you'd at least be the first one eliminated in the first round, right? His face instantly paled. The thought of being the first one eliminated with everyone outside pointing fingers and gossiping was mortifying. He could already imagine how those fools on the cultivation forums would mock him. On second thought, he needed to drag Song Hanqing down with him, so he wouldn't be too embarrassed. So, he decided to cooperate with Yiao. Chu Xingji then asked, "Do you know where Song Hanqing is?" For Yiao, cooperation was a piece of cake. In the original story, when the male and female leads were in love, Song Hanqing was desperately killing demonic beasts in the secret realm. It didn't take long for Yiao to bring Chu Xingji to the place where Song Hanqing was hunting demonic beasts. He pretended to be familiar and waved. "Song Hanqing, what are you doing here?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask you to cooperate. We can join forces against Yiao." Although he didn't want to listen to Yiao, since he was caught, if he could drag Song Hanqing down with him before being eliminated, it wouldn't be a loss. So he agreed. Song Hanqing asked him coldly why he wanted to cooperate. Because he knew the Wenzhong sect was currently ranked first, this guy was definitely trying to set him up. Song Hanqing became even more wary of Chu Xingji. Chu Xingji said with a straight face, "We can work together to get revenge on Yiao." When Song Hanqing heard Yiao's name, his heart stirred slightly. "Tell me the details then." Yiao and her brother were hiding in a tree, observing their conversation. She seized the opportune moment, leaped down, and shouted, "Song Hanqing, I've come to find you." The audience outside burst into laughter in the comment section. How many core disciples has this little junior sister from Chaming Sect offended? If it weren't for Yiao, Song Hanqing wouldn't even register in her eyes. "This is the most exciting competition I've ever seen. Don't stop, continue. We love it." She's in trouble now. The whole world knows, not just a few people. She had Chu Xingji completely under her thumb, making him willingly help her deal with Song Hanqing. Yiao waited for the moment Song Hanqing was distracted and decisively launched a sneak attack. Realizing he had been tricked, Song Hanqing immediately tried to escape using a teleportation talisman, but Yiao had already anticipated his move. She whispered instructions to Chu Xingji, who lunged at Song Hanqing, pinning him down and quickly snatching his jade token, tossing it to Yiao. Song Hanqing was furious with Chu Xingji. "I thought we were brothers, but you actually teamed up with Yang Chao to backstab me." At the same time, Yiao quickly destroyed both of their jade tokens. Knowing he was eliminated, Song Hanqing's first reaction was, "I don't want to live anymore." "Did you make Chu Xingji do this?" She feigned innocence. "Don't wrong me. We're accomplices." Inwardly, she thought, isn't this a win-win situation? How can you say I instigated it? Senior brother Song, hasn't anyone told you how important teamwork is in the secret realm? He was so angry he almost vomited blood. Who would team up with the enemy? If I knew Chu Xingji and Yiao were together, would I have let my guard down? Song Hanqing asked unwillingly, "Why did Chu Xingji listen to you?" She said with an innocent yet cunning smile, probably didn't want to be eliminated alone, so he dragged someone down with him. 2 core disciples holding hands and getting eliminated together. It's not so lonely. The 2 were teleported out of the secret realm. The audience's questions angered Song Hanqing even more. Song Hanqing, as the first person to be eliminated, how do you feel? He finally snapped. His face darkened, his fists clenched, and he abruptly turned around. He angrily threw a punch at Chu Xingji. If it weren't for you stabbing me in the back, how could I have been eliminated so easily? Chu Xingji easily dodged, his face full of grievance. Why are you hitting me? Yiao made me do it. She threatened me. Tell you what, next time we enter the secret realm, we'll team up and eliminate Yiao first. The sound of Get Lost echoed in the air. Song Hanqing thought, I'd be a fool to trust Chu Xingji again. Inside the secret realm, the system announced the elimination of Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. Ming Su and Chu Xingyun were stunned. Eliminated so quickly. Usually, the first to be eliminated are alchemists. Unexpectedly, this time it was Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. Could it be that the Wanjiang Sect and Yuching Sect fought each other as soon as they met and destroyed each other's jade tokens? This troublemaker will definitely cause more commotion when she meets her senior brothers. Yiao checked the rankings on her jade token. First place, Wanjiang Sect. Second place, Chengfeng Sect. Third place, Yuching Sect. She thought, Shir is probably still busy romancing Yiching Han. How could he have time to care about rankings? Shu Yi then interjected, seriously, I think that little junior sister from Yuching Sect broke through too quickly. Something's not right. It's either pills or some fortuitous encounter. Forming a golden core in half a year, you can't find another case this absurd in the entire cultivation world. Yiao remembered that Master had given the duckweed to that girl and sighed inwardly. It's not surprising with a female lead's halo. It wouldn't be surprising if a demon lord or a demon venerable took the initiative to sign a contract with her. As long as the contracted beast is strong enough, she can completely rely on it to level up all the way. Speaking of this, she looked up at KFC, who was building a nest on her head. I still don't know what kind of species KFC is. It sleeps all day long. The next day, she ran into her second senior brother and excitedly ran over, shouting, Second senior brother, I've been looking for you all night and finally found you. She looked around. Where are eldest senior brother and fourth senior brother? I haven't seen Mu Zhongxi since entering the secret realm, but eldest senior brother has gone demonic. Eldest senior brother said he couldn't stand that our sect only killed 53 demons, so he's going to make it an even 100. Ming Su excitedly declared that Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji had been eliminated on the first day, but his junior sister's reply stunned him. I did it. Just then, Ming Su's divine sense spread out, detecting 2 golden core cultivators approaching. He broke out in a cold sweat, worried they were sword cultivators. We're doomed. When we were with eldest senior brother, we could relax. Now, junior sister is only at the foundation establishment stage, and third senior brother is an alchemist. I'm the only one with any fighting ability left. Unexpectedly, the 2 golden core cultivators turn out to be Shun Hai and Tuan Hongdao. Tuan Hongdao was delighted to see Yiao and greeted her warmly. Shun Hai, however, was the complete opposite. He drew his sword with a smug look and said, I didn't expect to find you here. You're that Yiao my useless junior brother keeps talking about, aren't you? Yiao broke out in a cold sweat, knowing this person meant trouble. Shun Hai was a golden core sword cultivator. The 3 of them combined were no match for him. She thought for a moment, then turned and said, Give me your identity plates. I'll come back and save you later. Without hesitation, the 2 handed their identity plates to Yiao. Shun Hai sneered, letting a foundation establishment cultivator hold the identity plates. They're either fools, or this Yiao really has some skills. Yiao asked Shun Hai, I don't think I've offended you, have I? She thought back. Her interactions with Tuan Hongdao in the secret realm had been quite pleasant. Of course not, but to prevent any accidents, it's better for you to be eliminated. Glancing over, she saw Shu Yi setting up a formation. She had to buy him time, so she put on a pitiful expression. I was wrong. How about we talk this over? Shun Hai smugly thought victory was within his grasp, but just as he was about to make his move, Ming Su trapped him with the 4 symbols formation. Shun Hai was furious. Yiao, standing outside, taunted, where did I go wrong? Hee, I didn't do anything wrong. Shun Hai finally understood. His junior brother was right. This person was truly annoying. Yiao seized the opportunity to slip away, but Tuan Hongdao blocked her path. He knew that in the competition, no matter who the opponent was, he couldn't show mercy. Tuan Hongdao flung out his ribbons, attempting to ensnare Yiao. But Shu Yi, becoming increasingly proficient with his alchemy furnace, threw it out to block Tuan Hongdao, shouting, alchemy furnace go. Tuan Hongdao was stunned. Who taught him to use an alchemy furnace like that? Yiao took the chance to escape. Tuan Hongdao continued to pursue her relentlessly. Yiao ran for her life, but she couldn't use her flying sword. To do so, she would have to stop and activate the incantation, and Tuan Hongdao was watching her too closely to give her the chance. She needed to find some external help. Looking up, she saw a flock of red-feathered birds flying overhead. An idea struck her, and she used her demon binding rope to tie herself to the claw of one of the birds. Using the red-feathered bird's power, she rapidly escaped Tuan Hongdao's pursuit. Not forgetting to taunt him, as she flew away, she called back, "Bye-bye. I'm flying far, far away tonight." Seeing the artifact Yiao used, Tuan Hongdao became even angrier. "That's the demon binding rope I gave her outside the secret realm." In the spectator stands, the audience roared with laughter at Yiao's antics, and the elders traded barbs. Talisman masters are truly something else. They managed to trap Shun Hai of our Chung Feng sect for so long. But none of our Chung Feng sect disciples were eliminated on the first day. Elder Wang roared internally, but maintained a smile on his face. "Oh well, it's nothing. Although Zhu Xingji was eliminated, isn't there still a Yuching sect disciple keeping him company?" Elder Yun's face darkened. They had struggled for so long, and in the end, it was still the Yuching sect who suffered the loss. "They left me in the secret realm." At this point, Yiao felt she was finally safe. Waving, she called out "Bye-bye." Fueled by his competitive spirit, Tuan Hongdao pulled out his bow, an arrow, aiming at her. But just then, Ming Su rushed forward and knocked Tuan Hongdao over. Tuan Hongdao hopped with rage. "You're so shameless. You weren't like this before." Ming Su replied with a grin. "If you were afraid of being shameless, you would have been eliminated long ago." Seeing that she had flown far enough, Yiao released the red-feathered bird and switched to her flying sword, undoing the seal on the soul-snatching staff. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips. "I remember this area has the most demonic beasts. Let's have some fun." Smelling the aura of the soul-snatching staff, hordes of demonic beasts began to chase after her. Mu Zhongxi saw Yiao from afar and racked his brain, trying to remember where he'd seen this scene before. It felt incredibly familiar. Mu Zhongxi flew over on his sword. Yiao, as comfortable as a fish in water, laughed. "Fourth senior brother, you came just in time." She immediately tossed the soul-snatching staff to Mu Zhongxi as a thank you to her dear senior brother. The two of them then proceeded to toss the staff back and forth, stirring up the demonic beast below into a chaotic frenzy. Even Chu Xingji, our aloof young master, couldn't resist joining in the fun. After a while, Yiao finally spoke. "All right, I have something important to tell you. Second senior brother and third senior brother have been captured by people from the Changfeng sect." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Outside the secret realm, as Yiao used the soul-snatching staff to provoke the demonic beasts, bursts of laughter erupted from the spectator stands. Everyone excitedly discussed Yiao's antics on the screen. Who else in the cultivation world could be as outrageously captivating as Yiao? I really want to know what she planted in that field. What is she trying to do? Judging by her look, she's definitely up to no good. Meanwhile, Shun Hai had already tied up Ming Su and Shu Yi. Ming Su calmly said, "We don't have any identity plates. Are you sure you want to continue making things difficult for us? I'm warning you, our little junior sister will come back and deal with you." Shu Yi added, "Deal with you good and proper." Shun Hai sneered, "That confident, are you? You're placing your hopes on a foundation establishment, little girl. What could she possibly do?" Only Tuan Hongdao knew Yiao's capabilities. He said worriedly, "Senior brother, maybe we should leave." He muttered to himself, "We can't get their identity plates anyway, and staying here feels ominous." As it turned out, his intuition was spot on. Shun Hai confidently replied, "No way. I have hostages. I don't believe she won't come back." A short while later, Yiao indeed returned, full of vigor. "Second senior brother, third senior brother, your little junior sister is here to save you." She waved the soul-snatching staff at them. Ming Su said, "I didn't expect little junior sister to be so fast, but what is she holding?" Shu Yi frowned. "Isn't that the fire tongs she always hangs from her waist?" Seeing Yiao flying towards him on her sword, Shun Hai looked at her with disdain. "You dare fly over here? You're practically walking into a trap. Don't tell me you expect me to fall for that." He had no idea that the sight of the horde of demonic beasts following behind Yiao would make his legs turn to jelly. How can there be so many demonic beasts? The next second, Shun Hai grabbed Tuan Hongdao and ran, his heart pounding. Where did all these demonic beasts suddenly come from? There are too many, Hongdao, and I can't hold them back. While toying with her pursuers, Yiao was almost pounced on by a demonic beast, but thankfully Mu Zhongxi came to her rescue in time. Just like that, Yiao and Mu Zhongxi successfully rescued Ming Su and Shuyi. Outside the secret realm, the observing elders praised them one after another. It's the first time I've seen such a well-coordinated team. The Chaming Sect has taught them well. Elder Duan was also surprised by how well his little rascals performed today. Elder son of the Chengfeng sect noticed that Yi Qiao's physique seemed different from ordinary sword cultivators. So he turned to Elder Zhao and asked, "Are you sure she's a sword cultivator?" Elder Zhao responded unhappily, "What do you mean by that? Isn't she holding a sword? Isn't she using Chaming Sect sword techniques? Are you suspecting our sect of hiding her true abilities?" Looking at Elder Zhao's expression, Elder Sun thought to himself, he seems to know nothing about Yi Qiao. But back in the secret realm, with their captives freed, Yi Qiao excitedly chased after Shun Hai and Tuan Hongdao. Shun Hai ran for his life, still threatening, "Don't come any closer, or I won't let you off in the next secret realm." Yi Qiao didn't care at all, and even teased, "It's all right, after we get out, you can team up with Song Hanxing and Chu Xingji for revenge. I've even thought of a team name for you, the Avengers. How about it? Cool, right?" After chasing them for a while, she ran into Yun Shir and the others from the Wenjian sect. A mischievous smile spread across Yi Qiao's face. "Fancy meeting the Wenjian sect here." She psyched herself up and flew towards the Wenjian sect disciples on her sword, leading the horde of demonic beasts in their direction. Seeing so many demonic beasts, Yinshir could only hide behind Yiching Han, trembling. Yiching Han quickly swung his sword to fend off the demonic beasts, also baffled as to why there were so many. The demonic beasts kept coming, wave after wave, seemingly endless. Yinshir observed for a moment, then pointed at Yi Qiao. "Senior brother Yi, it's her. She led the demonic beasts here. They keep charging towards that staff. We were searching for treasures. That staff must have something to do with it." Yi Qinghan ordered, "There are too many demonic beasts. Everyone retreat." Everyone scattered and fled. Yi Qiao taunted them. "Why are you running? Weren't you going to eliminate me? Come on, Clement. I have 3 direct disciples tokens. Don't be shy. Come and get me." Tuan Hongdao was nearly in tears. Plotting against the Yuching sect with Yi Qiao had been fun, but being her opponent was pure torture. Yi Qiao decided it was time to boost the Changming sect's kill count, so she tossed the somersault cloud to her senior brother. Zhu Xinyun was overjoyed. Finally, it was his turn. He used the windwalk technique. Yi Qiao was impressed. Zulfust, eldest senior brother, has perfected the windwalk technique. She was so captivated that she didn't notice the demonic beast attacking from behind. Luckily, Mu Zhongxi intervened just in time to block it. Mu Zhongxi was having a blast. "This is so much fun. I've decided I'm going to play until the secret realm closes." In the past, during the Grand Secret Realm trial, they were always the ones being chased by direct disciples from other sects. He never imagined they would be the ones doing the chasing, running after others throughout the secret realm like they were herding chickens or dogs. Meng Xuan watched, wiping sweat from his brow, as expected of junior sister. Perhaps this was the first time since the Millennium competition that someone had chased 3 direct disciples nearly to their deaths. And all by herself. She called out to her 2 senior brothers who were still standing dumbfounded. "Second senior brother, third senior brother, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and steal Yi Qinghan's points." The 2 looked bewildered. "Steal what?" "Yi Xiao patiently planet. Do you know how to steal kills? When Yi Qinghan is about to finish off a demonic beast, we'll suddenly attack and snatch the kill. That way, we'll get the points." Her 2 senior brothers suddenly understood. They immediately used invisibility talismans and followed close behind Yi Qinghan, stealing his kills. They found this incredibly satisfying. Meanwhile, in the Void Secret Realm, Sua Jiao was checking his Jade token. Wenjian Sect, 5,000. Chengfeng Sect, 3,000. Chaming Sect, 2,000. How are their scores rising so fast? Where are they finding all these demonic beasts? I've searched every demonic beast nest on the map, and there's nothing there. It's like all the demonic beasts have vanished. The spectators were buzzing with discussion. They're so foolish. They should go find Yi Qiao. She's attracted all the demonic beasts. At this rate, I'm starting to worry about the Yuching sect. It's too dangerous. 3 days later, the referee announced the end of the 5-day trial, and all the core disciples were brought out. The rankings of the 5 major sects were displayed on the large screen. Wenjian Sect, 200 points. Changming Sect, 150 points. Chengfeng Sect, 100 points. Bisui Sect, 50 points. Yuching Sect, 0 points. Oh dear, Yiao and her siblings appeared, looking heroic in their fiery red attire. Yiao glanced around and noticed everyone from the Wenjian sect staring at her. She ignored them and whistled. This infuriated Yiching Han, who wanted to rush over and punch her. Are you mocking us? Yiao replied, I'm happily congratulating you. Is that not allowed? Her fellow disciples chimed in. Yeah, we're very happy. Yiching Han was so angry he couldn't speak, but he couldn't find a reason to retort. He could only turn and leave. The audience was abuzz with excited analysis and speculation about which sect would win. In a corner, Elder Yunyun sat with a grim expression, her hands clenched and trembling slightly. She cursed Yiao inwardly because of her performance in the competition. If only she would obediently return to the Yuching sect, I could forgive her transgressions. The Changming sect elders were looking around for Yang Xiao. Where's Yang Xiao? Mu Zhongxi, who always caused a ruckus with Junior Sister, seemed to know her well and guessed she probably fell asleep right after rolling around. She must be exhausted. What a troublesome pair. Just then, Yiao, who was sound asleep, was dragged up by Elder Duan by her collar. Yiao, wake up. Let's review what happened in the secret realm. What's with that staff you have? Yiao handed the staff to Elder Duan. I found it. It's called the Soul-Snatching Staff. I don't know why, but it really attracts demonic beasts. It's a treasure, I guess. Elder Duan took the staff. I'll go find some weapons later and see if they recognize it. Before leaving, he gave Yiao a hearty pat on the shoulder with his iron palm, excitedly saying, well done. Her fellow disciples invited her out. Junior Sister, what are you having for dinner tonight? Want to go to a restaurant to celebrate? Mu Zhongxi said, but everything in Floating City is expensive. A casual meal costs 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. A mischievous smile spread across Yiao's face. Then let's go to the neighboring sect and find Song Hanqing. He still owes me money. We'll use his spirit stones to eat at a restaurant. That way it won't hurt so much. Her fellow disciples, hearing this, were completely puzzled, having no idea what had happened. So you asked, just how much money does he owe you? Yiao spread out her hand and counted on her fingers, probably more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this number, her fellow disciples looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. Meng Xuan hesitated slightly, then grabbed her hand and walked out. Let's go. Time to collect. So many spirit stones. Absolutely can't let the Yuching sect keep them all. Shu Yi, quick as a flash, grabbed the back of their collars. Going to collect a debt in the middle of the night? They won't even bother with us. Besides, if we go knocking on their door, we'll definitely be accused of causing trouble and provoking them, and we'll lose competition points. Mu Zhongxi smiled like a sly cat, pulling out a gong and saying, isn't this a piece of cake? We'll block their door and bang the gong. The Yuching sect definitely won't be able to stand the embarrassment. Shu Yi hesitated. I don't think this is a good idea. If we go and make a fuss like this, we'll probably get roasted again. Zhu Xinyun, having spent so much time with these chaotic junior siblings, had also been corrupted. It's fine. We got second place anyway. Yiao and Meng Xuan nodded like bobbleheads. Yeah, we just got second. The sect master won't punish us for such a small matter. That guy even revealed a mischievous smile. I have an amplifying talisman. We'll use it to shout. Mu Zhongxi excitedly raised his hand. Leave it to me. I'll do the shouting. Honestly, this debt collection was more like a performance. Over at the Yuching sect, Song Hanqing was reprimanding his junior sister. Are you crazy? You actually hung out with people from the Wenjian sect in the Void Secret Realm. We're rivals. Do you understand? If Yiching Han made a move, you'd be the first one to suffer. The well-behaved Shir apologized with a look of grievance. Song Hanqing's heart was pounding, his face flushed, and he couldn't bring himself to scold Shir any further. The next round is the ancient battlefield. You're not allowed to hang out with the Wenjian sect people again. Do you hear me? Song Hanqing repeated. I'm wondering, was Yiao really this shameless when she was in our Yuching sect? If her sect really had a troublemaker like Yiao back then, how could I have only heard about her now? Shir interjected. Second senior sister used to be so quiet. I don't know how she became so formidable after going down a mountain. Little did they know, Yiao and her group had already begun their grand debt collection plan. A deafening gong resounded, even scaring the mandarin ducks off the trees. Inside, Song Hanqing heard someone shouting outside. The Yuching sect owes money and won't pay. Another gong clang, one more clang, and you'll be struck by lightning. One more clang, and you're worse than pigs and dogs. One more clang, heartless. Another gong clang. Yuching almost burst out laughing, covering his face as tears of mirth streamed down. Why is everyone using idioms now? He muttered to himself. How'd I end up like this? Hearing the commotion, other sects poked their heads out to watch the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves. A Changming sect elder's face darkened. Isn't that my disciple's voice? We finally got second place. Why can't they just let people relax? All the face we earned tonight is about to be lost. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Hanqing quickly borrowed spirit stones from his fellow disciples and rushed out to repay Yiao. Frustration welled up inside him. These guys are so annoying. Can't they just shut up? Just then, Elder Yuan spoke. Hand over the spirit stones. I'll go talk to Yiao. Song Hanqing felt like he'd been thrown a lifeline, thinking, with the personalities of those Changming sect people, if I go out there, I'll definitely be laughed to death. Master is willing to go for me. That's great. Seeing Elder Yuan, Yiao wasn't polite at all. Sect Master Yuan, why doesn't Song Hanqing dare to come out and repay the debt in person? He even has to have you handle it. Elder Yuan's face was cold as ice. Then she tossed the spirit stone pouch to Yiao. Mengshuan immediately stepped forward and snatched the pouch. Thanks. Clutching the spirit stones, he thought to himself. As expected, shamelessness is true love. The speed of debt collection is as fast as lightning. Yiao and her brother turned to leave, planning to go to the dining hall for a feast. Elder Yuan suddenly called out, Yiao. She immediately stopped. Elder Yuan continued, You have no respect for your elders. Is this how the Changming sect taught you? As long as you're willing to admit your mistake and leave the Changming sect, I can consider giving you a spot after the competition. Mu Zhongxi immediately offered to reserve a spot for a direct disciple, but Elder Yuan scoffed. A direct disciple. Impossible. Direct disciples are all top-tier spiritual root geniuses. Even if Yiao performs exceptionally well, I won't consider it. But the next second, he was rendered speechless by Yiao's senior brothers. Your sect should get some sleep first. Wake up. Mu Zhongxi is sucking up to our little junior sister so much. How can you guys stand it? Hee. Our Changming sect's old man, Shuai Cheng, might be poor, but we're direct disciples. Do you know what that means? In other words, we are the future hope of the cultivation world. He cursed inwardly. Had Yuan been kicked in the head by a donkey, who would give up the status of a direct disciple to become an inner disciple of your sect? Mengshuan wasn't going to be outdone. Sometimes I really admire your confidence. I've always felt insecure since before the Golden Core stage, but now I feel that insecurity is also a virtue. Yiao let loose even more, laughing heartily and directly flipping off Yuan. I'm the disciple your Yuching sect will never get. The Changming sect leader saw and heard all of this bickering between the disciples. He mentally gave them 10,000 thumbs up, secretly thinking, well said. That shameless old geezer dared to come to our Changming sect to steal people. How embarrassing. Seeing Yuan gnashing his teeth and fearing he might cause trouble in a fit of rage, the sect leader quickly stepped forward to mediate. Fellow Taoist Yuan, don't be angry, don't be angry. The Grand Elder slowly walked over and stood in front of the disciples, protecting them. My useless disciples have caused you trouble. They're probably too excited about winning second place tonight. Please forgive them. Those few words, each one carefully chosen, hit Yuan right where it hurt. Your sect is last. Your disciples are so arrogant. And now, even the sect leader is more formidable. The sect leader's appearance was perfectly timed, protecting his disciples and rescuing these little rascals. The sect leader kicked Mu Zhongxi and scolded. Luckily, sect leader, Yin isn't holding against you. Get out of here. The disciples immediately scurried away, leaving Yuan speechless with anger, cursing inwardly. That old fox Xin Fanfan definitely waited until Yiao and the others were almost finished before strolling out to save them. In the following days, Yiao focused on practicing talisman drawing. She knew the ancient battlefield was unpredictable, and cultivating talismans was crucial. In the Changming sect, only her second senior brother was a talisman cultivator, and in order to win the upcoming competition, he had been drawing talismans day and night recently. She wanted to help her second senior brother share the burden, so she tried drawing Sifong talismans, but it was too difficult. No matter how she drew, they wouldn't turn out right. She picked up Meng Xuan's talismans and studied them repeatedly, then encouraged herself. Second senior brother also failed many times before succeeding. I'm not a professional talisman cultivator, so it's okay if I can't draw them well. After a while, she calmed down, found a feeling, picked up the brush, and with a single stroke, completed the talisman. This time, she actually succeeded and even received a blessing from the heavens. Meng Xuan was concentrating on drawing talismans when he saw the light descending from the heavens. He was stunned and a little jealous, who was blessed by the heavens. He curiously assumed it was Shuai Cheng, so he ran to ask. Shuai Cheng waved his hand. Don't blame me. Being curious alone was too boring, so he dragged his unlucky junior brother along. Aren't you curious who caused such a commotion? He said, pulling him along to gossip. The two excitedly pushed open their eldest senior brother's door, only to see him playing his hanging game again. Their eldest senior brother often did this, so they were used to it and quickly closed the door and slipped away. Excuse us, please continue. The two then went to find Mu Zhongxi. Upon arriving, Meng Xuan called out happily, little junior brother, but he froze the next second, seeing Mu Zhongxi being beaten black and blue by an elder. Poor Mu Zhongxi cried out in pain, Elder, could you please go a little easier? Let me react. The elder only lectured him. You're too slow in a fight. Who's going to wait for you to finish casting your spell? You have to react before you attack. Learn from Yiao. Either strike unexpectedly or fight steadily. Get up, continue. The two quickly slipped away to Yiao's room. They barged in without even knocking, startling Yiao, who cursed inwardly. So clumsy all day long, can't you even knock? Seeing the talisman in Yiao's hand still glowing, they immediately understood that it was their little junior sister who had received the blessing from the heavens. Meng Xuan immediately rushed over and asked, was it you who received the heavenly blessing back at the Sect? Was it you? The two exchanged a look of admiration, both thinking, the legendary dual cultivator of sword and talismans. It's actually real, and it's our little junior sister. Meng Xuan immediately switched to gossip mode, asking, little junior sister, tell us, are you a dual cultivator of sword and talismans? Yiao replied with a straight face, if you're going by your standards, then I suppose I am. Shu Yi finally spoke, little junior sister, are you that genius everyone looks down on? I think there must be something wrong with your spirit root. He pondered, logically, after all the testing, there's rarely a mistake. But if she really is a dual cultivator, her sea of consciousness must be larger than others. It's impossible for her to only have a mid-grade spirit root. The happiest one was the guy who had been gossiping since morning. He thought, none of that matters. The important thing is that our sect now has 2 talisman cultivators. This year, I declare, the next grand competition will be dominated by our Changming sect. Then he snickered to himself. Does Elder Yuan know you can draw talismans? He thought about how the Yuching sect always boasted about being the sacred ground for talisman cultivators, attracting all of them. If Elder Yuan knew she personally drove away a talisman cultivator, she'd be regretting it to death. Of course, he didn't know that the original owner was a die-hard sword cultivator and only started learning talisman drawing after leaving the Yuching sect. Why is this guy so talkative today? He curiously took her hand and asked, you must have studied talismans for 10 years at the Yuching sect before coming to our Changming sect to bless us, right? She had originally come to Changming sect because it always came in last, making it the most suitable place for a salted fish like her. Seeing his expression, she almost wanted to correct him. Other sects were all fiercely competitive, striving for first place, but not here. Knowing that little junior sister received the heavenly blessing, he almost cried while hugging her. Incredibly, Jidong, with a genius like you in the Changming sect, I can finally relax. I can retire in peace. Shu Yi, watching Meng Xuan, couldn't help but say, you're grinning like an idiot. That's because you haven't experienced the pressure of being the only talisman cultivator in the entire sect. He grew more and more excited, hugging Yiao again with a joyful face. The entire sect's hopes rest on me for the next grand competition. It's truly suffocating. Now that we have little junior sister, I feel so much more relaxed, really. Unable to bear his clinginess, Yiao peeled her second senior brother off, saying, "The heavenly blessing just caused such a commotion. People will definitely come inquiring. Why don't we spread a rumor that eldest senior brother received it? That way, they'll naturally let their guard down around us." She was a bit worried, but won't eldest senior brother be targeted? However, the two were on the same wavelength, saying in unison, "It's fine. They can't beat our eldest senior brother." Meng Xuan pulled out his talisman, saying, "I have spatial confinement talismans, earth prison talismans, invisibility talismans, and a bunch of others. What about you?" Unlike him, her talismans were all for pranks. She took out a stack and said, "These are Overlord Curse talismans. If I can stick them on, we might see a bunch of direct disciples running away on the spot. Then we could take out a memory stone and record it, replaying it every day. This one I call the Demonic Dance Chaos God Talisman. We might see a group of direct disciples break out into dance." Meng Xuan stared at her talismans, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought, little junior sister is too wild. She can draw talismans from the 4 great talisman scriptures, yet she still comes up with these bizarre things. He picked up a talisman, imagining what it would be like if Yuching Han and eldest senior brother were holding hands and doing a hula dance. Hearing this, Yi Qiao's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Don't say such exciting things." Meng Xuan grew more and more excited. "The next grand competition is in half a month. Let's start drawing talismans now. 3 days and 3 nights without sleep." Seeing that little junior sister wasn't too keen on the idea, he encouraged her, "Think about the 1 million spirit stones we bet at the gambling house. If we can get first place, it'll definitely be more than 1 million. What do you say? Let's go all out." At the mention of money, how could she resist? As a professional talisman cultivator, Meng Xuan picked up his brush and generously offered it to his little junior sister. "This is a top-grade wolf hair brush. Feel free to use it." Yi Qiao picked one, feeling the flow of spiritual energy. The difference between top-grade and mid-grade spiritual energy was truly remarkable. It felt incredibly smooth to use. Watching her draw talismans at that speed, Meng Xuan was utterly shocked. If our elders or Elder Yunyun saw how fast you draw, they'd beg to be your disciple. The faster you draw, the greater your talent and the stronger your divine sense. After drawing for a while, her nose started bleeding and she collapsed on the table, overwhelmed from drawing too many talismans. "I can't draw too many, or I'll faint," she thought. If it weren't for fainting, I would have been rolling in spirit stones from selling these talismans. This guy's concern for his junior sister was truly something else. He asked Yi Qiao, "You faint after drawing? You're not going to damage your kidneys, are you?" Who wouldn't be annoyed by such concern? 3 days later, Yi Qiao finally recovered and had drawn a huge pile of talismans. Holding the stack, she said to Meng Xuan, second senior brother, "Let's go sell these. I spent 3 days and nights drawing these. It'd be a waste not to sell some." He replied with a serious face. "The sect has rules against privately selling talismans." The girl feigned innocence. "It's just a small stall, it'll be fine. If we get caught, it's just confinement." Having received Meng Xuan's permission, she went all out and even taught him how to sell the talismans. Looking at his energetic junior sister, he thought, ever since junior sister arrived, the 4 of us have become as familiar with the forbidden grounds as our own homes. Sigh, cultivation doesn't necessarily make one stronger, but life in Fuxiang City is quite comfortable. Yi Qiao and Meng Xuan, this senior brother and junior sister duo, set up a stall on the street to sell talismans. At first, both were enthusiastic, especially Yi Qiao, who was incredibly energetic. But after a while, with no customers in sight, they both felt a bit discouraged. Meng Xuan wondered, aren't talismans rare? Why isn't anyone coming? Yi Qiao sighed helplessly. There are too many scammers. I managed to set up a stall once before, and the guy selling pornographic books next to me had better business. Meng Xuan grabbed a talisman, wanting to demonstrate its power on the spot, but Yi Qiao quickly stopped him. She was afraid that if they demonstrated the talisman's power, they'd both end up in the 10,000 Swords sex prison. Suddenly, at a nearby talisman stall, cultivators were scrambling to buy Yuching Sect talismans. Open for business. Hurry up and grab them. They'll be gone soon. Seeing so many people lining up to buy talismans from that stall, Meng Xuan said curiously, "I'll go see what the Yuching Sect talismans are like." Squeezing through the crowd, he finally managed to snatch a talisman. After a close look, he bluntly remarked, "This is terribly drawn. When did Yuching Sect talismans become rags?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people became displeased. Although he was her senior brother, she couldn't defend him. Haven't you ever been beaten up and stuffed in a sack? They say, seeing the world broadens one's horizons. After returning from the other stall, he suddenly had a brilliant idea and shouted, "I've got it." He immediately grabbed a brush and wrote a few large characters on a big piece of paper, holding it up for everyone to see. Each talisman, 50 high-grade spirit stones, first come, first served. Then he yelled, "Our talismans are the genuine Yuching Sect products. 50 high-grade spirit stones each, first come, first served." He was still dreaming that this trick would attract customers like the neighboring stall, but the reality was harsh. The customers were furious, and someone even said, even direct disciples aren't this greedy. 50 high-grade spirit stones. Why don't you just rob us? Yiao felt that this wouldn't end well and could only sigh helplessly. This senior brother and junior sister duo were genuine direct disciples, yet they were secretly selling talismans behind the Sect's back and being mistaken for scammers. Meng Xuan continued to hawk his wares enthusiastically. These are talismans drawn by direct disciples. He consoled himself about this small lie. We are direct disciples, just not of the Yuching Sect. Yiao also played along, holding up a talisman and shouting, "We are both disciples of the Yuching Sect." The more they talked, the more enthusiastic they became, as if this way they wouldn't be punished and could shift the blame to the Yuching Sect. A win-win. The onlookers, however, just burst into laughter. "You're trying to fool us like this. There's a limit to how much you can deceive people." Meng Xuan didn't say a word, and directly slapped the talisman onto the loudest person. With a bang, the talisman took effect instantly, blasting the person away. Meng Xuan held up another talisman and declared righteously, "Do the talismans you bought have such immediate effects? Are they this powerful?" The people who were just mocking them exchanged glances, their eyes wide. "Whoa, the talismans we bought really aren't this powerful. We were scammed." Yiao, knowing the time was right, jumped onto the table without hesitation and began to hawk their goods. A guy in the crowd, for some reason unable to recall the commotion Yiao caused at the competition a few days prior, muttered in confusion, "But I remember the Yuching Sect disciple who fought that day didn't look like this." Yiao didn't even blink, simply using her innocent, pretty face and silver tongue to further bewilder him. "Why not? Look closely. Aren't all the disciples from our sect beautiful? Beautiful people all look alike. You must be mistaken." And just like that, the bickering siblings sold out all their talismans in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. You can probably imagine how happy the siblings were. This was Meng Xuan's first time selling talismans. Holding the heavy spirit stone pouch, the unprecedented joy in his heart finally made him understand why his sister was always thinking about making money. It was actually this fun. Half a month passed by in a flash, and everyone was preparing for the second round of the grand competition. As soon as the bickering siblings appeared, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Meng Xuan, in particular, had become a star, basking in the enthusiastic adoration of the crowd. Shu Yi and Zhu Xinyan were long accustomed to this kind of scene and didn't react much. But Mu Zhongxi and Yiao felt he was a bit excessive, and a faint displeasure arose in their hearts. Shu Yi casually remarked, "This round is an Area B, my territory. Let it be smug for a while, it's no big deal." Yiao pretended to be annoyed by Meng Xuan's excessive praise, but reality slapped her in the face. Her antics in the first round had attracted a large group of die-hard fans. A massive fan club held banners and signs, cheering her on. Led by a leader, they counted down from 3, and all the crazy fans shouted in unison, nearly bursting her eardrums. Yiao, the best. Yixiao, Conwero. She could only helplessly accept the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Song Hanqing couldn't understand where Yiao's confidence came from. This ancient battlefield was Area B's territory. Why did she think she could win and even dare to compete for first place? Out of curiosity, she asked Yiao, "What makes you so confident?" Not only did Yiao not give a proper answer, her reply was even more infuriating. "You get it if you get it." Song Hanqing was quite angered by her words. Unexpectedly, Meng Xuan and Shu Yi chimed in, "Yeah, you get it if you get it." Not only did they tease the Wanjiang sect people with this mysterious phrase, but the 3 siblings also stuck out their tongues and made faces, mocking them in unison. This posture, it was like they were looking for a fight from the start. Their arrogant appearance made Song Hanqing very curious about where their confidence came from. This phrase not only angered the Yuching sect people, but also made Mu Zhongxi even angrier. He asked his senior brother, "What do they mean? Why is it so hard to understand?" Zhu Jingji, who wasn't interested in the first place, said indifferently, "Don't ask. If you ask, it's just you get it if you get it." Mu Zhongshi's mood immediately plummeted. "Fine. Are the four great sects trying to isolate me? Everyone understands what it means, but no one is willing to tell me." Finally, the referee appeared and announced the opening of the second secret realm of the Sect Grand Competition, the Ancient Battlefield. Before entering, the referee also announced an important matter. After discussion among the elders, the use of external Dao artifacts is prohibited in this round. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone knew this was aimed at Yiao's Dao snatching cudgel. Yiao wasn't disappointed at all, but rather felt relieved. She hadn't planned on relying on the Dao snatching cudgel to cause trouble in every match. If she did, she'd probably be besieged and scolded by fans of other sects as soon as she left the secret realm. The secret realm opened, and the direct disciples entered one after another. Before entering, Shu Yi prayed, "It would be best if you and Meng Xuan could be separated." The reason was simple. Both of them were luck reapers. This way, each could take a senior brother with them, and the survival rate in the secret realm would be greatly increased. If they were together, the effect wouldn't be as good. Yiao was also praying devoutly in her heart. Then it depends on the fate of the ancient battlefield. Amidst the flying dust, Yiao opened her eyes and was surprised to find Meng Xuan standing right in front of her. The two looked at each other and sighed simultaneously. What bad luck. It was all Shu Ye's fault, that jinxing crow's mouth. The two luck reapers were stuck together. In the audience, Yiao's disgusted expression was clearly magnified on the big screen. Elder Zhao couldn't understand why the girl was still disgusted with Meng Xuan. Wasn't a good thing to have a luck reaper as a companion. The sect master chuckled. "I think these two just don't get along." Elder Zhao felt that Yiao had been very lucky in the previous secret realm, never being left alone, and this time she fell into the secret realm with Meng Xuan. The sect master agreed. Being with a spiritual plant cultivator was already quite safe, regardless of other factors. In the ancient battlefield, Meng Xuan said that the 10,000 Sword sect had already dealt with 2 demonic beasts. Yiao was surprised by her teammates' performance. They were moving quickly when Meng Xuan suddenly sensed a demonic beast ahead and immediately stepped in front of Yiao to shield her. It was a demonic beast at the peak of Foundation establishment. A man-eating spider approached, startling both Yiao and Meng Xuan, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. In the next second, Yiao calmly commanded, "Second senior brother, I'll take this one. You provide support from the rear." The two cooperated seamlessly, and Yiao and Meng Xuan disposed of the demonic beast with little effort. After killing the demonic beast, the two exchanged a glance and high-fived. Meng Xuan became even more excited, thinking about how his senior brother would react. "We killed a demonic beast. Elder senior brother is probably going crazy." He knew his senior brother too well. If no one broke the 0, it would be fine, but once someone did, his senior brother would definitely draw his sword and wouldn't stop until he'd killed 100 million demonic beasts. Yiao then realized that encountering a demonic beast at the peak of Foundation establishment right at the start made this round much more difficult than the last. Meng Xuan told her that the remaining demonic beasts in the ancient battlefield were not easy to deal with, and this was just the beginning. Just then, Tuan Hongdao and his senior brother walked over. Tuan Hongdao called Yiao over. Meng Xuan took the opportunity to tell her that the person with Tuan Hongdao was Shun Ziwei, another Qi cultivator from the Chengfeng sect. Meng Xuan knew that although 2 Qi cultivators weren't much, they were both golden core cultivators, and the current situation was very unfavorable for them. He quietly gripped a talisman, ready to attack at any moment. Tuan Hongdao was trembling all over, unsure if it was from seeing Yiao or something else. Meng Xuan and Tuan Hongdao exchanged glances, sparks flying between them, the atmosphere tense. Just then, Yiao suddenly launched into a dramatic performance, stepping forward and declaring, "Shun Ziwei, I am Yi Yuhui of Daming Lake." The other 3 were stunned. What was this all about? Not only the 3 outside the secret realm, but the other spectators were also confused. Can you guys be serious? Who is Yuhui? Just fight already. The direct disciples meet in the secret realm, and they don't even greet each other. Tuan Hongdao couldn't figure out after thinking for a long time, so he leaned close to his senior brother's ear and whispered, "Do you know Yiao?" The other shook his head, cursing inwardly. Who knows her? And who the hell is Yi Yuhui. Yi Qiao's act was purely to stir things up. Now she walked directly to Shan Ziwei and got straight to the point. Since we've met by chance, why don't we cooperate? What do you think? Tuan Hongdao immediately became wary, pushing his senior brother back and pointing at Yi Qiao, shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll have my second senior brother beat you up." He said this because the person who had negotiated with Yi Qiao last time was eliminated, sitting in the loser's seat not long after the competition began. Yi Qiao continued, "We finally met. Instead of fighting and getting eliminated right away, why don't we join forces against the Yuching sect?" She feigned vulnerability, bringing up old times. "Senior brother, have you forgotten the days when we depended on each other in our mother's womb?" Her words were carefully chosen, deliberately ambiguous, to confuse those who didn't know the truth. Shen Ziwei covered his mouth and whispered, "What do you mean, dependent on each other?" Tuan Hongdao, thin-skinned, lost most of his anger upon hearing this, replaced by embarrassment. He thought, "Can you speak properly? We clearly fell into a demonic beast's stomach together. Don't make it sound like we have some kind of secret relationship." Yi Qiao tried her best to prove the mutual benefits of cooperation. In the ancient battlefield, talisman cultivators are the most difficult to deal with. The Yuching sect has 4 talisman cultivators. If we don't join forces, the champion of this round will definitely be the Yuching sect. Are you really willing to watch the championship be snatched away? Tuan Hongdao asked, "Why should we trust you?" Yi Qiao lied without changing her expression. "We only have 1 talisman cultivator. We're not much of a threat to your championship, are we? Since that's the case, what's wrong with joining forces to deal with the powerful Yuching sect first?" After hearing this, Tuan Hongdao was immediately tempted. Besides the Heist sect, the Changming sect was indeed the most harmless. Although they had robbed them in the previous round, the danger level had soared in the second round. A talisman cultivator like Meng Xuan. After careful consideration, he decided the threat wasn't significant and agreed to cooperate with Yi Qiao. Now, it was time for her cunning and resourceful nature to truly shine. All right, let me explain." Pointing at the map, she said, "These places are all monster nests. If the Yuching sect wants to take first place, they'll definitely go to these locations. As long as we're fast enough, we can ambush them in advance." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. This path was one that all direct disciples had to take, and only Tuan Hongdao, who had been both her teammate and rival, truly understood the thrill of setting traps and the bitterness of being tricked by Yi Qiao. Seeing her eerie smile, he was startled. "You're still as ruthless as ever. All honest and kind people will be corrupted by Yi Qiao." As Yi Qiao enthusiastically planned to sabotage the Yuching sect disciples, Tuan Hongdao protested, "Wait a minute, we're legitimate talisman cultivators, not insidious villains who specialize in setting traps." He appeared calm, but his mind was screaming. Does she even know what a talisman cultivator is? Talisman cultivators refine chi and create talismans, crafting artifacts and imbuing them with runes. How could they do such a thing? For thousands of years in the cultivation world, which proper talisman cultivator would painstakingly set traps to harm others? But Yi Qiao shamelessly used the reward for first place to brainwash him. For the sake of first place, you can also become insidious and cunning. The moment he thought of first place, his sense of justice vanished without a trace. He wanted the Changming sect to win first place, so he immediately changed his tune and joined forces with Yi Qiao. Outside the secret realm, the audience's eyes widened, their jaws dropping. Tuan Hongdao, you fell for it too. No good person would cooperate with Yi Qiao. At this moment, Elder Yuan of the Yuching sect was restless, learning that Yi Qiao and her group were joining forces to eliminate her disciples. Her face darkened with anger. It's all their fault. Instead of competing properly, they're always thinking of underhanded tricks. Shameless. On the contrary, Elder Tuan defended Yi Qiao. I think it's quite good. Let Yi Qiao train their vigilance. Those brats are used to their genius halo. If they really go out to train and encounter cunning evil cultivators, they'll definitely die miserably. Elder Zhao, who usually disagreed with her, nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, what underhanded tricks. This is clearly an intellectual Nanya. Meanwhile, Suo Ju and Song Hanqing were heading towards an area with many monsters. Suo Ju was still rejoicing. Worthy of being senior brother, we easily avoided the formations and even picked up quite a few monsters along the way. Song Hanqing basked in the praise, enjoying the moment of pride, but the next second, she stepped into a trap set by Yiao. Suddenly trapped, she let out a scream. Fortunately, he was experienced and quickly calmed down. He noticed a net at the bottom of the pit and immediately took out a talisman, sticking it to his foot. Using the momentum, he leaped out and let out a sigh of relief. Damn, who's so wicked to set a trap here? Experienced, Suo Ju quickly threw stones ahead to check the path, avoiding further traps. Having just escaped one disaster, they triggered another. This time, they tripped a wire and were hung upside down from a tree like two human ornaments. Yiao couldn't help but laugh. Hey, are you two having fun up there? Seeing her, Song Hanqing gritted her teeth. Yiao, it's you again. Discovering Changming's Sect disciples beside her, she became even angrier. Changming Sect, you're in on this sneak attack too. Tuan Hongdao felt a little guilty. I used to be a decent person until I met Yiao. Meng Xuan, now joining in the mischief with his junior sister, had lost his shyness and went to tease Song Hanqing. So, how does it feel to be on the receiving end? Meng Xuan grew more cheerful as he spoke, recalling the past. The Yuching sect always looked down on talisman cultivators from other sects, and he had been targeted before. Now it was finally his turn to gloat. Wanting to eliminate Song Hanqing and Suo Ju, Tuan Hongdao and his senior brother searched their tokens, but found nothing. Song Hanqing said smugly, "Of course I hid them well. Did you think I was still as naive as in the first round?" Unable to find the tokens, Yiao decided to search Song Hanqing's storage pouch, thinking it must contain many useful talismans. The first thing she pulled out was a pair of bright red underwear. All four of them froze, staring at the underwear in shock. Meng Xuan immediately said, "Junior sister, we don't need his talismans anymore." Yiao, however, wouldn't let it go. She asked Song Hanqing, "Is this your zodiac year?" Song Hanqing, already embarrassed, was now mortified. "What are you two looking at? Just wait." He originally brought spare clothes for a long competition, but in Yiao's hands, these ordinary things have become like this. Tuan Hongdao asked, "So what should we do with them now?" Yiao replied, "Tie them up first. If that doesn't work, find someone to watch them. I think my senior brother is the most suitable, but we have to find him first." So the various sects took action, leaving Song Hanqing and her brother struggling and shouting, Hey, don't go. Come back, let us down." The audience outside was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. These sect disciples are playing too rough, aren't they? Are these unreliable sect disciples really the future of our cultivation world? I thought sect disciples were all top-notch. Inside the secret realm, Miaoyan and Shir met. Shir said, "Since we've met by chance, why don't we team up? Your Yuching sect wants to take first place. Our requirements aren't high. Third place will do." Shir added, "Teaming up is fine, but what do you plan to do?" Miaoyan replied, "The Wanjiang sect also wants to team up and find talismans in the secret realm. Among the 5 sects, the Changming sect is the weakest. They will probably look for Meng Xuan from the Changming sect to cooperate. If we can eliminate Meng Xuan first, we can also deal with the Wanjiang sect." The audience outside was in an uproar again. Tuan Huai of the Chengfeng sect also wanted to eliminate Meng Xuan. Besides the Wanjiang sect, all the other sects were hoping for Meng Xuan's downfall. If Meng Xuan doesn't die now, how can the Wanjiang sect turn the tables? His death is the best outcome. Meng Xuan himself is still unaware that he has become a target. Elder Zhao stared at the screen, noticing that the boy was moving faster than the others, his heart full of doubts. How can Meng Xuan avoid all the remaining formations? He hasn't stepped on a single one. Not even Song Hanqing can do that. If it were just 2 talisman cultivators, they would be easy to deal with. He glanced at the Changming sect's leader, pondering, could old Shin Fanfan be hiding something? The atmosphere in the audience was high, and on the screen, Shir and Miaoyan had already found Meng Xuan. Everyone felt that a good show was about to begin. Inside the secret realm, Miaoyan confronted Meng Xuan and deliberately glanced at Yiao. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. If Meng Xuan and Mu Changji were together, I would have to consider whether I could win, but Yiao is only a foundation establishment cultivator. This victory will definitely be mine. She immediately took out her jade flute and began to play. The melodious flute music carried a murderous intent, causing Yiao and her brother to clutch their heads in pain. She felt like her head was about to explode. Hearing Meng Xuan's words, she realized that this was a sonic attack. The fact that the Yuching sect could get this far with just a few alchemists meant they had other magical tools. Meng Xuan knew that his opponent was not easy to deal with and didn't want his mind to be disturbed by the strange sound, so he immediately took out a soundproof talisman and used it. However, Shir immediately noticed and directly set up a talisman breaking formation. Meng Xuan was about to go crazy. He yelled, "Damn it, Shir's formation is restricting my talismans." Seeing Meng Xuan's expression, Shir said triumphantly, "You're too much of a threat. I have to deal with you first." The two young women joined forces to attack Yiao and her brother, their faces full of confidence. Yiao finally couldn't hold back and launched a counterattack. She swiftly dodged Shir's attacks with her sword, while also directing Meng Xuan, "Second senior brother, where's your gong? Hurry up and take it out and bang it at them." Meng Xuan didn't expect that the debt-collecting gong from last time would actually come in handy now. Yiao and her brother excitedly counterattacked. "Come on, let's mess with each other." Not far away, Mu Changji heard the deafening gongs and drums and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect there would be a wedding in the secret realm with gongs and drums and even Suona." Shueyu was unconcerned and urged, "Stop daydreaming. Hurry up and find little junior sister and second senior brother. One is at Foundation Establishment and the other is at Peak Foundation Establishment. If they run into Song Hanqing's group, they'll definitely be eliminated." Mentioning his little junior sister, Mu Changji grinned. With Yiao around, what are you worried about? She'll be fine. His only regret was that he couldn't join in the fun with his little junior sister on the first day. Actually, Shueyu was only worried that Yiao would cause trouble. Others have to practice hard to play a tune that terrifies their opponents, but Yiao and her brother only need to have fun, casually banging and clanging to scare their opponents out of their wits. Under the relentless assault of Yiao and Meng Xuan, Si Miaoyan couldn't fight back at all. She could only put down her flute, cover her head and ears, and yell, "Do you even know how to play instruments?" Extremely annoyed, she secretly vowed to bring earplugs the next time she entered the secret realm. Yiao spotted a weakness in the formation and immediately used her sword to execute the Azure Wind sword technique, breaking through the outer layer. In the viewing area, Elder Zhao watched Yiao's performance and couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, she actually found the weakest point of the formation directly. Does she really understand formations?" The Changming sect leader, his face full of smiles, naturally took the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark. Perhaps the Yuching sect's broken formation is just too weak. He secretly rejoiced that Yiao and Meng Xuan were together today. Otherwise, Meng Xuan would have been eliminated long ago. Elder Yin's face darkened at the jab. "That's going too far." "What do you mean, broken formation too weak?" Within the secret realm, the four sized each other up, secretly competing. Yiao took the initiative, about to reprimand the other two in broad daylight. "You actually..." Before she could finish, she exerted her aura to suppress them, then grabbed Meng Xuan and ran. She thought to herself, running is the best option. Directly confronting them is definitely not a good idea. Meng Xuan was stunned by his junior sister's sudden action. "We're just retreating without a fight. Is this running away?" But in her clever eyes, this was called a strategic retreat. Meng Xuan picked up the jade token and happily announced to Yiao, "Our sect is about to be in first place. Let me tell you, everyone thinks I'm a genius, and they're all watching me, but they don't know we actually have two cheats. Everyone thinks I'm proficient in formations, and as a result, our ranking has soared." Yiao sighed, "You've worked hard. After you're eliminated, I'll carry the sect to first place." Meng Xuan casually replied, "Thanks for your concern. No one wants to be eliminated. Anyone would be furious to hear that. This sect is really strange." As they were desperately fleeing, they were suddenly attacked, but luckily managed to escape. Who's so despicable to launch a sneak attack? It turned out to be Suo and Song Hanqing, who appeared and sneered, "Yiao, Meng Xuan, you're really unlucky to run into us." Yiao wasn't panicked at all, and even teased. So it seems the Chengfeng sect and Yuching sect really have joined forces. Enraged, Suo drew his sword and attacked Yiao. Yiao reacted quickly, raising her sword to block, but it snapped in two. She couldn't help but complain, "This sword has been with me for so long, and it just breaks like that. I'll just have to go back and ask Master to forge me another one." While the disciples fought fiercely in the secret realm, their masters outside were pacing anxiously. The large screen was showing Yiao being chased by Suaju. They hoped Yiao could hold on and stall Suaju, giving Mengshuan a chance to deal with Song Hanqing. But in the current situation, Yiao's dodging was useless. Elder Tuan had long been accustomed to Yiao's tactics and sighed helplessly. "This child, she just runs when she can't win. It's truly disappointing." In the secret realm, Yiao was complaining to Song Hanqing, "Don't go too far. You broke my sword, and now you want to bully a sword cultivator without a sword." Mengshuan worried that his junior sister couldn't just keep dodging. They needed a plan. He suddenly thought of his junior sister's weakness. So he shouted, "Yiao, for 1,000,000 spirit stones." This guy knew his junior sister too well. For Yiao, spirit stones were life itself, and his words instantly ignited her fighting spirit. Yiao's combat power surged, catching Suaju off guard. Meanwhile, Suaju and Mengshuan were also locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. In the end, they both managed to snatch each other's identity tokens at the same time. Holding Suaju's identity token, Mengshuan said, "How about you get mine back first, and then I'll return yours." Suaju, holding Mengshuan's token, was equally calm. "All right, you first." They looked at each other, and then crack. They simultaneously crushed each other's identity tokens. Incredible. Mengshuan feigned a hurt expression. "Where's the trust between people? You've wounded me deeply." Suaju was taken aback by his dramatic performance. "Didn't you also crush mine?" Outside, the Changming Sect leader watched Yiao's fighting style and nodded with satisfaction. Being able to hold off Suaju for so long is already quite good. Elder Zhao was somewhat dejected. She's already lost her only advantage. What's the point now? Just then, Mengshuan and Suaju were teleported out of the secret realm. Although eliminated, Mengshuan was still a popular contestant. Someone asked him, "Mengshuan, how do you feel now?" The guy who acted like a superstar on stage responded to his fans, "I don't really feel anything special, but if I had to say, even if my physical body can't stay in the secret realm with them, my spirit will always be there." This answer made the audience go even wilder. Unlike others, he wasn't depressed about being eliminated, but rather felt it was a good thing, finally able to relax. Meanwhile, the Wunjian Sect group was still trapped in the formation, trying everything they could to get out. Hearing that Mengshuan and Suaju had been eliminated, they shouted, "2 buffs eliminated in just 2 days, what are these guys doing?" One of them chimed in, "We need to find a buff to team up with." But Mengshuan has been eliminated. "What do we do now?" Chu Xinji. He complained, "These buffs are blind. Why are they all running to the Yuching sect? Are the resources of other sects that bad?" Yuching Han fell into deep thought. If this continued, they wouldn't even make it into the top 3. But there were no other buffs to team up with now. He suddenly remembered the troublemaker from the last Secret Realm incident who had used a buff, Yin Yichao, and an idea began to form in his mind. On the other side, in the arena, Junhui thought he could quickly defeat Yichao, but found he couldn't shake her off. He couldn't believe that Yichao could hold him off for so long. She was just a Foundation establishment cultivator, and logically speaking, should be easy to deal with. How could this be? Yichao said to him somewhat smugly, "The geniuses in this competition are either my second senior brother or Yuching Han. And there's another underestimated genius, which is me." Seeing her infuriating smile, Junhui only wanted to finish her off quickly. But Yichao's smile didn't last long, because Tuan Hongdao and Shun Ziwei also came to join Junhui. Knowing that she couldn't deal with 3 people at the same time, Yichao immediately put on a pitiful look. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Don't you feel a little guilty, the 3 of you bullying me?" Everyone knew her sly and mischievous personality. No one who had met her would believe her act, and the 3 of them simultaneously showed expressions of disgust. Talk about morals with you. You're the most immoral person here. Seeing that playing pitiful wasn't working, Yichao immediately dropped the act, her eyes flashing with excitement. Drawing the short gun in her hand, she said, "Since none of you are playing by the rules, then don't blame me for being impolite." She had been worried that using this thing would get out of control and affect her second senior brother, but now that he was out, she had nothing to worry about. The girl raised her handgun and aimed at Tuan Hongdao, launching a barrage of talismans, making it impossible for him to dodge. As long as one talisman hit, he would be done for. She didn't need many. Her talismans were all strange and unusual types, and Tuan Hongdao was unfortunately hit. Haha, just you wait. That's my evil laughter. Seeing Tuan Hongdao get hit, Yiao also revealed a wicked smile. Outside the secret realm, when Yiao raised her handgun, the sect leaders of all the sects were stunned. The Chaming sect leader asked, "What is that thing?" He himself was startled, completely clueless, but quickly regained his composure like the others, stroking his beard as if everything was under control. On the screen, Tuan Hongdao's maniacal laughter echoed. Laughing, he said to his junior brother, "Hurry and chase after Yiao. Don't let her escape." The audience was frightened by his laughter. "Can you stop laughing? It sounds like a pervert harassing a girl who fell down." Others speculated, is it because he couldn't stop the fallen Meng Xuan? He even left this kind of talisman for his junior sister before he left. At the banquet, the eliminated Zai Chun glared at Meng Xuan with disgust. "Are you so free that you draw such perverted talismans?" Meng Xuan was wrongly accused, but couldn't explain himself. He knew that even if he said he didn't draw it, no one would believe him. Yiao had already successfully escaped. Shun Ziwei wanted to chase after her, but unexpectedly, Du Chan was also hit by a talisman, giggling nonstop while clinging to his senior brother's leg. This guy's mind was also messed up, clinging to his senior brother's leg and muttering, this spiritual energy is so strong." Shun Ziwei angrily grabbed his pants leg and yelled, "Du Chan, snap out of it. Stop pulling my clothes. They're almost falling off." He just wanted to smack this idiot junior brother a few times. After a stick of incense burned, the two finally returned to normal. Shun Ziwei breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, both of you are back to normal. What do we do now?" He held the identity token in his hand, knowing that the Yuching sect was currently in first place. The Chaming sect was second, and they were third. The Wenjian sect was probably still trapped in some formation. Tuan Hongdao's face twisted with a smile as he drawled, "This trip wasn't a complete waste. At least Meng Xuan has been eliminated." He thought to himself, "As for that Yiao, it doesn't matter if we can't catch her. Without Meng Xuan, the Chaming sect is nothing to fear. This time, we'll focus on the Yuching sect." As dusk approached, Yiao finally found her senior brothers. They were currently trapped in a formation. After being trapped, the three of them had relaxed their vigilance and fallen asleep. Yiao tried to call out to them, but they didn't react. Not wanting to waste too much effort, she simply took out her horn and blew it, waking them up. Sure enough, her three senior brothers were startled awake by the sound. Mu Changji, seeing his junior sister, exclaimed with delight, "You're back." He pointed at the horn and asked, "Is this your horn?" You and Meng Xuan, those two weirdos, were banging gongs, beating drums, and blowing horns in the secret realm. She immediately defended herself. "What's so weird about that? It's called making the most of all available resources. Si Miaoyan uses musical instruments too. You need to be careful of her." She thought to herself that Si Miaoyan probably wouldn't actively approach them again. Mu Changji excitedly imagined the scene of his junior sister battling Si Miaoyan. "So you're using the horn to counter her sonic attacks. We also have gongs and drums, and Meng Xuan gave us amplification talismans. How about we all play music for her?" This guy followed his junior sister around, causing trouble, and now he was even more unrestrained than her. The girl cut straight to the point. "How did you get trapped here? Did you use up all the formation-breaking talismans second senior brother gave you before entering the secret realm?" Mu Changji pointed at their eldest senior brother. "Ask our eldest senior brother. His luck is atrocious. He always leads us into formations. This is the third time already, and we've used up all the formation-breaking talismans." Under the gazes of his junior brother and sister, the eldest senior brother could only sigh deeply. Yiao thought to herself, Chu Xinji's luck is bankruptcy level bad. She used a formation-breaking talisman to rescue her senior brothers. In their eyes, their admiration for her now reached new heights. As expected of our junior sister. The next day, Yiao devoted herself to slaying demonic beasts. Shueyu, being a thoughtful junior sister, handed her a few pills to replenish her strength. Mu Changji held a jade slip and said happily, "The Yuching sect is still in first place, and we're in second. It looks like we'll be facing them head-on soon. Let's go." Mu Changji urged everyone to hurry to the next location and slay more demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, that unlucky eldest senior brother stepped into another formation left by the Yuching sect disciples. He stepped into the trap, his entire leg caught by the formation. He cried out in panic, clutching tightly onto the sleeves of his two junior brothers and pleading for help. However, his two junior brothers watched him being dragged away by the formation, mercilessly, for fear of being trapped by his bad luck. Shueyu held a few spirit pills and threatened the surrounding formation. Oh, how annoying. Let him go, or I'll knock you out with these pills. Mu Changji, on the other hand, said nothing. He calmly drew his sword and sliced through the sleeve Mu Changji was holding, completely ignoring his senior brother's pitiful cries for help. Watching her senior brother's actions, Yiao was speechless. Can my senior brothers be a little more reliable? Yiao carefully studied the formation and realized it was very similar to the Yuching sect's formations. It must have been left by their disciples. Chu Xinji wanted to find Song Hanxing to break the formation, but Yiao stopped him. No need. I've already found the formation's core. She silently thanked Song Hanxing for the intersect Yuching sect formation diagram he had given her in the demonic beast's stomach. The formation was broken. Mu Changji breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for his junior sister reaching new heights. Amazing, my junior sister. In the audience, Elder Yuan was hopping mad. Yiao dared to break the Yuching sect formation. We were lenient because breaking it from the inside could be luck, but breaking it from the outside is simply unbelievable. The Changming sect leader couldn't stand it anymore and staunchly defended his disciple. Aren't the Yuching sect's formations publicly available for people to learn? Elder Sun, who had been observing Yiao, noticed something amiss and interrupted. Hey, is there any point arguing about this? The key is that Yiao is actually a talisman cultivator. Another elder interjected, dual cultivation of sword and talismans. So she's the Changming sect's trump card. The Changming sect leader maintained his composure. You all have hidden talents. Can't we be multi-talented as well? Why is it considered scheming when we do it? And by the way, they won't miss this chance to show off and suppress their opponents, will they? Even though they themselves don't know about this. You knew about this all along, didn't you? Yang Ingchao, a dual cultivator of sword and talismans. Really? Tuan Hongdao was momentarily speechless, feeling incredibly guilty. If he had known Ingchao was like this, how could he have kept picking on her? Talisman cultivators in the cultivation world are top secret, treated like precious treasures. Our eldest senior brother used to be such a good person. Now look at him, causing a ruckus with little junior sister. At this moment, Yiao interrupted. Did you encounter Song Hanxing on the way? Mu Changji replied proudly. We did. I recorded everything with a recording stone. I'll post it on the forum later and see if anyone wants to buy it. I used 6 recording stones, so I should at least get 10 high-grade spirit stones in return. Yiao seized the opportunity, then give me a share. He asked, why should I give you a share? She said smugly, it's all thanks to me. I told Tuan Hongdao to tie him up. If it weren't for me, would you have been able to record it? Understanding his little junior sister's personality, although reluctant, he said, fine, you get 4, I get 6. With this unexpected windfall, Yiao was naturally overjoyed. Shui Shirqin checked the news with his jade slip and said, the Bijui sect and Yuching sect have formed an alliance. The Chengfeng sect still doesn't plan to cooperate with anyone. As for the Wenjian sect, they are actually ranked 4th this time, probably their worst result ever. Yiao thought, that's perfect. Our sect can cooperate with the Wenjian sect. I still have some talismans that I can use to negotiate a partnership. At the same time, the people from the Wenjian sect had broken through the formation and escaped. They walked for a while and saw Yiao and her group. Cho Xingji said, senior brother, those are people from the Changming sect. Holding a stack of talismans, Yiao walked over with a friendly smile. Don't be nervous. I'm here to discuss a collaboration. I have talismans. Second senior brother, you guys are in need of formation-breaking talismans, right? Song Hanxing looked at Yiao coldly. What do you want? She continued to discuss the collaboration with a smile. You know the current situation. Our Changming sect is currently 2nd. How about we join forces against the Yuching sect? I have formation-breaking talismans. If you get trapped, I can help. Having been tricked by her before, Cho Xingji completely distrusted her and wanted to refuse. He even shouted, what trick are you trying to pull this time? We won't. Before he could finish, Yiching Han stopped him. He looked at Yiao and agreed. Alright, we're second, you're first. Cho Sing-ji still wanted to persuade his senior brother. Can you really agree to their terms? In reality, Yi Cheng-han was thinking, I'll deal with them after Yi Qiao uses up all her talismans. The Jian sect has always been first. Yi Qiao led the group through the secret realm, avoiding all the formations, and even started boasting, see, smooth sailing all the way. These formations are all thanks to my second senior brother's talismans. She thought to herself, using second senior brother's name is so convenient. Her bror ging successfully fullet Yicheng-kan. He thought, Meng Xuan has already been eliminated, and they're still this powerful. Is this the difference between the talisman cultivators of the 8 great families? Outside the secret realm, Meng Xuan was watching the competition, speechless at his little junior sister's boasting. You actually believe my little junior sister's nonsense. But still, thanks for thinking so highly of me. Cho Sing-ji, however, seemed unconvinced. If he's really that capable, how could he have been eliminated so early? Mu Changji already disliked Cho Sing-ji, and now hearing him slander his senior brother, he was furious and wanted to strike him down with his sword. This guy is so annoying. I have to kill him with my sword. Fortunately, Shuai Shichin quickly held his junior brother back. Calm down, junior brother. Unexpectedly, Cho Sing-ji turned around arrogantly to look at them. He provoked them. What are you standing there for? What useless things are you planning to do this time? Even the usually calm, Shuai Shichin's face darkened as he held a bottle of spirit pills. Fine, I'll poison him to death right now. Fortunately, Mu Changji calmed down this time and prioritized the bigger picture, stopping his senior brother. A moment later, it began to rain in the secret realm. Yi Qiao reached out to catch the rain and felt a burning sensation on her skin. Acid rain. I occasionally encountered this when I transmigrated into the book. It's nothing new. Quickly take out your gear. Don't let this stuff corrode you. Yi Cheng-han turned to his fellow disciples and asked, does anyone have any defensive artifacts? Everyone answered in unison, no, we're dirt poor. Inwardly, they cursed the greedy Chengfeng sect for their exorbitant artifact prices, thinking they'd never be able to afford them. Meanwhile, Yi Qiao was already prepared, having somehow procured a large wok which she'd plopped onto her head as a makeshift umbrella. She turned to her fellow disciples, gesturing to the wok on her head, and said, want to try wearing this? Might work for you too. Shuai Shichin, ever curious, reached out and knocked on the wok, asking, where did you get this thing? Yi Qiao, as straightforward as ever, replied, borrowed it from the kitchen. I think there are 3 more over there. Want one? The 3 male disciples chorused, yes. Simultaneously, they extended their hands expectantly. Yi Cheng-han looked at the Yi siblings with their woks, thinking with disdain, so tacky. But the next second, he mentally slapped his forehead, noticing the Yi siblings moving freely with the woks. Seemingly without expending any spiritual energy, his mind stirred. Huh, this thing actually works. Swallowing his disdain, he put on an exceedingly friendly smile and asked Yi Qiao, are there any more woks? Yi Qiao replied, nope, I'm not a wok merchant. I don't have any stockpiled. As soon as she finished speaking, the sight of the Yi siblings with woks on their heads sent everyone into fits of laughter, as lively as a harvest festival, and everyone began chattering. This time, Yi Qiao had brought all sorts of bizarre things into the secret realm, but no proper cultivator equipment. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Jian sect members were even more stunned. The Changming sect leader couldn't resist a jab, stroking his beard smugly and saying, the Jian and Yuching sects can only rely on spiritual energy to resist the acid rain, wasting it needlessly. Why not learn from Yi Qiao and wear a wok? The 2 sect leaders' faces darkened, both thinking that old geezer Chin Fan smugness is really irritating. After a while, Yi Qiao's group arrived at the wind beast's nest, just as the rain stopped. Yi Qiao thought the Yuching sect should be arriving soon. Yi Cheng-han added, right, the Yuching sect will be here soon. They have 3 talisman cultivators and 1 golden core sword cultivator. He then turned to Cho Sing-ji and said, I'll deal with their sword cultivator. It'll be faster if you join me. He thought to himself, I haven't seen Cho Sing-ji's true swordsmanship yet. This is a good chance to see it. But Cho Sing-ji played dumb, pretending not to understand. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Yiching Han forced a smile, suppressing his anger. We're partners. The Changming Sect has to show some sincerity, right? He pushed his junior sister forward, thinking, my sword and talisman dual-cultivating junior sister is the Changming Sect's greatest show of sincerity. Yiching Han didn't know that she was, in fact, a dual cultivator of sword and talisman, and mistakenly believed she was toying with him. Yiching Han trembled with anger, while poor Yiao, caught between two major figures of the cultivation world, just wanted to smooth things over. So she quickly interjected, don't be angry, we're helping you guys. Isn't that obvious? You still don't trust the Changming Sect. We're decent people. She suddenly thought of the original plot. This script is all messed up. Originally, the male lead always had dead weight around him. Now that I'm here, the Wian sect is having smooth sailing, and the Yuching sect has become the bottom feeder. Song Hanqing angrily lectured Shir, but Shir didn't end up sticking to the male lead like in the original plot. Suyu suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. She whispered, are we really going to help the Wian sect? Do you think Yiching Han won't turn on us after he's finished with the Yuching sect? This troublesome junior sister's reply left him speechless. It's fine. We're not good people anyway. Not long after, the Yuching sect arrived. Song Hanqing was a bit surprised. These two sects actually joined forces. Sujua chimed in. Yiching Han probably just wants to use Meng Xuan's leftover talismans to move around easily in the secret realm. A bunch of brainless sword cultivators. All they know is how to make a fuss. He had no idea that this haughty remark had already become a laughingstock among the audience outside the secret realm. Everyone was buzzing. Did you hear? Sujua was recently hung upside down from a tree by the brainless people he mentioned. Others said, Yiao cultivates two paths. She's diligent and clever, completely different from those reckless sword cultivators. Actually, if Yiao had stayed in the Yuching sect, they would have 2 sword cultivators and 5 talisman cultivators. After all, Yiao alone is worth 2 people. The more Elder Yuan heard, the more her heart felt like it was being stabbed by knives. What's the use of regretting now? Meanwhile, the other elders were staring at Elder Yuan, waiting to see her reaction. Unexpectedly, although Elder Yuan was heartbroken, she stubbornly said, it's just a mid-grade spiritual root. Even with dual cultivation, she's just a rookie in the end. How could Elder Zhao let anyone bully his little rabbit? By the way, aren't your high-grade spiritual root disciples always the first to be eliminated in every competition? So what if their spiritual roots are high? Aren't you always at the bottom? Elder Yuan was dealt a fatal blow and was completely petrified, unable to even utter a rebuttal. Seeing the Yuching sect group, Yiching Han immediately drew his sword. Song Hanqing also wanted to fight for first place. Dream on. The two were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Standing to the side, Yiao felt that the pressure from the 2 golden core cultivators made it difficult to even breathe. Fortunately, her thoughtful eldest senior brother approached and released his spiritual energy to protect his junior sister. The young woman started scheming again, using her senior brothers as shields. Although her senior brothers didn't understand what their junior sister was planning, they obediently followed her. As a result, she actually set up a formation, trapping herself and her 3 senior brothers inside. The spectators outside were dumbfounded. They had never seen anything so absurd. If I remember correctly, this formation was set up by Yiao, right? That's right. She secretly set it up as soon as she arrived. What's she doing? I trapped myself. Song Hanqing was quite surprised to see the formation trapping the Changming sect members, thinking it was his junior brother's doing. Knowing that those outside couldn't see inside, but those inside could see outside, the little rascal pretended to shout, "Oh no, we're trapped. What should we do? Help us." The 2 tricked senior brothers were still gloating, thinking to themselves, who cares about you? After the performance, the young woman and her senior brothers sat down to watch the 2 sects fight each other. Let them fight for a while. When they're almost exhausted, I'll break the formation and we'll reap the benefits. After a while, both Song Hanqing and Yiching Han were exhausted, and their opponents were evenly matched. Yiao was surprised. Yiching Han was suppressed by Song Hanqing to the point where he didn't even have a chance to get close. The result was completely unexpected. Only Suyu secretly reminded himself, talisman cultivators are the strongest. I have to be nicer to Ming Xuan in the future. Seeing that the formation was about to dissipate on its own, Yiao and her senior brothers prepared to go out and help Yiching Han deal with the Yuching sect members. Cho Xingji instructed, I'll deal with Song Hanqing. You and Steward Mu deal with the others. Cho Xingji, with an indifferent expression and his aura fully unleashed, drew his sword and stood in front of Song Hanqing, frightening Song Hanqing into a cold sweat. With such momentum, it seemed like a great battle was about to break out. Unexpectedly, Cho Xingji suddenly reversed course, sheathed his sword, and ran away, taunting, "La la la, I tricked you." Song Hanqing's expression must have been wonderful. He originally wanted to test Cho Xingji's strength, but the other party ran away without even making a move. What should have been a peak duel between the top disciples of the sects turned into a childish game of hide-and-seek. On Yiao's side, Suzhua held a talisman in his hand, smugly saying, "Sorry, I won't go easy on you because of old times." Yiao was electrocuted by the talisman and couldn't move. Suzhua became even more smug. "That's it. You're just a foundation establishment cultivator, yet you always cause trouble for eldest senior brother." He was about to step forward and seize Yiao's identity plate, when Yiao suddenly smirked and seized the opportunity to kick Suzhua over. Suzhua was still muttering, "You are clearly immobilized by the immobilization talisman. How can you still move? Why? How could this be?" Yiao found his identity plate and smiled brightly. Finally got it. At this moment, Suzhua shamelessly pretended to be pitiful. "Second senior sister, don't destroy my identity plate." She retorted in the same manner, "Sorry, I won't go easy on you because of old times." After saying that, she crushed Suzhua's identity plate. After a while, Yuching couldn't stand watching them play hide-and-seek anymore. "Have you played enough? You're both panting so hard." Yuching pointed his sword at Song Hanqing. "Are you going to crush your identity plate yourself, or are we going to help you?" Song Hanqing pondered. "Based on the current rankings, even if I'm eliminated, the Yuching Sect can still make it into the top 3. The Yuching Sect has proven themselves. I have no regrets." He willingly destroyed his own identity plate here. Steward Mu has also dealt with his opponent. Now only one person remains from the Yuching Sect, Shir. With Shir being the last one left from the Yuching Sect, Yiao prepared to deal with her. But Yuching stopped her. "Don't even think about hurting her." He was scheming inwardly. The Wanjian sect still needed a talisman master to lead the way. Shir was gentle and steady, and there was no need to worry about her betraying them midway, making her the most suitable candidate. This group from the Chaming sect was completely useless. Shir was touched by Yuching's actions, thinking he was protecting her because he liked her. Steward Mu stepped forward and complained, hey, using us and then switching sides at the last minute. Isn't that a bit much?" He replied arrogantly, "You're the ones who are stupid. Who's to blame?" Yiao seized the opportunity and trapped everyone from the Wanjian sect with the 4 symbols formation talisman. Cho Xingji said angrily, "You Chaming sect trash. You can't win, so you resort to sneak attacks." But doesn't the Chaming sect only have one talisman master? Wasn't she already eliminated? Yuching then noticed Yiao setting up the formation and realized she was a talisman master. His jaw almost dropped in shock. He finally understood why the Chaming sect wasn't worried at all after Ming Xuan was eliminated. No wonder she was so confident when she approached him to discuss cooperation earlier. She threw his words right back at him. "You're the ones who are stupid. Who's to blame?" She pointed the Zunling sword at Shir. "Your turn." Shir was not to be outdone. "Second senior sister, you're always targeting me. Don't blame me for being impolite." She prepared to set up a formation to counterattack, and Yiao also set up a formation in response. With the formations ready, she said slowly, "Shir, have you ever experienced the power of 2 formations combined?" Che and the others from the Wanjian sect could already imagine the outcome. A loud explosion erupted, sending everyone sprawling. Yiao seized the opportunity and yelled for her senior brothers to quickly crush their identity plates. Yiao and her senior brothers crushed their opponent's identity plates. An announcement rang out in the secret realm. All members of the Wanjian sect eliminated. All members of the Yuching sect eliminated. Simian guessed, it's only the 3rd day, and both the Wanjian sect and the Yuching sect are completely out. Did they all perish together? Outside the secret realm, the audience was buzzing with discussion. 2 formations combined. It's like a pill furnace exploding. Pressing 2 formations together like that is definitely going to cause an explosion. Was she trying to blow away all the direct disciples of the Wanjian sect? Unbelievable. She's definitely the most outstanding direct disciple this year. Suzhua recognized the formation Yiao used as belonging to the Yuching sect. Song Hanqing thought to himself, Yiao had already memorized these formations by heart before leaving the sect. Song Hanqing recalled the last time he saw Yiao in the secret realm. She was just a clueless newbie. Could it be that she only started learning after he forced her to hand over her talismans and the sect's cultivation techniques? But it's only been half a year. How could she learn so fast? He planned to have a good talk with his master about Yiao after the grand competition. Inside the secret realm, Shir lay on the ground trembling, but still stubbornly said, "I didn't expect you to secretly learn our sect's formations." Yiao cleverly played dumb. That's perfectly normal. After all, I used to be an inner disciple of the Yuching sect. What's so strange about learning a few formations? Inwardly, she thought, I can't admit to learning them halfway, or I'd be a blatant thief. She noticed a large pit ahead. The four of them stood in front of the pit, curious. How did this pit get here? Steward Mu guessed. A pit this big doesn't look like it was caused by a formation explosion. It's more like someone dug it out beforehand. The next second, an idea struck him, and he excitedly pounced on the edge of the pit like a puppy. There's an unreliable rumor in the cultivation world that says if you throw the name of someone you hate into a pit, you can curse them. I wonder if it's true. Should we try throwing Master's name in? I thought everyone would stop him from disrespecting his elders, but it turned out they were all just as mischievous. Cho Xingji also wanted to try throwing the Grand Elder's name in. Yiao wanted to throw Elder Yunyun's name in. It seemed she had a grudge against Elder Yunyun and was determined to throw her name into the pit. No need to ask how the three elders are feeling right now, huh? Steward Mu really ran into a group with his rebellious disciples, and his little junior sister also awakening her mischievous potential. Steward Mu became excited. He suggested, let's go down and have a look. Unsurprisingly, the first to agree was his partner in crime, his junior sister. Our dear senior brother was actually planning to ditch his crazy junior brothers, but Suyu caught on and, inexplicably excited, jumped into the pit. Everyone was fine, except for Steward Mu, who was covered in blood. The pit was pitch black, and after only a few steps, Steward Mu screamed, "Wah, a ghost." Suyu gave him an extremely disgusted look. "I think you look more like a ghost." Yiao added sarcastically, "I don't believe it." Only Cho Xingji knew it was a demonic beast. Steward Mu wanted to rush forward and slay the demon, but Suyu advised, "Junior brother, you should stop the bleeding first. You look too scary right now." Yiao had a new idea. She said she wanted to keep a few demonic beasts, piquing her senior brother's curiosity. They couldn't figure out what she was planning. She turned to Suyu, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Third senior brother, do you have any aphrodisiac pills?" For some reason, Suyu immediately covered himself, his face red as a tomato. "Are you a pervert?" Smack! She impatiently hit him. "You're the pervert." "I'm just thinking, when the female demonic beast goes into heat, the male demonic beast will smell it and come over. Then we can attract a whole bunch of demonic beasts, understand?" He hesitated. "Although I know this is a good idea, I'm a serious alchemist. If my father knew I learned to refine aphrodisiac pills after entering the sect, he'd be furious." Yiao and her brothers seemed to have magic. As soon as 1 million was mentioned, the other party's attitude immediately changed. Yiao just said 1 million, and Suyu immediately took out his alchemy furnace and started refining pills. "Understood. Just to be safe, I'll refine a bit more, so nothing goes wrong. I'll start right away." The sight of Suyu obediently refining pills under the threat of 1 million made everyone watching the competition curious. What exactly is the 1 million they're talking about? Some guessed it might be related to a secret of the Changming sect, while others discussed the Su family. The direct descendants of the Su family are the most conservative of the 8 great families. If the Su family head knew that Suyu was refining aphrodisiac pills, he would probably jump with rage. After a stick of incense, Yiao and her brother had already dealt with quite a few demonic beasts. Wow, the aphrodisiac pills really worked, attracting so many male demonic beasts. Suyu picked up a jade token and sighed. "We still need to collect 3 trillion more demonic beasts to surpass the Yuching sect and take first place. If we go back the way we came and look for more demonic beasts, our ranking in this competition will be much safer." But the overly energetic Steward Mu said, "Since we've come this far, why don't we see what's ahead? There might be something good." This time, the first to agree with him was still that mischievous duo. After walking for a while, Suyu said, This fissure doesn't seem to have been made by cultivators from the 5 great sections. It looks more like rock from the demonic realm. Cho Xingji discovered a door there, and Yiao, ever curious, immediately rushed over and touched it. A line of text appeared. Sensing something was wrong, Su Yu quickly advised her not to touch it randomly. This is obviously dangerous. But Cho Xingji had OCD. How could he tolerate those crooked words? Finding them unpleasant to look at, he simply wiped them off. At the same time, outside the secret realm, the sight of Cho Xingji frantically wiping off the words had the audience in stitches. His OCD is acting up too badly. See, you should just give up. They haven't been normal for a day or two. I find that watching this competition from the perspective of the Changming Sect inner disciples is really interesting. The most gentle sect in the cultivation world has such boisterous disciples. No wonder the elders all want to find a hole to hide in. I don't know who's laughing, but Ming Xuan is almost crying. I want to go in and play with them too. Song Hanqing sneered. Serves you right. Ming Xuan wasn't about to take that lying down. I thought I heard a pig squealing somewhere, but it turns out it's that great genius from the Yuching sect. Your Wenjian sect was completely eliminated in the Sword Discourse Conference, and now you're sitting here gossiping and eating melon seeds. You have a nerve to criticize us. Those words hit the nail on the head. No wonder they were so angry. Don't go too far. Cho Xingji wanted to gather everyone to beat up Ming Xuan. A scroll suddenly appeared in the secret realm. Yiao asked curiously, "What's this?" Cho Xingji guessed. It looks like a formation passage that maintains the operation of the secret realm. Steward Mu's eyes lit up. It activates the secret realm's spiritual energy, so it must be something good. Should we take it? A senior brother said. No one has tried it before. So you seemed eager to try. Let's try it later. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Little girl." Startled, Yiao abruptly turned around. But the 2 senior brothers said in unison, "I don't believe it." Slightly annoyed, she pointed at the 2 senior brothers. "Are you 2 just parroting everything I say?" Cho Xingji calmly and seriously said, "Let's go. We need to respect this senior." She sighed. "Senior brother, is your so-called respect calling him an old man right off the bat?" The old man said pitifully, "Young lady, I've been trapped here for decades, and I finally managed to wait for you. You're a talisman master, right? Do as I say, and I'll definitely repay you when I get out." Sujua stood warily in front of his junior sister, wondering if the old man was a demon. Yiao started playing dumb, poking her head out and saying, "But I'm just a little chi refinement cultivator." The old man immediately put on a kind expression. "I can teach you how to activate the formation. It's very simple." The old man muttered to himself. Are the standards for inner disciples in the cultivation world so low now? Or is her talent so high that the 5 great sects made an exception to accept her? The old demon was instructing Yiao, and with her photographic memory, how could she not learn it? She thought to herself, so many cultivators are watching outside. If I learn this evil thing at a glance, I'll definitely be attacked by everyone when I go out. But if I memorize it, they won't know, and I can learn it slowly when I go back. After the old demon finished his instructions, he asked expectantly, "Did you learn it?" He smiled sinisterly in his heart. "Ever since I was trapped here by those inner disciples 100 years ago, I haven't seen anyone, and my soul is almost dissipated. As long as I can escape, I'll immediately possess someone and nourish my soul." But the little devil Yiao played dumb. "Oh, it's so difficult. Why don't we try something simpler?" Even the demon couldn't do anything about her. This girl was too good at playing dumb. The old demon was overjoyed, thinking that as long as he endured and obediently taught Yiao something else, it wouldn't matter. How delightful. Outside the secret realm, Song Hanqing sneered. That old guy's method of breaking the formation is too basic, and Yiao can't even learn it. Her saying she could learn the Yuching sect's formations in half a year is simply a pipe dream. Half an hour later, the old man asked again, "Did you learn it?" The young girl thought for a moment. Almost. To be safe, she asked, "Are you really unable to get out?" The old demon put on a pitiful look. "That's right, little girl." Hearing this, a disturbing smile crept onto Yiao's lips. "If you can't get out, then I'm relieved." Yiao's actions and words not only stunned the old demon, but also her 2 senior brothers. In a dramatic turn of events, Yiao suddenly snatched the scroll and ran. "Let's go." The old man roared, "Come back here. All of you come back here." He never thought he would be played for a fool by such a little girl. Outside, the world suddenly shook violently. and the Chongfeng sect members were bewildered. What happened? Why did the secret realm end so early? Is it going to close early? Shinzue picked up his jade token and saw that the Yuching sect was currently leading with 4,300 points. The Chongqing sect was second with 4,000 points, and the Chongfeng sect was third with 2,200 points. Junhui lamented inwardly. The Yuching sect has been eliminated. Theoretically, the Chongqing sect would have gotten first place if they waited a few more days. What a pity. They probably didn't expect the secret realm to close so early. I really want to see their expressions now. Schadenfreude. At this moment, he and his fellow disciples destroyed their identity, jade, tokens, and escaped the secret realm. Well done. Yiao didn't expect taking the scroll would cause the secret realm to collapse. She turned to Su Zhuo and asked, how many more demonic beasts does our sect need to get first place? This is important. Su Zhuo picked up his jade token and checked 300 more compared to the Yuching sect. Seeing that only the 4 of them were left in the secret realm, she gripped her Tuanhong saber, her eyes gleaming. Then let's go find them. I also want to try the second form of the Qingfeng sword technique. Qiu Shiji, that guy, never would have thought that his little junior sister actually wanted to learn the second form of the Qingfeng sword technique now. How ambitious. Just then, a group of demonic beasts charged towards them. Perfect timing. He drew his sword and demonstrated for his junior sister. Watch carefully. This is the second form of the Qingfeng sword technique. Wow, how about that? The two looked at their senior brother with admiration. That's amazing. Outside the secret realm, several elders looked at their young disciples speechlessly. Are these kids crazy? The secret realm is about to collapse, and they're still inside practicing sword techniques. What a facepalm moment. They thought only Yiao was obsessed with money, but it turns out these elders are just as bad. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed. Yiao closed her eyes, recalling the sword movements her senior brother had just demonstrated. She felt that the diagrams in the sword manual were too abstract. Seeing it performed in person was completely different. She focused on memorizing the moves, and within moments, she had completely grasped them. Her talent was truly astonishing. Just then, a huge, ferocious beast suddenly lunged at her. The timing was terrible for the beast. Yiao took the opportunity to test the sword technique she had just learned, slaying the beast effortlessly. Learning by doing, the effect was optimal. Unsurprisingly, she successfully executed the second form of the Qingfeng sword technique, defeating the beast. The 4 quickly dealt with the beast, secured first place, then destroyed their tokens and left the secret realm. The taste of victory was particularly sweet. Outside the secret realm, the elders breathed a collective sigh of relief upon learning that their disciples had finally emerged. At least those silly kids were out. Late was better than never. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Yiao to appear. Finally, she emerged. Yiao. The girl was now a little celebrity in the cultivation world. Yiao, aren't you a dual cultivator of sword and talismans? You're amazing. I finally get to meet you in person. Yiao, I'm your biggest fan. The sudden enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming, and she hadn't yet recovered. Of course, where there's love, there's hate. Elder Wang was the #1 enemy of the Qingming sect. Hearing the commotion, he was already fuming. Who caused the secret realm to collapse? The 4 little troublemakers wanted to sneak away, their footsteps as light as thieves, but they had long been spotted. There was no easy escape. Yiao, Shuaiyu, Steward Mu, Qiu Shiji, the 4 of you come here and settle the score. He was furious. If it weren't for Yiao, how could our Wanjiang sect have ended up last in the second round of the competition? This kind of mess was a once-in-a-millennium event. The secret realm collapsed, and the sect achieved the worst result. Elder Wang was justifiably enraged. Elder Qin hurried out to smooth things over. The secret realm was going to close sooner or later anyway. Talking about money hurts feelings. Elder Wang waved his hand. Come on, our Qingming sect and I have never had a good relationship. Do you know how dangerous it was for the secret realm to close early? Pay up. Elder Qin pretended to cry while pulling out his money pouch. Here, take all the spirit stones. Elder Wang snatched the spirit stones, his anger dissipating considerably. Humph, that's more like it. Who says only Yiao loves money? The elders are all the same. Yiao was about to slip away when Song Hanqing called out to her. He strolled over and asked, when did you learn formation setting? Yiao didn't hide it, just a few months ago. Call me Genius K from now on. Thanks. She casually pushed him away with her Ruyao sword, teasing, remember to show a little respect to the champion of the second round. After all the commotion, she was exhausted and hurried back to catch up on sleep. She had barely lain down when KFC Chicken started making a fuss. Looking at the chicken, Yiao couldn't help but sigh. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've gotten fatter again. Looks like feeding you spirit stones wasn't in vain. The fried chicken kept staring at the scroll she had taken from the secret realm, seemingly very curious about what it was. It seemed both pet and owner were equally inquisitive. Speaking of which, she hadn't seriously examined the scroll yet. It was time to ask her senior brothers about it. She went to ask senior brother Shuai about the scroll. He said he had seen that kind of spiritual energy in a book. It should be a third-order Shanha diagram, a type of artifact that could create illusions. It was said that after opening it, the patterns in the scroll could trap enemies in their memories. It sounded amazing, and Yiao's curiosity grew even stronger. Can I go in and try it? If I get lost, just kick me out. Her senior brother naturally wouldn't refuse his junior sister. Sure, no problem. He cast a spell and sent her into the Shanha diagram. Yiao jumped into the Shanha diagram. She saw only a door in front of her. Driven by curiosity, she pushed the door open a crack and peeked inside. The scene within instantly froze her. It was the scene of her working late into the night, revising design drafts before she transmigrated. For her, it was a nightmare, and she immediately woke up in fright. Shuai curiously asked her what she had seen. He thought to himself, surprised that his junior sister woke up so quickly after entering. The third-ranked artifact on the spirit item list was unexpectedly useless, practically trash. I saw an office worker living an ordinary and miserable life. She replied using modern language, leaving him stunned. I couldn't understand a word she said. He consoled himself, thinking it wasn't the first time he hadn't understood her. Yiao was still unwilling to give up and wanted to try again, thinking perhaps the scene created by the book wasn't good enough. Shuai helped her enter the Shanha diagram again. This time, the scene that appeared was of her being scolded by that fat boss, with that ugly rose telling her to immediately redraw the design draft. She woke up immediately, pale and bewildered. She had woken up instantly both times after entering the Shanha diagram, making Shuai think this spiritual tool was truly useless. Having seen scenes from her modern life, both times she entered the Shanha diagram, she completely lost interest in this thing. Forget it. It's best to stay away from this Shanha diagram. The farther away, the better. This Shanha diagram reminds me of everything in the modern world, and I don't want to recall those days of staying up all night revising drafts. Ugh, it's so much better to fool around and have fun here. Who would want to go back? At that moment, Steward Mu pushed the door open, beaming. Junior sister, he said, your second and third senior brothers are grilling meat in the courtyard. Come quickly. Just looking at it will tell you how delicious it is. Mu Zhongxi and Yiao were wolfing down the food, while on the other side, Shuai, for some reason, had burnt all the grilled meat, making Shiji yell anxiously, isn't it ready yet? I'm starving. The aroma of grilled meat drifted to the surrounding courtyards, even reaching the rooms of Suzhua and Song Hanqing. Knowing that a celebratory feast was happening in the next courtyard, Suzhua couldn't help but salivate at the smell. Song Hanqing cleared his throat. Let's go take a look at the neighboring sect. Honestly, with that aroma constantly wafting into their noses, who could still sit and meditate? The 2 plates of fresh spirit fruits in front of them seemed tasteless. The two could only shamelessly head to the next courtyard, hoping to get a free meal. As soon as Yiao saw them approaching, she knew they were planning to eat for free. She turned and said, pay up first if you want to eat. Song Hanqing felt that since they were already there, they couldn't just leave because of a few spirit stones. Although somewhat reluctant, he still took out 3 spirit stones. Happy to make money while they ate, Yiao naturally beamed. Yiao and the others were so full that they gave the leftovers to Song Hanqing. He then started eating the full plate of fragrant grilled meat, making his mouth water. He forgot everything else and ate until he was burping. His stomach was round and full, and he couldn't eat any more, but he still didn't want to leave. Yiao spoke up, you finished eating. Why aren't you leaving? He looked indignant. Why waste it? Don't you see the huge pile still on my plate? Are you planning to eat until dawn? Are you sure you can finish it all? He remained as shameless as ever. I'll take it back with me if I can't finish it. Problem solved. He hugged his plate, smugly thinking, who knew I could become even smarter? trying to trick me out of more spirit stones. This Chaming Sect guy, Suzhou, has been scammed out of so many spirit stones by Yiao. He has no shame, haha. His appearance left Yiao and her fellow disciples dumbfounded. How did he become like this? Wasn't he always striving to be the top disciple, always wanting the best? I've noticed Song Hanqing has completely changed recently. Mu Zhongxi looked bewildered. He's become gentle. Yiao and her companions exchanged glances, their faces full of disdain. Clearly, his brain is broken. Elder Qin strolled in leisurely and announced, "I have good news and not so bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Yiao quickly interjected, "The good news. The good news is that the secret realm won't open for another 2 months, so you can all rest well and be lazy for a while." Hearing this, the senior and junior disciples jumped for joy. This is truly wonderful news. Qiu Shiji then asked, "What's the not-so-bad news?" "Someone has commissioned the 5 major sects for a task, with a 2-month deadline. So, your lazy days might end earlier than expected." The group, who had just been excited, immediately deflated. This master really knows how to tease his disciples. You thought Yiao was a troublemaker, but this little martial uncle is even more boisterous, always stirring things up. As soon as the sect leader assigned the task, Qiu Shiji guessed it was nothing more than slaying demonic beasts and earning spirit stones. He didn't lack money at all and said with disdain, "What kind of task requires all 5 major sections? We're not doing something that's stupid." The sect leader maintained his benevolent smile. "The reward for completing this mission is the Chaos Pearl." Ming Shan and Shuai Yu exchanged shocked glances. They could hardly believe the reward was actually the Chaos Pearl. It was the creation pearl of the world's genesis, even rumored to contain some kind of opportunity left by the Celestial Kingdom. The sect leader patted Steward Mu's shoulder with a smile. "This mission is commissioned by the city lord of Yinshui City. The demon race has been restless lately. Whoever can resolve the demon race issue will receive the Chaos Pearl. You must work hard. However, Yiao must stay behind and cannot go." Without his most troublesome partner, Steward Mu was unhappy and wanted to protest. Why? Why could she stay behind? The sect leader smiled and countered, "She's at the Foundation establishment stage." "Are you?" Ming Shan, as shameless as ever, weakly raised his hand. "I'm already at the peak of Foundation establishment." The sect leader glared at his lazy disciple. "You go too. Don't make excuses. This is a good opportunity for training." Seeing her senior brother's pitiful expressions, Yiao wanted to offer some comfort, but her words ended up infuriating them. "It's okay. Rest in peace. I'll miss you. Although my body can't go, my soul will always be with you." As soon as she finished speaking, the sect leader narrowed his eyes at her. "Yiao, don't think you'll have it easy either. I've already arranged for your little martial uncle to train your reaction speed and familiarize you with various formation levels. He's a very powerful talisman cultivator, Shir Chu Shuai, the Wind Master of the Talisman Wind Sect." Little martial uncle, with a head of messy hair, rubbed his eyes as he walked towards Steward Mu. "I'm here. I'm your little martial uncle, Shir Chu Shuai." Little martial uncle swaggered up to Steward Mu. "You're Yiao, right? TSK. You look a bit silly. You actually managed to win first place in the competition." He then started pinching Steward Mu's face. Yiao complained inwardly, "Is this little martial uncle blind? Where does my name sound like a man's name?" Ming Shan patted her shoulder and whispered, "Little martial uncle's been a bit slow for years, but our master won't abandon him. You understand." Yiao's eyes widened and cold sweat dripped down her back. "I'm doomed." Poor Steward Mu, his face pinched red, pointed at Yiao. "Little martial uncle, she's the one you're looking for." Little martial uncle froze, then awkwardly scratched his head, quickly trying to recover. "Oh, of course I knew that. Just teasing you." The sect leader cleared his throat. "All right, stop messing around. The 4 of you go to Yinshui City. If anything goes wrong, crush the Jade Talisman to send a message." Before leaving, Ming Shan squeezed Yiao's shoulder and whispered, "Little martial uncle is dangerous. Stay away from him." Shuai Yu sighed dramatically. "Rest in peace, little junior sister." Before Yiao could recover, little martial uncle suddenly appeared in front of her. He smiled without saying a word, then flicked his finger. Snap! A confinement formation instantly rose around Yiao. "Come on, let's finish training quickly so you can go back to the sect and sleep." "Ready." Before Yiao could react, she was enveloped by the formation. A green light flashed, and she yelled, "Ah, there's sword chi too." Just as she dodged, a red light appeared, and she cried out, "Fireballs too." "Stay away from me." She was beaten to the point of tears. Little martial uncle still smiled nonchalantly. I've seen your memory stone. You like sneak attacks. It's effective sometimes, but if you encounter someone faster than you, you'll just get beaten. Continue. He grabbed a talisman and threw it at Yiao with a smile. A loud explosion followed. It's safe to say Yiao was beaten black and blue. The next morning, Yiao trembled as she tried to sit up. She finally found the formations, and crawled out, grateful that little martial uncle still had some conscience and didn't add any more attack formations later. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived for 3 days. It was a nightmare. In contrast, little martial uncle slept soundly until dawn, waking up with a stretch. Seeing her emerge, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're out." "Not bad, not bad," little martial uncle said excitedly. Continue. Yiao, having been beaten badly yesterday, didn't want to go through again. She grabbed little martial uncle's hand with teary eyes. "Little martial uncle, please, no more. I really can't take it anymore. Du Mingshan and the others have to go through this too." Little martial uncle nodded with a smile. "That's right." Hearing this, Yiao collapsed on the ground like a dead fish, her face filled with despair. Little martial uncle was taken aback. "It can't be that bad, can it? I remember Mingshan and Shuayu being so energetic back then. Back then, I was enthusiastically researching how to grill charcoal and skewers. Such good memories. Now I finally understand why our sect is such a mess." When Elder Qin came out, he saw Yang Shao collapsed on the ground and angrily slapped Shir Chushuai's head. "What did you do to my disciple?" Shir Chushuai just smiled and said, "She's fine. It's no big deal." Yiao sat up, looking weak and pitiful. "Little martial uncle, do you have a teleportation talisman?" She just wanted to find Dai Cici and Yang Shao. She didn't want to deal with formations anymore. "I'll never give you a teleportation talisman, but you can try the instantaneous travel formation. Although it takes a little time, it can transport many people at once. Want to learn? I can teach you." Before Yiao could answer, Shir Chushuai set up the formation and sent her away. You can imagine how panicked and scared Yiao was. In the blink of an eye, she was teleported away in front of the two elders. Elder Qin was very unhappy, but Shir Chushuai excitedly pointed to where Yiao had disappeared. Look, she's gone." The happier Shir Chushuai was, the angrier Elder Qin became. He slapped him again, even harder this time, and Shir Chushuai fell face first on the ground. It's unclear how thick his skin was, but his face was fine while the ground cracked. "Where's our Yiao? She seems to have been taken by the teleportation formation. I don't know where she was sent." So, all they could do was wish her luck. At this moment, Yiao had been transported to a remote and desolate forest. There was no one around, and she had no idea where she was. Yiao thought to herself, teleportation talismans and teleportation formations were actually quite similar, both very useful, just the location was too random. She decided to find a safe place to assess the situation first. The first thing she saw was a bright red fried chicken. It was too conspicuous, so she grabbed it and stuffed it into her sleeve. If she had looked back, she would have realized her uniform was several times more eye-catching than the chicken. She sighed and complained, "Little martial uncle is so unreliable. I just wanted a teleportation talisman, and he just threw me here. I have to stay away from him in the future." After walking for a while, she saw a group of soldiers approaching and immediately used an invisibility talisman to hide. Realizing her clothes were too conspicuous, she had to change her attire. With this in mind, she used the invisibility talisman again and quietly followed the soldiers. When the opportunity arose, she knocked one of them unconscious, dragged him to a secluded spot, and changed into his clothes. She felt that this place looked dangerous no matter how she looked at it, and she had to find a way to leave quickly. Suddenly, someone hit her on the head from behind and started scolding her. The person spoke in the demon race's language, which she didn't understand, but she guessed that they thought she was a patrolling soldier and were reprimanding her for slacking off. She knew that it was best to avoid trouble, and running away rashly would only make things worse. She could only temporarily follow the soldiers and wait for an opportunity to slip away. Listening to the two soldiers chatting, she guessed they were the legendary demon race. She could understand some of their murmurs, and with her photographic memory, this wasn't difficult for her. By evening, in the demon camp, she could already understand the demon language. She inquired in the demon language, "When are we arriving at Yinshui City?" 2 days later. "Shouldn't we hurry up then?" Those direct disciples have already arrived in Yinshui City. Capturing them is only a matter of time. But for safety, we still have to wait for the Saintess to arrive before we make a move. Hearing that the Saintess was coming, her heart tightened. Master never mentioned anything about a Saintess in the demon race. Wasn't this mission of the 5 major sects supposed to be simple? If it were truly that dangerous, the sects wouldn't have let their direct disciples come. Could the 5 sects' intelligence be wrong? She had already caused enough trouble in the secret realm, and now she was involved in the demon race's affairs. Yiao excused herself to relieve herself, and quickly used her jade token to contact her master and everyone else, telling them the information she had gathered. Elder Qin held the jade token, tears welling up in his eyes. Thank goodness, we finally contacted you. Yiao, where did the teleportation formation send you? Is it dangerous? Yiao scratched her head. You might not believe this, but I'm currently in the demon army's camp. Elder Qin worried that she would cause trouble again, as usual. Yiao, can you restrain yourself and not stir up anything? The demon race isn't a place you can mess around in. Is there any chance of escaping? Wait for me to arrange for someone to meet you. I'm probably still stuck here for now. She took the opportunity to ask for some benefits. But since I've already infiltrated the demon territory, I can participate in this mission, right? Remember to reward me when the mission is completed. Elder Qin grabbed Shir Chushui by the collar, his eyes sharp as knives. Look at what you've done. Shir Chushui knew he was in trouble, but he still argued. What did I do? Didn't she want a teleportation talisman? I generously gave her an entire teleportation formation for Yinshui City. Her senior brothers all sighed. Steward Mu lay on the bed and complained. Where are we supposed to find the demon race? We haven't found anything unusual at all. Not a single clue. Ming Shan missed his junior sister. If little junior sister were here, what would she do? It had to be said, this guy's mouth was truly jinxed. His jade pendant suddenly lit up, showing that his junior sister had contacted them. The 4 senior brothers immediately gathered around to eavesdrop. Hello, for senior brothers. Long time no see. Can you guys help me find information on the demon Saintess? Tell me as soon as you find anything. A Saintess? The demon race's Saintess is here too. Impossible, right? Wasn't this mission supposed to be without much danger? This mission is extremely dangerous. Everyone stay calm. There are 7 or 8 golden core cultivators on the demon side. Ming Shan was shocked. How do you know there's 7 or 8 of them? I'm on the demon side right now. Hurry up and find information about the demon race. The more detailed, the better. Ming Shan's eyes widened. His jaw dropped in disbelief. We don't have a single clue, but little junior sister has already run off to the demon race. This is the difference between people. Little junior sister, we've asked many people in the city, but we haven't found anything. Not a single useful clue. Yiao was speechless with her senior brothers. Has none of you thought to start with the city lord? Had these guys even considered that the problem wasn't within the city, but with the city lord himself? With her reminder, her senior brothers finally started to catch on. Now that you mention it, the city lord does seem a bit suspicious. Not to mention how a small city like this could have a chaos orb. He even asked us for help, but didn't give us any clues. Every time we asked him, he just hemmed and hawed. Shiji felt something was wrong. We should go discuss this with the core disciples of the other sects. Thus, the core disciple meeting was convened. Suzhua spoke first. Based on the clues provided by little junior sister, the demon race likely has a nascent soul saintess. Steward Moose slumped on the table and sighed. 1 nascent soul can fight 3 late-stage golden core cultivators. How are we supposed to take this mission then? Is there something wrong with the 5 sects' intelligence? Is their intelligence network really this useless? Ming Shan interjected, perhaps this is a test of our ability to handle unexpected situations. Song Hanqing slammed the table, full of vigor. If we continue like this, we'll just be going in circles. I plan to infiltrate the demon realm to investigate. Anyone want to come along? This crazy idea somehow dragged Shuayu along as well. Ming Shan advised, are you two really planning to go? There are 8 golden core experts on the demon side. Aren't you afraid of being captured? Shuayu retorted, completely unaware, your Chaming sect is always at the bottom because you're all too cowardly. Steward Mu was so angry he almost wanted to hit him. Suzhua and Ming Shan held him back. Forget it. Fighting will ruin the mood. If you want to go, then go. We can't stop someone who's determined to dig their own grave. The two hot-tempered fellows flung their sleeves and left. The remaining people could only sigh helplessly. Don't mind them. Let's go. 3 days later, at the demon camp, Yiao overheard a few demon soldiers chatting as she passed by. I heard the Lord just captured 2 core disciples. She leaned closer and asked, who did they capture? In her heart, she prayed it wasn't her senior brothers. The demon soldier replied, it seems to be from the Wian Sect and the Yuching Sect. Hearing that it was those 2 sects, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, they deserve it. She thought to herself that the demon race's hierarchy was quite strict. That old demon locked up in the secret realm must be at least at the elder level, since he neither speaks nor wears these drab gray clothes. An idea popped into her head. Tonight, she would go check on those 2 captured core disciples and investigate the situation. As planned, Yiao took a concealment pill and changed into clothes of a non-demon color. After altering her appearance with a striking purple outfit, she swaggered past the demon soldiers. The soldiers were filled with questions. Who is this person? Could it be someone sent from above to monitor us? One of the soldiers cautiously asked, who are you? Yiao, with an air of superiority, coldly replied, the saint has sent me to check on the 2 disciples you captured. Seeing the soldiers still hesitating, she kicked him and snapped, what are you waiting for? Are you looking to die? Faced with Yiao's imposing manner, the soldier immediately changed his attitude. So you're a big shot sent from above. Those 2 disciples are in the dungeon. What does the saintess think about this matter, and who are you? Yiao sneered, her eyes sharp. You want to know who I am? Do you really want to know? Yiao's Oscar-worthy performance frightened the soldier, who trembled and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll take you there right away. On the way, Yiao probed for information. What are you planning to do with these 2 disciples now that you've captured them? The soldier honestly replied, we'll just keep them locked up. These cultivators are very loyal. When the other disciples find out their companions have been captured, they'll definitely come to rescue them, and then we'll catch them all in one go. They're just disciples, nothing to be afraid of. In a few days, the demon race will dominate the entire cultivation world. I was wondering who is so fearless as to venture in here. So it's these 2 sleeping dragons and fledgling phoenixes. Even after being captured, Yuching still dared to speak boldly. What goes around comes around. One day, I will flatten your demon realm. Yiao maintained a calm exterior, but inside, she was almost dying of laughter. This was practically the cultivation world's version of a ridiculously arrogant protagonist. He still dared to threaten people even after being thrown into the dungeon. Did he not know whose territory this was? The soldier kicked Yuching as a lesson for talking back to his superior. Although Yichang gritted his teeth in pain, he still maintained an air of noble sacrifice. If you have the guts, then kill me. We righteous cultivators will never bow down to you. Yiao secretly admired his unwavering spirit. Unlike Yiching, Song Hanqing was well aware of the situation and didn't dare to act rashly. He could only whisper, Yiching, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. You love playing the hero, and now you've dragged me into this mess too. I don't want to die yet. Yiao wanted to speak to them alone, so she sent the soldier away and coldly interrogated them. What are you doing in our demon territory? One day, we will flatten your demon race. Song Hanqing was exasperated by his teammates' recklessness. Just shut up. He thought this demon's voice sounded familiar. He had been so thoroughly tricked by Yiao before that he was practically traumatized, seeing Yiao's sinister appearance. The 2 disciples broke out in a cold sweat, their hearts filled with panic. This person is really difficult. What is she doing here in the middle of the night? Why is her gaze so strange? What is she planning? Looking at their terrified and disheveled faces, Yiao almost burst out laughing. Haha, their expressions are priceless. They must be imagining all sorts of conspiracies, thinking I'm some kind of cruel demon. Seeing Yiao like this, the 2 thought, has this demon suddenly gone mad? After having her laugh, Yiao removed her mask. Do you recognize me? Surprise, shock, and ecstasy. They couldn't believe their eyes. The important person those demon soldiers were fawning over was actually Yiao. Meanwhile, at the Wanjiang Sect, the elders were in a meeting. Elder Sun spoke. What's the situation on your end? Elder Wang replied. Yiching is already in the demon's dungeon. Elder Qin couldn't help but smile smugly. My disciple is doing quite well. She just asked about the situation of your prized disciples. Would you like to hear? Elder Sun took out his jade slip and sent a message. Yichao's voice came through, surprising everyone. Yun and Elder Wang listened with exasperated expressions. In the demon dungeon, Yichao was teasing the two. Aren't you Yiching Han and Song Han Qing? Just a few days after we parted ways, you've already been locked up here. Honestly, don't call yourselves core disciples anymore. Just call yourselves the Frozen Bone Duo. One with a frosty voice, the other with a frosty glare. It sounds quite refreshing. Yiching Han was dumbfounded. How did you get in here? Song Han Qing mentally facepalmed. We were on the same mission. So how is it that Yi Xiao managed to become the boss while we ended up straight in the dungeon? The girl casually untied them. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you out safely. She whispered her plan. It's time for the great escape. The two could only stare blankly as she rushed out. Why are we running? Don't those demon soldiers listen to you? I completely improvised. I grabbed something a different color from their uniforms, spouted some nonsense, and they actually believed me. It's only temporary. They'll figure out soon. Stop asking questions, just run. A moment later, the demon soldiers discovered the two prisoners had escaped and immediately began searching. Yi Xiao dragged the two into a hidden corner. Song Hanqing was furious. Didn't you say you were going to get us out? I said I'd get you out, but I didn't say when. Song Hanqing was about to explode, but could only stamp his feet in frustration. Meanwhile, the elders were watching remotely, all complaining inwardly. Two late-stage Golden Core cultivators have to rely on a Foundation establishment girl to escape with them. This is too ridiculous. This girl is a menace. Infiltrating the demon army wasn't enough. Now she's trying to impersonate some demon saintess to fool the soldiers. Song Hanqing handed her a talisman. I have a few teleportation talismans, but there are too many Golden Core level demons here. If we use them, they'll immediately sense the spiritual power fluctuations. Plus, as soon as we escaped, the demons activated a barrier, completely cutting off contact with the outside. The chances of success are very low. Yi Xiao nonchalantly pulled a talisman from her pocket. I have an Earth Evasion talisman. Song Hanqing rolled his eyes. Even teleportation talismans are useless. Your Earth Evasion talisman won't get us out either. Yi Xiao just smiled at them, leaving them speechless, unsure what she was planning. Who said I was escaping? You two better hide well, or I'll have to come back and save you. With that, she activated the Earth Evasion talisman and burrowed into the ground, leaving the two dumbfounded. Song Hanqing couldn't help but ask, do you know what she's doing? The other just shrugged, equally bewildered. On the other side, the demon soldiers had begun a thorough search when they suddenly sensed spiritual power fluctuations nearby. They discovered it was coming from the women's bathhouse. Inside, the young demon women were soaking and relaxing. Yi Xiao popped out of the ground like a gopher and snatched a set of clothes from one of the girls, thinking, I'm sorry, sister, but I'm desperate. I'll just borrow your clothes. These 15 high-grade spirit stones will be compensation. She thought to herself. At this time, the demon army was in hot pursuit. Suzhua wasn't just going to hide in a corner. He actually wanted to rush out and fight the demon soldiers. Fortunately, Song Hanqing stopped his foolish act in time. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. He cursed inwardly. What was I thinking, teaming up with Suzhua? This guy is even less reliable than Yi Xiao. A moment later, Yi Xiao returned in a new outfit. Suzhua asked curiously, where did you get those clothes? She didn't hold back. Stole them from the women's bathhouse. Song Hanqing gave her a disgusted look. Are you a pervert? You're the pervert. She tossed them 2 sets of clothes. Put on these demon soldier uniforms and follow me. The two took the clothes with bewildered expressions. Song Hanqing asked again, what are you planning to do? Yi Xiao revealed her plan. I've already gathered intelligence on the Saintess. She wasn't supposed to arrive for 2 more days, but I heard the food here is so bad that she's delayed her trip. If we move quickly, we can take control of this place before the Saintess and her entourage arrive. Suzhua eagerly asked, you want to impersonate the Saintess? How can you be so sure? Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao had already begun to act like the Saintess. Watch your tone. You must be respectful to the Saintess. She slipped into the role so quickly that the other two felt a chill down their spines, both thinking the same thing. Wait, how could she adapt to a new identity so fast? After a while, the two had also changed their clothes. Yi Xiao reiterated, if the demon soldiers ask you anything, answer in the demon language I just taught you. Got it. Song Hanqing noticed someone approaching. Yi Xiao said happily, they're here just in time. She immediately set up a formation. Song Hanqing couldn't figure out her intentions at all. Just then, A demon soldier stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" He wondered, who are these three? I can't see their cultivation level, but I heard those cunning human cultivators have a pill that can conceal their cultivation. Could they be the chosen ones we're looking for? Fully embracing his role, Song Hanqing spoke in the cold, sharp language of the demon race. You don't even recognize the saintess. Sujua stepped forward, shielding Yiao, causing the demon soldiers to recoil in fear. Yiao inwardly praised, not bad, worthy of being the male lead. Sujua really knows how to control the scene with his imposing presence. The soldiers, emboldening themselves, asked, "Saintess, when did you return?" He was still full of doubt. These two men both look like late-stage golden core cultivators. Could this girl really be our saintess? Her nascent soul cultivation unfathomable. Based on the timing, the saintess should have arrived. One soldier whispered, "Boss, but I remember those two chosen ones we caught yesterday were also late-stage golden core." He was interrupted mid-sentence with a knock on the head. "Idiot, do you think those human cultivators are stupid? If they escaped, would they just swagger back in here?" Yiao chuckled inwardly. He want to catch us. Dream on. The soldier respectfully asked, "Saintess, should we leave this place? Should we go directly to Cloudwater City?" She waved her hand. "Let's go." Following the plan, she took a few steps, then stopped. "Wait, which way is the exit to the demon realm again?" The soldier looked puzzled. "Don't tell me you forgot." Yiao feigned sudden realization. "Of course I know. I'm just teasing you." Yuching Han thought worriedly. Yiao's words are too deliberate. She's clearly trying to arouse their suspicion. What is she planning? As expected, the soldier immediately swung his axe at her. A smile played on her lips, while the other two paled. "Oh no, we're still circulating our spiritual energy. This attack will expose us. What do we do?" Fortunately, the formation she had set up beforehand blocked the soldier's attack. Everything was under her control. Yiao gloated inwardly. "I knew these demons were suspicious. I set up the formation in advance. And this formation is the authentic demon race formation I learned from that old demon in the secret realm last time. Absolutely genuine." Her two companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been scared out of their wits, thinking they were done for. The demon soldier was dumbfounded. How did my attack just disappear? Could the saintess's cultivation be so profound that she can neutralize attacks without even moving? As expected of our saintess, the demon race's unification of the cultivation world is just around the corner. Realizing his rudeness, he quickly apologized. "My apologies, saintess." Yiao walked forward calmly. "You know, the demon lord once said, getting beaten can prolong one's life." Hearing this, everyone knew she was up to something again. The soldier, however, asked earnestly, "Really?" A wicked smile curved Yiao's lips, of course. "For example, right now, aren't you being beaten like a dog by me?" With that, she gave him a good thrashing. The remaining soldiers were completely intimidated. Song Hanqing wondered, "Strange, how does Yiao know demon race formations?" After walking for a while, she asked, "What are your names?" One soldier immediately stepped forward to ingratiate himself. "My name is Adai. Let's go. Meet up with the others outside." She thought to herself, "I need to get a good grasp of the demon race's specific strength and see how many golden core cultivators there are." Then she shouted loudly and aggressively, "When I get out, I'll show those arrogant core disciples who the true masters of the cultivation world are." As soon as she finished speaking, the soldiers cheered in unison. Long live the saintess. The saintess is invincible. Only two people remained silent. The two self-righteous core disciples who insisted on sneaking into the demon realm. Upon entering the building, not wanting to be followed, she called Adai back. "Adai, call out anyone hiding in the shadows." Adai was taken aback. "What's wrong, saintess?" She pointed to her two companions. "They're annoying me." The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, his mind was filled with images of the three of them fooling around together, and he secretly admired. As expected of our great saintess, she really knows how to have fun. Even Yiao, known for her appetite, almost spat out the steamed bun in her mouth. "This steamed bun is terrible," she complained, clutching her stomach. "I should have brought some steamed buns." She suddenly understood why the saintess hadn't returned. "If I had to eat this kind of stuff every day, I wouldn't want to come back either." She asked again, "Even though the demon race's food is awful, they must be very rich, right?" The two asked in unison. "What are you planning?" She flashed a mischievous grin. "Want to do something exciting." She thought to herself, "Since we're taking risks, let's have some real fun." The three descended to the third level of the demon dungeon and found a door without guards. A demon restriction was placed on the door, and they finally understood why the demons didn't need guards. Song Hanqing placed his hand on the door, sensing it. This formation looks familiar. He then asked Yiao, "Do you remember? Is it from that old demon in the secret realm?" "Yeah, I saw him demonstrate a similar spell. I can try to open it." She had no intention of taking on this tedious task, so she left the task to him. "You do it. You're at the late gold core stage. Your spiritual power should be enough." Song Hanqing asked them for some time because the old man had demonstrated many formations, and he tried many methods, but still couldn't open it. After all, it was impossible to remember them all. Yixiao scoffed. "I'm much better than you." She thought to herself, "It's just that I don't have enough spiritual power, but I can supplement it with pills." Song Hanqing was furious. "Can you shut up for once? Since you're so capable, then you do it." Knowing she couldn't rely on Song Hanqing, Yixiao poured the entire bottle of pills in her mouth and concentrated on recalling the old man's method of opening the formation. She quickly opened the door, leaving Song Hanqing speechless and dumbfounded. She clapped her hands, teasing him. "I told you I could do it." Song Hanqing was stunned for a moment, then recovered and asked Yiao, "Do you have a photographic memory?" No. She had no time for him now. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and see if there's anything good inside." Upon entering, she saw a room full of treasures. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect there to be so many things here. Magical artifacts, pills, cultivation techniques, mental cultivation methods, everything. Why doesn't our sect have so many magical artifacts?" Yiching said, "There are no spirit stones for repairs. You can buy them from the Qingfeng sect, but they are very expensive." Both of them were speechless. Song Hanqing took a compass, which was very useful for setting up formations. Formations needed to be arranged in advance, and having a compass could save a lot of time. Yiching picked out a few swords as spares. Yiao didn't need to choose at all. She didn't want to leave anything behind, taking whatever she liked. The two men couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat seeing her like this. Song Hanqing rolled his eyes inwardly. "Is this the demon race's or yours?" She didn't even bother to ask before grabbing things. He asked Yiao, "If Master had accepted you back then, would you have become my junior sister?" The girl's eyes were still fixed on the treasures, and she replied, without looking up, "I don't know. Besides, that's just your hypothesis. Yin wouldn't accept a Qi refining disciple with mid-grade spiritual roots, and you wouldn't accept a mediocre junior sister." Although her words were harsh, they were all true. Song Hanqing thought to himself, "She's absolutely right. Now I truly admire Yiao." The cultivation world was like this. Only those who were truly outstanding and truly special would be noticed. He added, "You have such a good memory. If you had shown your abilities earlier, you wouldn't have remained unknown in the Yuching sect for so many years, would you? If you had revealed your talent earlier." Yiao didn't want to listen to his nagging and interrupted him. All right. You're just sour because you didn't accept me back then. You've suddenly discovered that I'm much more capable than your beloved genius junior sister, and now you regret it, don't you?" She stood up and struck a provocative pose. "Forget it. I'm a disciple your Yuching sect will never have. This girl, she really knows how to get under one's skin." Song Hanqing was so angry that he couldn't speak, only cursing inwardly, wishing he could beat her up right now. In the demon camp, Yiao sat leisurely in the Sainus' seat, listening to the demon soldiers' report on the news from Yinshui City. "Those core disciples seem to have noticed that we are working with the city lord. I didn't expect them to be so sharp. It's a pity they would never guess that our Saintus has already broken through to the nascent soul stage." The demon soldier grinned smugly. Yiao played the role of the Saintus perfectly, standing up with an imposing aura. "Let's go. I'll lead you to crush the 5 major sects below." The demon soldiers cheered excitedly. "Crush the 5 sections. Crush the 5 sections." On the demon airship, the girl walked to a secluded corner and contacted her senior brothers. "Senior brothers, can you hear me?" Ming Shua's voice came from the other side. "Little junior sister, we finally got through to you. Are you all right? Is it convenient for you to come back? Do you want your senior brothers to come find you?" She quickly interrupted him. "You don't need to come looking for me. I have my own way to leave this place." She worried that if her eldest senior brother was caught before even getting close, it would be even more troublesome. "I contacted you this time to let you know that there are about 20 golden core cultivators on the demon side, but I'm not sure about the actual situation in Yinshui City. You need to be prepared." Hearing that there were 20 golden core cultivators, Murong Shir and Ming Shua's faces paled. Morong Shir suggested, "Why don't we just run away? We can't win against this kind of situation." He thought to himself, "Anyway, it's not like we absolutely have to get the Chaos Pearl. Why bother making things difficult for ourselves?" Shuayu had a different idea. Since the Elder trusted us with this mission, he will definitely ensure our safety. He held up a bottle of spiritual medicine and said, "I have a pill that can conceal our aura. How about eldest senior brother and Junhui go and scout out their strength from a distance?" A moment later, Junhai and Zhu Xingzhai stood in the distance, observing the situation in front of the demon airship. Even standing far away, Junhai could still sense that there were more than 10 golden core cultivators on the demon side, and 2 of them had the aura of late-stage golden core. As for that young woman, he couldn't sense her cultivation at all. She was already at the nascent soul stage. That Saintess. Zhu Xingzhai drew his sword, wanting to test her strength. "I also want to see how powerful she really is." Fortunately, he listened to Jun Huey's advice. If the 5 major sects' intelligence is correct, that Saintess has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Don't go courting death. It was unknown why, but Yi Qiao's intuition was particularly accurate. As soon as Zhu Xingzhai had the thought of harming her, she felt a chill down her spine. The 2 hurried back to tell everyone the news. Upon hearing it, Morong Shir blurted out, "The nascent soul stage is that powerful. She can even bring 2 underlings." Shuayu thoughtfully guessed. Those 2 are late-stage golden core, one on the left and one on the right. Could they be her lovers? Are the demons really that terrifying? Even their lovers are late-stage golden core. If those 2 knew that the Saintess was actually their junior sister, and those 2 lovers were Song Hanqing and Yiching Han, they would probably be green with envy and regret saying such things. Meanwhile, those 2 lovers suddenly shivered, wondering who was speaking ill of them behind their backs. In the Yinshui City Inn, the direct disciples of the 5 major sects were racking their brains discussing the demon issue. Si Miaoyan held her head and wailed, "We can't beat them at all. If only Song Hanqing were here, we wouldn't be so passive." But he and Yi Qing Han disappeared together. Eldest senior brother suggested, "How about I test the Saintess's strength? I have the landscape painting here." Shuayu then aimed the landscape painting at the demon Saintess, who was actually Yi Qiao. As soon as the landscape painting locked onto Yi Qiao, she saw herself concentrating on editing a script, thinking that she didn't have any good memories in reality. Third senior brother still wanted to use the landscape painting to probe her strength. Good luck to him. The landscape painting immediately fell to the ground, and everyone looked at it in surprise and curiosity. Meng Shuang pointed at the landscape painting on the ground with a look of disdain. "This is the spiritual tool you brought back. This broken thing. Is this really the landscape painting?" Shuayu's face flushed red, and he retorted angrily, "Why don't you say that the Saintess is too strong, and the landscape painting can't even affect her?" Although he said that, he felt a sense of familiarity. "But after Junior Sister escaped from the illusion last time, I immediately had someone test the landscape painting, and there was clearly nothing wrong with it." Morong Shir said, "According to what you're saying, she's not just at the early stage of nascent soul, is she?" The image of a cruel and ruthless demon, Saintess, immediately appeared in everyone's minds, frightening them greatly. At this time, Ming Shuo remembered Yun Shir and asked, "Where's Yun Shir? I don't seem to have seen her." The 2 girls from the Bai Chui sect were also discussing Yun Shir. She's gone again. "Last time, I even saw her being very intimate with a man, and that man's cultivation was higher than mine." Morong Shir took the opportunity to tease Su Zhuo beside him. "Junior sister, you're really popular." Su Zhuo's heart was only on his junior sister, and he pushed Morong Shir's hand away unhappily. "It's just that my junior sister is still young." Ming Shuo sarcastically added, Yes, us supporting characters are working ourselves to death, setting up formations, and facing the enemy, while she runs off to dates and falls in love. Serves us right for being unlucky, doesn't it?" He thought to himself, "We've been busy all day. If the Yuching sect takes the credit for this, I'll cough up blood from anger." At this moment, on the demon airship, a soldier approached Yi Qiao to report, "Saintess, I just sensed a spiritual power fluctuation. Did something happen?" Yi Qiao replied calmly, "Someone just tried to trap me with a landscape painting." In fact, when breaking the landscape painting illusion, she deliberately leaked a trace of spiritual power to further strengthen the demon's confidence in her. Upon hearing this, the soldier admired her even more. The landscape painting is said to be a third-grade spiritual artifact. Even nascent soul cultivators would be trapped for a while. I didn't expect you, Saintess, to break the illusion in the blink of an eye. You truly are omnipotent. By the way, Saintess, Yinshui City just sent news that a direct disciple of the Bishui Sect walked right into our ambush. The two city lords also wish to see you. Do you want to see them? Yes, let me meet them. The young woman waved her hand, summoning two companions to discuss. We're going to meet the Yinshui City lords later. Remember to set up a soundproof barrier when you go in. It's the perfect opportunity to trap them. Yicheng Han said worriedly. Although Qing Han and I are wearing masks, we've stayed in Yinshui City for so long and met with the city lords countless times. I really can't guarantee we won't be recognized. In the Yinshui City Lord's mansion, Yi Qiao sat on a chair, her demeanor dignified. I heard you captured a direct disciple of the Bishui Sect. Is that right? The Yinshui City Lord replied respectfully, his expression apprehensive. Yes, Saintess. Those direct disciples seem to have sensed something amiss and have been secretly guarding against us. I have a suggestion. Before reinforcements arrive, send someone to ambush them immediately, lest they have time to react. Yi Qiao praised, good idea. But in her heart, she wished she could draw her sword and split the old fellow in half. The city lord was a little suspicious. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? No. He tried hard to recall the gaze and voice, finding them increasingly familiar. A moment later, he suddenly realized, you were the direct disciples of the Wenjian sect. Yicheng Han immediately drew his sword and pointed it at him. Are you tired of living? He then pointed at Yi Qiao and asked, are you also a direct disciple of the 5 major sects? But I've never seen this person before. Could be they split into 2 teams. One team, those foolish direct disciples, are deceiving us, while the other sent someone to infiltrate the demon ranks, pretending to be the Saintess. The young woman simply stopped hiding. Do you think the 5 major sects wouldn't know your plan? The fact that I could infiltrate means the 5 major sects have all the information. All your plans are under our surveillance. But now, if you regret it and are willing to switch sides, there's still time. The old city lord was so scared that cold sweat dripped down his back, but he was still unwilling to turn back. The demon lord has already said that after everything is done, I can have whatever I want. The 5 major sects and 8 great families have the largest industries in the cultivation world, so naturally, you wouldn't understand the situation of our small city. Yi Qiao said, anyone can boast. After everything is done, I can also appoint you as a general and give you whatever you want. It's clear the demons don't care about your life at all, but if you listen to me, release the direct disciple of the Bishui sect, and I guarantee I won't implicate the innocent. Colluding with demons is a grave crime. If the plan succeeds, it's fine. But if it fails, your entire family will be implicated. Although she spoke righteously, she was thinking that if he refused to cooperate and insisted on colluding with the demons, she would have to knock him unconscious and tie him up. Anyway, Song Hanqing had already set up a soundproof barrier, so even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, no one would hear him. Helpless, the city lord had to agree to cooperate with Yi Qiao. Very well, then release the Bishui sect's direct disciple first, and then go find the other direct disciples and honestly tell them everything about your collusion with the demons. The city lord could only sigh and obediently follow her instructions. Seeing junior sister Miao Miao, Si Miaoyan asked urgently, you're finally back. What happened? Miao Miao replied, I originally wanted to investigate the Yinshui city lord, but I was captured instead. But then I don't know why, I was released, and he said he had something to tell everyone. Upon seeing the city lord, everyone was shocked and surprised. Why was he here? Pale-faced, the city lord explained everything. I've come to tell you the truth about my collusion with the demon race. During the recent competition, the demon race took a great interest in you. Perhaps they felt this batch of direct disciples possessed considerable strength, so they sent someone to negotiate with me, wanting to nip you in the bud. He was filled with self-reproach, feeling he had been blinded by greed and his mind clouded. Only now had he come to his senses. Were the direct disciples of the 5 major sects so easily captured? For so many years, the demon race had never succeeded. The more the city lord spoke, the angrier the direct disciples became. QQ couldn't hold back any longer and angrily kicked him, leaving him bruised and battered. It really was you? I can't believe you've been deceiving us, kind and innocent people. People like us. See Miaoyan whispered to Miao Miao. Is he crazy? Coming to us for help at a time like this. Night fell, and demon soldiers gathered in droves, preparing to attack. Their war cries shook the heavens. The 5 major sects will unify the world. The 5 major sects will unify the world. The direct disciples of the 5 major sects, prepared in advance, were already armed and ready. A fierce battle quickly erupted between the two sides. Yiao stood on the rooftop with Yuching Han and Song Han Qing, overlooking the battle below. Xiaoyu stood far away, her face obscured, but in Yiao's mind, a terrifying image of the demon Saintess emerged. Scaring herself, she thought, that damned Saintess so terrifying. Her face is as white as a ghost, and her head is even bigger than usual. She must be incredibly tall. Ming Shua's face wasn't much better. Shuayu, do you think she's even human anymore? Si Miaoyan asked in confusion. Why hasn't the Saintess made a move yet? Doesn't she see her subordinates are about to be defeated? Zhu Xingzhai thoughtfully analyzed. I've heard villains always like to wait until the very end to act. Miao Miao chimed in. So they're waiting for us to exhaust all our strength. What a sinister and vicious woman. She worried about Yi Qing Han and Song Hanqing's safety, afraid they would also fall into the Saintess's hands. Miao Miao deliberately pretended to be the demon Saintess, scaring her senior brothers and the other direct disciples. She scared them half to death. Watching from above as the direct disciples of the 5 major sects looked at her warily, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Hee hee, look at the expressions on their faces. They think I'm some kind of monster. Seeing their expressions, Song Hanqing couldn't help but laugh. Yuching Han, don't you think it's amusing how scared our junior disciples are right now? Now he finally understood why Yiao had chased after those people. Back in the secret realm, Song Hanqing and Yuching Han had reacted quite differently. Yuching Han couldn't find it funny at all. He couldn't understand how Song Hanqing had become like this. By now, the direct disciples of the 5 major sects had completely routed the demon soldiers, sending them scattering in all directions. A soldier ran to report to Yiao. Saintess, the city lord of Yinshui City has betrayed us. The demon army is being driven back steadily. What should we do? Then it's my turn. The soldier, still holding on to his illusions about the demon Saintess, looked at her with adoration. The Saintess is so amazing. She and her 2 companions stepped forward and stood before the direct disciples of the 5 major sects. Everyone watched warily as she deliberately gave a slightly creepy smile, teasing them. Her smile sent chills down their spines and made them break out in a cold sweat. They whispered amongst themselves, "This is the villain smile you read about in novels. Haha. Why is she smiling? Why is she here? Don't be impulsive. Be careful." Suddenly, she removed her veil. "Senior brothers, it's me. Long time no see. Have you missed me?" Everyone was stunned, recognizing Yiao. Zhu Xingzhai even stepped forward and pinched her cheek. It really is our little junior sister. On the other side, the demon army was in complete chaos. How did our Saintess become the little junior sister of the 5 major sects? What's going on? The direct disciples of the 5 major sects continued to push the demon soldiers back relentlessly. At this moment, Zhu Xingzhai noticed 2 demon soldiers removing their masks alongside Yiao, and he was quite displeased. "Senior brother, Junhui, how did you become bad? Why are you causing trouble with Yiao, even becoming her right-hand man?" Yuching Han explained that it was just due to the circumstances, and that he himself felt quite uncomfortable about it. With things almost wrapped up, senior brother Shuai stopped Yiao. He said the sect leader wanted them back immediately to discuss the rewards for this mission. As for the mess here, they could leave it to the other 5 sects to deal with. Hearing about rewards, Yiao was naturally delighted. This kind of thing couldn't be delayed, so she agreed to return right away. Everyone had already gathered at the Asking Sword sect. Elder Qin, holding the Chaos Pearl, announced that the mission had been completed exceptionally well. After discussion, the sect leaders and elders had decided to award the Chaos Pearl to Yiao of the Qingming sect. He asked if anyone had any objections. Unexpectedly, the first object wasn't Song Hanqing, but But Suo Jia, why should she get it? Several disciples from other sects also protested. She didn't do anything. Why should she get the reward? Everyone's reaction seemed to be within expectations. If you're dissatisfied with the reward distribution, Elder Qin turned and narrowed his eyes at her. Then Yiao, show everyone the image stone. Yiao complied and presented the image stone for everyone to see. Only Yiching Han and Song Hanqing looked uncomfortable. If the contents of the image stone were revealed, everyone would see how they were bossed around like errand boys by Yiao after they entered the prison. It was truly embarrassing. After watching the images from the stone, even Si Miaoyan had to admire Yiao. You're amazing. Even if I had the ability, I wouldn't have your courage. I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to remember the demon language. Ming Shuo, who had been mocked for being cowardly before, finally had a chance to retort. So you really were locked up in prison. I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Who's to blame? Although Suo Jia and Zhu Xingzhai outwardly accepted the outcome, they were far from convinced. Watching Yiao receive the Chaos Pearl was more painful than death. Contrary to those two rivals, Si Miaoyan looked at Yiao with adoration and reverence. Is this what a leader who can single-handedly guide everyone is like? When we reach the final secret realm, if needed, let's cooperate. She thought to herself, who says an ordinary leader can't lead multiple sects to progress together? A true leader can absolutely lead everyone. Seeing her so endearing, Yiao responded favorably. Sure, let's see if there's a chance. Young girls should be pampered and cherished. This time, Song Hanqing also willingly accepted the outcome, watching the direct disciples of the Yuching sect leave. Qiuxian noticed demonic energy on the Yuching sect's youngest disciple. Yiao thought to herself, unexpectedly, Yin Shir's ability to attract men has already reached the Demon King level. Chu Jinyan figured Yin Shir had probably tamed some demon beast, while Mu Zhongshi started gossiping, saying to Yiao, I heard Si Miaoyan saw her walking with another man. She changes men really quickly. Yiao casually replied, she's pretty, it's normal. Senior brother Shuai watched them gather together and thought, they're just like a bunch of old men gossiping at the village entrance. But little junior sister, you're a girl, why are you gossiping behind people's backs too? You're a girl yourself. Senior brother Shuai looked displeased. Little junior sister, behaving like this, do you still plan on finding a Dao companion? Mu Zhongshi added seriously, for us, sword cultivators, our lifelong partner is our sword. Embracing the sword path, solitude is our fate. A sword will never deceive or hurt us. Yiao couldn't help but applaud him. I didn't expect fourth senior brother to have such an epiphany. Impressive. Yiao received the Chaos Pearl from Elder Qin and curiously asked, Master, how do you actually use this Chaos Pearl? She looked completely clueless. Elder Qin didn't know what the pearl was for either. Yiao seeked helplessly. It seemed she could only pin her last hope on her unreliable little martial uncle. She entered his resting room. Little martial uncle, do you know how to use the Chaos Pearl? Still half asleep, her little martial uncle mumbled, why don't you try swallowing it and see what happens? Yiao was speechless. She hadn't expected both her master and little martial uncle to be so unreliable. What if she choked to death swallowing it? Then her little martial uncle noticed the soul-snatching staff in her hand. Is that your natal sword? Yiao quickly waved her hands. No, it's just a stick. Her little martial uncle took the staff and examined it carefully. Although its appearance was strange, it was indeed a sword. Yiao's eyes lit up. A sword. Is it a good sword? Little martial uncle pointed to the name engraved on the sword, showing Yiao that it was called Bujianjun, never see you. Yiao picked up the soul-snatching staff and examined it carefully, her jaw dropping in surprise. Wow, it's real. Little martial uncle was rendered speechless. This was the first time he had met someone more careless, more scatterbrained, and more indifferent to consequences than himself. Was this how Shun Fan taught his disciples? He truly couldn't understand why everyone in this sect loved to gossip, even little martial uncle. Yiao also couldn't understand why this sword looked like a stick. There's nothing wrong with a stick, little martial uncle explained. It looks like a stick because you're too weak. Spiritual weapons grow with their owners. They're not for poking people with. Yiao said innocently, a mischievous glint in her eyes, but I've already named it the soul-snatching staff. Little martial uncle couldn't help but laugh. Who taught you to name things like that? Spiritual swords have a spirit. When it develops its own will, just wait for it to whack you. She hadn't expected the sword to have such a fiery temper. Little martial uncle told her about Su Xingji's sword, stifling a laugh. Your eldest senior brother's sword is called Duan, severing dust. It usually looks down on your eldest senior brother's indifferent and boring demeanor, so he rarely uses it. He was speaking animatedly when a clap of thunder suddenly caught their attention. That's a thunder tribulation, a core formation thunder tribulation. Judging by the direction, it should be second senior brother. The higher the talent, the stronger the tribulation. Ning Shuang's tribulation looks quite powerful. Yiao trembled, thoroughly frightened, while little martial uncle seemed rather excited. The thunder made her shudder. She was glad her own talent was average. Suddenly, a new idea struck her, and she said excitedly, "Let me go take a look. Maybe drawing talismans can help." She figured the tribulation could be blocked, and the lower one's cultivation, the less the tribulation would affect them. My cultivation is so low, there's no danger in going to watch. Suiting action to word, she immediately rushed towards Ming Shuang. In the outer forest, Ming Shuang sighed inwardly. This place is so far from the Wanjiang Sect. Even if the lightning strikes a huge crater, I probably won't have to pay for it, right? Just then, Yiao ran over, shouting, second senior brother, let me draw you a few Vajra talismans. They can help block some of the lightning." She sat down a short distance from Ming Shuang. "This area should be relatively safe. I'll draw the talismans here. The lightning shouldn't strike near me." Ming Shuang looked at her with admiration. "This is outrageous. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to draw talismans next to a thunder tribulation." Meanwhile, Mu Zhongshi and Shuai were outside looking up at the sky. Hearing the rumbling thunder, they guessed that Ming Shuang was undergoing his tribulation. The dark clouds are so thick, it looks a bit scary. Unexpectedly, little martial uncle suddenly appeared behind them. Yes, but it's nothing special. Zhu Xingzhai's thunder tribulation was even bigger than this. All right, Yiao has run off to draw lightning-averting talismans for Ming Shuang. Don't you want to see Yiao's talisman drawing skills? Little martial uncle thought to himself. Although Yiao was a talisman cultivator, there were differences between talisman cultivators. The faster one could draw, the higher the success rate. Her talent could be said to be unique. Before they could answer, little martial uncle grabbed them both by the arm and dragged them along. "Let's go. Come on. Let's see how she draws talismans." Truthfully, little martial uncle was a little lonely gossiping by himself. Ming Shuang was already prepared to be struck by lightning. But when the moment arrived, he still couldn't help but cry out, looking quite disheveled. Yiao drew talismans while pondering how many lightning strikes there would be today, so she could prepare in advance. Fortunately, little martial uncle arrived in time, dragging the two others with him. He said, "The higher the talent, the more lightning strikes. Your eldest senior brother was struck by lightning for a whole day and night." Little martial uncle finally felt a pang of conscience and stopped his teasing, sincerely praying for Ming Shuang's safety. The two junior brothers also prayed sincerely. Ming Shuang's hair was as messy as an old woman's from the lightning strikes. He complained, "Little junior sister, didn't you say you were going to draw talismans to block the lightning for me?" Hearing this, she immediately began drawing talismans for her senior brother with lightning speed. Little martial uncle, who had originally come to witness Yiao's talisman drawing speed, fell into deep thought. Not only was she fast, but her accuracy was also astonishing. Everyone said that cultivating both swordsmanship and talismans meant one had to be prioritized over the other. Could it be that Yiao's swordsmanship talent was weak, and from now on, she would be a talisman cultivator? An hour later, Yiao's arms were sore from drawing talismans. She complained tearfully, "When will this tribulation end? Why isn't it over yet? My hands are about to break." She continued, pointing at the sky and cursing, "You bastard." Little martial uncle broke out in a cold sweat, too late to stop her. Fortunately, he still had some conscience. He quickly grabbed his two disciples and ran. Before they could react, they heard Yiao scream. Because she dared to disrespect the heavenly tribulation, she was immediately struck by lightning. Seeing her pale face, little martial uncle asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" However, unlike others, she felt much better after being struck by lightning. It just felt like her pants had short-circuited. No one had told her that the heavenly tribulation could understand hand gestures. At this moment, she was extremely embarrassed, but she discovered that her spiritual root had grown larger. It was as if it had suddenly grown longer. No one had ever seen such a thing, and everyone was stunned. Wait, spiritual roots can grow. Little Marshall Uncle pondered. I remember checking your spiritual root attribute when you enter the sect. It was a lightning spiritual root, right? Could it be that lightning spiritual roots can absorb lightning? Lightning spiritual roots are extremely rare in the cultivation world. Almost no one has ever seen one, so no one has discovered their uses and limitations. Usually, the talent of those with lightning spiritual roots is very low, so no one pays attention to them. Little Marshall Uncle suggested to Yiao, next time someone undergoes a tribulation, you should stand next to them and try absorbing some lightning. He found it amusing. A spiritual root that could grow was truly unheard of. It was too absurd. Meanwhile, Yiao was fuming because her two senior brothers were messing with her hair. Let's go, Pikachu. I can't take it anymore. She had already punched Shuaiyu, and Mu Zhongshi also received a kick from her. Shuaiyu, clutching his swollen face, asked Little Marshall Uncle, is this really the correct way to undergo a tribulation? In truth, it was Little Marshall Uncle's first time witnessing such a scene, so how could he know? Poor Ming Shuang was still crawling on the charred ground, looking pathetic and weak. Hey, does anyone care if I live or die? I can't live like this anymore. He finally survived the tribulation, collapsing on the ground like a cripple. Little Marshall Uncle, his curiosity satisfied, prepared to leave contentedly. I'm going back to Chongming Sect to check the Scripture Pavilion for information on lightning spiritual roots. Yiao, you can use spiritual fire to refine the chaos bead and place it in Yuan's dantian. She admired the chaos bead for a moment, then put it down and lit it with a fire control talisman. However, the chaos bead didn't react at all. She then said to Shuaiyu, third senior brother, aren't you a top-tier fire spiritual root? Lend me some fire. Shuaiyu used his spiritual fire to burn the chaos bead, but it remained intact. Yiao fell into deep thought. Even a top-tier fire spiritual root couldn't refine it, so what kind of fire would it take? Suddenly, KFC jumped out of her sleeve and excitedly ran towards the chaos bead, spitting a small flame at it. She scoffed, just that little bit of fire. But when she saw the chaos bead actually start to burn, she was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected such a small flame to have such power. Mu Zhongshi stared at KFC, his jaw dropping. The chaos bead was actually being melted by its fire. The fire of a top-tier spiritual root couldn't do it, but a chicken could. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, and his head was about to explode. Ming Shuang finally managed to get up and speak. I think I know what KFC is. It seems I'll have to go to Chongming Sect to find some materials. He curiously asked Yiao, how does it feel after refining the chaos bead and placing it in your dantian? Yiao replied, my dantian is very hot, like it's being burned by fire. I think I can use it like this. As she spoke, she touched a scorched tree, and the tree immediately regained its vitality, sprouting new buds. Everyone was astonished. Shuaiyu couldn't help but exclaim, the creation bee from the beginning of the world actually has the power to bring things back to life. You've only just refined a bit of it, and you can already revive a withered tree. The 5 great sects actually used it as a prize. Yiao was incredibly excited. While we still have vacation time, let's hurry back to Chongming Sect and find out what KFC really is. We need to bring a direct disciple, but all my senior brothers are such important figures. It's a little frustrating. At the Chongming Sect Scripture Pavilion, Steward Yin saw the group of youngsters arrive and immediately flew into a rage. What are you lot up to again? All 5 of you are here this time. Do you really think this is a tourist spot? Yiao felt a bit guilty, but Mu Zhongshi appeared unconcerned, waving his hand with a grin. Relax, old man. We're not here to cause trouble today. We just want to look up some information. Do you think your little tricks can fool me? Forget it. Just hurry up and get out after you're done. Steward Yin couldn't do anything about these little ancestors. Not long ago, Shir Shui had rushed into the Scripture Pavilion in a panic, muttering about their spiritual root growing, and turned the place upside down. Now Yiao's group had arrived en masse. He was truly exhausted by these kids. Yiao was pondering which scriptures to check. Ming Shuang picked up a book and said, I'm thinking, could it be that we've been looking in the wrong direction from the start? Maybe we shouldn't be looking for KFC's origin in the records of strange beasts, but in the records of divine beasts. Look, senior brother, it says here that there are many divine beasts that disappeared from the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago. Yiao looked at the ridiculously thick book and felt a bit lazy after flipping through a few pages. The siblings chatted as they flipped through the pages. Shuai pondered, KFC is a vermilion bird, but a vermilion bird's tail isn't like that. Mu Zhongshi chimed in. Compared to a vermilion bird, it looks more like a phoenix, doesn't it? The more I look, the more it resembles one. But don't phoenixes only perch in parasol trees and eat bamboo seeds? Why would it nest on your head? Ming Shuang added, I've heard that azure dragons, peacocks, and golden phoenixes are all descendants of the phoenix. If it really is a phoenix, then its growth makes sense. Maybe even if you lay on the ground, it wouldn't grow any bigger. Yiao glared at KFC with disgust. Then what use is it to me? An unhatched divine beast is worse than useless to me. As soon as she said this, KFC jumped up and down in anger, wanting to kick her. A mischievous idea suddenly popped into Mu Zhongshi's head. I've heard that phoenixes can undergo nirvana. Why don't we try throwing it into a fire? As soon as he said this, Yiao's eyes lit up and she joined in his excitement. Mu Zhongshi watched their mischievous grins, and KFC hopped around frantically on her head in fear. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Zhu Xingzhai picked it up and gently soothed it. We can't do that. How about we pull some spirit stones and buy some star stones at the auction to nourish it? Ming Shuang then put on an innocent expression and suggested, when Choming's sect gives us a break, I'll sneak into the Ming family treasury and get some spirit stones to raise it. Ming Shuang's excitement when talking about stealing spirit stones from his family startled Yiao. She didn't expect her second senior brother to have such a hobby. Speaking of which, when is our sect's New Year celebration? Before she could finish her sentence, the sect leader roared from behind, startling her. New Year your head. Pack your things. We're heading to the next secret realm. Yiao almost cried. How did the vacation end so quickly? She had finally graduated from the modern world, but she didn't expect to have to take exams in the cultivation world. It was so tiring. Ming Shuang curiously asked Yiao, what is New Year? She looked at everyone with some confusion. Don't you celebrate New Year? Zhu Xingzhai calmly replied. We cultivate. Then she remembered that, apart from Mu Zhongshi, who came from the mortal world, her other three senior brothers were all from cultivation families. Mu Zhongshi reminisced excitedly. My family used to have many feasts during New Year, but it was too boring. I still find cultivation more interesting. Shuai asked suspiciously. What's so good about feasts? Is there a throne to inherit in your family or something? My family lives in the imperial palace, so there really is a throne to inherit. The three gossiping senior brothers were stunned. My respects, Your Highness. Mu Zhongshi's face paled at her revelation. Yiao wanted to cry inwardly. She hadn't realized that everyone present, except her, was a significant figure. Ming Shuang excitedly pinched Mu Zhongshi's face. Come visit my house next time. Mu Zhongshi protested. Don't pinch this king's face. Seeing his disciples fooling around instead of listening, the sect leader finally lost his patience and gave them each a good thrashing. Hurry up and pack your things. We're leaving soon. Only our Chu Xingzhai is standing outside, safe and sound, but it seems he won't get to eat any goose eggs either. Just like that, the next round arrived quickly. The referee announced, after a period of rest, we finally welcome the third round of the sect competition. Please have the core disciples of the 5 sects enter the stage. A large crowd gathered around Yiao, chanting her name, Qiao, 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 Qiao. Shouting one less character allows them to chant it more times. Yuching Han's fans were equally enthusiastic, as were Song Hanqing's. But strangely, among Song Hanqing's fans, there was a burly, bearded man with his hair tied in 2 pigtails and blush on his cheeks, constantly shouting, Brother Hanqing, I want to bear you a monkey. This scene happened to be witnessed by Yiao and her senior brothers, causing her 2 senior brothers to laugh uncontrollably. It seems Yiao is a modern person, so this kind of thing is normal for her. Why are you discriminating against him just because he's a male fan? The 2 senior brothers laughed even harder. Little junior sister, it's not about discrimination. Song Hanqing actually attracted an ugly, burly, bearded man who wants to bear him a monkey. How can we not laugh? They laughed so hard they were almost bent over double, tears welling up in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Song Hanqing appeared in front of them, just as the two were about to burst from laughter. Zhuoju asked curiously, "What are they laughing at?" Song Hanqing told him to mind his own business, but he was actually quite annoyed. Although there was no evidence, he always felt that the people from Ming's sect were laughing at him. He could only comfort himself. They were never normal to begin with, so this wasn't anything new. The disciples of Yuching's sect gathered together to discuss. There are many illusions in this secret realm. We need a large amount of clarity grass. After entering the secret realm, we should seek cooperation with the people from Bishui sect. Zhuoju said, "I'm not sure if they'll be willing to team up with us." After all, that core disciple called Miao Miao was very enthusiastically inviting Yiao earlier. Does Yiao really have that much charm? I didn't feel it at all when I was in Yichang's sect. Yin Shir gulped. "Senior brother, I have a treasure-hunting beast that can be used to find clarity grass, but unfortunately, we don't have an alchemist. We can use it to trade with the Bishui sect. They definitely need this kind of spirit herb." Song Hanqing thought to himself. Although Yin Shir was a bit foolish, her luck was undeniable. At this moment, the secret realm opened, transporting the core disciples inside. Yiao was teleported to the flaming mountain. The heat was unbearable. "It's so hot." A voice suddenly came from behind her. "Yes, this place is really uncomfortable." Yiao turned around and saw it was her senior brother. She immediately brightened. "I didn't expect to be teleported to the same place as you this time." She felt relieved. Being in a group with her incredibly powerful senior brother made her feel much more secure. Yiao immediately popped a clarity pill in her mouth and chewed, not forgetting to offer one to her senior brother. This environment easily makes people impulsive. "Senior brother, quickly take a clarity pill to clear your head." Suddenly, a demonic beast charged towards Yiao and her senior brother. Just as the beast was about to pounce, to Yiao's surprise, Chu Xingzhai easily dealt with it, calmly popping a clarity pill into his mouth and chewing. Even though she knew her senior brother was powerful, Yiao still kept clapping and praising him, as expected of our eldest senior brother. "So amazing." "I almost fainted." Outside the secret realm, the audience commented. In the previous rounds, Yiao carried the team alone, having to protect both the alchemist and the wealthy cultivator. Now, she probably gradually understands the benefits of teaming up with a sword cultivator. So, at critical moments, you still have to rely on sword cultivators. All those rare treasures are useless. Yiao curiously asked, "Senior brother, can I touch your sword?" She resentfully recalled how reluctant her fourth senior brother had been about this request before, as if his wife was being touched by some pervert. But Chu Xingzhai unhesitatingly tossed his sword to her, leaving Yiao stunned. "You just threw it to me like that. Aren't you afraid it'll be sad?" Chu Xingzhai said unhappily, "My sword looks down on me, and I happen to look down on it too. It seems I have to be nicer to Duo's son in the future. I can't keep kicking it around like a ball. What if it develops sentience and starts looking down on me too?" The two began searching for the others. After walking for a while, Yiao felt like she was hallucinating. She kept feeling something following them. She looked back and saw a pale-faced, demonic beast. "Senior brother, quickly look, what is that?" She was so frightened she almost turned to stone. Chu Xingzhai turned and looked at the monster and said, it was a nascent soul demonic beast. Her strong survival instinct instantly erupted, and she tightly grasped her senior brother's hand. Then she desperately pulled her senior brother and ran for their lives. She finally understood that the higher the cultivation level of a demonic beast, the stranger its appearance. She originally thought snakes and rats were strange enough, but she never expected a nascent soul demonic beast to have completely lost its beast form. Chu Xingzhai glanced at the monster, finding it truly too ugly. His OCD flared up. He simply couldn't stand it. He turned and sliced off its horn with a single sword strike, finally feeling somewhat satisfied. It was much more pleasing to the eye now. Yiao's jaw almost dropped. Terrified, "Senior brother, don't provoke it." She gripped his hand tightly, desperately fleeing from the crazed monster. "We're done for. It's catching up." This honest and upright fellow, after spending so much time with his junior sister, had actually become quite sly. During their escape, Yiao was almost attacked by the monster, but luckily, Chu Xingzhai reacted quickly. He grabbed the back of her collar, lifted her up, and used his lightness skill to carry her away. Yiao asked, "Are there nascent soul demonic beasts in the secret realm too?" Her senior brother replied, "All large secret realms have nascent soul demonic beasts. We just haven't encountered any before because of our good luck." Inside the secret realm, the disciples were fiercely battling each other, while outside, the elders were arguing no less intensely. Elder Qin revealed a trace of worry. "The first day is already this exciting. I wonder what kind of chaos will happen later." At this moment, the large screen displayed Shir excitedly hugging a strange beast while searching for treasures. So much clarity grass. "Good job, treasure hunting beast." Old man Yuan of the Yuching sect had already set his sights on her. Wait, is Shir using a treasure hunting beast to collect clarity grass first? Is that real? Can that kind of spiritual beast be contracted by others? The sect leader of the Bisui sect muttered to herself, "This little girl has always been lucky, but doesn't this count as cheating?" In her heart, she also felt, this secret realm has been open for so many years. This is the first time someone has used a treasure hunting beast to find spiritual herbs. The United Sect elder smiled. "Isn't this the strategy that the Mingda sect was talking about?" Yang Chao can play all sorts of tricks, but we can't use a treasure hunting beast." Elder Qin, caught in the middle, was extremely annoyed. "What does this have to do with our Mingda sect?" Elder Wang quickly stepped in to mediate. "We haven't encountered this situation in the secret realm before, but the clarity pill is too important this time. I don't think there's anything wrong with Shir having a spiritual beast to help her find spiritual herbs. Let's see how the other children perform." Inside the secret realm, Ming Shuo and Mu Zhongqi traveled together, saying as they walked, "The alchemists are the key in this round. We need to find Shuayu quickly." Mu Zhongqi nodded. "No problem, brother. You use your divine sense to find people, and I'll be responsible for clearing the path." The two had a clear division of labor, and they hadn't traveled far before they encountered people from the Wenjian sect. Zhu Xingzhai spoke with an arrogant air. "Isn't this Ming Shuo? What a coincidence. Don't think I'll look at you any differently just because you broke through to Golden Core." Knowing that the other party was hostile, and before their verbal sparring could finish, Ming Shaw, quick-witted, had already prepared a Vajra talisman to deal with him, and he didn't forget to taunt. "Oh, you're so concerned about whether I've broken through to Golden Core or not. Could it be you have a secret crush on me?" Zhu Xingzhai couldn't believe how thick-skinned Ming Shuo was, feeling disgusted. Accompanying Zhu Xingzhai was Jiyu, the junior sister of the Wenjian sect. She had already half drawn her sword, ready to fight. "Should we fight?" "Second senior brother, don't let him anger you." Mu Zhongqi quickly stepped forward and put his arm around Zhu Xingzhai's shoulder. "It's only the first day, don't fight. If you fight, you might fall down. Let's talk things out." Zhu Xingzhai flung Mu Zhongqi off, saying angrily, "I have nothing to say to you." With that, he swung his sword and attacked. Fortunately, Ming Shuo was prepared and immediately used the Vajra talisman to block Zhu Xingzhai's attack. Zhu Xingzhai, with his powerful strength, almost shattered Ming Shuo's Vajra talisman. He sneered, "Even if you've broken through to Golden Core, you're nothing more than this." Having broken through the formation, he was about to take down Ming Shuo. At the critical moment, Mu Zhongqi blocked his attack. A mid-stage Golden Core bullying an early-stage Golden Core. Don't you feel ashamed? Ming Shuo no longer held back, his aura exploding. "Zhu Xingzhai, you forced our hand. Fourth junior brother, I'll count to 3 and we'll attack." Before Mu Zhongqi could react, Ming Shuo had already begun the countdown. 1. His aura was intimidating. Zhu Xingzhai and his junior sister stared nervously at Ming Shuo, assuming he'd have some incredible skills after breaking through to Golden Core. Who knew this guy, just as slippery as his junior sister, would simply slap on an acceleration talisman and start counting down? Mu Zhongqi, having just clenched his fist, immediately took off running. The other two were left dumbfounded, gawking at Ming Shuo's sly maneuver. Wait, wasn't he supposed to count to 3? Where did 2 go? Zhu Xingzhai, completely played, fumed. "Ming Shuo, you dare trick us. If you have the guts, don't run." Ming Shuo looked back, righteous. "If I don't run just because you tell me not to, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" The two took off running, unexpectedly bumping right into Zhu Xingzhai and Yiao. Mu Zhongqi's eyes lit up. "Junior sister, senior brother, you came just in time." He turned around aggressively. "Let's take care of those Wanjiang sect guys together. Teach them a lesson." Yiao, however, grabbed him. "Don't look back. There's a nascent soul demonic beast behind us." Ming Shuo looked incredulous. "Behind us is Zhu Xingzhai, and his junior sister. Hearing her senior brother's words, Yiao stopped abruptly and began to prepare. Excellent. I was just wondering how to deal with this nascent soul demonic beast, and help has arrived. She turned and threw out a confinement talisman, trapping the beast. The demonic beast raged, its roar shaking the heavens as it struggled frantically. Everyone covered their ears. Thankfully, Ming Shuo quickly set up a soundproof barrier, blocking the noise. Ming Shuo spoke. Let's join forces for now. Zhu Xingzhai, his face full of anger, pointed at the demonic beast. Who wants to join forces with you? You're the ones who attracted it. He turned and tried to pull his junior sister away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Ming Shuo had already stuck a confinement talisman on him. He exploded. When did you put a talisman on us? Ming Shuo waved the talisman paper, grinning. Want to leave? Weren't you chasing us pretty enthusiastically just now, like a dog? Such brotherly love. Zhu Xingzhai's face turned green with anger. Ming Shuo, has that mouth of yours never been punched? Yiao smiled even more slyly. If you don't help, we'll drag you with us wherever we go. We'll all die together. If we join forces and we take down the beast, the bones and inner core are ours. Ming Shuo wagged his finger teasingly. No. You haven't grasped the situation, have you? It's 4 of us, 2 of you. If you really want to provoke us, we can chase you to the ends of the earth. Zhu Xingzhai and his junior sister weighed their options. Though unwilling, they could only silently nod. The confinement talisman was released, and the demonic beast regained its freedom, staring intently at the 6 people below. It noticed 5 golden cores and 1 foundation establishment. The demonic beast targeted Yiao, lunging at her. Fortunately, Yiao was nimble, her wind step flashing, easily dodging the attack. She turned and threw an explosive talisman, but it was like tickling the demonic beast. Yiao knew she was no match for a nascent soul demonic beast, so she changed her strategy. She cast a mist talisman, shouting, "Everyone, attack together." Everyone surrounded and attacked the beast, but it was simply too strong. Oh no! Junior sister, this demonic beast has too many eyes. It can see through all our attacks. Yiao rushed forward. I'll distract it. You attack from both sides. Zhu Xingzhai thought to himself. She's only foundation establishment. How dare she volunteer as bait? He worried silently, reaching out to grab his junior sister. Let go. Yiao was full of confidence, so he released his grip. I believe in you, junior sister. Yiao immediately threw out several bombs. One has the power of a golden core strike. I'll give you a whole bunch. Let's see if you're afraid. The demonic beast screamed as it was bombarded, roaring, damned humans. I'll drive you all out of the secret realm. Everyone murmured. Yiao is only at foundation establishment mid-stage. Her spiritual power definitely won't last. Right. Someone else chimed in. This is too risky. Zhu Xingzhai should be doing this. Where does Yiao get the nerve? Elder Zhao understood his little rabbit. Yiao never stirred up trouble. If she wasn't sure, she would have run long ago. He was also curious. Where did this confidence come from? On the screen, Yiao swallowed an entire bottle of spirit replenishing pills in one gulp. Elder Wang's jaw almost dropped. She's actually using spirit replenishing pills during the competition. Does the Chaming Sect have so much money they don't know what to do with it? Haha. If they knew she was an alchemist, I wonder how the elders would react, especially Elder Yuan. She'd be filled with regret. All the elders fought over this genius. Yet now she's being chased by Yi Guizhao, only knowing to run for her life, with no regard for anything else. In the viewing area, Elder Qin was sweating profusely, desperately trying to recall how many pills he gave Yangshao before the core disciples entered the secret realm. Every sect gives pills to their disciples, but did we give Yiao that many? Where did she get so many in the secret realm? Yiao poured another bottle of pills in her mouth, recovering her strength while taunting the demonic beast. You can't hit us, I'm dodging left and right. You can't catch up. While others were busy dealing with the demonic beast, she took the opportunity to promote her products. Sect pills, one is worth 6, specializing in internal injuries and sugar-free. Fellow Taoists, feel free to contact me. Remember to choose the pills I refined. Chozhan was about to go crazy. Can't you advertise at another time? We're fighting for our lives against the demonic beast, and you're busy selling goods. Mu Zhongqi used the Azure Wind technique to attack the demonic beast. As soon as Zhu Xingzhai and Mu Zhongqi landed, they started arguing like children. I'm faster than you. Could you have done it without me? In the viewing area, the Wanjian Sect fans were wildly praising Zhu Xingzhai. This guy is really strong. he can actually go toe-to-toe with Mu Zhongqi, who has innate sword bones. The Changming Sect fans retorted, hasn't even stuck at mid-gold core for a long time. Mu Zhongqi is only 16, still a child. The gossipy spectators thought, I really want to see them fight with all their might. It's a pity we can't see it now. Early the next morning, everyone finally managed to kill the demonic beast. After dividing the spoils, Yiao casually tossed a bag to Chu Xingzhai. You can have all the demonic beast bones. We'll take all the inner cores. Chu Xingzhai was furious. How can you divide it like that? Fortunately, junior sister Jiyu was reasonable and stopped him. Second senior brother, they have more people. Let's just give in a little. The two sects parted ways, and Mu Zhongqi curiously came over and asked, Junior sister, where did you get so many pills? She honestly replied, I refined them myself. Remember those super disgusting pills I refined before? Mu Zhongqi immediately recalled those painful pill testing experiences, a wave of disgust washing over him. That taste, it was like eating shit. Elder Zhao even used the words cook shit back then. Yiao struck a proud pose. From now on, call me the low-key genius. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. I'll try to make the taste normal. Ming Shuo felt a chill down his spine, but still praised her. I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you to actually be refining pills all this time. Hey, junior sister, Yiao, Mu Zhongqi, we've been walking for so long, it's so hot. Junior sister, do you have any pills that can cool us down? Second senior brother and third senior brother all have fire spiritual roots. We're almost roasted in this secret realm. She said she didn't have any cooling pills, then suddenly remembered KFC and released it. This secret realm isn't suitable for you guys, but it's perfect for KFC. KFC, go find some fire attribute spirit stones. Ming Shuo muttered to himself. Is it really okay to just let KFC go on its own? Should I follow it? There's so many demonic beasts in this secret realm. Our sect finally has a divine beast. If it gets eaten by other demonic beasts, we'll be devastated. Elsewhere, Shir proudly looked at her two precious contract beasts, a celestial skylark and a treasure-hunting beast, thinking, everyone envies me, come and praise me. Seeing the two female disciples from the Ice Water sect whispering to each other while looking at her, Shir became even more smug. The two girls whispered. Shir was actually able to contract two spirit beasts on her own. This is the first time I've seen this, and both of them have quite the background. One is a spirit beast, and the other looks like the legendary celestial skylark. Shir basked in everyone's envy and admiration, feeling pleased with herself. Great, I must grab all the attention and steal the show. Suddenly, the celestial skylark flew away, crying, startling her. Celestial skylark, where are you flying to? Elsewhere, the celestial skylark saw KFC and immediately flew over to try and curry favor with it. Even though the celestial skylark acted cute like an ostrich, desperately trying to attract attention, KFC didn't even bother to look at it. Its mind solely focused on its fire attribute spirit stones. Upon seeing Yiao's contracted beast, Hanqing immediately became alert, warning everyone that members of the Wenjian sect were nearby and to be careful, as this could be a trap set by Yiao. Shir tried to recall her celestial skylark, but it pretended not to hear. Shir grew increasingly angry. First, the treasure-hunting beast clung to Yiao, and now, even her celestial skylark was fawning over Yiao's contracted beast. This was simply intolerable. Consumed by jealousy and resentment, her two-faced nature was completely exposed. Disregarding her image, she roughly grabbed KFC, ignoring its struggles and cries, and threw it directly into the lava. Her insane action stunned everyone. They stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Even Xingwan was scolding her. Xiao Miao also criticized her reckless behavior. Shir, how could you throw Yiao's contracted beast directly into the lava? Unfortunately, Yiao's group arrived just in time to hear everything clearly. What? Shir, you threw our junior sister's contracted beast into the lava. Mu Zhongqi was furious. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You specifically threw it into the lava. If KFC weren't a fire-loving divine bird, it would be dead by now. Once a contracted beast dies, the contractor also suffers a severe backlash. Shir was either deliberately malicious or incredibly stupid. Although Yiao remained silent on the surface, killing intent surged within her. Knowing that she was driven by jealousy, Shir, faced with everyone's accusations, immediately put on a pitiful act, crying and feigning innocence as she apologized. Second senior sister, I didn't do it on purpose. It'll be fine, right? Her scheming nature was profound. If something truly happened, would Yiao still be standing here? Mu Zhongqi didn't want to hear another word from her, angrily unsheathing his sword. I have to teach you a lesson today. Fortunately, she had a heart-protecting mirror to save her life, just as he expected. Mu Zhongqi had to admit, Shir, you sure have a lot of good stuff on you. It's a shame your heart-protecting mirror is broken now. At this moment, Yiao's anger finally erupted. Seizing the opportunity, she used a clear wind step and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Yiao landed a solid punch on that two-faced Shir's face. Shir sat up in pain, screaming Yiao's name. Oh, not calling me second senior sister anymore. So you can speak properly after all. Weren't you always going on about second senior sister this and second senior sister that? It's truly nauseating. Suddenly, Yuching tried to attack her from behind, but fortunately, her senior brother intercepted him in time. He stood in front of Shir, looking condescending. Aren't you people from the Wenjian Sect going too far? The competition isn't a reason for you to bully others with your power. With someone defending her, the two-faced girl immediately put on a wronged expression. I didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Isn't that contracted beast perfectly fine? You're just targeting me. Mu Zhongqi didn't care what others thought. Although angry, he still smiled gently. There's nothing we can do. That's just how the Wenjian Sect is. Don't ask. Asking more will only lead to talk about sect matters. Although Chu Xingzhai was calm, he would never allow anyone to bully his junior sister. He directly drew his sword and pointed it at Yiching. Go get your revenge. I'll handle this person. Yiao got her wish, revealing a wickedly satisfied smile. I've wanted to beat Shir up for a long time. Today, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. Although Shir was a golden core cultivator, she was terrified of Yiao and screamed as she turned and ran. As she ran, she continuously threw out various talismans, trying to block Yiao's attacks. Suajua excitedly chased after the girl. Shir's talismans were a joke to Yiao, who could break her attacks with a single sword strike. Outside the secret realm, the sect elders were also quite surprised. Elder Wang asked in confusion, isn't Shir at the Golden Core stage? How can she be almost unable to defeat even a Foundation establishment cultivator like Yiao? How exactly does your Yuching sect teach its disciples? He inwardly complained. What kind of power could turn a top-tier water spiritual root genius into such a waste? Elder Yuan awkwardly defended. We talisman cultivators aren't like you sword cultivators, always fighting and killing. Elder Qin, however, wasn't buying it. How did she even form her golden core? Was it through a lightning tribulation or by forcefully pushing through with medicinal pills? She used to be so glorious, but now she's been completely humiliated by Yiao. What a disgrace. After Elder Qin's question, the audience erupted in discussion. It seemed no one had seen tribulation clouds above the Jade Purity sect in recent days. Elder Wang's disgust was undisguised, breaking through with pills. Truly a disgrace to righteous sects. The Alliance Elder stubbornly defended himself. Yiao's breakthrough was too fast. Why don't you suspect her? The Verdant Jade sect master retorted. Dual cultivation of sword and talismans leads to fast breakthroughs. What's suspicious about that? Sword cultivators gain enlightenment through combat, while talisman cultivators accumulate experience through drawing talismans. The advantage of dual cultivation is that once one becomes proficient in either, breakthroughs come faster. The Alliance Elder's retort displeased Elder Qin. How fast could she draw talismans? Speed and array formations and talisman drawing are completely different. He wouldn't let anyone belittle his beloved disciple. Elder Qin retorted, at least faster than you. In truth, Elder Qin had never seen Yiao draw talismans, but that didn't stop him from boasting. Within the secret realm, Chu Xingzhai and Yiching were about to fight. Chu Xingzhai and Yiao had just arrived at the ancestral property and, seeing the tense atmosphere, wondered why their senior brother was fighting with people from the Chaming sect. Before they could do anything, Mu Zhongqi threatened them with his sword. Do you want to interfere as well? Zui panicked under his imposing aura. Are you kidding me? I just arrived. I don't know anything. Even warring countries don't kill messengers. This is bullying. She then asked, are you chasing Shir? What did she do to offend you? Meng Shuo coldly replied, she threw my junior sister's contracted beast into the lava. Hearing this, Chu Xingzhai and Yiao were stunned, as if struck by lightning. That Jade Purity Sect disciple really has a death wish. Second senior brother, let's not get involved. She knew clearly that even Wenjian's sect wouldn't dare to fight the Changming sect now, and Yunshir had just made a fatal mistake. She gave Song Hanqing a sympathetic look. Having such a junior sister was truly tragic. Song Hanqing was also speechless at his junior sister's reckless actions. Who did Yunshir learn this from? Always causing trouble. Although Yiao also caused trouble, at least she could clean up her own messes. Thinking back, Yiao was much more reliable than his junior sister. Only Suajwa was still insistent. Junior brother, let's help junior sister. She didn't do it on purpose. She just accidentally threw Yiao's contracted beast in. Even if reluctant, she was still his junior sister, and Song Hanqing couldn't just watch her get eliminated. Mu Zhongqi had long seen that they wanted to stop his junior sister from taking revenge, and directly blocked them with his sword. We won't let you interfere in our junior sister's affairs. Yiao relentlessly pursued Yunshir, even using her signature move, the Yiao flying kick. Heavens, Yiao was completely overwhelming Yunshir. The more miserable Yunshir became, the happier Yiao seemed, practically gloating. Yunshir, beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, desperately cried out, "Senior brother, save me." But what she received wasn't rescue, but Chu Xingzhai's loud rebuke. Who's your senior brother? Don't try to claim relations you don't have. Stop dreaming. If you spout such nonsense again, I'll really knock you awake. Before he finished speaking, even without being hit, Yunshir was jolted awake by the yelling alone. She had never been so humiliated and, of course, blamed all her resentment on Yiao, a recurring habit. Her hatred for Yiao skyrocketed, almost overflowing. Shaking off the humiliation, Yunshir triumphantly rang the Qinhuang bell, her face full of confidence. Even Yiao had to admit, the treasure in Yunshir's hand was truly powerful. The Qinhuang bell was a top-tier magical artifact, ranked within the top 10 on the spiritual artifact list. It was no exaggeration to say that Yunshir's confidence stemmed from the Qinhuang bell's ability to disrupt one's sea of consciousness, causing near mental chaos. As long as she seized a single opening, she could turn defeat into victory. Perhaps the moment Yunshir rang the Qinhuang bell, everyone's movement slowed, as if trapped in a nightmare. Seeing this, she became even more smug, slowly walking towards Yiao, believing victory was within her grasp. However, the plot twisted. Yiao was completely unaffected by the Qinhuang bell. Before Yunshir could react, Yiao kicked her in the face, sending blood and snot flying, leaving her dazed. Yunshir was utterly shocked. The Qinhuang bell had no effect on Yiao. The Qinhuang bell is mine now, Yunshir. Don't waste your energy, Yiao said as she snatched the bell. Just like that, she destroyed it. With a boom, her precious life-bound magical artifact vanished. Yunshir was blasted away. Her dream of becoming the center of attention, bathed in everyone's admiration, was completely shattered. The feeling of falling from grace was incredibly real. Outside the secret realm, the audience buzzed with discussion. Some lamented the loss of the Qinhuang bell. Others found it unbelievable that such a useless person could possess such a powerful treasure. Still others outright cursed her, calling her a jealous clown. The taunts continued. Inside the secret realm, Meng Shuo was entangled with Suajwa. The two were evenly matched, their moves clashing back and forth. Seeing his junior sister being beaten so badly, Suajwa desperately wanted to help her, but Meng Shuo gave him no opportunity, practically saying, "With me here, don't even think about it. This guy is such a nuisance." Suajwa was furious. "Aren't you going too far? Who started this anyway?" he shouted. Meng Shuo glanced over and saw Mu Zhongqi desperately trying to break through Song Hanqing's formation, only to be trapped tightly. Taking advantage of Suajwa's distraction, Meng Shuo secretly sent Mu Zhongqi the method to break the formation using a transmission talisman. His actions were swift and clean. With the information, Mu Zhongqi finally broke through the formation and escaped. Seeing this, Song Hanqing was furious and turned to yell at Suajwa. He roared, "You useless waste. You can't even handle one person. and you let Meng Shuo escape with a transmission talisman. Useless. Suajwa was already frustrated from being unable to defeat Meng Shuo, and now, being scolded by Song Hanqing, he exploded. You only know how to bully those weaker than you. Why don't you look at your own problems? If it weren't for your formation, you wouldn't have been able to handle Mu Zhongqi. How embarrassing. The two blamed each other, the scene resembling a bickering old married couple. Mu Zhongqi and Meng Shuo snickered to the side, thinking, hee, looks like they have some internal conflict. Time to watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Chu Xingzhai and Yi Chenghan were fiercely exchanging blows, sparks flying. Suddenly, Yi Chenghan noticed something and tilted his head. Don't you think your sword is being a bit disobedient? Oh no, that poachin sword still maintained its aloof demeanor, but it seemed somewhat resistant. Outside the secret realm, learning that the poachin sword hadn't acknowledged its master yet, the elders all looked at Elder Qin. How long has it been? Elder Qin remained as calm as ever. It hasn't acknowledged its master yet, but it will eventually. No need to rush. This poachin sword is the Chu family heirloom, and only the future head of the Chu family is qualified to wield it. Even if the poachin sword is unwilling, no one but Chu Xingzhai can draw it. Chu Xingzhai and his junior sister watched from aside, feeling that their senior brother's behavior because of a girl wasn't very good. Jiyu immediately raised her hand to stop them, rushing over to grab her senior brother's arm. She said to Chu Xingzhai, "Let me talk to senior brother alone." Both Chu Xingzhai and Yi Chenghan looked confused. To the side, Jiyu analyzed. Senior brother, Yi Qiao's contracted beast was thrown into the lava by Yun Shir. It's normal for the Chaming Sect members to be angry. This isn't ganging up on her, it's revenge. Yi Chenghan felt that Yun Shir was just a young girl, and it was a bit pitiful for her to be besieged by a group of people. Do you think this is fair? Jiyu saw her senior brother siding with Yun Shir and felt indignant. But Yi Qiao was also a girl. Senior brother, can you stop always thinking about her causing trouble and being mischievous, and consider that she's also a girl? This junior sister from the Wonjian sect had a fair and meticulous mind. She took out a jade token and handed it to Yi Chenghan. The Wonjian sect is currently ranked 4th. Is the sect's honor more important, or is the person you like more important? Chou Xinji also chimed in. Yun Shir is only being beaten up, but if the Wonjian sect keeps losing, this year's top spot might change hands. Yi Chenghan hesitated, then was pulled away. Let's go quickly. Elsewhere, Yi Qiao had beaten Yun Shir until she was screaming. Mu Zhongqi urged her, hurry up, crush her identity plate, and send her to the elimination zone for some tea. Yi Chenghan wanted to stop them. Don't crush it. Can't you just let her apologize? Is Song Hanqing truly naive, or is he pretending to be stupid? Our contracted beast hasn't been returned yet. What good is an apology? Meng Shuo toyed with Yun Shir's identity plate as if it were a toy. Seeing this, Yi Qiao took the opportunity to speak. Song Hanqing, how about this? Name your price, and you can buy your junior sister back. How much do you think she's worth? Song Hanqing's face darkened, once again led into a monetary trap by Yi Qiao. He might have money, but that didn't mean he had to tolerate this. He couldn't stand being threatened and extorted repeatedly by these Changming sect disciples. Suajwa indignantly said, "What losses have you even suffered? It's clearly our little Miao, who is beaten the worst." Suajwa put on a pitiful expression, almost mockingly. "We've suffered emotional trauma." Song Hanqing pondered for a moment, then said, "Have her put her fingerprint on their IOU." He thought to himself, there's a culprit for every crime, and he wasn't going to be a sucker anymore. At this moment, Yun Shir looked utterly disheveled and hated the Changming sect disciples with a passion. Imagining the numerous spectators outside watching the competition, she knew she would be the subject of gossip once she left. Although she didn't want to leave her fingerprint, she had to endure it. Yi Qiao handed over the IOU, and Yun Shir said to Soadal, "Fine, I'll do it." Just as she reached out to leave her fingerprint, Yi Qiao suddenly pulled the paper back. "On second thought, I've changed my mind. It's better for you to be eliminated." Hearing that she was going to be eliminated, Yun Shir's eyes widened in terror. With a satisfied smile, Yi Qiao crushed Yun Shir's identity plate. "Goodbye." Yun Shir shouted angrily, "Yi Qiao, just you wait." As soon as she finished speaking, she was teleported out. Suata, his eyes filled with reluctance, called out tearfully, "Junior sister." Instead of comforting him, Song Hanqing teased, so reluctant to part. "Why don't you go with her?" Si Miaoyan said to Song Hanqing, "Now that Shir has been eliminated, the treasure-hunting beast has left with her. The collaboration between the Ice Water Sect and the Jade Purity Sect is over." Song Hanqing sighed dejectedly. "It can only be this way. What else can we do?" Meow Meow said excitedly, "Senior sister, let's team up with Yiao and the others. With Shuayu gone, wouldn't we be able to coast to victory with them?" Yiao was thinking about the part in the novel where the original owner's spiritual root was taken. But now that she had left and was no longer being used as a tool, how would Shir's spiritual root be healed? With spirit medicine. Meng Shuo was carefully observing her, as if he had discovered something interesting. "Our junior sister is really pretty when she's quiet." Hearing this, Mu Zhongqi also looked her over. "You're right, senior brother has a good eye." Yi Xiao, displeased, reached out and knocked both of her senior brothers on the head. "Is no one concerned about Shuayu's life? People are so fickle these days, without a shred of brotherly affection." Mu Zhongqi, covering his head with one hand and holding up his jade plate with the other, pouted. "Of course we care. Look at the jade plate. Third senior brother is still alive and kicking. I really don't understand why these senior brothers are all so pessimistic." Over there, Chou Jinji had already encountered two people from the Chengfeng sect. Seeing them, he could only sigh and lament, "How could I be so unlucky? I've been wandering around alone for so long, haven't encountered a single fellow disciple, and yet I run into my enemies." As soon as Shuayu saw Jun Wei and Tuan Hongdao, he knew he was in trouble. It was too hot in the secret realm. As soon as Jun Wei saw him, he asked, "Do you have any calming heart pills?" Shuayu immediately said, "No, I used them all up." As an alchemist, how could he not have any? Of course, he had to save them for his own sect members. He couldn't just give them to these Chengfeng sect guys. They were dreaming. Jun Wei knew Shuayu was lying and immediately tried to snatch his spatial pouch. Fortunately, Shuayu was quick and dodged, preventing him from succeeding. Clutching his spatial pouch with one hand and brandishing his identity plate with the other, he threatened, "I'm warning you, don't force me. Otherwise, I'll self-destruct and be eliminated right here. We're all golden core cultivators. Let's see if you're faster or if I'm faster at crushing my jade plate." Hearing this, Suaj was stopped in his tracks. He hadn't expected Chou Jinji to threaten suicide. He quickly urged, calm down, calm down. Let's talk things over." Seeing this, the other side stopped acting rashly. Chou Jinji secretly gloated. He hadn't expected threatening suicide like his senior brother would be so effective. If he were eliminated, they wouldn't be able to get any calming dispersion pills, or any pills at all. Even the usually good-natured Tuan Hongdao, who had been following Yi Xiao, started to get annoyed. He was so angry he could taste blood in his mouth. He had originally planned to profit without doing anything, using a bit of cunning to get the pills, but he hadn't expected Chou Jinji to pull this stunt. On the surface, the person gritted their teeth and feigned innocence. "We didn't intend to rob your storage pouch. Can't we just trade? I have all sorts of magical artifacts in my pouch. Let's exchange, just an exchange, all right." Meanwhile, on Yi Xiao's side, the disciples were discussing, are we really going to cooperate with the Baisis sect? Mu Zhongqi seemed somewhat disgusted. If we cooperate, we'll have to protect them too. Tu Xingji said they were alchemists, and he knew that in this secret realm, alchemists were the most important. Unlike her senior brothers who were hesitant, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the mention of cooperation. She thought that if they cooperated with them along the way, she could freeload their pills. Pills were too precious, and the ones she and her third senior brother refined probably wouldn't last until the end of the secret realm. But if they cooperated with the Baisis sect, it would be different. She could freeload all the way. What a clever girl. She smiled more brightly than anyone. "Let's cooperate then." Happy cooperation. The little fox, having gotten her way, was overjoyed. The cooperation between the two sects required someone to lead, so who would it be? Her senior brothers, without hesitation, all turned their gazes towards their junior sister, wanting her to lead. At this moment, someone spoke, "Let me lead." It was Lu Yun, a disciple of the Baisis sect and Si Miaoyan's junior brother. His attitude wasn't very friendly as he walked up to Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, I admit you're quite famous, but you're not an alchemist after all. I'm very familiar with this secret realm. Listen to me." Meng Shuo looked at him and asked, "Are you sure you want to lead?" Lu Yun acted as if he knew best. "In this current situation, if not us alchemists, then who?" Talisman Masters. He successfully angered Meng Shuo. Fortunately, Yiao stopped him. Senior brother, let it be. Second senior brother. Anyway, the Bisis sect has plenty of pills. If he wants to lead, let him lead. She just wanted to freeload pills along the way. As for who led, it didn't matter to her at all. The group walked for a while. A KFC flew from somewhere and landed on Yiao's shoulder, chirping nonstop. She didn't expect KFC to be able to fly now. Before, it could only waddle like a chicken, at most hopping clumsily. Seeing such a big change in KFC, Mu Zhongqi figured it must have found a lot of spirit stones. After eating for so long, had there been any changes? Yiao held KFC affectionately. It's gotten a lot fatter. Based on his experience, Chu Xinyun said, once it gains sentience, its cultivation will increase a lot. Demonic beasts and divine beasts should be similar. Beasts break through easier than humans. They can break through just by sleeping. Cultivators not only have to endure lightning tribulations, but also endure bottleneck periods. Si Miaoyan observed KFC and asked, is it a phoenix? Meng Shuo said aggressively, what a joke, it's just a chicken. It's just a chicken. But this guy didn't seem to realize that KFC's appearance would gradually change, and everyone would eventually know that KFC was actually a phoenix. His imposing manner intimidated the two girls. Even though they knew it was a phoenix, they forced themselves to accept that KFC was just a chicken. Si Miaoyan even took the initiative to give Yiao and her senior brother some pills. One bottle for each. You have everything. Meng Shuo and Mu Zhongqi held the pill bottles and sniffed them with intoxicated expressions. Thinking of the pills their junior sister refined, these pills smelled so subtle. Junior sister, you should learn from others when you refine pills in the future. This is the standard an alchemist should have. Only Chu Jingji hadn't witnessed the destructive power of Yi Xiaowi's pill refining. He wondered why second senior brother and fourth senior brother always talked about junior sister. Could it be that her pill refining often resulted in explosions? He comforted Yiao. It's normal for alchemists to have their cauldrons explode. Yiao was curious. Third senior brother, have you ever had a cauldron explode? I remember the last time your cauldron exploded. It was because of the snail-flavored pills I refined. Chu Jingji recalled the pages of the book from when he first entered the sect. When he first joined the sect, his alchemy furnace would explode once a day, shaking the entire place like an earthquake. His hair would be singed into a frizzy mess, like he'd just come out of coal mine. Honestly, Shuaiyu's hairstyle is just like those 60-year-old aunties. Hearing this, Yiao burst out laughing. Maybe it's because I use the kitchen wok for alchemy, so it's more durable. My furnace has never actually exploded, she confidently declared. After the grand competition, I'm going to the market to buy a proper alchemy furnace and try some real alchemy. Hearing this, Meng Shuo and Mu Zhongqi exchanged glances. Remembering the pills their shimmy refined and forced them to test, they felt a shiver of apprehension. After walking for a while longer, Si Miaoyan noticed a swarm of fire wasps ahead and quickly warned everyone. Lu Yun ordered everyone to charge straight through, but Yiao stopped them. In her opinion, there was another way. The demonic beasts that appear in the Flame Mountain usually travel in packs and have a decent cultivation level, but their true essence is weak. We don't need to confront them head on. A little strategy will do the trick. He was unhappy, blaming her for meddling. He was actually afraid of losing everyone's attention. Recently, Yiao had been very popular, even overshadowing Yuching Han, who was usually the most talked about. Was she trying to show off again and steal all the glory? Seeing his unfriendly attitude, Yiao just sighed and gave up. She knew the personalities of the core disciples of the 5 great sects very well. They were all competitive and didn't like others questioning their decisions. After a while, having eliminated the fire wasps, Mu Zhongqi said impatiently, "At this rate, monkeys will evolve into humans before we make any progress." Lu Yun stubbornly thought, "What's the rush? It's only the second day. We have pills, and you guys have top-notch strength. Sooner or later, victory will be ours." Meng Shuo was very dissatisfied with cooperating with them. "We just want to freeload some pills, not be dragged down to 4th place. If there were no benefits, I'd really want to end this cooperation." One day later, somewhere in the Flame Mountain secret realm, members of the 3 great sects met on the road and discussed heatedly. What's going on with the Qingming sect? Are they in 4th place again? Song Hanqing guessed. The Qingming sect is probably cooperating with the Bisis sect now. With a bunch of alchemists holding them back, the Qingming sect is definitely affected. They have to protect the alchemists and kill demonic beasts at the same time. So being Finishing in 4th place is quite normal. Chu Jingji recalled Yi Qiao's confident style and how she never let herself suffer a loss, and said, Yi Qiao doesn't seem like someone who would be controlled by others, does she? But Tuan Hongdao pondered to himself. Of course she doesn't care about others, but in a team, she has to consider the bigger picture. With 2 sects cooperating, someone has to lead. Everyone is a direct disciple, and no one wants to take orders from anyone else. Maybe there's already internal conflict. As he spoke, he imagined Yi Qiao enduring other people's commands with a frustrated and aggrieved expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, Yi Qiao and her group continued forward after eliminating the fire wasps. Yi Qiao, tired of Lu Yun's act, finally spoke up. At this rate, we're definitely going to lose. Can I just quit the team? He still wanted to be the leader, maintaining his arrogant demeanor. A Foundation establishment cultivator dares to talk about leading. How confident! Yi Qiao was practically crying inside. It was the 3rd day, and the sect was still in 4th place. She really wanted to win, winning men 1,000,000, and finally, she could get rich and escape poverty. Just as she was dreaming of riches, Lu Yun's tone made her want to punch him. Only Si Miaoyan firmly supported Yi Qiao, pulling Chu Jingji aside to discuss without a doubt. Senior brother, Yi Qiao is very capable. Let her lead. She felt that Chu Jingji hadn't done missions with them and probably didn't know that Yi Qiao could single-handedly turn the situation around. After walking for a while, Meng Shuo panicked when he saw the fire ants. They're extremely sensitive to qi and will use it to pinpoint our location. We need to scatter. Don't let them surround us. Before they could move, the entire group was surrounded by fire ants. Si Miaoyan asked worriedly, with so many demonic beasts, how are we going to deal with them? Chu Jingji said sarcastically, ask your shimmy. We're just Foundation establishment cultivators. How dare we offer any suggestions? Lu Yun, still composed, directed Meng Shuo and Yi Qiao in setting up formations. The others checked their storage pouches for pills that could mask their scent, while the sword cultivators went to deal with the fire ants. After a frantic search, Lu Yun's fellow disciples reported that they couldn't find any pills to conceal their scent from the fire ants. The protective formation Meng Shuo had set up was being gnawed at by the ants. Meng Shuo anxiously urged Lu Yun, they're eating the formation. Hurry, it won't hold much longer. Now panicked, Lu Yun and Si Miaoyan looked hopefully at Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao offered a solution, grumbling, you only think of me when there's a problem. I've been thinking about how to deal with this since I first saw the fire ants. She then took out ingredients, refined them into pills, and distributed them to the Baisu sect members. Hold one in your mouth. Don't swallow it. The pills turn out to be a concoction of snail noodles, stinky tofu, canned fish, garlic, and durian, all sorts of pungent flavors. Everyone had to hold them in their mouths, their expressions contorted in disgust. Yi Qiao, however, beamed. To her, these were the aromas of delicious food, but to everyone else, the smell was almost unbearable. Lu Yun lost his patience. What are you doing? We asked you for a solution, not to provoke the fire ants even more. Yi Qiao replied, isn't this me finding a solution? She added, the 5 of you alchemists, take out your cauldrons and get inside. These are sealing talismans. Stick them on the cauldron lids, and the fire ants won't be able to get in. Cauldrons are sturdy. They can definitely withstand the ants gnawing. Lu Yun reluctantly retorted, get inside cauldrons. Will that really work? Yi Qiao declared confidently, of course it will. I want to get inside and rest too. Why should I have to fight out here? After a while, Yi Qiao and her companions finally eliminated the fire ants. The Baisu sect members emerged from their cauldrons, and surprisingly, they said, actually after a while, the pills smelled quite good, and it wasn't so bad holding them in our mouths. Meng Shuo's face paled. Listen to yourselves. You actually think those hideous pills taste good. Have all alchemists gone mad? Lu Yun stared at the pill for a moment, then took a bite. Unexpectedly, it tasted quite good and was full of spiritual energy. As long as it's effective, it's a good pill for an alchemist. Yi Qiao liftet herchin proudly. Of course, everyone back home loves to eat. Not far away, Shun Ziwei had been hiding, observing the 2 sections. When he saw the Baisu sect members eating Yi Qiao's pills, his jaw dropped as if he had witnessed something earth-shattering. The Baisu sect and Chaming sect were actually together. Always obedient, he rushed back to tell everyone the gossip. You won't believe it. Those two sects were eating shit together. I'm not lying. Tuan Hongdao reacted the most strongly, exclaiming angrily, "What? You saw something so disgusting and didn't take me with you." His reaction stunned everyone. "Brother, have you gone mad too?" Tuan Hongdao came to his senses, deeply embarrassed. Lately, the three core disciples had been dragging him along to insult Yiao, and he always added a few extra insults. This time, he'd accidentally let slip. Sua Jiao thought, "Our three sects rankings are now basically stable, but to survive in the secret realm, we still need alchemist pills." He asked for everyone's opinion. Should we discuss cooperation with the Bisis sect? Shunhai offered his opinion. No need for cooperation. Shinziwei already told us their location. We'll just go and steal their storage pouches later. Song Hanqing agreed. No fighting today. Just grab the storage pouches, then run. We'll split the pills evenly. We'll provide cover for you. Everyone from the three sects agreed. Outside the secret realm, the audience buzzed with discussion. They've all turned dark, changed. They're not the same innocent people they once were. It's so rare to see the three sects working together. Yiao has become the enemy of the entire world. The core disciples of these three sects had always suffered the most at Yiao's hands, and every time the Bisis sect was in trouble, these three sects were involved. This time was no exception. A moment later, Xiao Yuan noticed someone approaching and warned everyone to be on guard. There are quite a few people coming. Everyone, be careful. Meng Shuo accidentally stepped on a formation and was trapped inside. He shouted urgently to warn the others. It's a formation. Everyone, scatter. This is an ambush. Everyone scatter. Only Yiao, quick-witted, pulled Si Miaoyan back with her as they retreated. She knew clearly that the Changming sect was currently ranked 4th and posed no real threat to them. The other three sects had no reason to ambush them, so their target could only be the alchemists. She hadn't expected to be intercepted by Yiching Han, and as a result, her storage pouch was snatched. Yiao also hadn't anticipated being lured by bait. It seemed these core disciples had indeed improved. On the other side, despite the Baisu sect's resistance against the siege of the three sects, their storage pouches were still stolen. Chu Jingji snatched Si Miaoyan's storage pouch and teased, "Thanks. You guys are ruthless. All's fair in war, right?" After seizing the Bisis sect disciples' storage pouches, they left. How could Yiao tolerate being toyed with right in front of her? She called out to Yiching Han, pretending to walk over and pat his shoulder, teasing, "I just wanted to say your name a few more times, just for fun." In reality, she had already planted a bug on him. Her cunning smile revealed who her next target was. Yiao was never one to be trifled with. He looked at her with disgust, clearly wanting nothing to do with her. But Yiao was persistent, and she loved to tease him. After all, when experts meet, shouldn't they at least exchange greetings? I've already calculated it. With your rotten temper, you'll be dumped or cheated on sooner or later. The reason she dared to provoke him so brazenly, without fear of retribution, was because in the original story, she had too many suitors, and Yiching Han's head would be covered in green. It wasn't a joke. She had truly angered him. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then don't say anything. He stormed off, then suddenly patted his shoulder as if just offering a casual greeting. I'm not close to her. She's just spouting nonsense. The members of the Baisu and Changming sects were dejected. Si Miaoyan sighed. Our pills and cauldrons are all in our storage rings. And now they're all gone. Everyone's faces paled. We're finished. If we had our cauldrons, we could still refine pills on the spot, but even those were taken. Only Yiao, who had been plotting revenge, remained optimistic, encouraging everyone, fellow Taoists, don't lose heart. Have you ever heard of comeback? Tomorrow, we'll split into 2 groups. Follow my instructions. Just then, a familiar figure appeared behind Yiao. It was Xiao Yuan, who had been missing for 3 days. He looked like an old man, his hand trembling as he leaned on a cane. Seeing his junior sister, he cried out, tears streaming down his face. Little junior sister. No one was happier than the senior brother who had been eavesdropping. It's been so long. I missed you so much, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. He rushed over excitedly like a child, seeing his mother. However, Meng Shuo joyfully hugged Xiao Yuan's storage ring, making him feel a bit deflated. Do you miss me, or do you miss my storage ring? Yiao stepped forward. Third senior brother, do you have any spiritual herbs for alchemy? Yes. She turned to the Baisu sect members, about to speak, but understood their situation just by looking at their expressions. Xiao Yuan looked around and realized that all their storage rings were gone. Who cleaned you out so thoroughly? We were attacked by the 3 sections. They've learned to rob people now. How heartless, how cold-blooded. He spoke as if he had never done anything wrong himself. So what do we do now? Yuan wondered. Just how deep was the grudge against Han Qing that it could unite the three sections? If he knew it was his little junior sister who had brought them together, he'd be furious. Yiao excitedly suggested, let's refine pills together. Miaoyan said dejectedly, but without cauldrons, how can we refine pills? Our cauldrons are in our storage rings. For Yiao, this wasn't a problem at all, as she had never used a cauldron. She pulled out her own small pot, stunning the Bice's Sect members. Yiao, we're alchemists, not kitchen Andes. Have you ever seen a skilled alchemist use a pot to refine pills? She patted her chest proudly. I do. She was genuinely curious. Were all alchemists in the cultivation world so rich? Did everyone have a cauldron? We direct disciples each have several cauldrons, and even inner disciples have one. Hearing Miaoyan's words, Yiao broke out in a cold sweat. Several each. That rich. Thinking about the disparity between herself and everyone else, she was so shocked she almost fainted. It turned out she was the only one dirt poor. Zhuozhua quickly supported her and comforted her. Junior sister, don't be sad. It's just a cauldron. We'll take you to buy one after we leave the secret realm. Yiao, who always treated money like her life, now realizing she was the poorest, felt her spirits plummet. Nestled in Yuan's arms, Yiao complained, I don't mind being poor, but when my teammates are so rich, I just want to strangle them. Her expression was as sour as a green plum. Yuan, unsure of what to say, simply patted her shoulder comfortingly. Luyan, disbelieving, asked Yiao, you said you can refine pills, then why are you using a pot? This is my standard operating procedure. No need to lie. Yeah, why can't you refine pills in a pot? If you can't refine them well, don't blame the uneven road. Still skeptical, he said with disdain, if you're so capable, then try refining one. His arrogant attitude only fueled Yiao's fighting spirit. In front of everyone, she began to refine pills using the pot. Based on the available medicinal herbs, she chose to refine cleansing dispersion pills. Fortunately, there was no terrible cooking smell this time, so she opted for the odorless clear heart pills. No one in the cultivation world had ever seen anyone refine pills in a pot. This made the elders very skeptical, especially Elder Qin of the Bice's Sect, who was sweating nervously, fearing her failure. Besides Elder Qin, elders from other sects were also praying for her failure. She had to fail. If she succeeded, wouldn't the cultivation world have its first triple cultivator? Wouldn't the Changming Sect become incredibly arrogant? These elders were truly wicked. Elder Qin of the Bice's Sect observed Yiao through the screen, discussing, she seems to know what she's doing, but selecting herbs and controlling the fire are just the first steps. There's still the pill imprint, refining, and fusion. A mistake in any step will cause an explosion. Inside the secret realm, Yiao was contemplating how many pill imprints to condense at once. She could condense 10, but she would have to stay in bed for a while afterward, so she decided to condense only 5. Condensing just 5 pill imprints shocked Miao, who exclaimed with wide eyes, Senior sister, she condensed 5 pill imprints. So amazing. She reacted this way because she could only condense 3 at a time. Fortunately, Miaoyan quickly covered Miao's mouth. Don't make a sound. It's taboo to disturb someone while they're refining pills, especially since Yiao wasn't using a normal pill furnace, but a pot. The possibility of an explosion was extremely high. Outside the secret realm, the elders began to discuss. The venerable elder asked Yuan, how many pill imprints can you condense at most? He knew Miaoyan was the most skilled pill refiner in the Bice's Sect. Some said she had even received heaven's favor. 8. If I push myself, maybe 10. If Yiao condensed 10 pill imprints in front of the elders, everyone would be shocked. The happiest person right now was Elder Qin. Looked down upon every year, he now sees the opportunity to be sarcastic. What does this mean? It means our Qiao is also a genius. Seeing that Yiao had already condensed 5 pill imprints, Elder Qin thought, judging by her speed, this is clearly not her first time. If she really succeeds, a storm will likely erupt in the cultivation world. Inside the secret realm, Yiao successfully refined pills in a pot, right in front of everyone. The pot fell to the ground. Meng Shuo, unable to believe his eyes, tugged on Yuan's sleeve and asked, did she succeed? Did she really succeed? Yuan's expression wasn't much better. He sighed, I suppose she did. I didn't expect Junior's sister to be a triple cultivator. Everyone stared intently at the pot, waiting to see the results. Yiao happily opened the lid, revealing several ugly pills inside, which stunned everyone. They're so ugly. Although it was true, Yiao was still a little unhappy hearing everyone say so. Even though they're ugly, their souls and structures are perfect and beautiful. Why are you all shanshit ing my pills? Yuan bravely tasted a pill, picking it up and smelling it. He was surprised by the rich spiritual energy. This is indeed a good pill. Yuan's attitude towards Yiao now changed faster than flipping a book. He muttered to himself, who said she had a mid-grade spiritual root. Can a mid-grade spiritual root cultivate 3 paths? I don't believe it. If it's really possible, I'd even ask for a mid-grade one, and not even want a high-grade one. Yuan didn't think it was a rumor. Looking at her back, he thought, wasn't Junior sister's spiritual root undetectable? Everyone was watching her and whispering. Yuan asked curiously, so what grade is it? High grade. Meow Meow guessed. Who knows? Maybe it's supreme grade like ours. Yuan added, should we make a bold guess? Is there anything higher than supreme grade? Miao chimed in, above supreme grade is immortal grade. Hearing the disciples chattering inside the secret realm, the audience and elders outside broke out in a cold sweat. Doesn't that mean Yiao might be immortal grade? A once in a 10,000 years genius. The Bice's sect elders gossiped intently, teasing, Elder Qin, where did you pick up this outer disciple? Should we also go there and see if we can find some good seedlings? Elder Qin was being teased again, but it was clear he was secretly pleased. I found her at the Yuching sect. No need to ask. Elder Yuan must be feeling awful right now. Who wants to visit the Yuching sect next time? Maybe we can pick up a triple cultivator genius. That would be a real treasure. The Bice's sect elders' words stabbed Elder Yuan like countless knives. He couldn't believe Yiao was a triple cultivator. When she was at the Yuching sect, why hadn't he noticed her talent in talisman drawing and pill refining? It was all the Yuching sect's fault. If they hadn't been so difficult, Yiao, such an obedient person, wouldn't have fallen out with him over a mere spiritual herb. What was the use of regretting it now? In the secret realm, Yiao and her group began refining pills. Yiao said, now do you believe that pills can be refined in a pot? Who wants to team up? All the pill refiners were eager to try, with Yuan being the most enthusiastic, rushing to agree. A while later, everyone's pill furnaces exploded. Yiao's heart broke, seeing her things destroyed. Are you all crazy? No one is allowed to touch my pot again. Yuan shamelessly lay on the ground, tugging at Yiao's sleeve and pleading, give us another chance. I have a feeling it definitely won't explode this time. Yiao will seek it helplessly. When we leave the secret realm, remember to compensate me for the spiritual herbs you used and the pots you broke. After a while, everyone finally finished refining the pills. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for air as if they had just experienced a catastrophe. Fortunately, they managed to refine the pills. Yiao was already planning how to get revenge on the 3 major sections. All right, while it's still dark, let's go play with those 3 sections. She instructed Yuan, Mu Jiangshi, and Miaoyan. You guys go find some demonic beasts. The rest of you come with me. I'll show you something new. She held up the super rebirth bomb in her hand, grinning mischievously. Ever heard of guerrilla warfare and resisting foreign enemies? Everyone else stared blankly at the bomb in Yiao's hand. What is that? You'll find out soon enough. She turned to Yuan and asked, do you have any poisonous spiritual herbs? Yuan didn't hesitate to rummage through his belongings for her. Yes, some are poisonous, some are not, but many can react with each other. You can mix them however you like. Yuan stood to the side, watching the 2 exchange poisonous spiritual herbs, a sinister smile on his face, his heart filled with unease. Are you 2 really pill refiners who save people? Who says I'm not? Don't slander me. I'm a sword cultivator. Yiao retorted righteously. Yuan was speechless and too lazy to argue. You're a triple cultivator. Cultivate whatever you want. It's up to you. Fortunately, she had snatched a bow and arrow from the demon clan last time. She took it out now and asked, does anyone know how to use this? Luckily, Miaoyan knew a little. Yiao taught her how to apply poison to the arrows. Shoot whoever you see. She didn't forget to add, remember to return it to me when you're done. She was so confident because she had already placed a magical artifact on Yiching Han, so she knew their every move. We are in the dark, they are in the light. Ambush is the way to go. The people from the three major sects were sleeping soundly, hidden within their protective formations. Yiao had Miaoyan shoot arrows directly through the protective formations. Once they successfully broke through, the two quickly retreated. The essence of guerrilla warfare was the enemy advances, we retreat. The enemy retreats, we advance. If the situation became unfavorable, they would quickly escape. On the other side, Song Hanqing discovered the arrow and kicked Chu Xingzi. Someone's here. Yuching Han immediately guessed that it was the Chongming sect causing trouble. We need to arrange for someone to keep watch tonight. Chu Xingzi, you take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Half an hour later, Chu Xingzi was fuming with nowhere to vent his anger. Ark, are those people with Yiao crazy? They cause a ruckus 10 times in half an hour, and every time I go to check, there's no one there. As soon as he finished complaining, there was another commotion behind him. He gritted his teeth in anger, his mind filled with nothing but complaints. They're at it again, making noise nearby. Are they deliberately messing with us because they think we're in their way? Yiao's guerrilla tactics left the three major sects clueless as to what she was trying to do. They're not stealing identity plates or storage bags. Are they just trying to scare us for fun? Junwei suggested, ignore them. Let's sleep. They wouldn't dare to confront us directly anyway. Yiao observed from afar, and seeing their vigilance drop, she ordered everyone to continue harassing them. Just as the members of the three major sects were about to rest, Yiao threw a few bombs, startling them into scrambling to their feet. At this moment, the most frustrated person was Chu Xingzi. He roared, Ark, I'm going to kill you, Yiao. If those Chongming sect guys weren't running like rabbits, if we could just catch them, I'd hang them up and give them a good beating. The next morning, the members of the three major sects woke up all sleepy-eyed. Everyone was exhausted. Song Hanqing sighed. Is the Chongming sect this desperate? They can't beat us, so they're just trying to wear us down. Yiching Han suggested, let's not look for demonic beasts today. Let's just rest here. It won't be too late to start again on the 5th day. Someone inwardly complained, having been tormented too much by Yiao last night. Our ranking has been stable anyway. If we don't rest, our spiritual senses will collapse. The audience outside the secret realm laughed heartily. So this is guerrilla warfare. This is so interesting. How dare the three major sects compete with Yiao in shamelessness? An expert is an expert. What are they trying to compete in? Now, they're all just waiting for time to run out. Someone sharp-eyed commented, Yiao has successfully stalled the three major sects for a while with these underhanded tactics, and they've lost quite a few demonic beasts during this time. There are 2 days left until the secret realm closes. Currently, the Yuching sect has 2,000 demonic beasts. The Wenjian sect has 1,600, the Chengfeng sect has 1,000, the Chongming sect has 900, and the Baisu sect has 700. Whether they can catch up depends on how long Yiao can hold them off. Within the secret realm, amidst the three major sects, Yiao pondered, it's indeed difficult for a group of rogue cultivators to stop the three major sects. But if we could get our hands on their storage bags, then our chances of winning would be much higher. So she gathered everyone and said, can you sense your own alchemy furnaces? Tonight, we're going to the enemy camp and snatch their storage bags. Meng Shuang, always suspicious, interjected, we just ambushed them last night. Don't you think they'll be more alert tonight? A cunning glint flashed in Yiao's eyes. That's why we'll put on a show during the day and then steal the storage bags at night. She walked over and playfully patted Meng Shuang's shoulder. Come on, second brother, let's go put on a good show. She thought to herself that her other three senior brothers weren't suitable for sneaking around. Only this cunning and unrestrained second brother was the most appropriate. Soon after, the two quietly approached the camp of the three major sects, hiding behind a large boulder. The direct disciples of the three major sects were resting. Chu Xingzi was patrolling and was about to come over. Just as Yiao finished speaking, Chu Xingzi appeared, patrolling and unknowingly passing by the rock where the two were hiding. After he walked away, Yiao and Meng Shuang threw a few attack talismans at him and then turned and ran. Chu Xingzi, after dealing with the talismans, chased after them as planned. Chu Xingzi pursued them with his sword, and Yiao and Meng Shuang nimbly dodged, immediately starting their performance. The two pretended to be hit by the sword chi falling to the ground and crying out, "Ouch, that hurts. Ouch, that sword chi is really powerful." They put on a panicked act in front of Chu Xingzi. Chu Xingzi had some doubts. Did my sword chi really hit them? But then he became self-absorbed. Could it be that I've become so strong that I can injure enemies from a distance? So Chu Xingzi triumphantly ran back to show off to his teammates. "Listen, I just ran into those Chongming Sect guys, Yiao and the others. It was hilarious. I sent them running with one strike." Yiao and Meng Shuang fell flat on their faces. If they hadn't run fast, they would have been eliminated tonight. Hearing this, Song Hanqing recalled the masked robber in the smaller secret realm who gave her a box. She had actually believed there was a treasure inside, but when she opened the seal as instructed, there was only half a piece of leftover pastry. Thinking of this, she asked Chu Xingzi, "Are you sure they were really injured?" Chu Xingzi immediately flew into a rage. "You can doubt my character, but don't doubt my strength." Song Hanqing didn't want to argue with him, so she just went along with him. All right, you're the strongest." Inwardly, however, she thought, Yiao and Meng Shuang had low cultivation levels, and one was a talisman cultivator, so it was normal for them to be injured by Chu Xingzi. Only then did Chu Xingzi calm down. Duan Hongdao and Yuching Han speculated, Yiao and Meng Shuang are injured. Do you think they'll come back tonight? Yiao and Meng Shuang are probably injured, and the alchemist can't do anything. Let's rest another night and hunt spirit beasts tomorrow. Yiao's group excitedly relived the scene, sharing how brilliant the fake blood trick was. Chu Xingzi was completely fooled, still thinking he was amazing. Seeing them drop their guard, Yiao's fighting spirit sword. "Tonight we strike." The audience outside the secret realm was in stitches, joking, "To be a top disciple now, talent isn't enough, you also have to be a good actor." Someone chimed in, only the Changming Sect would pull off something this flashy. The Wenjian Sect fans were furious, unable to stand that idiot Chu Xingzi. That night, the three major sects slept soundly, completely unguarded. Yiao and her group knew their chance had come. They stealthily infiltrated, first swiping all the Bice's Sect's storage bags. Just as they were about to leave, Yiao spotted Yiching Han's clothes discarded in a corner. A sly smile played on her lips. Meng Shuang stood beside her, puzzled, her mind filled with question marks. Why would she take Yiching Han's clothes? Back with their group, Meng Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "Yiao, you weirdo. You actually stole Yiching Han's clothes. Could you be any creepier?" Everyone was stunned. Mu Jiangshi curiously asked, "Yiao, do you like him? Why would you want his clothes?" Yiao retorted, "You're the one who likes him. He left his clothes lying around. Whose fault is that?" Inwardly, she thought, "He throws his clothes everywhere. Of course I'll collect them. I might even be able to sell them online." The clothes and personal belongings of a Wenjian Sect's top disciple would definitely fetch a good price. As she got down to business, they returned the storage bags to the Bice's Sect. After checking, the Bice's Sect disciples found their cauldrons were still there, but all the pills were gone, likely swallowed by Yiao's group. Xiao Yuan said with a wicked grin, "Since we have spirit herbs, let's stay up all night and refine some aphrodisiac pills." Si Miaoyan blushed to her neck, stammering, "What are aphrodisiac pills?" Xiao Yuan, having refined them before, calmly explained, "Isn't the name pretty self-explanatory? They make spirit beasts go into heat and become frenzied. Time is tight. We need some new tricks if we want a chance." Si Miaoyan finally understood and wasn't so shy anymore. Meng Shuang brandished a stack of talismans, laying out the night's plan. Xiao Yuan will use the aphrodisiac pills to lure the spirit beasts. I'll set up the formation. Mu Jiangshi will be in charge of hunting, and Miaoyan will provide support from the rear. The rest of US will hold off the three major sections. As long as we can hold out until the secret realm closes, victory is ours. Yiao turned to the alchemists and instructed, "You all have cauldrons, right? Tomorrow, if anyone approaches, chuck at them." Si Miaoyan asked in confusion, "How do we chuck it?" Yiao grinned mischievously, "Whoever approaches you, just throw your cauldron at them. Equal treatment for everyone." Her expression was undeniably playful. The next morning, Chu Xingzi woke up to find everything gone. He yelled, "Get up! All the Baisu Sect storage bags have been stolen." Song Hanqing sensed something was wrong. Checking his jade slip, he said in disbelief, "How did the Changming Sect and Baisu Sect suddenly become third and fourth? Where did they get so many spirit beasts overnight?" Song Hanqing speculated, "They must have stolen our storage bags while we were resting last night. Yiao has too many tricks up her sleeve. The secret realm closes tomorrow. We can't let them succeed again." Chu Xingzi said anxiously, We have to find spirit beasts and keep our ranking. Let's go. They hadn't gone far when Junhui, remembering Yiao, warned everyone. Yiao must have set traps along the way. Be careful, don't fall for them. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow flew towards them. Chu Xingzi casually swatted it in half. Looking smug. You think I'd be afraid? Yiao watched from the sidelines, grinning like a cat. That's right. And you think you're so smart. The show's just getting started. At that moment, Song Hanqing shifted his foot and accidentally stepped on a landmine Yiao had planted. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the area, affecting everyone from the three major sections. Song Hanqing thought to himself, luckily, I had a Vajra talisman in my clothes, or I would have been blasted out of the secret realm. Junhui shrieked, what was that? I've never seen anything like it. Yiching recalled, didn't Yiao use that to blow up a demonic beast's stomach before? He warned everyone, that's Yiao's thing. Touch it, and it explodes incredibly fast. No one could defend against it. Yiching ordered, spread out. Song Hanqing, find their ambush points. We have to take them down today. Song Hanqing immediately extended his divine sense, locking onto the enemy's location. It wasn't long before he discovered someone hiding behind the rocks. He charged over with overwhelming force, and the person behind the rocks was none other than the adorable Si Miaoyan. Si Miaoyan screamed in fright, don't come any closer. While following Yiao's instructions, she threw out the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace grew larger and larger. Suzhua, caught off guard as he charged forward, was struck squarely by it. He crashed to the ground, groaning with his limbs sprawled out. What in the world did these alchemists learn from Yiao? Just then, Yang Chao, holding talismans, hid behind a rock, waiting for the right moment. She seized the opportunity and threw the talismans towards the members of the three major sections. Enveloped in mist, they couldn't see anything and began to murmur amongst themselves. What's with this fog? Where did Yiao learn all this stuff? Yiao's group launched a fierce attack. Arrows, bombs, talismans, and stones rained down on the three major sects like a storm. Seeing this scene, Duan Hongdao inwardly wept. Fortunately, he snapped back to his senses in time and quickly took out his magical tool to defend against the attack. Senior brother, quickly hide in my magical tool and don't come out. It's too dangerous outside. The Yuching sect disciples, their bodies covered in Vajra talismans, stubbornly withstood the onslaught. Only the members of the Wanjian sect, all sword cultivators, had neither magical tools nor talismans for protection. Chu Xingzi was on the verge of collapse. Has Yiao gone mad? She's even throwing stones. Damn it, she's just trying to force us to exhaust our spiritual power and stamina. Chaos reigned within the mist, but Yiao grew more and more excited as she fought, shouting, attack. Time for revenge. Beat them to death. She threw a paralysis talisman directly at him. Chu Xingzi was struck, his entire body stiffening, unable to move. A sense of foreboding instantly rose within him. Sure enough, in the next second, still immobilized, he was unable to dodge the sword chi attack and was eliminated. Before disappearing, he yelled resentfully, I hate you all. Junhui, seeing his senior brother eliminated, was stunned. Wait, who knocked Chu Xingzi out? Yiching, without hesitation, admitted it was me. My sword chi must have hit him. Junhui was shocked. Senior brother, Chu Xingzi might be a bit foolish, but you didn't have to kick him out of the competition. He didn't do anything wrong. Yiching said helplessly, it was too chaotic. I didn't see Chu Xingzi behind me, and I didn't expect him not to dodge. Watching from outside, Chu Xingzi flailed his arms and complained, you think I didn't want to dodge? That sneaky person from the Chongming sect hit me with a paralysis talisman. The audience erupted again. Wanjian sect fighting amongst themselves, truly a tradition. Another voice chimed in, I'm dying of laughter. The Chongming sect and Baisa sect are really going all out to win. Another voice added, same old story. If you want to talk about who's the most mischievous, unpredictable, and chaotic in the cultivation world, it's definitely Yiao. Look at the rankings. Chongming sect is back in the game. The happiest people right now were undoubtedly the elders of the Chongming sect and Baisa sect, grinning from ear to ear. Yiao has so many tricks up her sleeve. Where there's joy, there's sorrow. One could only imagine how depressed the elders of the other three sects were at this moment. Within the secret realm, Yiao encouraged everyone, keep holding them off. Don't worry about your identity plates being snatched. The worst that can happen is elimination. It doesn't matter if we're eliminated. The others are still in. Under Yiao's command, everyone charged in a battle with high morale. Amidst the chaos, Shanhai didn't forget to fight for the glory of his sect. No, I have to sneak out and find some spirit beasts. We can't let our ranking drop. But it wasn't that easy. Xiao Yuan had already set his sights on him. Try to run. No way. No one's escaping today. Meanwhile, Song Hanqing was quietly setting up a formation behind Yi Qiao. But Yi Qiao reacted swiftly, throwing a bomb at him. No one's escaping today. The battle raged within, and the audience outside was filled with curiosity. The fog is so thick inside, it's impossible to see how they're fighting, but it sounds intense. I feel like someone else has been eliminated. The system announced, Qingzong Suozwa eliminated, Baisis Sects, Si Miaoyan eliminated, Qingfeng Sects Duan Hongdao eliminated, Chongming Sects Yi Qiao eliminated. The sect leaders were worried about their sect's points falling behind upon hearing their disciples' names. Many in the audience were shocked to hear of Yi Qiao's elimination. What? Yi Qiao is out too. Someone said, it's normal for her. I just wonder if she'll get beaten up when she gets out. Outside the elimination zone, everyone except Si Miaoyan was her enemy. Someone else added, getting beaten up will be normal. Look at all the things she's done. She's never been well behaved. As for Yi Qiao, this was her first time being eliminated, and only now did she truly understand what it felt like. Sensing the resentment behind her, she turned around with a bright smile. What a coincidence, you guys got eliminated too. Don't worry, I'm just like you. Let's hang out in the elimination zone together. Her nonchalant attitude only fueled their anger, making them want to tear her apart. Just then, the secret realm closed, and everyone was transported outside. Yi Qiao hurried towards her senior brothers. Mu Zhongxi eagerly asked, do we have the results? Yi Qiao, her face beaming with excitement, handed the jade token to Mu Changshi. Look, we have a score. We're first place, 300 points. Yuching Sect is second, and Baisu Sect is third. Over there, Si Miaoyan was patting Lu Yun on the shoulder, saying, isn't this exciting? I told you following Yi Qiao would be smooth sailing. And in her mind, she was thinking, this is the first time Baisu Sect has placed third. We got in without doing anything. Chengfeng Sect's ranking dropped. Jun Hui's face was full of disdain. Are you all done licking up to the alchemists? Have some shame. He grumbled inwardly. I'm so furious. Chengfeng Sect should have been third, but Yi Qiao and a bunch of alchemists turned the tables. Duan Hongdao chimed in from behind. Senior brother, the problem is who wouldn't want to team up with the first place winner? He was actually quite envious of the Baisu Sect disciples who followed Yi Qiao. Even Baisu Sect could make a comeback, so why didn't good fortune ever land on them? Shanhai said discontentedly, this is outrageous. He pointed at Yi Qiao angrily. Hey, Yi Qiao, you weren't like this before. The girl replied with a mischievous grin. That's because I've changed. Song Hanqing yelled angrily. Shameless. Disgusting. We righteous disciples would never use such despicable methods. Yi Qiao wasn't about to let him insult her. She retorted, yeah, talk big when you win, and make excuses when you lose. That's how you Yuching Sect disciples are. The core disciples of the 5 sects bickered on the spot. Meanwhile, the judge formally announced, this competition has successfully concluded. In the 3-team matches, Chongming Sect placed first twice and second once, achieving the highest total score. Congratulations to Chongming Sect for winning first place in the team competition. The announcement was met with cheers. Some people didn't forget to sarcastically praise Yi Qiao. The most ruthless person in the cultivation world is our Yi Qiao. Always at the bottom, she finally stood at the top for real this year. The elders must be overjoyed. Before the awards ceremony, the judge announced, please invite the 5 core disciples of Chongming Sect to the stage to share their experience. The representative speaker was none other than Yi Qiao. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior brothers. Thank you to the opponents from each sect for allowing me to grow. Thank you, Fate, for bringing us together. I believe that in the future, everyone will get along harmoniously and happily. Hearing this, Zhu Jingji rolled her eyes. Ugh, seriously. Yi Qiao waved to the core disciples of the 5 sections. There's still a long way to go. Don't get too cocky. Yi Qiao is always here to help you. See you in the individual competition. Needless to say, everyone else was feeling down. After the awards ceremony, Elder Zhao walked over to Yi Qiao and said, good work, Yi Qiao. I didn't know you could refine pills. Since you can, I'll have your martial uncle take you to pick out a pill furnace. You can also stroll through the night market and see if there's anything you like. The girl's eyes lit up at the mention of this. In the evening, in the floating city, the senior brothers and sisters strolled through the streets, looking for a pill furnace for Yiao. The market was still bustling with activity. However, this time, Chongming's sect had won first place, so everyone knew them. Someone recognized Yiao and her senior siblings and shouted, "Look, those are the direct disciples of Chongming's sect." The crowd immediately went into a frenzy, chanting their idols' names. Sensing trouble, Yiao and her senior siblings quickly ducked into a corner. Goodness, everyone's so enthusiastic. We clearly changed into casual clothes, but we were still recognized. Looks like we need to disguise ourselves. After a while, the five of them cautiously peeked out to observe. Mu Chong said, "Seriously, going out like this makes us feel like a bunch of weirdos. This outfit makes us look like bad guys." After walking for a while, Shuayu saw someone selling pill furnaces and pointed for Yiao to go take a look. Seeing a customer, the shopkeeper immediately put on a welcoming smile. "Welcome, honored guests. Are you here to buy a pill furnace? What kind are you looking for? Which is the best pill furnace you have here?" The shopkeeper, realizing he had a big spender, immediately started his enthusiastic sales pitch. "The best one is this top-grade pill furnace. I've been selling these for so many years, and this is the only top-grade one I have. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Esteemed customer. What do you think?" Hearing this price, Yiao's jaw almost dropped. She exclaimed, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. "It's a good thing I'm not paying for this myself. This is Qingzong's spirit stones." Hesitating slightly, she gritted her teeth and bought herself a brand new high-grade pill furnace. Meanwhile, back in the Qingzong sect, Song Hanqing was reprimanding Shir. "Shake your head and let me see. Is it filled with water? Why did you offend Yiao during the competition? Are you too arrogant, or was that sword cultivator's hand too unsteady? You know full well that besides the Wenjian sect, the Mingzong sect sword cultivators are the most formidable. You had such a good hand, yet you played it terribly. It's truly infuriating." She tried to defend herself, but they were deliberately targeting me. This only made Song Hanqing even angrier. "Who do you think you are? Why would they specifically target you? Didn't you see that the Mingzong sect targets everyone equally?" He pondered for a moment, thinking that the next competition was the individual competition, and she was going to have a tough time. With the three geniuses causing such a stir, the other direct disciples were probably all scheming about how to eliminate her on the first day. Song Hanqing turned and asked, "How is your talisman drawing coming along? Draw one for me to see." She obediently picked up her brush and started drawing, but her movements were slow and hesitant. Song Hanqing watched, holding his forehead. Forget it. Come with me to the sect's treasury and see if there are any suitable cultivation techniques for you. Don't embarrass Qingzong in the individual competition." He was so annoyed because the speed of talisman drawing represented a talisman cultivator's talent. Shir paused after every stroke, wasting her supreme grade spiritual root and lacking any confidence. She declared confidently, "I will definitely defeat Yiao." He thought to himself, Yiao probably doesn't even consider you a threat, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid discouraging his junior sister. The next day, at the Mingzong sect, seeing a group of his disciples still asleep, the sect master furiously woke them up. Get up. The sun's already shining on your backsides, and you're still sleeping." Yiao, still nestled in her blankets, mumbled, "I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer. There's no competition today." Without a word, the sect master grabbed her by the collar and dragged her out to assemble with the others. "Wake up, everyone. Listen up. I need to talk about the individual competition. The individual competition is points-based. The participants aren't just our direct disciples, but also rogue cultivators and disciples from the 5 sects and 8 great families. It's divided into 3 rounds, with the first round having the most rogue cultivators. If anyone is eliminated in the first round, go back and reflect on your mistakes facing the wall." The sect master singled her out for criticism. What a troublemaker. The individual competition is divided into 4 paths: talisman, pill, sword, and artifact. Direct disciples cultivating multiple paths can only choose one to compete in. Yiao indicated she understood. Among these 4 paths, Yiao chose the sword cultivator path. The Sect master said that the top 10 sword cultivators could choose a sword from the sword tomb, while the rewards for the top 10 in the other 3 paths hadn't been announced yet. The Sect master also emphasized, try your best to get into the top 10. Strive for good rankings. The rewards are much more useful than going down the mountain for training. Work hard. Yiao seemed a little confused and immediately asked, Sect master, you just said the individual competition has 3 rounds. How many people advance from each round? The Sect master announced, this year, a total of 10,000 people are participating across all 4 paths. The first round will select 1,000 people to advance. The second round will select 100 from those 1,000, and the third round will determine the top 10. The first round lasts for a month, and everyone needs to actively draw lots and challenge other cultivators to accumulate points quickly. Yiao thought to herself, it should be fine even if I'm ranked near the bottom of the advancing list, as long as I get into the top 1,000 in the first round. Chong seemed to see through her thoughts and chimed in. If you encounter a strong opponent, beat him half to death, and then others will come to finish him off. At that point, you just pretend to surrender. The two exchanged a mischievous grin, understanding each other perfectly. This way, they wouldn't have to work so hard to earn points, saving a lot of effort. Seeing his disciples trying to slack off again, the Sect master could only compromise. Although your method is a bit opportunistic, it's not entirely unacceptable. Before leaving, the Sect master specifically instructed, Yiao, strive to form your golden core within this month. Otherwise, the later battles will be very difficult. Knowing that her master meant well, Yiao, though reluctant, could only sigh and obey. Forming a golden core within a month was an extremely difficult and arduous task. A while later, the list for the second round was announced. According to the calculations of those 2 sly foxes, Yiao was ranked 999th and Chong was 956th. Everyone looked at the list and rankings and couldn't help but discuss, why were the Chongming Sect sword cultivators ranked so low? Could it be that they deliberately aimed for just barely qualifying? This is so like the Chongming Sect style. Only truly powerful people would dare to do this, right? Like Yuching, everyone directly surrendered, and he didn't even have to draw his sword. What kind of power does the Chongming Sect have to manipulate the rankings? Aren't they afraid of being eliminated if they don't make it into the top 100 in the second round? Zhu Jingji and Mu Chong shouldn't have any problems. They've been famous for a long time. As for Yiao, unless you can fight against someone of the same realm, the sword cultivators on the list won't actively surrender. Someone continued the discussion. That's right, I heard that Yang Xiao just broke through to the Golden Core stage a few days ago. Now, there's a good show to watch. Man proposes, God disposes. After the second round of competition, Yiao was lying down groaning. Help me. Seeing her low spirits, Chu Jingji asked, little junior sister, why are you so dejected? Mu Chong chuckled and teased her. It's painful. Recently, her luck has been too good. She fought 800 Foundation establishment cultivators in a row with no chance to prove herself. Now it doesn't matter anymore. Does she really have to fight her way up from the 1,000th place? I knew we shouldn't have played tricks, haha. A little hardship can add some color to life. Her senior brother still felt a little sorry for her. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll have to fight your way into the third round without eating or sleeping. So senior brother Ming, Su, gave her an idea. Why don't you let eldest brother draw lots for you? His luck has always been terrible. Your sibling relationship is too good. Hearing this, Yiao's eyes lit up. Eldest brother, you're right. She immediately ran to find her eldest brother, her face full of anticipation. Speaking of bad luck, it truly lived up to its reputation. Sure enough, she drew lot number 190, and her opponent was a Golden Core early-stage cultivator named Songgang. These siblings' bad luck was truly spot on. Yiao happily hugged her eldest brother. Great, thank you, eldest brother. I can finally fight an expert. This time, I must let everyone see my skills. Her usual unrestrained behavior made Chu Jingji blush. On the day of Yiao's match, the audience was buzzing with discussion. She's finally going to fight a Golden Core cultivator. This time, both are Golden Core cultivators. It should be an exciting duel, right? The atmosphere grew more heated, and diehard fans shouted, Yiao, number 1. Yiao will win. Someone in the audience broke out in a cold sweat from the fans' enthusiasm. The match hasn't even started yet, and you're shouting like this? What if she loses? But the crazy fans became even more excited. How could she lose? Yiao is the strongest. Hearing the fans' words, Yiao felt a chill in her heart. The atmosphere was too exaggerated. Chu Jingji saw little junior sister standing at the back and directly pushed her onto the stage, teasing, "Go, our number one will definitely win." Her opponent, Song Gang, was taller than Yiao. The match officially began. Song Gang immediately swung his sword at Yiao. She felt his sword chi was fast, but not as fast as her own. This was the first time she was fighting a golden core cultivator other than her senior brothers, so she decided to test his strength first. Song Gang then used the green wind step to attack. Yiao didn't retaliate, but used the green wind step to toy with him. "I'm here, but you can't catch me." She just kept dodging without counterattacking, and the audience began to murmur. "Why does Yiao keep running?" Someone else said, "Her movement technique is too fast. Running is the right thing to do." Someone else laughed, "If you can't beat them, run. Let's see who can keep up." Yiao loves to use this tactic. Song Gang chased for a while and gradually became breathless. Panting, he still belonged provoked her. As a direct disciple, are you only going to wait until your opponent is tired before making a move? Are you afraid of a direct confrontation? Yiao finally started to show her strength. "Are you sure? I've had enough playing. I'll grant your wish." In an instant, her figure became like lightning, making it impossible for Song Gang to find her. Suddenly, she appeared behind him. "I'm here." So she swung Duo Shun staff at him, but the guy was quick and grabbed it. However, crack, the staff was charged with lightning, shocking him until he trembled all over. He completely forgot Yiao had a lightning spiritual root. His hand went numb instantly. Yiao thought this was the perfect opportunity to try the Duo Shun transformation technique Little Lion taught her 2 days ago. Let's see how it works. The Duo Shun staff instantly split into two, catching her opponent off guard. Yiao followed up with a kick, sending him flying off the stage, unconscious. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Yiao was so cool. A complete victory. Someone asked curiously, what kind of weapon was Yiao using? It could even transform. Another person chimed in. Even at the same cultivation level, the gap between ordinary disciples and prodigies is too vast. These talented disciples are simply too flamboyant. Shir of the Yuching Sect is the same, wielding her sword and targeting talisman cultivators. Now she's practically invincible. Listening to the discussions, Yiao thought, I heard Shir had an epiphany in swordsmanship recently and is now a dual cultivator of sword and talisman. The competition didn't forbid talisman cultivators from using swords. Since she's a dual cultivator, of course, she can use a sword. It seems Shir, just like in the original story, went to the Song family and obtained the swordsmanship inheritance. That night, Ming Su cried his eyes out. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I've used up all my luck. I have to face Shir. She uses dual swords against talisman cultivators. Just hearing her name makes my legs weak. Seeing her senior brother like this, Shueyu, came over to comfort him, but her method was a bit strange. She said with a grin, talisman cultivators are finished as soon as they get close. Sword cultivators against talisman cultivators are truly terrifying. She even handed him a snail noodle-flavored medicinal pill. The smell alone gave Ming Su psychological trauma. Mu Chang added, he needs to take medicine to calm down first. Ming Su went up to the stage. He'll probably be blown away in a moment. Originally feeling down, Ming Su felt even worse after his junior brother's encouragement. I'll just admit defeat if I can't win. When it comes to talismans, Tang Yin is no match for me, but now she's a dual cultivator. I have no chance of winning. The more Ming Su explained, the more he felt unlucky and the more he cried. Chu Jingji thought, if she can exploit loopholes, so can we, right? Hearing his senior brother's logic, the sly little fellow started to show off. Are there competition rules? I'll change them. Tomorrow, I'll help you exploit a loophole too. Kind Juyu sighed. So the goal of the competition was to exploit loopholes in the rules. Finally, it was time for the match. With the referee's signal, Shir launched a fierce attack with her sword, making Ming Su panic. Oh my god, this girl is targeting my weaknesses. Is she crazy? Chu Jingji observed from below, thinking that Ming Su had no chance against Shir. The arena was too small. A talisman cultivator couldn't perform in front of a sword cultivator. Yiao also thought, exactly. That's why I never trust talisman cultivators. They're too easily defeated in one-on-one fights. Luckily, I'm a sword cultivator. On the stage, after several consecutive attacks, Shir finally revealed an opening. Ming Su immediately seized the opportunity and trapped her with the four symbols formation. He skillfully used a fog talisman to obscure her vision, knowing that Shir, proficient in formations, would quickly break it. He had to stall for time to set up an attack formation. As expected, Shir easily broke the four symbols formation and, with an air of victory, said proudly, "Useless. You only have one outcome, defeat." She swung her sword fiercely at Ming Su, who luckily dodged in time. This girl was too ruthless. She really wanted to eliminate him. Her ruthlessness ignited Ming Su's fighting spirit. "You want to play dirty? I'll play along. Shuei, bring the alchemy furnace." Shuei was surprised he wanted to use it so soon, thinking they could only use the loophole they thought of last night, letting her alchemy furnace enter the arena. As planned, Zhu threw the alchemy furnace onto the stage, helping Ming Su dodge Shir's attack. The audience was curious. What is Ming Su doing with an alchemy furnace? Is he going to refine pills? How is he going to deal with Shir? On the stage, Ming Su hid behind the alchemy furnace, easily dodging Shir's attacks, and even gave her a playful smile. Blocked by the alchemy furnace, Shir yelled angrily, "What are you doing? Get that furnace out of the way." Ming Su became even more delighted and continued to provoke her. "Can't hit me, can you? Humph, humph, humph. You can't catch me." Shir's face darkened. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and appeal to the judge. "Judge, they're cheating." The judge, also disapproving of this tactic, loudly reprimanded the Chongming sect. "No cheating." Mu Chong feigned ignorance, saying casually, cheating. We're just tossing an alchemy furnace around for fun. What's the big deal?" As if planned, Yiao and her brother immediately chimed in, interrupting the judge. They began their rapid-fire questioning. "Judge, I have a question. Whose alchemy furnace is this?" The judge replied, "Shuei's." Yiao immediately followed up. "Then who is Shuei? She's an alchemist, right? Aren't alchemists prohibited from participating in the Talisman Practitioner competition?" The judge was now getting annoyed. "Yes, alchemists can't participate, but that's not an excuse for you to cheat." Yiao, putting on her best lawyer impression, retorted, "Exactly. We're not participating. We're not even on the stage. We just tossed a furnace. It's that simple." The judge was hopping mad. "You're standing right next to the arena." Contrary to the judge's fury, the siblings put on a show of being wronged. Sword cultivators can use swords, so what's wrong with an alchemist using an alchemy furnace? "We didn't help her. Zhu is just using her own furnace. This alchemy furnace can attack anyone, and it didn't hurt Shir," Yiao added. Zhu chimed in. "Yeah, judge, this is discrimination. Look at your attitude toward my furnace." Faced with these troublemakers, the judge, not wanting to give himself a headache arguing any further, simply concluded, regardless of the reason, "Get that furnace out of here." Shuei, seeing their time-stalling plan had worked, pretended to be aggrieved as she put the furnace away. Ming Su silently thanked everyone for their help and immediately launched a blazing separation formation attack towards Shir. Only then did Shir realize that their antics had been nothing more than a delaying tactic. She quickly used a flowing water technique to counter Ming Su, but the fire was too fierce, and the hot water splashed back onto Shir herself. With water splashing on her face, fearing for her appearance, she quickly covered her face and sat down, begging Ming Su to stop. Ming Su withdrew his formation and walked toward her. "Shir, I win this match." After the match, the Talisman practitioners were buzzing with discussion. "Did you hear? The person in charge of the individual competition changed the rules." Someone chuckled. "Now all external objects are strictly prohibited in the Talisman practitioner arena, especially alchemy furnaces." Another person added, "The top 10 Talisman practitioners also have to draw their talismans in advance, and can only use their own talismans during the competition." Just then, Yiao and her brother passed by and overheard the discussion. Yiao found it amusing, thinking that this talisman practitioner competition would certainly be lively. She remembered that the original story rarely described Shir's dual cultivation, mostly focusing on her captivating beauty. She was curious to see what Shir's actual strength was. Yu also chimed in. The top 10 talisman practitioners also have to draw talismans together. Isn't that public execution? Now all the talisman practitioners will have to stay up all night practicing drawing talismans. Everyone was looking forward to the next match. Only Ming Su had a miserable expression on the verge of tears. It's over. It's really over. I'm completely doomed. Most of our Ming family's talismans are defensive talismans. We buy our offensive talismans. Now I have to draw offensive talismans myself. Yiao, knowing her senior brother was feeling down, comforted him. Senior brother, things will work out. Not only Ming Su, but all the other talisman practitioners had to practice drawing talismans. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Asking Sword Sect focused on their cultivation. Shir complained. Why did they suddenly change the rules? She felt that losing to Ming Su today was already unlucky enough, and now having to draw talismans collectively was adding insult to injury. Song Gang voiced everyone's thoughts. If you hadn't provoked the talisman practitioners with your sword chi, we wouldn't have to stay up all night practicing drawing talismans. Then Zwa chimed in. Little junior sister, what you did this time was indeed inappropriate. Hearing her usually protective senior brother say this, Shir felt even worse. Zwa, who usually sided with her unconditionally, suddenly became serious. They only used those tactics for that one match, and the rule changes are specifically targeting them. Isn't prohibiting alchemists from participating in the talisman practitioner competition actually a good thing for you? This way, Shir can finally show everyone her true strength. Song Gang, having witnessed her abilities firsthand, could only helplessly raise his hands to his head, thinking, with Shir's skill level, using a sword against a talisman practitioner could at least offer some cover, but drawing talismans in front of the top 10 will only make her look worse. The top 10 talisman practitioner competition began as everyone anticipated, with all participants showcasing their talisman-making skills. Song Gang and Ming Su completely stole the spotlight. Watching from below, Yu speculated, unless something unexpected happens, Ming Su is guaranteed second place. But we'll have to see how Shir performs. Yu looked on with curiosity. The other talisman practitioners are almost finished. Why is she still dawdling? It turned out she was drawing her talisman with extreme care, encouraging herself. Don't panic. You can do it. You absolutely cannot fail this time. With the final stroke, she was so happy she could almost fly. Did I really draw it? Heavens, is this what it feels like to have top-tier spiritual roots? Just then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and everyone began to murmur. That's a heavenly blessing. Could it be that Shir is also going to receive a heavenly blessing? Seeing the heavenly blessing, Yiao couldn't help but sigh. She truly is the darling of the heavens. Just a few strokes, and she receives a blessing. Shir was overjoyed. I knew the heavens were on my side. This competition will definitely shock everyone. She didn't expect her joy to be cut short so quickly. The talisman in her hand suddenly burst into flames, and the phenomenon in the sky instantly dissipated. The audience was stunned. What just happened? Even Yiao couldn't help but find it both amusing and curious. Can the heavens make mistakes too? Sigh. Looks like Shir celebrated too soon. Today's chapter ends here. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow to support me, so I'll be more motivated to continue updating.